Yunzhou, an ancient city. The Zhou Group, worth billions, was ruthlessly ambushed in the stock market by a mysterious figure. Though the Zhou Group appeared to be a colossal giant, it found itself utterly defenseless against the adversary's tactics, sinking deep into an inescapable quagmire. The plummeting stock price of the Zhou Group on the market turned Chairman Zhou Xiong's raven-black hair almost completely gray overnight. The Zhou Group was the fruit of Zhou Xiong's lifelong toil, built from scratch with his own hands. His wife, who had weathered the storms with him, had passed away early, leaving him only a daughter whom he doted on excessively, granting her every whim. Zhou Xiong practically lived at the company, calling every friend he could to seek help. However, it seemed they had all been warned in advance, each making flimsy excuses to decline, too afraid to extend a helping hand to the Zhou Group. Even the major local banks refused to offer any assistance. Even when offered substantial benefits, they remained indifferent, choosing to stand by and watch coldly. There was no way around it. The person Zhou Xiong had offended was far beyond their capacity to challenge. Zhou Xiong realized he must have provoked a figure of immense power, yet the most tragic part was that he had no idea who he had offended. In the darkness, Zhou Xiong felt as if an enormous sky-covering hand loomed over the Zhou Group. The thought that the group would soon go bankrupt and be liquidated plunged him into boundless despair. Seeing no glimmer of hope, his face turned pallid and drained of all color. His entire being seemed to lose its vitality. What kind of colossal figure could hold such sway over Guqing that he could not find a single ally, and even the banks dared not speak a word? Zhou Xiong had always been cautious in his dealings, careful not to burn bridges, for doing business inevitably offended people. His principle was to avoid making enemies whenever possible. Yet some things cannot be escaped no matter how hard one tries to avoid them. Chairman Zhou Xiong, you seem rather perplexed, a voice said. Just as Zhou Xiong was sinking into despair, the office door was pushed open from outside, and a young dandy walked in. Li Tianhua, wearing a smirk, swaggered straight over. Behind him, Zhou Xiong's secretary shook her head silently at her boss, too afraid to stop this man. With the Zhou Group teetering on the brink, they could not afford to offend anyone. Young Master Li graces us with your presence. Please forgive my lack of preparation, Zhou Xiong said, forcing a faint smile onto his bloodless face upon recognizing the most notorious playboy in Guqing. Behind young Master Li stood Huanqing Entertainment, a $1,000 billion behemoth that even in better times Zhou Xiong would not dare to offend, let alone now. On second thought, young Master Li was himself a figure who could sway the entire city. His father had founded Huanqing Entertainment, a titan in the entertainment industry across Jiuzhou, whose mere presence could send tremors through the showbiz world. Although Huanqing Entertainment and the Zhou Group operated in entirely different business fields, countless people would gladly do a favor for Huanqing. Li Tianhua cast a casual glance at Zhou Xiong, a gloating smile spreading across his uninvited face. Then, swaggering over, he plopped down onto Zhou Xiong's executive chair, crossing his legs and propping them on the desk. A picture of arrogant contempt that left Zhou Xiong fuming but speechless. I hear the Zhou Group has run into some big trouble, he drawled lazily. I'm curious. How much longer can it hold on? Hearing this, Zhou Xiong, burning with anger, assumed that this playboy was the one behind the attack on the Zhou Group, and had come now only to force him into accepting some condition. Thus, in a deeply humble tone, he begged Li Tianhua to spare the Zhou Group. Please, young Master Li, show mercy, Zhou Xiong implored. If our group has ever offended you, I will compensate you until you are satisfied. But Li Tianhua shook his head impassively, pointing upwards with a scornful grin. You haven't offended me. You've offended a truly almighty figure. A truly almighty figure. Even someone like Li Tianhua called him that. At this thought, Zhou Xiong's mind went blank with dizziness. He had always been so cautious. When could he have offended such a colossal figure? Watching Zhou Xiong's stunned expression, Li Tianhua couldn't suppress a smirk. He himself was merely carrying out orders in front of that young Master Zhao. He was just as insignificant as Zhou Xiong. Still, not just anyone could serve young Master Zhao. He must have been chosen for his capabilities. He hadn't spent much time with young Master Zhao, but if he could win his favor, even his father would no longer dare to scold him freely. After a brief exchange, Zhou Xiong's shock turned into deep worry. He never expected the truth to be that young Master Zhao had taken a fancy to his daughter. Zhou Xiong had never imagined such an absurd reason lay behind the Zhou Group's current precarious state, with the company in turmoil and employees panicked. But his daughter was his most precious treasure. Even if the Zhou Group collapsed, he would never let her go to that young Master Zhao. When it came to his daughter, Zhou Xiong's attitude stiffened immediately. If it meant sacrificing her happiness to make the enemy back off, he would rather declare bankruptcy and have the company's assets liquidated by the bank. He would never compromise. Li Tianhua had thought this would be an easy task. He hadn't expected to run into such a stubborn man. Discovering that his earnest persuasion had been met with ingratitude, he flew into a rage. He slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Zhou Xiong with contempt. Don't be ungrateful. Even I dare not provoke young Master Zhao. Zhou Xiong simply closed his eyes and said firmly, Young Master Li, please leave. You will learn what despair really means. Li Tianhua was so exasperated by Zhou Xiong's foolishness that he laughed bitterly, throwing out a final threat before leaving. After leaving the Zhou Group, Li Tianhua ordered his bodyguard to start the car and dialed young Master Zhao's number. His tone was now servile, utterly devoid of his earlier arrogance. Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry I messed up. That old man is completely unreasonable. A lazy male voice came through the line laced with mockery. Then handle it yourself. The call ended. Li Tianhua scratched his head in confusion. Young Master Zhao didn't seem as furious as expected, rather he seemed to have anticipated this. Could it be that the young model he had sent over last night had helped young Master Zhao see the light? At the Moyu Hotel, on the 19th floor's luxurious suite, Zhao Yunhai hung up Li Tianhua's call, his gaze turning icy as he stared out the floor-to-ceiling window. One never compromises until forced to. The matters of his predecessor were now his own. Having inherited everything, he naturally had to fulfill what his predecessor desired. In a flash, rage surged within him, and he turned his gaze to the woman beside him. A young man's passions run hot. Surely one could understand. Zhao Yunhai looked down at her from his elevated position, his overbearing gaze leaving her no room to resist. Be good, he said, stroking her hair. She obediently gazed back at him, trying to please him through her actions. Before arriving, her boss had instructed her to serve this client well. Otherwise, she would face dire consequences upon returning. Zhao Yunhai chuckled softly, his gaze drifting toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing high above, he overlooked the bustling metropolis. A world of extravagant pleasures and enchanting beauties, yet only the rich enjoyed such luxuries while the poor struggled at the bottom. He had transmigrated into this world last night, finding himself lying directly on the bed. Startled, he realized a young model who had yet to move lay beside him. Without a second thought, he took advantage of her without hesitation. As he acted, he also absorbed the memories of his past self, learning about the extraordinary background that set him apart from ordinary men. On the surface, he was already the son of the wealthiest man in Zhou, standing at the pinnacle of life. Only a select few knew that his true hidden identity was far more terrifying. In his past life, he had envied those with wealth and power. Now that he had become such a person standing at the peak of this world, he felt his life was complete. The only word that came to mind was satisfying, though the former self had left behind quite a mess. Take the recent phone call, for instance. Some time ago, his past self had attended a cocktail party in Yunzhou ancient city and met Zhou Wanting. After multiple attempts to pursue her, Zhou Wanting had consistently ignored him, even hurling harsh words. Then Li Tianhua, who had come forward, suggested using power to pressure her father Zhou Xiong into forcing his daughter to comply. At the time, his past self was obsessed with Zhou Wanting. It was the first time he had fallen for a woman at first sight, believing he had found true love. So he had refrained from using forceful methods. But he was not particularly good-tempered either, so he agreed to Li Tianhua's plan. All he needed to do was nod, and others would handle the rest. In Zhao Yunhai's view, his past self was a complete fool. What nonsense about love be damned. In his previous life, Zhao Yunhai had never believed in love and had always acted domineeringly, but he had always lacked one thing: the backing of a powerful background. But now Zhao Yunhai had it. After a moment of thought, he took a deep breath, picked up a bank card from the bedside table, and tossed it to her. The password is on the back. There's 200,000 in it. 200,000 was just a meal's expense for Zhao Yunhai, but for ordinary people it might be a sum they could never accumulate in a lifetime. Thank you, young Master Zhao, the model replied, quickly taking the card. She had come to accompany him for the money. Zhao Yunhai couldn't be bothered with her, and simply waved his hand for her to leave. Not daring to stay any longer, she hurriedly dressed and obeyed. It was a mutual agreement, not a transaction. Giving her the money was Zhao Yunhai's way of compensating for emotional harm. After all, he had deeply hurt her when he first woke up. He casually threw on a white bathrobe, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out at the thriving skyscrapers. Then he stretched out his hand and made a firm, grasping motion. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire city was in the palm of his hand, ready to be manipulated. The next second, Zhao Yunhai's vision seemed to hallucinate. A distinct virtual template suddenly appeared before him. Encounter protagonist super double template owner Zhao Yunhai. Age 21. Hobbies: wealth, women, power, strength. Double ability: none. Zhao Yunhai stared blankly at the template, silent for a long time. He hadn't expected to have a golden finger. The template was extremely simple, its function clear at a glance. From the name of this template, Zhao Yunhai immediately sensed the deep malice of this world toward him. There were actually protagonists in this world. Recalling his background and the former self's behavior, he wondered, could he be an urban villain? Does that mean he has to mindlessly feed experience, get his face slapped by the protagonist repeatedly, eventually lose everything, and become a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Yunhai shook his head and frighted his own thoughts. But to be honest, in novels, protagonists usually make villains act brainlessly. But since he had come to this world, he naturally wouldn't become the mindless villain from novels. He had already understood the template. When encountering a protagonist, he would directly acquire the protagonist's power and receive a super doubling opportunity. It could be double, quadruple, or even sextuple. How many times exactly depended on luck. As for luck, Zhao Yunhai was very doubtful about how much he had left. He sat back on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, subconsciously closed the virtual template in front of him, and shouted toward the door at Da. Young Master Yun. The bodyguard Ada, who had been standing guard outside, heard Yun's call and immediately pushed the door in. Zhao Yunhai quietly sipped his tea, looking at the approaching Ada, and spoke slowly. Have someone look into the bodyguard beside Zhou, wanting the heiress of the Zhou Group. Remember, investigate thoroughly. Understood. Ada never asked about the reason when carrying out tasks, doing his duty properly. Investigating people was second nature to him. Zhao Yunhai waved Ada away, then squinted his eyes, a strange glint flickering in his gaze. Since he was the villain, then Zhou, wanting whom his past self had pursued, was likely the female protagonist. He thought of the ordinary-looking young bodyguard beside her. He had a feeling that this person was the protagonist. Zhao Yunhai was never reckless. He never put himself in danger, especially with a background like his. There was no need to charge into battle personally. With just one word from him, countless people would cheer and charge forward for him. Thinking this way, the advantage was on his side. So Zhao Yunhai felt he couldn't possibly lose, let alone with his invincible golden finger. A protagonist. Head kill one first to test the waters and see how deep they run. To completely annihilate a monster like a protagonist, one must act decisively and not lose one's mind. Eliminate the protagonist with full force before they develop. Otherwise, the protagonist would cling to life like the stubborn weeds everywhere. Wildfires may burn them, but spring breezes bring them back. Actually, Zhao Yunhai really wanted to test if the protagonist was truly as invincible as in the novels, always surviving by a hair's breadth. This wasn't suicide. Zhao Yunhai was very curious to know if the protagonist was indeed as resilient as a cockroach in novels. Then could he use the protagonist to achieve some ulterior motive? Now in a sage-like mode, Zhao Yunhai kept yawning, realizing that his body seemed a bit weak. Within minutes, Zhao Yunhai was comfortably asleep on the sofa, lulled by the air conditioning. Outside, Ada had just ended a call, and with heir and San remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Their sole mission was to protect young Master Yun at any cost. Ada and his two companions were bodyguards personally assigned to Zhao Yunhai by his grandfather. When Zhao Yunhai started elementary school at the age of 6, the newly adult Ada, heir, and San began watching over him. Now he was 21, having just graduated from university. 15 years had passed in a flash, and the three had reached the age of 30. By conventional logic, at this stage, nearing their 30s, their physical condition should be in steady decline, yet his grandfather had never ordered their replacement. Having been by his side since childhood, the trio were not just bodyguards, but also Zhao Yunhai's trusted confidants. Their exceptional competence and unwavering loyalty had ensured that the many dangers he faced over those 15 years were all narrowly averted. When Zhao Yunhai awoke, the dossier on Zhou Wanting's bodyguard was already before him. This was not due to Ada's efficiency, but to the formidable intelligence network of the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan was Zhao Yunhai's greatest asset. Being the wealthiest family in the 9 provinces was merely the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Yunhai scanned the dossier and couldn't help but take a gulp of iced cola. It was exactly as he had expected. This guy really is a wild kid from the deep mountains. His predecessor had merely seen Yi Fan as a capable bodyguard, but studying the dossier, Zhao Yunhai was now convinced that Yi Fan was the protagonist. Target: Yi Fan. Gender: male. Age: 22. Background: an abandoned orphan from the foot of Qingwan Mountain, adopted by Wu Guofeng, a retired martial doctor living deep in the mountains. Wu Guofeng took him as an apprentice, treated him like a son, and taught him diligently. 2 months ago, he came to Yunzhou ancient city on his master's orders to protect Zhou Wanting, the eldest daughter of the Zhou Group. Combat strength unknown, currently being verified. How long will the verification take? Zhao Yunhai's gaze shifted from the dossier to Ada. No more than a day, Ada replied truthfully. Zhao Yunhai looked back at the dossier and fell into deep thought. His predecessor seemed to have a strong aversion to martial arts and had never paid it any attention. From that perspective, having others to protect him was sufficient. Martial arts were too arduous a path for those who wished to endure it. Given his predecessor's status, there was truly no need to endure the hardship of training. Countless martial artists could be hired with money, let alone those personally cultivated by the Zhao clan. In this day and age, one could forget about practicing martial arts without achieving financial freedom. It was simply unaffordable. The precious herbs required for training alone could bankrupt a well-off family. The wealthy sought security, while martial artists needed cultivation resources, a perfect match. Thus, the amount you paid determined the baseline of what they would do for you. Although Zhao Yunhai agreed with this sentiment, that money could indeed buy almost anything, it didn't mean he had no interest in martial arts. After all, true strength came from within. With his golden finger, he could acquire martial abilities without enduring the pain of cultivation. That was the most thrilling part. Tell me immediately once Yi Fan's strength is confirmed. Zhao Yunhai tossed the dossier aside. Once the target's power was verified, he would go to activate his golden finger ability. After all, this was the first protagonist, and Zhao Yunhai intended to show him due respect. Young Master Yun, should I go in? Ada, seeing his master's concern for this bodyguard, made a cutting gesture across his throat. Don't be clever, Zhao Yunhai said with a cold glance. I have my own plans. Sending you would just be handing the protagonist a free experience boost. Do I look like a brainless villain who feeds the hero? Yes, young Master Yun. Since his master had a plan, Ada refrained from acting on his own and left the room with the dossier. Yi Fan's strength was currently being verified. As for who was conducting the verification, Zhao Yunhai didn't bother to ask. He knew his own affairs well enough. Being the wealthiest family in the 9 provinces was merely a fraction of the Zhao clan's power. Their influence spanned the entire world. The Zhao clan had endured for millennia, appearing in historical records since the earliest documented times of the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, whose strength was being assessed, was ambushed. A mysterious figure launched a surprise attack on him in the underground parking lot. The target was not Zhou wanting, but himself. This realization immediately put Yi Fan on high alert. If he hadn't exerted his full strength to dodge the attack, he would likely be in the ICU by now. However, after a single failed strike, the mysterious figure retreated without further engagement. Yi Fan was perplexed. Did the attacker harbor ill intentions, or was it merely a test? Who could be so idle? Target Yi Fan's strength peak Mingjin stage. Verification complete. After leaving, the mysterious attacker made a phone call and soon received a text message confirming payment. Upon learning Yi Fan's true strength, Zhao Yunhai immediately set out for the Zhou Group with Ada, Heir, and San. Peak Mingjin stage. Zhao Yunhai had asked the 3 if they could handle a peak Mingjin martial artist. They all nodded their eyes, showing utter disregard for such a level. Clearly the strength of the 3 was above the peak Mingjin stage. After all, they were bodyguards assigned by his grandfather. How could they be weak? When Li Tianhua learned that young Master Zhao was heading to the Zhou Group, he rushed over to attend to him, anxious not to arrive after him. Outside the Zhou Group, Li Tianhua waited obediently with Zhou Xiong. Dad, even if he is the son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces, is there no law? Can he just take what he wants? Zhou Wanting, upon hearing that Zhao Yunhai was coming, had rushed over defiantly, afraid her father would be bullied. It seems your daughter has been well sheltered, Li Tianhua sneered to Zhou Xiong. You're no better, Zhou Wanting retorted, recognizing Li Tianhua as a local of the ancient city. I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued later, Li Tianhua scoffed without anger. After all, she was the woman young Master Zhao desired. Our little face saving was harmless. Yi Fan, standing beside Zhou Wanting, felt nothing but disgust for these rich heirs. In his eyes, they were parasites on society, knowing only pleasure and committing countless misdeeds. But as long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't interfere. Before long, Zhao Yunhai arrived at the Zhou Group. Li Tianhua, who had been waiting at the entrance, trotted over to greet him. Li Tianhua opened the car door and shielded the roof with his hand, playing the perfect underling. Young Master Zhao, please take your time. I'm not so old that I need someone to support me. Zhao Yunhai chuckled as he pushed away Li Tianhua's hand, while Heir and Asen had already stepped forward to stand guard outside. Young Master Zhao certainly has a way with jokes. Li Tianhua showed no sign of embarrassment, merely withdrawing his hand with a smile. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhao Yunhai's lips as his gaze drifted toward the 3 people behind Li Tianhua. His face as gentle and refined as jade subtly revealed an innate noble bearing between his brows. It naturally emanated from him the moment he stepped out of the car, stirring an inexplicable sense of inferiority in those who beheld it. Zhao Yunhai was quite satisfied with his appearance, describing it in one phrase as a countenance of exquisite craftsmanship, a face that practically compelled him to be a heartbreaker. His handsome visage was enough to make countless women throw themselves at him, and he was not only blessed with good looks, but also with immense wealth and a generous disposition. Zhou Wanting was indeed quite attractive. Compared to the women who had come and gone in his memories, she could easily rank number 1. However, no matter how beautiful a woman was, Zhao Yunhai disliked those who were disobedient. Whether in his past life or the present, he would never indulge a woman. Young Master Zhao. No matter how aggrieved Zhou Xiong felt inside, he had to act like a docile dog in front of Zhao Yunhai. Dad, why do you have to grovel before him? So what if he's rich? Zhou Wanting immediately protested upon seeing her father like this, helping him up while glaring angrily at Zhao Yunhai. Yi Fan also stepped directly in front of Zhou, Wanting, a hint of pride flashing across his ordinary face. In Yi Fan's view, although Zhao Yunhai's bodyguards had some martial arts skills, they were no match for him. If it came to a fight, he could easily take down all 3 bodyguards. So this is what a villain feels like when facing the protagonist. A coldness spread across Zhao Yunhai's face. Indeed, the protagonist's face was like a taunt. Just looking at it made him involuntarily furious. But he didn't let the protagonist's provoking expression cloud his judgment. The template invisible to outsiders materialized before him. A golden chest with a golden question mark began to shake violently. The golden light intensified within the chest, and in the next second it flooded the entire template. A huge die spun wildly, its 6 faces blank until it stopped. On the side facing Zhao Yunhai, a number finally appeared. 6. This meant Zhao Yunhai not only directly acquired Yi Fan's abilities, but also amplified them by a super multiplier, multiplying the original by 6 times. This meant Zhao Yunhai could now easily handle Yi Fan, see through every move he made, and effortlessly counter his attacks. And the force of a punch from Zhao Yunhai would be 6 times that of Yi Fan's. All of Yi Fan's abilities, after being super amplified by the template, were flawlessly integrated into Zhao Yunhai's body without any side effects. Zhao Yunhai felt the immense power surging within him, and he wielded it with perfect ease, as naturally as if it had always been his own. Yi Fan, being the protagonist, had instincts sharper than a dog's nose. He immediately sensed a subtle change in Zhao Yunhai's body. This was the power of strength. A glint of light flashed imperceptibly in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. He now yearned to spar with Yi Fan to test the newfound abilities he had just acquired. "What do you think you're doing?" Yi Fan warned sternly as the other approached him. If he dared to take another step forward, he would show no mercy. Even if the man was the son of a billionaire, he would not hesitate to strike. Ada and the other 2 stood close to Zhao Yunhai. If Yi Fan made a move, they would instantly subdue him. Slap. Zhao Yunhai's hand landed directly on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's face changed dramatically, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Zhao Yunhai. He hadn't even seen the hand coming. He also felt the suppressing force of the hand on his shoulder, like a lock firmly restraining his right shoulder, rendering him powerless. Zhao Yunhai whispered a cold threat into Yi Fan's ear. "Young man, remember this. There are some people you simply cannot afford to provoke, including your retired master Wu Guofeng." Being threatened with his master ignited Yi Fan's fury. His face flushed red with rage as he glared at Zhao Yunhai, as if he might devour him whole at any moment. Good, very good. The thing he hated most in life was someone using those close to him as leverage. Zhao Yunhai looked at Yi Fan's enraged expression and, instead of getting angry, laughed. The cold, clear laughter sent chills down the spines of everyone present. In his eyes, Yi Fan was already a dead man. It was only a matter of time. But he wouldn't kill him in such a public place. That wouldn't be arrogance, that would be mindless stupidity. Zhao Yunhai completely ignored Zhou, Wanting, who seemed about to speak, brushing past her, as he raised 2 fingers to signal the others to follow. Ada and his 2 companions fell in behind Zhao Yunhai. Li Tianhua quickly followed, gesturing with his eyes for Zhou Xiong to come along. Zhou Xiong followed with a face full of worry. In the eyes of ordinary people, he might seem lofty and untouchable, but in the presence of people like young Master Li and young Master Zhao, he was no different from any commoner, at their mercy and easily manipulated. Zhou Wanting couldn't accept being ignored by Zhao Yunhai. In the past, he had always tried to please her, seizing every opportunity to win her favor. Why had he suddenly changed? "We should follow them quickly, or Uncle Zhou might get bullied." Yi Fan hurriedly reminded the fuming Zhou Wanting. "I'd like to see them try to do anything to me." Zhou Wanting let out a very proud snort, her spoiled and willful temper flaring up. People with such a proud and willful temper had clearly never been hardened by life's harsh lessons. Yi Fan followed with a helpless smile. This young lady was far too naive. She had no idea of the dirty tricks those rich second-generation heirs were capable of. Zhou Xiong's chairman's office had already been taken over by uninvited guests. Li Tianhua was playing the part of a loyal lackey by Zhao Yunhai's side. Zhao Yunhai sat in Zhou Xiong's chairman's seat, idly fiddling with items on the desk, without saying a word. The strange, tense atmosphere made Zhou Xiong deeply uneasy. It was clear the other party had come with ill intentions. But even if it meant losing the Zhou Corporation, he would never trade his daughter in a deal. "Why aren't you saying anything? Let me tell you, I don't need you to spare the Zhou Corporation. I know you want to force my hand, but you can forget it. You're not worthy." Zhou Wanting grew even more aggressive when Zhao Yunhai remained silent. Ada and the other 2 frowned at her words, but remembering Yun Xiao's past fondness for this woman, they held back. When Zhao Yunhai snapped out of the super-amplified template, the grating sound of Zhou Wanting's voice assaulted his ears, filling him with disgust. What an insufferable noise. Utterly clueless. "Make her shut up." Young Master Yun's words left Ada and the other 2 astonished, as he had never been so impatient with this woman before. Yet his command was law, and the 3 of them stirred like a slumbering beast suddenly awakened. Heir delivered a precise hand strike to the defenseless Zhou Wanting, causing her eyes to roll back as she crumpled to the ground. In Heir's worldview, there was no such thing as chivalry toward the fairer sex. "Finally some peace," Zhao Yunhai muttered, twisting his neck and picking his ear with a light chuckle as Zhou Wanting fell silent. At the same time, San knocked Zhou Xiong unconscious, as well ensuring father and daughter received equal treatment for the sake of fairness. Meanwhile, Ada had already engaged Yi Fan in combat. Yi Fan was at the peak of the Mingjin stage, but Ada's strength far surpassed his, reaching the peak of the Anjin stage. a full tier above him. With exceptional martial arts talent, Yi Fan had been meticulously trained by the Zhao family, earning him the role of Zhao Yunhai's bodyguard chosen personally by Zhao's grandfather. In Yi's eyes, Yi Fan merely at the Mingjin peak was unworthy of being his opponent. Yi Fan immediately sensed the threat Yi posed. The explosive, fierce boxing style caught him off guard, landing a punch he couldn't evade. With a single blow, Yi Fan stumbled back several steps, hearing the crack of bones in his shoulder, as searing pain engulfed his entire right arm. Before the fight, he never imagined his opponent would be a martial arts master, let alone one at the Anjin stage far above his own Mingjin peak. Boom. Yi's fist carried an overwhelming force. Yi Fan had no chance to tend to Zhou Xiong and his daughter. Retreating now would be against his nature. With a fierce glare and a cold smirk, Yi Fan thrust his fist forward. The two fists collided with astonishing speed, their power clashing heated. They exchanged heavy blows with little room for wide movements in the cramped space. Yi Fan's boxing was eerily unpredictable, allowing him to hold his own against Yi for a time. Just then a flaw appeared in Yi's strike, and Yi Fan smirked, pressing forward without retreat instead of backing off. Yi suddenly realized his arm had gone numb, and within seconds it felt foreign, completely devoid of sensation. He knew Yi Fan was skilled in medicine, but he couldn't figure out when had been struck despite staying on guard the entire time. With one arm temporarily useless, Yi's combat effectiveness dropped significantly, and in a moment of carelessness, he took several hits from Yi Fan. Seeing the shift, heir and San moved to intervene, but Zhao Yunhai stopped them. Yi Fan's master had taught him that martial arts and medicine were inseparable. Using medical techniques in battle wasn't dishonorable, as medicine itself was part of martial arts. With a fierce assault, Yi Fan pushed Yi into a disadvantage, though Yi's heightened vigilance prevented any second chance for a sneak attack. Yi Fan's punches were devastating, their trajectories so bizarre they were impossible to dodge. Fierce decisiveness was the hallmark of his boxing, and accuracy was paramount in mastering it. Yi Fan had already grasped both its essence and importance. With ruthless precision and high accuracy, Yi Fan now resembled an enraged young beast unleashing its wild nature. He let out a roar, veins bulging as he charged like a ferocious tiger. Yi stand down. A figure intervened from behind Yi, instantly resolving his arm issue. Yi froze in shock at the sight of the newcomer. Zhao Yunhai's fist roared like a tiger's snarl, fierce and savage, while Yi Fan's punch seemed no more than a kitten's paw in comparison. The fists met with a crack, the bones in Yi Fan's hands snapping audibly. In that moment of shock, Zhao Yunhai seized Yi Fan's wrist. With agile footwork, he used his shoulder to thrust forward, executing a powerful body slam that sent Yi Fan flying into the wall with a heavy thud. Is that all? Zhao Yunhai smirked, stepping before Yi Fan. Suddenly a silver needle shot from Yi Fan's fingertip at blinding speed. Just as Yi Fan thought had succeeded, a chilling sight unfolded. The Huayang needle, his most confident weapon, was effortlessly caught between Zhao Yunhai's fingers. Even if his opponent surpassed him in strength, catching the Huayang needle shouldn't have been so easy. The Huayang needle, Wu Guofeng's unique acupuncture technique capable of dispersing inner energy. Impressive, Zhao Yunhai said, casually holding the needle between two fingers as he named it, and its function. The Huayang needle was a terrifying technique that could dissolve inner energy, pioneered by Wu Guofeng himself. Zhao Yunhai's curious gaze flickered between Yi Fan and the needle, as if contemplating whether to test it on someone. Yi Fan's wariness surged. This seemingly idle rich kid had hidden his depths so well that he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Though he doubted the other could actually use the Huayang needle, knowing its effects meant Zhao Yunhai was deeply familiar with it. The Huayang needle's effects were devastating. Yi Fan could only use it a limited number of times per day, and he had one chance left. But with his opponent so alert, landing the strike would be far more difficult. Meanwhile, Ada and the others, startled by Yi Fan's sudden move, rushed to restrain him, pinning his limbs securely. Let me go. Yi Fan struggled fiercely, but his limbs were locked tight, leaving no room to break free. Ada and the others were astonished by the young master's hidden martial prowess. They had watched him since he was 6, and they knew his training habits better than his own parents. Young master, are you alright? Ada left the other two to restrain Yi Fan and approached to check on Zhao Yunhai, fearing any mishap. I'm fine, but he's about to be in trouble. As the words left his mouth, the Huayang needle in Zhao Yunhai's hand struck Yi Fan's dantian. Yi Fan couldn't dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the needle pierced his dantian, his face turning pale. Inner energy was concentrated in the dantian, and the Huayang needle turned it into a sieve, causing the energy to dissipate like smoke. Oh! Yi Fan roared in agony, his face flushed as his inner energy hissed out like steam. He never imagined the Huayang needle would be used on him. The pain of losing his energy was unbearable. Even more unbearable was the question of how his opponent knew the Huayang needle technique. It was his master's exclusive martial art, and the execution was so familiar it felt like looking at a mirror image of himself. Li Tianhua, the sole witness, cowered in the corner, wishing he could merge into the wall. Terrified of being caught in the crossfire, he knew martial artists existed, but never expected young Master Zhao to be one. He understood the grueling training required and wondered how Zhao had endured it. Weren't rich kids supposed to indulge in pleasure and leisure above all? As for martial artists, the wealthy could always hire powerful ones for protection. Handle it the usual way. Leave no traces, Zhao Yunhai said, clapping his hands as he instructed Ada. Understood. Ada immediately grasped the meaning. The usual way meant sending unwanted people to a place where no one would ever find them. Yi Fan was utterly drained, his body limp and weak. Yet he wasn't worried about losing his inner energy. Reversing the Huayang needle could restore his dantian, and he could rebuild his power. But now, realizing his opponent intended to kill him, Yi Fan's heart sank. He silently marked Zhao Yunhai for death in his mind. Once he regained his strength, he would eliminate Zhao Yunhai in secret to protect those close to him. You want to kill me? Yi Fan lifted his head slowly, a trace of resolve on his pale face, as if he feared death. Not at all. Zhao Yunhai, with his back to Yi Fan, toyed with the jade Buddha on the table. Hearing Yi Fan's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Is killing you really that hard? Exactly. People like you hold no regard for human life. Yi Fan lowered his head, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his laughter dripping with biting sarcasm. No, no, no. Human life is a grave matter, and the law must be strictly enforced. Zhao Yunhai laughed in response, turned around with the jade Buddha in hand, and wagged his finger at Yi Fan, who now seemed utterly at his mercy. As for you, I've never considered you a human being. Zhao Yunhai felt not a shred of pity for Yi Fan. After all, he was the ultimate villain with vast wealth and influence. The protagonist would inevitably clash with him over some matter. Li Tianhua, standing quietly nearby, trembled as he listened. This was a matter of life and death. He had to keep his mouth shut, or else Zhao Xiao would silence him. Hearing Zhao Xiao speak so openly in his presence, Li Tianhua felt as though a new world had opened before him. Li Tianhua was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. He had dared to do bad things before, but had never caused a death. He either used his power to oppress others or solve problems with money. After all, in the entire entertainment industry of Jiuzhou, he, Li Tianhua, was the crown prince. If money could solve things, why would anyone resort to murder? But Li Tianhua realized that compared to Zhao Xiao, he was nothing but a meek little lamb. He had a premonition that this was his chance, one he must seize firmly. Soon after, Zhou Xiong was awakened by Asan. Groggily emerging from unconsciousness, the first thing he saw was his daughter, lying on the ground, her condition unknown. What have you done to my daughter? Zhou Xiong's heart convulsed with terror at the sight, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice trembled with a sobbing accusation. Asan grabbed him by the collar, his gaze fierce as he threatened, "Shut up. She's just unconscious. Do as I say, or if something happens to her, it'll be your fault." Asan, don't scare Chairman Zhou. Asan's ferocity held no menace before Zhao Yunhai, who couldn't help but reprimand him. We are civilized people. Can't you be a bit more polite? Yes, Master Yun. The ferocity on Asan's face vanished instantly at Zhao Yunhai's rebuke. He then took a phone from Zhou Xiong's pocket and handed it to him, speaking gently. Tell the employees of Zhou Group to leave work early today. No problem. Zhou Xiong stammered, too terrified to disagree. He had been utterly frightened by the viciousness in Asan's eyes moments earlier. Now Asan's gentle demeanor was even more terrifying than his earlier brutality. Master Zhao, I've arranged a banquet tonight. Li Tianhua cautiously approached Zhao Xiao and whispered. I have many friends who wish to get to know you, Master Zhao. May I invite them along? Li Tianhua spoke while carefully observing Zhao Xiao's expression. Though he was a rich second generation, he had encountered far more diverse people than the average person. Reading people was for him merely a basic skill. Make the arrangements. We're leaving. Zhao Yunhai had no objections. He would likely be staying in the ancient city for a while. The local powers in the city were all at his beck and call, which brought him more benefits than drawbacks. Besides, what better place for a rich second generation to encounter the protagonist? Cast a wide net, catch a big fish. With that thought, Zhao Yunhai stretched lazily. If it weren't for activating the golden finger through super multiplication, he wouldn't have come here in person. A true villain should act like one, appearing only when dealing with the protagonist, while countless others serve him with just a word. Seeing Zhao Xiao's agreement, Li Tianhua's face lit up with joy, and he quickly responded. Then, following behind Zhao Yunhai, he took out his phone to send good news to his friends. Zhao Yunhai didn't dislike rich second generations like Li Tianhua. After all, he himself stood at the pinnacle of such a life. After Zhao Yunhai left Zhou Group, a group of ordinary-looking people entered the building. The access controls were useless against them. The surveillance cameras in Zhou Group had all failed just a second before these people appeared on the footage. These were the people Ada had called to deal with Yi Fan. The Zhao family sanitation crew specialized in cleaning up messes. Yi Fan, now guarded by the remaining Asan, remained calm and quiet, as if his impending death was of no concern. This made Asan take extra notice of him. In truth, if Zhao Yunhai truly wanted to deal with Yi Fan at this moment, he would do it himself rather than entrust it to his subordinates, giving Yi Fan a chance to escape. If the people behind Yi Fan were not dealt with, they would go into hiding after his death, and their constant harassment would be a headache. To uproot the weeds, one must dig out the roots. Zhao Yunhai never left any loose ends. One of the Zhao family's clan rules addressed this, and the family's continuation for thousands of years was closely tied to their strict adherence to this principle. Now Yi Fan was the bait Zhao Yunhai used to fish, waiting for the fish behind him to bite. This was Zhao Yunhai's first time dealing with a protagonist, and he lacked experience, so he had to be cautious. Remember, leave no evidence. After giving brief instructions to those handling the aftermath, Asan left the place. Yi Fan, upon seeing these people, immediately grew suspicious of Zhao Yunhai's identity. Zhao Hongwen, the richest man in Jiuzhou, had only risen to prominence 20 years ago, yet these people before him were all peak Mingjin-level martial artists. While a wealthy man could certainly afford to hire martial artists, these individuals seemed not to be recent recruits, but rather trained from childhood. Yi Fan was no fool. He knew there was a shocking secret waiting to be uncovered. Zhao Yunhai returned directly to the slack-off Grand Hotel. Leaning back lazily on the sofa, he gestured for Ada to connect the video feed to the room's TV. Opening an expensive bottle of red wine, he poured himself a glass. The TV screen came to life, showing Yi Fan bound hand and foot being taken to a secluded lakeside. As Yi Fan was thrown into the lake, a sense of urgency gripped him. Lake water rushed into his ears and nose, and the stones tied to his body dragged him swiftly downward. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, a tracking signal had been planted on him, constantly relaying his location. The group did not leave the scene but dispersed and hid in the surroundings, ready to intervene if anyone came to his rescue. Master Yun wireless surveillance has been set up on site. If Yi Fan makes any move, we'll see his position without delay. Ada reported from beside Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai gave a casual acknowledgement, sinking comfortably into the sofa. He took a sip of red wine, his gaze fixed on the lake's surface in the surveillance footage. He knew Yi Fan, with his protagonist's halo, would surely escape this seemingly inescapable death trap. He even wondered if someone might come to save him. After all, he was the protagonist. Anything was possible. Especially with the Huayang needle technique, which could reverse its flow to restore the power lost within a day. Zhao Yunhai was well aware of this. Yet 10 minutes had passed, and even a Mingjin-level martial artist couldn't hold their breath underwater for so long. 10 minutes. It seems Yi Fan is dead. Ada, seeing that Master Yun was still staring at the surveillance screen, and that the signal hadn't moved, assumed the man had perished. He won't die that easily. Zhao Yunhai knew the absurdity of the protagonist's halo. True to his words, the red signal began moving rapidly at the bottom of the lake. There was an exit at the lake's bottom, allowing him to escape. Watching the signal flicker and move, a cold smirk curled on Zhao Yunhai's lips. This protagonist's halo was so outrageously powerful that it gave Zhao Yunhai a newfound understanding. Even this couldn't kill him. One could only say the protagonist's halo was most unkind to the villain. Proceed with the original plan. Zhao Yunhai snapped his fingers. Yet all of this was within Zhao Yunhai's expectations. From the moment Yi Fan was thrown into the lake, his fate had already been firmly grasped in Zhao Yunhai's hands. Ada promptly acknowledged the order and picked up his phone to make a call. Once the other party answered, Ada immediately instructed, execute the original plan. Do not let any mistakes occur. The person on the other end of the line hurriedly complied, intending to personally carry out the next phase of the plan. After all, this involved young Master Yun's affairs. Those of them who worked in sanitation also needed to maintain good relations with their superiors. If they could gain young Master Yun's favor, they might even be transferred to work by his side. That would be a meteoric rise. Yet one thing puzzled him: being tied to a stone and sunk with a knot that couldn't be undone and still managing to escape. It was utterly absurd. In all his years in this line of work, he had never seen such an incredible occurrence. He pulled out a tracker from his clothes, and sure enough, the red dot on the device was moving incessantly, swaying left and right, as if trying to erase its own trail. Brothers, time to work. Si Jinyan called out to his men. Fleeing Yi Fan did not choose to head to the Zhou Corporation. He knew that Zhou Xiong and Zhou Wanting were safe for the time being, as they had been left behind at the Zhou Corporation when he was taken away. Yi Fan returned to his residence and retrieved a backup phone. He intended to contact his master, hoping his master might know something. A sudden burst of muffled gunfire erupted, the source of which was outside the door. In an instant, the door was riddled with bullet holes. It was a Model 952 submachine gun fitted with a silencer, reducing the gunfire's decibel level to a minimum. Yi Fan bent low and rushed toward the bedroom. The bedroom window overlooked the main street. From the third floor, he could jump down directly, and the enemy wouldn't dare to act. Bullets scarred the sparse furniture, leaving it riddled with marks. The door was pushed open from outside, revealing men wearing skull-patterned masks, their faces obscured, each wielding a silenced submachine gun. Si Jinyan waved his hand, signaling those behind to advance first. One who could survive such an ordeal warranted such caution. If he lost his own life, how could he serve young Master Yun? A dozen men entered the room in an orderly fashion, their bullets pouring into the bedroom door until it was shattered and full of holes. The building's residents had been temporarily evacuated by Si Jinyin's men in advance. The honking of car horns on the street also masked the muffled gunfire. Yi Fan pressed himself against the wall, his expression grim, and retrieved a short blade from beside his pillow. If they stepped into the bedroom, he would unleash a massacre today. Seeing that the window had been inexplicably sealed with iron sheets, he couldn't even force it open. It seemed the enemy had made thorough preparations against him. Si Jinyin, noticing no movement from inside, signaled his men to cease fire. One of his subordinates standing nearby steadily held a camera broadcasting the entire scene live. Zhao Yunhai was watching from a distance at the Moyu Hotel. Si Jinyin naturally knew that young Master Yun was observing, so he had to perform to the best of his ability. He'd come out quietly. You can't escape anymore. Si Jinyin leaned against the wall on the same side as Yi Fan, with only a single wall separating them. You're nothing but dogs raised by Zhao Yunhai. How dare you speak to me? Tell Zhao Yunhai to stop hiding behind the scenes and face me directly if he has the guts. Yi Fan had already raised his blade, ready to strike at the first opportunity. Si Jinyin let out a sinister laugh at these words, pulling back the bolt of his gun. With a click, his eyes fixed on the door that could be easily pushed open. You think you're worthy? As he laughed, he tossed a flashbang into the doorway. Inside, Yi Fan, despite the laughter masking the sound, caught the faint noise of a pin being pulled. His expression shifted drastically. Thinking the enemy had gone mad enough to throw a grenade, he rolled under the bed. Bang! In an instant, the flashbang exploded in the room, flooding it with blinding light. A deafening ringing filled Yi Fan's ears. At that moment, one of Si Jinyin's men kicked the door open. Si Jinyin didn't rush in immediately. He tossed another flashbang into the room. Donning flash protective goggles, he charged in with a cold, sharp gaze, his men spreading out around him. The room was empty of people, and the only places to hide were the wardrobe and under the bed. Playing hide and seek with me, huh? Si Jinyin gestured for his men to check the wardrobe while he stopped half a meter from the bed. Under the bed, Yi Fan saw the feet halt and held his breath, gathering strength in his hand, ready to launch a sudden ambush. Without a word, Si Jinyin pulled out another flashbang, silently counting down in his mind. At the last second, he tossed it under the bed. An instant flash. Yi Fan had no time to react to the sudden flash. He was instantly blinded, a piercing ringing filling his ears. Yi Fan knew that if he didn't leave now, he might never get another chance. Enraged, he surged upward, lifting the bed and charging forward with it. But Si Jinyin's men were no pushovers. If four of them blocked his path, stopping his advance with the bed. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Si Jinyin unloaded his magazine into the bed without a moment's hesitation. Blood splattered across the bedboard. Yi Fan collapsed in a pool of blood, and Si Jinyin kicked the bed aside. Si Jinyin placed his fingers on Yi Fan's pulse point. With two more shots, he fired directly into the victim's heart. A beeping sound came from his earpiece. He pressed it and said calmly, "Speak. The situation has changed. Evacuate immediately." A voice came through the earpiece, urgent and strained. "Captain Young Master Yun has given the order to pull out. Leave the body behind. He also said you did well this time." A communications subordinate quickly reported. A smile curled beneath Si Jinyin's mask. He had taken on this task personally, just to earn a word of praise from young Master Yun. Next time young Master Yun needed something, he would be the first to come to mind. Let's move. Si Jinyin didn't forget the tracker on Yi Fan. After removing it, he led his men to leave the scene. Just then, sirens blared from the street outside, and the sound of rapid footsteps echoed up the stairs. The chaotic footsteps indicated a large number of people. Unfazed, Si Jinyin immediately pointed to two of his men. "You two ditch your gear and hold them off. We'll leave from the rooftop." Understood. The two men quickly shed their equipment. Disguised as ordinary civilians, they went downstairs to stall the pursuers, while Si Jinyin and the rest of his men ran toward the rooftop. Far away at the Moyu Hotel, Zhao Yunhai was puffing on a cigar, watching the scene unfold calmly. "What's this man's name?" Zhao Yunhai suddenly asked. Ada understood his master's intent, knowing the man had caught young Master Yun's eye, and promptly replied, "Young Master Yun, his name is Si Jinyin." Si Jinyin. "Inform the family that from now on Si Jinyin works for me." With a single casual remark, Zhao Yunhai sealed Si Jinyin's fate. Understood. Ada immediately picked up his phone to make the arrangements. Yi Fan, however, was not dead. After being rescued, he lay in the intensive care unit. His body recovered astonishingly quickly. He regained consciousness within just an hour. He had feigned death at the last moment, and his heart was unusually located on the right side. A dozen bullets were extracted from his body. "Can you answer my questions now?" A sharp, spirited female police officer holding a voice recorder and a notebook looked at him with a solemn expression. "Go ahead." Yi Fan glanced at the phone by his pillow, relieved that it was still there. He could contact his master. The female officer then asked a series of detailed questions, the last of which required Yi Fan to identify the men who had blocked the stairway. Since the building had no surveillance, the identification relied solely on the victim Yi Fan. Behave yourselves. Two men handcuffed with their hands behind their backs were escorted in by several police officers. Yi Fan didn't recognize them, but their eyes told him they had been part of the attack on him. Unfortunately, he had no evidence, so he simply shook his head. They were wearing masks at the time. Ooh, I couldn't see their faces. Alright, get some rest. Officer Huang Qianjia had no choice but to drop the matter for now. After giving her instructions, she left the ward with her team. Though there was no evidence, the two men's behavior at the time had already made them prime suspects. This was a major case, and the higher-ups were taking it very seriously. Huang Qianjia was eager to solve it quickly and prove that she was no mere figurehead. Yi Fan felt the weakness spreading through his body and sighed inwardly. That bastard Zhao Yunhai was ruthless enough to use firearms against him. He had been careless. He then contacted his master. The Huayong acupuncture technique was his master's unique skill. It shouldn't have been stolen. Only he and his master possessed it. After a long conversation filled with his master's concern, Yi Fan hung up. From his master, he learned a fraction of the Zhao family's information. Even his master only knew the tip of the iceberg. No wonder Yi Fan had sensed something was off. Zhao Yunhai was backed by the Zhao family. Yi Fan had heard his master speak of the Zhao family before. It was because of them that his master had retired into seclusion years ago. Had it not been for someone who risked everything to protect his master, and the Zhao family granting that person a favor, his master would likely have been killed by them. For years his master had dared not venture out, knowing the Zhao family would show no mercy. The Zhao family had a legacy spanning 1,000 years with unfathomable depth. Their presence could be traced back to the Xiong dynasty. It was said that the imperial clan of the Qin dynasty was a branch of the Zhao family, the Ying clan of the Zhao surname. The sheer terror of the Zhao family cast a dark cloud over Yi Fan's heart. Just contemplating a fraction of their power made his scalp tingle. Yet this did not deter Yi Fan from his resolve to assassinate Zhao Yunhai. On the contrary, it steeled his determination to eliminate him. Now that Zhao Yunhai had struck so ruthlessly, the news of his survival would surely reach him. The next attack would only be fiercer. He could not remain passive, he had to take the initiative. Yi Fan, something's happened. A woman's voice came through the phone, trembling with tears. Take your time, don't panic. What happened to her? Yi Fan recognized the voice and quickly tried to calm her down. As if Yi Fan's presence alone could solve everything, the woman on the other end quickly composed herself and recounted the events bit by bit. I understand. Leave this to me. Yi Fan took a deep breath and hung up. Meanwhile, two lawyers approached. Huang Qianjia introduced themselves and stated their intention to secure the release of the two men. Without solid evidence, Huang Qianjia had no choice but to swallow her frustration. The lawyers were sharp-tongued, using the law to pressure her, and in the end, they had to let the men go. Huang Qianjia's face was etched with reluctance. Her colleagues' attempts to console her did little to ease her inner turmoil. She still had a breakthrough. Yi Fan. He must know something. Yi Fan, however, had already slipped past the guards and left the hospital, making a mysterious phone call. The connections his master had left him were now time to use. In the ancient city, there was a private kitchen that ordinary people could never book. Only those of extraordinary status could secure a reservation. As the entertainment prince of the ancient city, Li Tianhua wielded great influence. He had taken over the entire private kitchen, pushing back all other reservations. Young Master Zhao, please come in. Everyone inside is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Li Tianhua had welcomed young Master Zhao from outside, a constant smile on his face. He personally opened the door and invited Zhao to enter first. Zhao Yunhai had a favorable impression of Li Tianhua and nodded slightly. After all, this man was the first to come to him in this world, marking a clear distinction from his predecessor's social circle. Inside were mostly the wealthy second-generation heirs of the ancient city, members of Li Tianhua's circle. He wouldn't casually hand out the opportunity to shine before young Master Zhao to just anyone. When the crowd saw young Master Zhao arrive, they immediately rose to greet him. The female companions by their sides nervously stood up as well. These women were mostly recognizable faces from television, but before money, they could only lower their heads and force smiles. Perhaps because he was the great villain, Zhao Yunhai found himself enjoying such lively scenes immensely. A hint of untamed arrogance inadvertently flickered across his face, drawing the gazes of many female celebrities. This young Master Zhao was truly handsome. Everyone, please sit down. Zhao Yunhai raised his hand, signaling for everyone to take their seats. He casually picked up a glass, and Li Tianhua quickly poured him a drink. Then he spoke slowly. Seeing such a warm welcome truly makes me feel the passion of the ancient city. Zhao Yunhai's words instantly bridged the distance between them. Everyone raised their glasses, laughing in response, finding young Master Zhao quite humorous. You two wait outside. He'll accompany young Master Yun inside. Ada said to Heir and Asen before entering and closing the door behind him. Once Ada entered, the atmosphere inside was already heated. These young heirs were full of vigor, and their conversations were laced with lewd jokes. Among them, only Zhao Yunhai had no female companion. Li Tianhua might have intentionally left that out. Just then Li Tianhua leaned in mysteriously and said, "Young Master Zhao, I've prepared the finest gift for your enjoyment." "What gift?" Zhao Yunhai took a sip of his drink, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his narrowed eyes. "I guarantee young Master Zhao will be satisfied." Li Tianhua patted his chest in assurance. He took out his phone and gave an order. Moments later the private room door opened, and a reluctant woman in black sunglasses was dragged inside. With her tall figure and familiar appearance, even in sunglasses the women in the room, all from the entertainment industry, recognized her instantly. "Oh, isn't this the little song, Queen Zhou Xiong? Don't think we don't know you just because you're wearing sunglasses." The biting sarcasm infuriated Zhou Xiong. She ripped off her sunglasses, revealing a face that set the men's blood boiling. The women in the room were burning with envy, wishing they could tear that face apart. Zhou Xiong had been forced here by her company. If she didn't come, she would be completely blacklisted in the entertainment industry. As she arrived, she kept telling herself it was just a simple dinner. When Zhao Yunhai saw Zhou Xiong's full face, a flash of admiration flickered in his eyes. Seeing that young Master Zhao was pleased, Li Tianhua felt relieved. Zhou Xiong was originally meant for his own enjoyment, but now he had to give her up to Zhao. She seems a bit unwilling. Could it be coercion? Zhao Yunhai crossed his legs and gestured for her to sit on his lap, but she kept her gaze fixed forward, slightly nodding her head, which he found amusing. Since she was already here, she was still deceiving herself. Did she want to play the whore while building a monument to her virtue? Suddenly, a text message notification sounded. Zhao Yunhai picked up his phone, and upon seeing the message from Si Jinyan, narrowed his eyes, a cold glint surfacing in them. From the moment he laid eyes on this woman, Zhao Yunhai knew she was undoubtedly one of the heroines. Her beauty was a rare sight in this world, with allure hidden deep within her eyes and tenderness seemingly etched into her very bones. Her innocent gaze stirred restless desires. It was not feigned but innate, and it would be unreasonable for her not to be a heroine. Yet he wondered if the male lead for this heroine was still Yi Fan. However, upon seeing Yi Fan's location on his phone, he understood that the protagonist remained Yi Fan. But none of this mattered. Any woman he desired, no one could stop him from obtaining. Heiresses, entertainment queens. The protagonist was never short of women. Let Yi Fan in and execute the next plan. After sending the message, Zhao Yunhai placed his phone on the table, thoroughly relishing the feeling of having everything under his control. A mere Yi Fan was nothing more than a little toy to him. Meanwhile, Li Tianhua's face darkened as he glared at his men. If young Master Zhao was displeased, his plan would backfire. His eyes seemed to question them, demanding to know how they had mishandled such a trivial matter. Li Tianhua's subordinate stood rooted to the spot, deeply troubled. This was beyond his control. Zhou Xiong was proud and stubborn by nature, and threatening her to come here had already pushed the limits. Resorting to extreme measures would only risk exposure and create further complications. Zhou Xiong felt no fondness for this strikingly handsome man. His invasive gaze and filthy words filled her with revulsion. These idle rich heirs indulging in pleasure day after day could never compare to the honest and dependable Yi Fan, who gave her a sense of security. Slap. Zhou Xiong clutched her face in disbelief, her eyes dazed as she could hardly fathom that he had actually struck her. "You hit me," she whimpered, her eyes reddening. Zhao Yunhai wiped his right hand with a tissue and said nonchalantly, "I don't like the look in your eyes. It's very rude." He never indulged women. When it came to teaching someone a lesson, he never cared who they were or their status. "Young Master Zhao, hitting you is your blessing. If you don't know when you're well off." Li Tianhua watched the spectacle, while his female companion, who had always envied Zhou Xiong, sneered at her from the sidelines. Zhou Xiong felt utterly wronged, and now someone was kicking her while she was down, causing tears to stream uncontrollably. Knowing when to stop, the clever companion refrained from saying too much, covering her mouth with a smirk as she watched Zhou Xiong's pitiful state. "Well said." Zhao Yunhai clapped in approval. "You'll be the female lead for the next film. Li, arrange it. Consider it done." Li Tianhua promptly responded, raising his glass. "Aren't you going to thank young Master Zhao?" Overwhelmed by the sudden fortune, the companion let out a coy giggle and stood up excitedly. "Your humble servant thanks young Master Zhao for his grace." Her voice was utterly seductive, her enchanting eyes seemingly beckoning to Zhao Yunhai, inviting him to indulge. Zhao Yunhai pursed his lips into a smile and raised his glass in response, choosing to ignore her hints. She was not to his taste. The other women present gazed at the companion with envy. Had they known such an opportunity would arise, they would have rushed to speak up themselves. Yet the men beside them were also wealthy, worthy of their devotion. A flock of charming women filled the room with a spring-like allure. "A bunch of dogs and bitches," Zhou Xiong muttered, having never witnessed such a scene. She found these women shameless and these men utterly repulsive. As the newly rising song queen of the entertainment industry, she had tens of millions of devoted fans and over 100 million followers. If these people dared to lay a finger on her, she would expose everyone here, revealing the dark side of the entertainment world. She would make the fans of these so-called goddesses see how promiscuous their idols truly were behind the scenes. Come here. Zhao Yunhai had drunk quite a bit, and the smell of alcohol clung to him. Zhou Xiong backed away in fear, but unnoticed Li Tian, who was subordinate, gave her a shove. Up. She fell into Zhao Yunhai's arms as if throwing herself at him. Li Tianhua, careful not to get drunk himself, shot his subordinate an approving glance and signaled him to wait outside. So eager to offer yourself to me. Zhao Yunhai spread his arms, a sly grin spreading across his face as he looked at Zhou Xiong in his embrace. Flushed with anger, Zhou Xiong tried to rise, but Zhao Yunhai pulled her firmly into his arms, eliciting a startled cry. You. She attempted to lift her head in fury, but he forced her down against his shoulder, the tip of her nose stinging slightly. Move again and I can't guarantee what'll do next, he whispered teasingly into her ear. Zhou Xiong instantly went still, her body rigid with fear. Please let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone what happened here. Yet she didn't realize her pleas only excited Zhao Yunhai further. His voice was deep and low. Do you think anyone would believe you? Or is it the recording on your phone that gives you confidence? He pulled out her phone, unlocked a bad habit. Zhou Xiong's face drained of color as he took her phone, all her confidence vanishing. She had been secretly recording on it. That was her evidence. Though it held no legal weight, she believed that if exposed it would ruin their reputations. Just then Yifan called. Tisk, seems someone still cares about your safety. Zhao Yunhai chuckled. The protagonist always appeared when the heroine was in danger. He answered the call. As for the recording, the phone was in his hands. Even if it existed, how could it be leaked? If he couldn't handle that, he wouldn't be in this game. Xiao, are you okay? Are you alright? Yifan's anxious voice came through the phone. Her. Zhao Yunhai looked at Zhou Xiong in his arms, a wicked smile curling his lips. She should be fine. Zhou Xiong tried to speak, but his dangerously intense gaze silenced her, forcing her to swallow her words. I'm warning you, Zhao Yunhai, if anything happens to Xiao, he'll kill you. I mean it. Hearing Zhao Yunhai's voice on the other end, Yifan's heart clenched. He dared not imagine what state Xiao was in. Oh, kill me. I hope you can. Zhao Yunhai didn't hang up. He grabbed Zhou Xiong by the hair, making her hiss in pain, but there was no pity in his eyes. A man should prioritize great matters. Romantic entanglements were a weakness. What are you doing? Let her go. Yifan roared helplessly on the other end. All he could do was rush there faster. I'm curious. Why should I listen to you? Zhao Yunhai smirked, tossing the phone onto the table, his gaze fixed on her. The next second, Yifan heard a heart-wrenching sound through the phone. He'll kill you, he screamed in anguish. Beep, beep, beep. Oops, he hung up. Do you think he misunderstood? Zhao Yunhai laughed gleefully, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, where she had bitten him. He'll bite you to death. Zhou Xiong, having never endured such rough treatment, bit down on his shoulder. The kitten scratches. She's got spirit. I like it, Zhao Yunhai teased the onlookers. Congratulations, young Master Zhao, on winning a beauty. Li Tianhua whistled, igniting the atmosphere. Haha, as expected of young Master Zhao, winning the little singer's heart so quickly. A chubby young master clapped in approval, his plump arm wrapped around a woman a decade older. Zhao Yunhai averted his gaze, peculiar taste reminiscent of a certain historical figure. The actress's eyes barely concealed their schadenfreude and malice. Aren't you so aloof? Don't you look down on us? Soon you'll be just like us, and then we'll humiliate you properly. Zhao Yunhai wouldn't indulge such women. Zhou Xiong's bite felt like a mere tickle to him now. He grabbed her arm, her skin as fair and smooth as jade, tempting him to bite it. Soft and tender, she clearly used plenty of cosmetics and took good care of herself. Her slender, boneless waist was so delicate that one couldn't bear to let go. The others tactfully looked away, each preoccupied with their own companions. They were all men, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. As for these women, they were merely playthings. Who would develop real feelings for them? They'd be beaten senseless by their fathers if they did. Watching young Master Zhao being bitten on the shoulder, Ada hesitated to speak, but since Zhao didn't stop her, he felt troubled. Let go. Zhao Yunhai's icy tone made Zhou Xiong release him immediately, expecting him to save you. When he comes, it'll be his death. Take this knife. Later find a chance to kill Yifan. Zhao Yunhai signaled Ada to hand a knife to Zhou Xiong, who held it uncertainly. I can't kill anyone. Zhou Xiong's face turned pale with terror, her eyes frantic, the knife burning in her hands. If you don't do it, not only will your career be ruined, but your parents and friends will suffer too. Do you want your inaction to turn these threats into reality? You should be able to see that I can make it happen. His threat was real. Oh, everyone present was from wealthy families, and the man threatening her was even more powerful than them. He would certainly follow through. Zhou Xiong's heart trembled. Her pitiful, helpless gaze would evoke sympathy in anyone, except Zhao Yunhai. She suddenly realized that her proud title as a singer meant nothing. No matter how many fans she had in their eyes, she was still insignificant. Zhao Yunhai chuckled. He felt more and more like a villain. Or perhaps his true nature was that of a villain. Women like her were easy to handle. Those who were aloof and couldn't find their place needed harsh methods to shatter their pride. Su Xiao was filled with despair, suffocating under its weight as a tear slid down her cheek. Zhao Yunhai gently caught the tear with his fingertip and smeared it onto her forehead. They say tears are salty. Too bad I'll never taste my own. His gaze fixed on her like a calm, ruthless beast eyeing a helpless lamb. Su Xiao dared not meet his eyes, biting her lip as she gripped the knife tightly. Yi Fan's image flashed in her mind. If he were here, he would protect her. He must be on his way now. If she could just hold on until he arrived, she would be safe. These people were no match for Yi Fan. Seeing her expression relax, Zhao Yunhai knew what she was thinking. Waiting for Yi Fan would be his death. Yi Fan's backing was his master, and his master's time was nearly up. Once his master left the mountain, the Zhao family would not be breaking their oath from years ago. The Zhao family had survived not only by eliminating all threats, but also by honoring their promises. They had never broken one. There was surely more than one heroine and protagonist in this world. With his golden finger that supercharged his power whenever he encountered a protagonist, he was prepared for cities full of them. Some heroines he wouldn't touch, like Zhou Wanting. He didn't like her and wouldn't lay a finger on her. But Su Xiao suited his tastes. Heroines were far more appealing to Zhao Yunhai than ordinary beautiful women. They possessed an invisible halo. Do you think that after he saves you, your parents and friends will be safe? Zhao Yunhai's words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering Su Xiao's last shred of resolve. She closed her eyes in resignation, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yi Fan, I'm sorry. I didn't want this. I had no choice. Please don't blame me. Commotion erupted outside, followed by a crash as the door burst open. Yi Fan stormed in, murderous intent radiating from him. Seeing Su Xiao's tear-streaked face and recalling what he had heard on the phone, his eyes darkened. His knuckles cracked audibly as he neared the breaking point. Heir and Asan, who had merely pretended to block him, now stood obediently beside Zhao Yunhai. Let her go. Yi Fan's voice was frigid, his gaze filled with nothing but killing intent. He drew a small curved dagger from his waist, its blade reflecting light onto Zhao Yunhai's face. Ada moved to intervene, but Zhao stopped him. Mere Yi Fan. He had just gained power and needed an outlet. Last time he hadn't had enough fun. Let her go just because you say so. Who do you think you are? Li Tianhua recognized him and sneered. A lousy bodyguard running around instead of protecting your employer. How unprofessional. The others scrambled behind Li Tianhua when they saw the knife. He had a weapon, and they hadn't brought their own bodyguards, trusting in Li Tianhua's arrangements. Only Li and Zhao had guards. Die. Yi Fan struck. As his dagger lunged forward, Zhao Yunhai shoved Su Xiao aside. His two fingers moved like serpents, bypassing the blade's tip, and in an instant he tapped the acupoint on Yi Fan's wrist. The hand loosened, and the dagger fell. Yi Fan never expected his attack to be so effortlessly deflected. However, he keenly noticed the falling dagger and flicked it up with the tip of his foot. The dagger shot upward like a sharp arrow, forcibly separating the two. The next second, the dagger descended swiftly from above. Zhao Yunhai smirked contemptuously at Yi Fan, his reaction speed far surpassing Yi Fan's. With agile movements, he leaped into the air. Yi Fan mirrored the same motion but was a second slower, a testament to the overwhelming power granted by the super multiplier. A single step behind meant every step behind. Yi Fan's movements appeared excruciatingly slow in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. The dagger was kicked away, instantly changing direction and hurtling toward Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan had no way to dodge. Suspended in midair, he had nothing to leverage. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan knew he had no time to hesitate and acted with decisive resolve. Zhao Yunhai watched as Yi Fan raised his palm to shield himself. The dagger showed no mercy, piercing straight through his palm. Blood instantly dyed his palm crimson, dripping down. If Yi Fan hadn't used his hand to block, the dagger would have struck his body, sacrificing the pawn to save the rook. Truly resolute. Zhao Yunhai would not give the protagonist a chance to show off. The moment Yi Fan landed, Zhao Yunhai crouched slightly and lunged forward like a fierce tiger. His fists combined offense and defense, his attack patterns oddly familiar to Yi Fan. Yi Fan cursed, inwardly disgusted by Zhao Yunhai's fighting style. Does my fist technique feel familiar? Zhao Yunhai relentlessly forced Yi Fan into a corner with each punch, leaving no room to retreat. You stole my moves. Truly despicable. Yi Fan finally realized weren't these his own techniques. But how had he learned them? There was no basis for it. This day next year will be your anniversary. Zhao Yunhai sneered coldly. Having toyed enough, he shifted his fist style, making it sharper and fiercer, the wind of his punches raging. Yi Fan remained silent, overwhelmed by the pressure from Zhao Yunhai. He could only clumsily parry, defending helplessly against the onslaught. Yi Fan felt as if he were facing another version of himself, one far more powerful. Got you. Zhao Yunhai suddenly seized Yi Fan's injured hand, a sinister smile on his face as he squeezed tightly. The sharp pain in his palm made Yi Fan cry out involuntarily, causing Su Xiao trembling in the corner to scream in fright. Shut up. Ada growled. Even if the young master had admired this woman earlier, she must not disturb his battle now. He would accept punishment afterward willingly. His ferocious demeanor forced Zhou Xiong to cover her mouth, stifling her sobs into hiccups. Crack! Zhao Yunhai twisted Yifan's wrist, breaking it cleanly, not merely dislocating it. Yifan's face contorted in agony. But Zhao Yunhai's assault wasn't over. His strikes were ruthlessly efficient. Having decided to eliminate his foe, he held nothing back. Tonight Yifan would die before him. Even Jesus couldn't change that. Zhao Yunhai drove his knee into Yifan's abdomen, pinning him against the wall. Yifan doubled over, retching, nearly vomiting last year's New Year's Eve dinner. Weren't you so cocky, barging in? Zhao Yunhai punched Yifan's temple. A piercing tinnitus sang merrily in his skull. Still want to play the hero? His eyes narrowed with cruelty as he struck Yifan's nose bridge again. Yifan's head slammed against the wall behind him. Dazed, his ears ringing and nose bleeding, he was utterly powerless to resist. What a beautiful sound. Zhao Yunhai inhaled deeply, savoring the moment with ecstatic pleasure. Don't you agree? Zhao Yunhai turned to the crowd, fixing his eerie gaze on Li Tianhua, sending chills down everyone's spines. Absolutely, young Master Zhao. That sound is truly divine, like heavenly music. Li Tianhua reacted faster than anyone, clapping and praising with eyes full of worship, admiration, and reverence. The others' performances seemed forced and insincere to Zhao Yunhai. He saw only fear and terror in their eyes. Zhao Yunhai's smile faded, his expression turning icy as he stared at Yifan. Despite his dizzy mind, Yifan met his gaze with determination. If he survived, he would kill Zhao Yunhai, too. As the protagonist, Yifan refused to yield, spitting a mouthful of bloody spittle at him. Zhao Yunhai sidestepped, dodging easily, his gaze growing colder. Seems you're not hurt enough. Punch after punch, his fists were coated with Yifan's blood, and Yifan's face was battered beyond recognition. The gruesome scene made the female companions cover their mouths in shock. They had never witnessed such brutality. The spoiled young masters were so tense their hearts nearly leaped out of their throats. How could young Master Zhao be so savage? Their usual arrogance was child's play compared to this. Li Tianhua, however, felt an urge to join in. He usually had his underlings do the beating. Never before had he experienced violence so intimately, especially with young Master Zhao as the perpetrator. This shattered his worldview far more than the events at Zhou Corporation. Yifan's face was a bloody mess, his arms hanging limply, yet his eyes remained defiant. Half collapsed in the corner, he muttered, "Go on, kill me." Yifan still had a trump card. If he could stall a little longer, his savior would arrive. Very good, very good. Zhao Yunhai laughed outright, grabbing Yifan by the hair and dragging him toward the dining table. Scream, I dare you. Today I'll be a good man and let you eat your fill before you go. He shoved Yifan onto the table and gestured for Li Tianhua to come over. Young Master Zhao. Li Tianhua hurried over eagerly. Make sure he dies with a full stomach. Zhao Yunhai handed Yifan off to Li Tianhua, who hesitantly pressed down on Yifan's head, drawing a chuckle. Everyone had a first time. Afterward it became routine. Young Master Yun. Ada handed him a wet wipe. Knock, knock, knock. Open up. Suddenly a knock came from outside the door. Yifan's heart leaped at the sound, as if hearing the voice of hope. Even as Li Tianhua forced rice and meat into his mouth, it couldn't extinguish the spark of survival. Eat up, die with a full belly. Heh. Li Tianhua, doing this for the first time, was exhilarated, stuffing food into Yifan's mouth relentlessly. Zhao Yunhai calmly wiped the blood from his hands and signaled the sand to open the door. No one would stop him from eliminating Yifan tonight. Nephew Zhao, would you do an old man the honor of sparing young friend Yi this time? An elderly man leaning on a cane stood outside the door, flanked by two robust black-suited bodyguards. Elder Qin, I never expected that Yifan's lifeline would be you. Zhao Yunhai was genuinely surprised that Yifan's trump card was Elder Qin. Back then, Yifan's master Wu Guofeng had escaped death only because of a heavyweight like Elder Qin. He hadn't anticipated that Yifan could still call upon Elder Qin, suggesting that the relationship between Wu Guofeng and Elder Qin was more than a mere debt of gratitude, as his family had understood. Elder Qin, whose full name was Qin Shufeng, was a recently retired heavyweight from the capital. Give me a reason. Zhao Yunhai sat directly on a chair, crossing his legs. Elder Qin, both hands resting on his cane, observed Yifan with a worried gaze. Only after confirming that the young man was not in immediate danger did he let out a sigh of relief. Yifan was a disciple meticulously trained by Wu Guofeng, a junior he believed had the potential to one day challenge this behemoth. The Zhao family, a colossus entrenched in the 9 provinces for centuries, had been relentlessly siphoning the land's vitality to strengthen itself. A situation neither he nor many others wished to see. What your Zhao family has always wanted is in this USB drive. How about trading it for young friend Yes life? Elder Qin looked at the USB drive in his hand with great reluctance. How many lives had been sacrificed for these documents back then? They were evidence of the Zhao family's crimes. Though insufficient to topple the entire Zhao dynasty, this evidence could at least chip away at their fortress, ridding the people of a pest and cleansing the 9 provinces of a parasite. The young man before him was no ordinary Zhao clan member. He was the sole heir of Zhao Hongwen, the current family head and the future leader of the Zhao family. On the surface, Zhao Yunhai had 3 bodyguards in constant attendance, but everyone knew that the Zhao family's protection of him rivaled that of the current patriarch Zhao Hongwen. Zhao Yunhai glanced nonchalantly at the USB drive in the other's hand, then suddenly burst into laughter. I never imagined you'd go this far for a mere Yi fan. Zhao Yunhai gestured for Li Tianhua to stop, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Shufeng. But how do I know this is genuine? And do you have any other copies? A trace of a smile appeared on Qin Shufeng's aged face. It seemed the deal was done. Your Zhao family has never broken a promise, and likewise the Zhao family is not one to be deceived. I am well aware of your methods of retaliation. Although I cannot withstand the Zhao family's wrath. Zhao Yunhai snorted coldly. He had heard of this USB drive. Years ago, some reckless Zhao clan members had been caught red-handed, and to protect those errant kin, the family had not taken a hardline stance. In their view, Qin Shufeng dared not leak the information unless he wanted a mutually destructive fallout. Still, retrieving it was preferable, so Zhao Yunhai ordered Ada to take Yi Fan for the exchange. I doubt you dare. Deal. One hand delivers the goods, the other the person. Goods and person exchanged, and we owe each other nothing. Yi Fan would die tonight anyway, dying with some usefulness in exchange for a USB drive wasn't bad, Zhao Yunhai mused. Qin Shufeng handed the USB drive to his bodyguard, instructing him to conduct the exchange on his behalf. The others present scarcely dared to breathe. Elder Qin was a magnate they usually saw on television, a figure even their elders looked up to. What kind of background did young Master Zhao have that even a heavyweight like Elder Qin had to compromise and trade? Young Master Zhao's influence was truly immense. Li Tianhua in particular felt a profound admiration for young Master Zhao. Worship of the strong was human nature. Once the exchange was completed, Qin Shufeng did not linger a moment longer, swiftly taking Yi Fan away. Before leaving, Yi Fan brought along Zhou Xiong, who was burdened with thoughts. As she departed, Zhao Yunhai cast her a meaningful glance. Li Tianhua also dismissed his companions, promising to gather again when the opportunity arose, and repeatedly warned that if today's events were exposed, no one would escape unscathed. These people dared not leak anything, especially the actresses. Even if they craved fame, they wouldn't be foolish enough to expose such a matter. Wasn't that like lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death? Young Master Yun, shall I send someone to ambush them on the way? Ada, noticing his master's fixed gaze on the USB drive, thought he might be reluctant, and quietly suggested, arrange for our people to remind Zhou Xiong. No one is to act without my orders. After instructing Ada, Zhao Yunhai directly called his father. Xiaohai, just tell your dad what help you need. Zhao Hongwen's voice came through the phone. I've secured Qin Shufeng's USB drive. I'm sending someone to deliver it to you. Zhao Yunhai sighed inwardly. Indeed, his predecessor's temperament was a product of his parents' indulgence. He got straight to the point. How did he part with the USB drive? Did you find his weakness? Zhao Hongwen asked in astonishment. Although the Zhao family no longer placed great importance on the USB drive, retrieving it was the best outcome. The fact that it was his own son who managed it was a pleasant surprise. Usually when his son called, it was to ask for help. Now he had actually accomplished something substantial, which brought Zhao Hongwen a measure of comfort. His son was finally growing up. Unaware of his father's rich inner thoughts, Zhao Yunhai directly recounted the matter concerning Yi Fan. This kid seems a bit peculiar. Do you need me to intervene? Zhao Hongwen, true to his role as the Zhao family patriarch, was sharp-minded and immediately sensed Yi Fan's uniqueness. If Yi Fan weren't special, why would Qin Shufeng value him so highly, even trading a USB drive for his life? No need. He'll handle it myself. That's all. I'm hanging up. Zhao Yunhai ended the call. This boy. In distant Yinjing, Zhao Hongwen listened to the dial tone and couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, perhaps only his son would dare to hang up on him so rudely. Zhou Xiong followed Yi Fan away. Severely injured Yi Fan was taken directly by Elder Qin to a villa where a private doctor was arranged for treatment. Late at night, Zhou Xiong stayed in Yi Fan's room, volunteering to care for him. Elder Qin left. The 2 young people didn't need him as a third wheel. He could tell that Yi Fan trusted Zhou Xiong deeply. Watching the sleeping Yi Fan, Zhou Xiong repeatedly summoned resolve, was shattered by the memory of Yi Fan taking her away. The door was pushed open by a maid who entered carrying a cup of coffee. Miss Zhou, your coffee. I didn't order any coffee, Zhou Xiong said, somewhat bewildered as she took the cup. Young Master Zhao asked me to tell you, don't forget the agreement between us. As the maid bent to hand over the coffee, she whispered into Zhou Xiong's ear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong's eyes widened, and she looked up abruptly, only to find the maid had already left the room. So even here there were Zhao Yunhai's people. He was truly omnipresent. Zhou Xiong's heart pounded with anxiety, thumping so violently it felt as if it might leap out of her. For individuals like Qin Shufeng who held a special status in Zhou, or those who had caught the attention of the Zhao clan, the Zhao family would typically assign agents to monitor them. These operatives often required 10 to 20 years of cultivation, demanding extensive experience, immense effort, and vast financial resources. This was no task that could be accomplished in just 1 or 2 generations. For aristocratic houses like the Zhao clan, the practice of cultivating spies had been refined over a millennium. Yifan, you won't blame me, will you? I really had no choice. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Zera's face as she cautiously approached the bedside table, slowly reaching for the bloodstained dagger. Yifan was utterly unaware of the impending danger, nor did he know that the woman he trusted most, the one he had risked his life to save, had chosen to kill him. Upon learning that Yifan was critically ill, Wu Guofeng, Yifan's master, immediately sought confirmation from Qin Shufeng. Times had changed, to sometimes, even when dialing the correct number, the person who answered might not be the one you intended to reach. Si Jinyan was now assigned to work under young Master Yun, his entire team, replaced with a new roster of talents arranged by higher-ups. Intercepting a phone call was a trivial task for the members of Si Jinyan's team. This was an information gap, those who failed to keep up with the times were destined to be eliminated. After confirmation, the doubts in Wu Guofeng's mind dissipated, for he trusted Qin Shufeng. Their bond was far more complex than outsiders could imagine. Disregarding the danger to his own life, Wu Guofeng ventured out. Yifan was his second chance at life, the sole focus of his existence. Even if he himself were to die, he could not let harm befall Yifan. Most importantly, Wu Guofeng had never married, had no children, and regarded the orphan Yifan as his own son. Yifan did not take Wu Guofeng's surname, because when he was found, the cloth wrapping him was embroidered with the character Yi. Unfortunately, Wu Guofeng never got to see Yifan. Having just left Qinghuan Mountain, he now lay on the ground, riddled with bullets, blood gushing from his mouth, his body twitching intermittently. Fully armed, Si Jinyan emerged from the woods with a silenced submachine gun as figures stepped out from the shadows one by one. The legendary martial healer Wu Guofeng. Now he's nothing more than this. Wearing a skull mask, Si Jinyan aimed a camera at Wu Guofeng. Even in death, he needed proof of the kill to report back. He had calculated that Wu Guofeng would pass this way, and thus set an ambush early. Once Wu Guofeng appeared, caught in the net of overwhelming firepower, his only fate was to fall. Even if Wu Guofeng was a formidable martial artist, he was still flesh and blood. Against the cold, merciless bullets, he could only meet his end. I never thought I would die at the hands of the Zhao clan in the end, but I believe the Zhao clan will fall at the hands of my Yifan. Lying on the ground, Wu Guofeng gazed at the starry sky and sighed inwardly. A pity he could not live to see that day. The light in his eyes gradually faded until it vanished completely. Go confirm if he's dead. After all, he's a martial healer. If he's still alive, and we go over, we might get killed instead. Since this was his first mission under young Master Yun, Si Jinyan approached it with utmost seriousness and caution. A team member immediately opened fire on the deceased Wu Guofeng. Rat-a-tat. He only stopped after riddling Wu Guofeng's body like a sieve, having exhausted 2 full magazines. Captain confirmed the target is dead. This somewhat naive new team member reloaded his magazine and faced Si Jinyan to report earnestly. Smack. Si Jinyan slapped him on the back of the head. Is this how you confirm a target's death? Didn't your training camp instructor teach you how to confirm a target's death? Reporting, Captain. The instructor taught me that the safest way is the best way to ensure the target is dead, Captain, otherwise we might get killed. Smack. Still talking back? I don't need you to tell me that. Si Jinyan pointed at Wu Guofeng's corpse and said with exasperation, you've shot him up so badly his face is unrecognizable. What if young Master Yun wants to see his face? Sorry, Captain. The team member hung his head in shame. Si Jinyan shook his head, walked over, and patted the newcomer on the shoulder. Never mind. I'm your captain. If there's any trouble, I'll take the blame. Then pointing at Wu Guofeng's body, he ordered the others, clean up the scene, take the body, and let's go report. Si Jinyan and his team traveled by private helicopter, all properly licensed. Qinghuan Mountain was not far from the ancient city, only a dozen minutes away, so they could return quickly. Su Xiao held the blood-stained dagger in one hand, hesitating before Yifan. She had never killed anyone, how could she bring herself to do it? Little did she know that everything was being watched by Zhao Yunhai. The surveillance had just been installed with wireless cameras, transmitting in real time. Signal issues were not Zhao Yunhai's concern, his subordinates would handle them. I gave her a chance. Zhao Yunhai thrust the fruit knife directly into an apple. Either she killed Yifan or else. Don't blame him for being ruthless. So what if she was the female lead? What did it matter if 1 or 2 died? He didn't care if she was just a woman. He wasn't a man who couldn't live without women. If Su Xiao killed Yifan, then she would be worthy of becoming his woman. He had no need for a woman whose heart belonged to another man. Young Master Yun, Si Jinyan has returned with his team. Ada quickly reported, reading from his phone. Have someone divert Qin Shufeng. We'll go over now and have Si Jinyan's team meet us there. Zhao Yunhai stood up, directly grabbed a pistol, and tucked it into his waist. In the villa, Qin Shufeng had just been about to rest when he received a phone call. With a grave expression, he left the villa with 2 bodyguards and arranged for Yi Fan and Su Xiaoro to be moved to the basement. Qin Shufeng sensed something was amiss, but he had no choice. Even though he had retired, as long as he was alive, he remained part of this circle. In his view, the basement was safe enough to ensure the lives of Yi Fan and Su Xiaoro. After Si Jinyan saw Qin Shufeng leave, his team members immediately hacked into the villa's security system. The villa was equipped with a security system Qin Shufeng had secretly purchased, but he never imagined that the company behind it was also secretly controlled by the Zhao clan. After Si Jinyan's team neutralized the security personnel in the villa, a car pulled up outside. Zhao Yunhai got out and strode toward the villa, where Si Jinyan and 2 team members stood at the main entrance to greet him. Young Master Yun, we've learned the location of the basement from our own people, and the entrance is under our watch. Si Jinyan deliberately stayed a step behind Zhao Yunhai, lowering his head slightly as he spoke quickly. It seems that old Qin Shufeng still has a shred of vigilance. What a pity. Zhao Yunhai drew the pistol holstered at his waist, chambering around with a remarkably smooth motion. Seeing Yun Xiao ready to take matters into his own hands, Si Jinyan quickly advised, Yun Xiao, leave this to me. There's no need to dirty your hands. This was inherently a dirty task, one he was meant to handle. If the higher-ups ever learned that Yun Xiao had to soil his own hands, he would be the one to suffer. I will deal with this man personally. Zhao Yunhai's stance toward the protagonist was clear. He would kill him himself, if possible. He felt that anyone else attempting the deed would inevitably encounter some mishap. Si Jinyan wanted to argue further, but was silenced by a gesture from a San, who urged him to shut up. The latter quickly complied. Yun Xiao was the master, and they were the servants. It was not a servant's place to make the master change his mind. Such presumption overstepped their bounds. Si Jinyan, too eager to prove himself, realized his transgression and promptly slapped himself across the face. Zhao Yunhai patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, do your best for me. Now lead the way. Yes, Yun Xiao. After being personally acknowledged by Yun Xiao, Si Jinyan felt a surge of importance, walking as if he were floating on air. Within the Zhao clan, hierarchy was strictly observed. Everyone had their role and adhered to the clan's rules. Yun Xiao, let me enter first. Your safety is paramount. A heir and a San protect Yun Xiao. Si Jinyan, you and 2 men will clear the way with me. When they reached the entrance to the basement, Zhao Yunhai was about to step in when it rushed ahead to block him. Stay alert. Yi Fan is extremely cunning. Zhao Yunhai didn't insist on showing bravado before his men. This was a DOS duty. Besides, if he were to get hurt, even if he managed to protect the Da and the others, they would ultimately be executed by the family to accompany him in death. The basement door was a heavy iron one with a 12-digit dual password lock, but it posed no challenge for Si Jinyan's team. They had already cracked it using precision instruments before Yun Xiao's arrival. Inside, there were 13 steps leading down, extending into a corridor wide enough for 3 people. The passage twisted and turned, suggesting the basement was deep and long. Who would have thought that old Qin Shufeng had dug such an extensive basement beneath his own villa? The echo of footsteps within the corridor made Zhao Yunhai realize the space seemed quite hollow. There are no traps in here. The structure is entirely solid. One of the 2 men leading the way, holding a device, scanned the walls and concluded, this is likely Qin Shufeng's escape route. Besides being a shelter, it's probably a safe passage leading outside. Zhao Yunhai knocked on the thick wall, pressing his ear against it. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth as his eyes narrowed meaningfully. Our presence has likely alerted him. Yi Fan might try to flee through this exit. Zhao Yunhai suddenly stopped and instructed Si Jinyan. Have your men immediately monitor all street intersections within a 10-kilometer radius. If you spot him, tail him at once. Understood. Si Jinyan promptly pulled out his phone to relay the orders. Yun Xiao, are we still going in? A deterrent to ask. No need. Let's head back. Going in would yield nothing. Zhao Yunhai's voice seemed deliberately raised, as if meant for someone to overhear, to lull them into complacency. He beckoned to the man carrying a backpack ahead, signaling him to approach quietly. Then, rummaging through the backpack, Zhao Yunhai pulled out 2 remote-controlled bombs and pressed them against the walls on either side. Afterward, he led the group out of the basement. Standing before the villa, Zhao Yunhai took out the detonator and pressed the red button with his thumb. A violent tremor shook the ground as the bombs detonated simultaneously, a thunderous boom echoing like a muffled clap of thunder. A heir and a San stood guard around Zhao Yunhai. He gazed at the villa, a cold smirk forming on his lips. The most dangerous place is the safest. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan, you've truly underestimated me. As for why he hadn't stormed in directly earlier, because Yi Fan, as the protagonist, knowing he was coming, would have surely set a trap if he chose not to flee. Knowing it was a trap, why would Zhao Yunhai be foolish enough to walk in? Was he supposed to offer himself up for the protagonist to humiliate? And would Qin Shufeng's specially built basement lack weapons? Zhao Yunhai didn't believe it for a second. Given Qin Shufeng's status, acquiring such items would be effortless. Blowing up the entrance was meant to force Yi Fan to escape through another route. Outside the villa, several black sedans quietly departed. Inside the basement, Yi Fan was in great distress. Though he could use his medical skills to numb his hearing, the sudden explosion gave him no time to react. Both he and Zhou Xiong were close to the blast and sustained varying injuries. Yi Fan had intended to trap his enemies inside, but Zhou Xiong, worried, had followed him down. She had confessed everything to him. True to the protagonist's nature, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to harm him. Such was the protagonist's halo. Even with her parents in danger, she chose to side with him. Yi Fan had long known of Zhao Yunhai's despicable nature, but learning that he had threatened Su Xiao's parents deepened his understanding of the man's shamelessness. Unfortunately, you still underestimated Xiao's devotion to me. Yi Fan sneered inwardly. The path ahead was blocked. The only way out was the emergency exit behind them leading outside. He had to get out, otherwise Su Xiao's parents would be in grave danger. Given the Zhao clan's influence, even notifying Su Xiao's parents now would be futile. Don't worry. Once we're out, you'll stay with your parents. After I've dealt with Zhao Yunhai, he'll come back for you. I've already asked old Qin to protect your parents. Yi Fan led Zhou Xiong toward the exit. Hearing this, she felt reassured that she had chosen the right man. Before leaving, Yi Fan grabbed 2 grenades and a pistol from the basement's small armory, just in case. The basement's exit led to a secluded suburb dotted with large warehouses for storing supplies. One medium-sized warehouse concealed the exit. Yi Fan pushed open the floorboard above him, shining his phone's flashlight around. Aside from some cargo, the main door showed no signs of being opened. Once it was safe, Yi Fan climbed out first, then helped Zhou Xiong up. Old Qin will send someone to pick us up. Don't worry. As Yi Fan comforted Zhou Xiong, the rolling shutter door was suddenly lifted from outside. On high alert, he stepped in front of her and hurled a grenade. Boom. But no one was there. The explosion hit nothing. I've been waiting for you. You're so slow. Just then a pistol pressed against the back of Yi Fan's head. The cold touch sent a shiver down his spine. Bang. Up. The woman's piercing scream echoed through the warehouse, only to be abruptly cut short the next second. Zhao Yunhai stared at Zhou Xiong, whom he had just knocked unconscious, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I gave you a chance, but since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me for being merciless. After all, opportunity comes only once. Oh, once missed, it's gone forever. From every corner of the warehouse where goods were piled, people who had been hiding emerged one by one. Ada and the others stood beside young Master Yun, gazing at Yi Fan, who had fallen to the ground with a gunshot to the head, thinking to themselves that he was finally dead. After all, Yi Fan was the hardest among all their victims to kill. Cut off his head. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of leaving so casually. This wasn't a fantasy world. Without a head, he could be absolutely certain of the target's death. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Yunhai fired his gun directly at Yi Fan's right atrium, shell casings continuously ejecting from the chamber and clattering to the ground. Just then the sound of police sirens wailed from outside. Young Master Yin, we need to leave now. Si Jinyan severed Yi Fan's head and handed it to a subordinate to pack in a bag, then immediately escorted young Master Yun to evacuate. Take her along too. Before leaving, Zhao Yunhai ordered Asan to bring Zhou Xiong. He kept his word. He had said the whole family would be together, and so they would be. Si Jinyan and his men were the last to leave. The moment they got into the car, the warehouse exploded, flames leaping 7 or 8 zhang high, reducing the entire building to rubble. All the sins that had occurred in the warehouse were burned cleanly away in the fire. Let's go. Zhao Yunhai sat in a car not far away, watching the flashing police lights in the distance as the window slowly rolled up and he drove away. Damn it. Huang Qinjia hadn't expected to arrive too late. The warehouse had exploded and caught fire. The person she had been ordered to protect and take away was likely already in trouble. After the fire trucks arrived and extinguished the blaze, all that was left for them was a pile of burned goods and a heap of rubble. We're too late. We didn't see Yi Fan. He may have been killed or taken away. Huang Qianjia's face turned extremely grim as she took a deep breath and made a phone call. She was immediately berated harshly by the person on the other end. Pull up the surveillance footage here. Every crime leaves traces. Huang Qianjia hung up the phone, looking at the surrounding cameras, and said to her colleague beside her. Zhao Yunhai did not choose to return to the Moyo Hotel, but instead went directly to his original residence in the ancient city. As the son of the wealthiest man in Kyushu, Zhao Yunhai owned private properties all over the region. The Zhou Group has now declared bankruptcy and is undergoing financial liquidation by the bank. We haven't paid much attention to the specifics. In this stock market raid on the Zhou Group, our people made a clean 3 billion, and the funds have already been transferred to young Master Yun's account. Zhao Yunhai stood on the grass and swung his club at the golf ball on the ground. The ball instantly formed a beautiful parabola and vanished from sight. Ada finished his report and stood quietly nearby, watching young Master Yun play golf. To be honest, this thing isn't fun at all. Zhao Yunhai casually tossed the club onto the ground. Dressed in a white casual outfit today, with a white baseball cap, he was in high spirits after dealing with the protagonist. As for Zhou Xiong of the Zhou Group and his daughter Zhou wanting, there's no need to bother with them. Zhao Yunhai didn't take the two of them seriously at all. Even if Zhou wanting was the female lead, that was only in the past. Now that Yi Fan, the male lead, was dead, a female lead without the male lead was no longer the female lead. Understood. Ada replied. Young Master Yun, a female police officer is looking for you. Asan said as he drove up in a golf cart. A female police officer. Zhao Yunhai's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity as he got straight into the car. Take me to her. A female police officer looking for him. Now that was unexpected. Could she be a new female lead? Or perhaps an old female lead who hadn't yet surfaced, now coming after him because he had killed off the protagonist? When Zhao Yunhai saw the female police officer, she was indeed strikingly capable and sharp. Officer, may I ask what business you have with me? If you can't provide a reason, news about the son of Kyushu's wealthiest man getting into trouble might end up online. Someone served tea to the officer. Back in the villa's living room, Zhao Yunhai looked at the policewoman sitting on the sofa and instructed a servant nearby. No need. I'm here, mainly to understand the conflict between you and Yi Fan. If there's no issue, we'll clarify things and won't affect your reputation. Please cooperate with my investigation. Huang Qianjia stood up and declined, directly staring at Zhao Yunhai as she said slowly, did you know? Yi Fan was attacked and went missing last night. The only person who had recently clashed with Yi Fan was Zhao Yunhai, and the conflict was severe. Her superiors wouldn't let her investigate, but they had indicated it was highly likely him. She believed that evil could never triumph over good. It had always been that way. Where there was guilt, it had to be investigated. She would never tolerate criminals walking free. So she had come directly to Zhao Yunhai, the son of Kyushu's wealthiest man. It's good that he's missing. Zhao Yunhai chuckled lightly. In a good mood, he swirled the tea leaves, took a delicate sip, and praised, excellent tea. You don't seem surprised that Yi Fan is missing. Do you know where he is? Huang Qianjia noticed the change in Zhao Yunhai's expression and pressed on. Zhao Yunhai looked at her with a baffled expression. Someone I really disliked has gone missing. Am I supposed to mourn for him? Boo-hoo-hoo. Zhao Yunhai covered his face in a crocodile tear act of fake grief, but couldn't help laughing through the sobs, laughing until tears streamed down. Sorry, I couldn't help it. By the way, officer, what's your name? My name is Huang Qianjia. You can call me Officer Huang. Huang Qianjia looked at him sternly. May I ask where you were last night? Or who can testify to where you were and what you were doing? Huang Qianjia had found nothing unusual from the surveillance cameras. Zhao Yunhai's men had already taken care of everything. Si Jinyan's team were professionals at handling such matters. The Zhao family had existed for so long and had surely done many things unknown to the public. The reason these things had never been exposed was because they were dealt with cleanly. Officer Huang, I'm not your prisoner. I don't like your interrogative tone. Zhao Yunhai let out a scornful laugh and said flatly, please cooperate. I suspect you're connected to Yi Fan's disappearance. Huang Qianjia was equally firm, exuding authority without anger. And the superstar Su Xiarhua has also gone missing along with Yi Fan. Discuss anything with my lawyer. I now refuse to answer your questions. Zhao Yunhai could easily find many people to prove he was at home, but he was irritated by her questioning tone. Huang Qianjia drew a deep breath, suppressing the rage within her as she fixed Zhao Yunhai with a piercing gaze. You just need to tell me where Yi Fan is right now. He'll have you know I already have ample evidence. I'm merely giving you a chance. A chance to confess and earn leniency. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. Oh, I'm so scared. Zhao Yunhai patted his chest, feigning terror as he rose and walked toward her. He stopped before Huang Qianjia, noting her faint unease, and chuckled inwardly. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, but if you can't find the evidence, what can you do to me? Ha ha. Officer Huang, take your leave, no need to see me out. Seeing the shadow darken Huang Qianjia's eyes, Zhao Yunhai burst into laughter, turned, and strode away, waving for Ada to escort her out. Officer Huang, please leave. Ada's presence beside her exuded an oppressive force. Zhao Yunhai, don't get too cocky. I'm telling you, even if you're the son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces, I will find the evidence and send you where you belong. Huang Qianjia shouted at his retreating back, refusing to back down. That depends on whether you'll live to see that day. Zhao Yunhai turned to face her, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Huang Qianjia was escorted out by Ada, and throughout the journey his final words echoed in her mind. Could it be that he intended to do away with her? But it wasn't until she returned to the police station that she grasped the true meaning of his words. Staring at the dismissal notice in her hands, Huang Qianjia was stunned that he had the power to get her fired from above. The stated reason was that she had abused her authority by conducting private interrogations without proper credentials, leading to a complaint. Such an offense would normally warrant a disciplinary record, at most not the removal of her badge. She had done this countless times before, mostly making amends through meritorious deeds and resolving the cases. A few times her father had smoothed things over. She had always wanted to prove herself, but the path she chose was far too difficult. She never imagined that this man surnamed Zhao wielded such immense power. If he were merely the son of the wealthiest man, her father's influence in the ancient city should have been enough to prevent her from falling to such a state. Bastard. Just wait and see. I won't let this go. Huang Qianjia's eyes blazed with defiance. Meanwhile, upon hearing from Ada that Huang Qianjia had been dismissed, Zhao Yunhai scoffed dismissively. A mere woman trying to investigate me. How laughable. She still thought she could probe into his affairs, not realizing who she was up against. Stripping her of her position was all it took to cripple her investigations. Moreover, Zhao Yunhai had thoroughly looked into her background. To the Zhao clan, even her father could be replaced at will. With his current status and authority within the clan, it was a matter of a single word. However, unless necessary, Zhao Yunhai preferred not to squander the Zhao clan's resources. The Zhao clan would one day be his own, but he also understood that it belonged to every member of the clan. It was not the domain of a single individual. This was a lesson his grandfather and father had instilled in his predecessor from childhood, a sentiment Zhao Yunhai now wholeheartedly endorsed. As the sun set, Zhao Yunhai casually drove a red Lamborghini toward the Cloud Dragon Villa. The Cloud Dragon Villa was a private retreat for entertaining guests. His good friend Yu Manlu seemed to have encountered some trouble traveling all the way from Haizhou to seek his aid. Having inherited his predecessor's memories, Zhao Yunhai deemed it worthwhile to maintain certain important connections from the past. At the Cloud Dragon Villa, Zhao Yunhai had just stepped out of the car when he saw Yu Manlu waiting outside. A smile spread across his face as he draped an arm over the man's shoulder. What's so urgent that you had to come in person? A simple phone call would have sufficed. Yu Manlu appeared somewhat haggard, offering a bitter smile, as if burdened by an unspeakable matter. Let's not talk about that now. Since I've come all this way to see you, let's have a meal first. All right, we'll talk later. Zhao Yunhai smiled knowingly and followed Yu Manlu into the Cloud Dragon Villa. If even Yu Manlu couldn't solve the problem, it must be exceedingly thorny. The villa was adorned with rare flowers and exotic stones, all arranged by master craftsmen. It was said that when the villa was built, many renowned ancient architecture masters from across the 9 provinces were invited to contribute. Stepping into the villa felt like being transported back to ancient times. A perfect place to cultivate one's spirit and refine one's character. Amidst a bamboo grove shrouded in mist, the melodies of flutes and zither intertwined, bamboo leaves drifting down in harmony with the music. A jug of wine, a table of dishes, and a cherished friend. This is some fine liquor I brought from Haizhou. Give it a try. Not bad. But next time I'll bring you a bottle from my family's stash. Now that's what I call fine wine. Haha, I've been craving the Zhao clan's good wine for ages. You'd better not go back on your word. Do I look like someone who breaks promises? Sigh. What's wrong? Why the sudden sigh? Tell me what's happened. There's no need to be reserved between us. After they had eaten and drunk their fill under Zhao Yunhai's persistent questioning, Yu Manlu reluctantly revealed the purpose of his visit. In Zhao Yunhai's memory, Yu Manlu was a friend worth keeping. Someone who had never hidden anything from him, a confidant he could trust wholeheartedly. Yu Manlu was an immensely proud man. He wouldn't have come seeking help unless he was at his wit's end and had no other choice. After speaking, Yu Manlu lowered his head and drank in silence. Zhao Yunhai mulled over the matter in his mind. According to his account, Yu Manlu was now the president of the Zhou Group. He had attempted to suppress a rising business tycoon, but the newcomer had countered with ingenious strategies, not only surviving the assault, but soaring to even greater heights. On the contrary, the Zhou Group had lost a significant portion of its business to this rival, with many cooperative clients poached away. The group's stock was plummeting seemingly beyond recovery. The situation had escalated rapidly. Within just a month, the Zhou Group was teetering on the brink of collapse. The Zhou Group was a deeply entrenched old family enterprise in Haizhou. Having pledged allegiance to the Zhao clan, Yu Manlu had grown up by Zhao Yunhai's side. From a young age, Yu Manlu had been steeped in the nuances of commerce and developed a keen interest in business. After getting to know him, the Zhao clan recognized his genuine talent and tacitly allowed him to remain in Zhao Yunhai's circle. There was also an unspoken intention that Yu Manlu might one day become Zhao Yunhai's right-hand man. Yu Manlu himself was well aware of his role and willingly embraced it. It wasn't until after university that the two temporarily went their separate ways, each returning to their own families to forge their own paths. Yet Zhao Yunhai couldn't shake the feeling that this newly risen business tycoon bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yunhai raised his head at this thought and noticed Yu Manlu drinking alone in melancholy, so he couldn't help but smile. Brother Yu, I've never seen you so dejected. Are you really going to let a setback bring you to this state of self-abandonment? This isn't the Yu Manlu I know. I'm in no mood to joke with you right now. That feeling of being outmaneuvered and seen through no matter what you do is something I can't shake off, leaving me with no way to start. Yu Manlu poured himself another glass of wine, his eyes filled with melancholy as he poured out the frustration in his heart. Zhao Yunhai gestured to his attendant Ada to investigate the situation in Haizhou, then said to Yu Manlu, "They'll return to Haizhou with you this time. I happen to be starting my own venture, so we'll begin by targeting this new upstart. Once this matter is resolved, you should resign from your position as CEO of the Zhou Group. Come help me in the future, with you as my right hand, I'll have an easier time. Alright, we're brothers through thick and thin. I'll stand by you to the end, even if it costs me my life. Yu Manlu lowered his head and took a deep breath. When he looked up, the dejection on his face had faded, replaced by the same proud Yu Manlu from years past. Zhao Yunhai nodded slightly. With a commercial genius like Yu Manlu by his side, he could free himself from the grind of business and focus on the bigger picture. At the same time, he intended to go to Haizhou himself to confirm the other party's identity as a protagonist. If the other party wasn't a protagonist, he would leave the matter to the professionals. If they were, he would have to handle it personally. Brothers united. Yu Manlu raised his glass with a smile. Can cut through gold. Zhao Yunhai clinked his glass against it, spilling wine onto their hands as they burst into laughter together. The two had grown up together, understanding each other deeply, sharing the same tastes and compatible personalities. Both were men of great ambition who didn't dwell on trivialities. Zhao Yunhai even hoped the other party would be a commercial-type protagonist, since he himself was the bane of protagonists, making it easy to deal with them. In Zhao Yunhai's view, all protagonists were merely stepping stones for his own rise to power. As for why he was so determined to build his own business, it was because the Zhao family was the Zhao family, and he needed his own venture to carry and unleash his ambitions. Yunlong Villa was a classical and elegant estate with no so-called gray income sources, so they left without any post-dinner entertainment. Zhao Yunhai had Yu Manlu's driver take him to Moyu Hotel to rest while he himself returned to his villa. Zhao Yunhai wouldn't resort to using commercial tactics to strike at a commercial protagonist. Instead, he would either make the protagonist vanish from the world or investigate the source of their early funding. Generally, the early financial sources of a commercial protagonist were never clean. This was a conclusion Zhao Yunhai had drawn from years of reading novels in his past life. News from Haizhou didn't arrive even after Zhao Yunhai fell asleep that night, suggesting that this protagonist was indeed quite mysterious. Meanwhile, in Haizhou, many people were kept awake until midnight because of a single word from Zhao Yunhai. A group of people worked through the night, tirelessly completing tasks as the boss wouldn't let them rest until their goal was achieved. Before them lay various state-of-the-art computer equipment and servers. This group, specializing in freelance work in Haizhou, was also under the control of the Zhao family behind the scenes. The team leader, drenched in sweat, was on the phone explaining things while the person on the other end berated him for his incompetence. Boss, it's not that I'm useless, but we can't trace the source of their funding for now. We need more time. Unless the money was conjured out of thin air, we'll definitely find it. But that's clearly impossible. We've also checked Zhang Yunyi's family background. His parents are dead, he has no relatives, and he grew up in an orphanage. A month ago, he was just an ordinary programmer. We still can't figure out the source of his funds. Please give us more time, boss. Yes, boss, trust me. After hanging up, the team leader took a deep breath and said to his members with a grave expression, the higher-ups have made it clear if we don't find out by tomorrow, the consequences will be severe. I'm sure you all know what happened to the last team. They ended up in a war-torn little country. Brothers, give it your all. We must uncover this. Everyone immediately became serious. Thinking about the fate of the previous team in Haizhou sent chills down their spines. Team leader, why should we? We can just quit. One person, exhausted and irritable, complained. Shut up. The boss is not someone we can defy. The team leader walked up to him and shouted in front of everyone. We've never skimped on your benefits and perks. Now that we're needed, you want to walk away. There's no such easy deal in this world. Let me tell you straight, if anyone wants to resist, I won't stop you. But if you vanish from the world one day, I won't be surprised either. So serious. Seeing that the team leader wasn't joking, even those who had been gloating gradually grew solemn. No one knew who the boss above was, only the team leader had direct contact with them. Given how serious the team leader was, no one dared to gamble with their lives, so everyone obediently got back to work. Was being tired worse than death? Think about it. And suddenly you weren't tired anymore. Haizhou lay along the coast of Jiuzhou, a only and a half-hour flight from Guqing. After arriving in Haizhou, Zhao Yunhai went straight to a villa he had never visited before, gifted to him by the Zhao clan in Haizhou and kept clean by regular staff. Yu Manlu rushed back to the Zhou Group immediately after landing to stabilize the situation while waiting for Zhao Yunhai's move. Young Master Zhang Yunyi's file has been sent over. Ada handed over the printed documents. Zhao Yunhai sipped his coffee and looked at the photo on the file. The man had an ordinary face, quite fitting for a protagonist. Name Zhang Yunyi, gender male, family background orphan since childhood, no relatives, personal experience. A month before founding his company, he was cheated on and dumped by his ex-girlfriend. After the blow, he single-handedly founded Yummy Company, holding all shares with no partners. Yummy Company's business, a shipyard specializing in new yachts and fishing vessels involved in fishing, shipping, and related industries. Initial funding source, an unknown overseas account, transferred funds into his personal bank account. An initial 1 billion followed by a second transfer of 5 billion. Zhao Yunhai knew at this point that Zhang Yunyi was definitely a protagonist, and his ability was likely related Zhao Yunhai continued reading. In terms of interpersonal relationships, Qian Liner, the daughter of the Fortune Trade Association's chairman in Haizhou, held immense fondness for Zhang Yunhai and often lingered around him. Meanwhile, Qian Yunhui, the chairman of the Fortune Trade Association, had publicly expressed admiration for this spirited young man, leveraging the association's resources to grant Zhang Yunhai considerable advantages in business. After all, the protagonist is the protagonist. There will always be those who, for unfathomable reasons of admiration and favor, help him through his early development. Women flock to him one after another. The protagonist's halo is truly invincible. As for the antagonist Yumanlu, he was simply outwitted, his intelligence diminished, allowing Zhang Yunhai to toy with him effortlessly. But with his arrival, everything would be turned upside down. Zhao Yunhai tossed the dossier onto the sofa, his gaze fixed on Ada, and said in a calm tone, "The investigation was decent, but the one thing you couldn't uncover was the identity behind that overseas mysterious account. It's the subordinate's incompetence. Don't worry, Master Yun'll have our people abroad look into it immediately." Ada didn't care how difficult the search was. If it couldn't be found, it was the underling's fault. He then suggested, since the account is overseas, it would be more convenient for our own people abroad to investigate. Forget it, no need to investigate further. Zhao Yunhai shook his head, sensing that this unknown account was the source of all the protagonist's secrets. Finding out wouldn't be easy, if it was better to meet the protagonist first. Have Yumanlu arrange a banquet at 7 tomorrow evening. Invite all the influential figures in Haizhou in my name, especially the chairman of the Fortune Trade Association. Few in Haizhou knew of his identity, but the Fortune Trade Association's chairman was certainly aware of the Zhao clan's existence. If Chairman Qian Yuanhui truly cared for the protagonist Zhang Yunhai, he would surely bring him along to build a connection, paving the way for Zhang Yunhai's future business endeavors. Even if Zhang Yunhai refused to come with Qian Yuanhui's daughter Qian Liner in attendance, the protagonist would inevitably show up. There was no doubt. Understood, Master Yun. Ada instructed heir to notify Yumanlu, while he continued to stand silently by. The Zhang Yunhai that Zhao Yunhai had his eye on was brimming with confidence, preparing to devour the U Corporation and solidify his foundation in Haizhou. To outsiders, the U Corporation seemed deeply rooted in Haizhou, an unshakable stronghold. But in Zhang Yunhai's eyes, the U Corporation's business was too sprawling, riddled with management loopholes. A single scheme of his would send them into a frenzy. Zhang Yunhai harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wanted to live a better life and let the world hear his voice. A phone call came in, and Zhang Yunhai quickly answered. Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian and Qian Liner had helped him solve numerous problems during his entrepreneurial journey. However, Uncle Qian's next sentence made Zhang Yunhai want to refuse without a second thought. Uncle Qian, you know I'm not good at socializing. Let's skip this banquet. Qian Yuanhui saw Zhang Yunhai as a pure businessman, and his lack of social skills was simply taken as a sign of an honest and steady nature. But this banquet was a must-attend. Qian Yuanhui urged over the phone. The host of this banquet is Zhao Yunhai, the only son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces. Building a good relationship with him will greatly benefit your business. The wealthiest man in the 9 provinces. Uncle Qian, believe me, he'll reach that position before long. I have that confidence. Zhang Yunhai said with certainty. I don't need to attend this so-called banquet. It's not in my nature to grovel and curry favor with anyone. With his golden finger, even though he hadn't yet left Haizhou, his vision had already expanded to the world. A mere wealthiest man in the 9 provinces was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Becoming the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces himself was only a matter of time. A young man with such confidence and vitality is rare to find. Qian Yuanhui didn't see Zhang Yunhai as arrogant or overreaching. He simply felt that he himself had grown old and lacked the drive of youth, his admiration for Zhang Yunhai only deepening. But this time you have to come with me. It's what Liner wants. Qian Yuanhui smiled with a hint of pride, thinking that such a worthy son-in-law was impossible to find elsewhere. All right. Zhang Yunhai let out a wry laugh and agreed. Since Liner was going, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and attend. The banquet would surely be teeming with frivolous sons of the wealthy, and he worried that Liner would be pestered by flies. He had to personally escort her. Zhao Yunhai was not at all surprised to learn that Zhang Yunhai would attend the banquet. The protagonist always has a soft spot for women. That's his greatest flaw. Most protagonists abide by 3 nevers. First, never hit a woman. Second, never hit a woman even if she schemes. Third, never hit a woman even if she nearly takes his life. In Haicheng, many members of the Zhao clan had settled there long ago, becoming locals. Across the 9 provinces, and even the world, each clan member's birth was recorded in the clan's genealogy at the ancestral home. Upon learning of Zhao Yunhai's arrival, the Zhao clan members gathered in the evening to welcome him with a feast. Not all Zhao clan members lived affluent lives. Those who fared poorly could barely manage a modestly comfortable existence. This wasn't because the Zhao clan lacked intelligence, but rather that capable members took care of those who were less so. After all, they were all bound by blood. and helping less prosperous clan members achieve a decent living was considered a meritorious deed recorded in the genealogy, to be remembered by future generations with respect. As the future patriarch of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yunhai naturally had to attend the banquet. Though some of these clan members seemed a bit sycophantic, it was understandable, given his status as the future head of the family. While barring any unforeseen circumstances, the clan's gifts included a McLaren, a Ferrari, and several priceless ancient paintings and jade artifacts. Although Zhao Yunhai lacked none of these things, they were tokens of the clan's goodwill, so he accepted them graciously. After the feast, Zhao Yunhai stood on the stage looking at the clan members below, raised his glass, and spoke slowly. If any of you encounter insurmountable difficulties, you can always turn to the family. We are all kin bound by blood. As long as you do not violate the Zhao clan's rules, the family will never stand idly by or abandon any of its members. Hearing this, everyone exchanged smiles, raised their glasses in a silent toast, and drank to the last drop. With these words from the future patriarch, they were more than satisfied. Zhao Yunhai was not being perfunctory, he meant every word he said. Besides, if trouble arose, they wouldn't come to him, but to his father instead. The Zhao clan had a vast number of members, with the most outstanding individuals in each region serving as managers. Only when they failed to resolve an issue would it be reported level by level, eventually reaching the patriarch, Zhao Hongwan. Otherwise, the clan leader would have long been exhausted. Zhao Yunhai did not linger long, as most of those present were elders of higher seniority, leaving the younger generation feeling constrained. Unsure how long he would stay in Haizhou, he added a few peers to his contacts and finally excused himself, claiming he could drink no more. Don't go back yet, let's get some air outside to sober up. Seeing it was still early and unwilling to return just to collapse in his sleep, Zhao Yunhai spoke, and then climbed into a white McLaren, driving off. Driving drunk was inadvisable, so he had Ada serve as his chauffeur while he sat in the passenger seat, donning black sunglasses, listening to the car's music, and resting his arm on the window frame to enjoy the cold breeze. Noticing that young Master Yun was resting with his eyes closed, Ada directly navigated to a destination, turned the steering wheel, and veered onto another road. A 2 and a 3 followed closely behind in a black sedan. The black car had been specially modified, bulletproof, collision-resistant, and even equipped with hidden weapons, though it was rarely used. After an unknown stretch of time, Zhao Yunhai realized the car had stopped and opened his eyes to find Ada parked about 10 meters from the entrance of the art school. Young Master Yun, I spotted Zhang Yuni tangled up with a girl at the school gate. Looks like there might be some drama. I thought you'd be interested. Ada had originally intended to find some attractive women from the school to refresh young Master Yun's spirits, but instead stumbled upon Zhang Yuni. Since young Master Yun's purpose in Haizhou was precisely to deal with his rival, this turn of events was fortuitous, and he set aside the matter of women. Zhao Yunhai followed Ada's pointed direction and saw Zhang Yunhai pulling and pushing with a woman of passable appearance. Beside this barely acceptable woman stood another whose expression seemed somewhat sharp, cheering her on. The next moment, Zhao Yunhai noticed the barely acceptable woman in yellow unconsciously touching her belly. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. A woman suspected of being pregnant entangled with Zhang Yuni. There was ample material to exploit here. Have someone approach the woman beside the one in yellow and bring her here, Zhao Yunhai said, slowly staring out the window. Understood, young Master Yun. Ada immediately called Si Jinyan, snapped a photo of the woman, and sent it to him, instructing him to bring her over. Si Jinyan now served only Zhao Yunhai, naturally following in the shadows, ready at a moment's notice. Upon receiving the order, he drove personally toward the school gate. Zhang Qin, who had been cheering for her best friend Wu Xiaoxiao, suddenly noticed a luxury car owner nearby waving at her. Wu Xiaoxiao felt a stir of interest. The man appeared to be in his 30s and not bad-looking. This deal promised profit without loss. She quickly said a word to her friend and hurried toward the car owner. Zhang Yuni sneered as he watched Zhang Qin approach the luxury car, muttering coldly, "If it weren't for her, we might have been married by now." He and Wu Xiaoxiao had been a couple in college, but it was Zhang Qin who constantly whispered in Wu Xiaoxiao's ear, transforming her from the innocent girl she once was into the sharp-tongued gold digger of today. He had tolerated it all, working overtime tirelessly, spending every penny on gifts for Wu Xiaoxiao, yet she remained unsatisfied, secretly taking up with a wealthy middle-aged man behind his back. "Marriage? What could you offer me for marriage? Now that you've made it big, you want to dump me, don't you? I'm telling you, no way. After all these years with you, what have I gained?" Wu Xiaoxiao stared fixedly at Zhang Yuni, filled with regret. If only she had known he would become successful, she would never have broken up with him. But now it was fine. She was pregnant, and counting the time Zhang Yuni could be the father. Her best friend had told her that as long as she insisted it was Zhang Yuni's child, he would have no choice but to pay up. If that scumbag hadn't abandoned her upon learning of the pregnancy, she wouldn't have come to Zhang Yuni. "Boss, can I get in the car?" Zhang Qin approached Si Jinyan with practiced ease, bending slightly to ask, while deliberately revealing her cleavage. Si Jinyan kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, gestured to the back seat, and said bluntly, "Get in." Working for young Master Yun, he constantly reminded himself not to let women derail his future. Boss, you're so aloof. Unfazed Zhang Qin kept a smiling face, deliberately flaunting her figure as she opened the door and sat down, thinking to herself, I've seen plenty of men pretending to be reserved. Just wait till I show you what I'm capable of. In this day and age, only the shameless could thrive in this business. Zhang Qin didn't care if it was man, ghost, or even something inhuman, as long as the money was right. Si Jinyan drove to a milk tea shop not far from the art school and stopped. Get out. Si Jinyan signaled for Zhang Qin to exit. Boss, are you treating me to milk tea? How romantic. Zhang Qin knew how to tailor her words. If dealing with a pauper it was cheap and tacky, if with a rich man it was romantic. My boss wants to see you. Si Jinyan held the car keys and gestured for her to follow him inside. Zhang Qin's eyes showed reluctance upon realizing it wasn't a business deal, but she dared not refuse outright. Offending the wealthy was never wise. Si Jinyan pulled a card from his wallet. There's 10,000 yuan on this card. If you satisfy my boss, you'll get even more. Sure thing, boss. Zhang Qin quickly took the bank card and followed him inside. Boss, I've brought her. Si Jinyan glanced at the three brothers of the A-team who were pretending to sip milk tea around them, then led Zhang Qin to young Master Yun's side. Have a seat. I have some questions for you. They'll ask and you answer. Zhao Yunhai looked at the somewhat nervous woman and pointed directly at the seat opposite him. Zhang Qin had never seen such a handsome man, and the McLaren parked outside was clearly his as his car keys lay right on the table. A man this good-looking. Could he be interested in me? Though she knew it was impossible, Zhang Qin couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What if by some chance she suited his taste? The boss told you to sit, so sit. Seeing her frozen, Si Jinyan reminded her. Okay. Zhang Qin snapped out of her fantasies and obediently sat across from him. Sir, your milk tea. A server placed a freshly made cup on the table and left. Boss, whatever you want to ask, he'll tell you everything. Zhang Qin found this man utterly captivating. Even the milk tea he ordered was delicious. You know Zhang Yunhai, don't you? Zhao Yunhai said, slowly looking at her. Do you have any evidence of his romantic relationship with that pregnant woman? Zhang Qin hesitated. She had some, but giving it up didn't seem right since the woman was her best friend. All hesitation stems from insufficient leverage. A smile curled at the corner of Zhao Yunhai's mouth. If you do, we'll give you 200,000 as compensation. 200,000. Zhang Qin's breath quickened. 200,000 yuan was already a fortune to her. And her good friend Wu Xiaoxiao was also about to extort a large sum of money from Zhang Yunhai. Thinking this way, Zhang Qin's guilt towards her good friend Wu Xiaoxiao dissipated. He's got money, and I'm just making a bit too. It's not too much, is it? Not at all. 10 minutes later, Zhang Qin, with 210,000 yuan tucked in her pocket, left the milk tea shop in an unusually euphoric mood, her steps light and floating. Earning a pure profit of 210,000 yuan in just 10 minutes, she now wished the other party would ask for more so she could earn even more. Unfortunately, they only asked for some private photos of Wu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yunhai from the past. These photos were originally taken by her best friend Wu Xiaoxiao and sent to her to show how loving the couple was. Although she had to endure the lovey-dovey display at the time, she was glad she hadn't deleted the records. Otherwise, that 210,000 yuan today would have slipped right through her fingers. This lovey-dovey display was totally worth it. Inside the milk tea shop, Zhao Yunhai finished the last sip of his drink, gazing at one romantic photo after another of Zhang Yunhai and Wu Xiaoxiao on his phone. A pregnant woman, a self-made chairman. Release these photos and the video of their recent altercation and let them do what they do best. Everyone has their specialty. When it comes to spreading rumors, Zhao Yunhai naturally wasn't as good as those unscrupulous media. Let professionals handle professional matters. He had plenty of hired dogs across the 9 provinces ready to bite without drawing blood. Understood. Si Jinyan quickly transferred the photos from young Master Yun's phone to his own, then carefully placed the phone back. I want this to blow up by tomorrow evening right after the banquet starts. Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but stretch. For a protagonist like Zhang Yunhai, he didn't even bother using force to make him disappear. Just a few small tricks would do, starting Zhang Yunhai's downfall from social ruin. As for Zhang Yunhai's golden finger, he hadn't yet activated the super double template, probably because he hadn't formally met the guy. The other's ability was essentially his golden finger. To find out what it was, he just needed to activate super double. Zhang Yunhai probably had no idea that his weakness had already fallen into Zhao Yunhai's hands. Right now, Zhang Yunhai only wanted to shake off his ex-girlfriend's entanglement, but she insisted the child in her belly was his. How could he believe that? Wanted him to take the fall. No way. When Wu Xiaoxiao demanded 2 million yuan in child support, Zhang Yunhai flatly refused. You cheated on me, and now you want me to pay for some bastard. Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not the same person I was back then. You'll regret this, Zhang Yunhai. I swear I'm not done with you. You'll pay whether you like it or not. That money should have been mine. Wu Xiaoxiao pointed at Zhang Yunhai angrily. Zhang Yunhai glanced around, relieved no one was watching. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. Get lost. Zhang Yunhai pushed her aside and drove off. Luckily, the art school was already on break. Only an old man in his 40s or 50s was watching the gate, munching on sunflower seeds and enjoying the show utterly carefree. The real show is just beginning. Zhao Yunhai, watching from a distance, sneered coldly and rolled up his car window before leaving. The following evening, the banquet held in Zhao Yunhai's name attracted virtually all the dignitaries of Haizhou, local tycoons, wealthy merchants, socialites, and young heirs. Outside Haifu Hotel, luxury cars lined up like clouds. Countless people tried to squeeze into the banquet, but no one dared to bring in unauthorized guests. Secretly sneaking in someone unqualified. They wouldn't want to offend the son of the richest man in the 9 provinces. Zhao Yunhai's father, Zhao Hongwen, the richest man in the 9 provinces, wasn't just a name. He controlled not only immense wealth, but also the largest chamber of commerce in the 9 provinces, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Founded 15 years ago by Zhao Hongwen, the newly crowned richest man, it attracted countless members from various industries. No one had even tried to stop him back then. It was clear that Zhao Hongwen wasn't a self-made man, but most people couldn't trace his background. Only a few knew that Zhao Hongwen was the head of the Zhao clan, the most untouchable family in the 9 provinces. Thus, Zhao Yunhai's status as the son of the richest man was extremely prestigious. Both the heir to the richest man and the future leader of the Zhao clan. Yu Manlu and the rest of the Yu family acted as hosts, but they all knew everyone had come for Zhao Yunhai's sake. The Yu family had been trounced in the market by a young self-made upstart, giving the outside world the illusion that they were all show and no substance. When will young Master Zhao show up? I only came for him. Good things come to those who wait. Don't rush, everyone. From what I hear, this young Master Zhao came to Haizhou on Yu Manlu's account. Oh, really? So young Master Zhao is the reinforcement Yu Manlu called in. Looks like that upstart is doomed. Absolutely. There are plenty of Tianyun Chamber of Commerce members in Haizhou. With just one word from young Master Zhao, everyone here would lend a hand. None of these gossiping people had any faith in Zhang Yuni, and they also took the opportunity to discuss business, one of the main purposes of the banquet. After all, these people rarely had a chance to gather, and there was never a heavyweight figure to bring them together. When Qian Yuanhui, the president of the Fuyun Chamber of Commerce, appeared, its members quickly clustered around him. Qian Yuanhui introduced Zhang Yuni to his chamber members, repeatedly implying one thing: I have high hopes for him. Cooperate with him and help him out. Once Zhang Yuni rises, it will benefit everyone. Zhang Yuni stayed close to Qian Liner, but the smug, gloating looks around him made him uncomfortable and irritated, causing him to frown. Everyone present knew about the business war between Zhang Yuni's Yunmi company and the Zhou Group. Zhang Yuni daring to show up at this banquet just showed how reckless and naive he was. Young Master Zhao is here, someone shouted. The chatter abruptly stopped, and silence fell as all eyes turned in the same direction. The tall and slender Zhao Yunhai, followed by Ada, and the other two with Yu Manlu and the Yu family members trailing behind, strode towards the crowd with an imposing aura. This sight stirred the hearts of many young heiresses, and even some self-made billionaire women in their 30s. What a handsome man. Who was that? Walking so arrogantly, doesn't he know tonight's banquet belongs to young Master Zhao? He exudes such a strong aura, clearly no ordinary man. Who knows what grand spectacle awaits when young Master Zhao appears? A young scion who didn't recognize Zhao Yunhai leaned over the second-floor railing, watching the man below, and chuckled with schadenfreude. Chill. Keep your mouth shut. That's young Master Zhao. A nearby scion who didn't know Zhao Yunhai, but recognized Yu Manlu, hastily whispered. Yu Manlu, that unruly commercial prodigy, stood obediently behind him, so this man had to be young Master Zhao. The gloating scion's face stiffened, he quickly shut his mouth, and fell silent. That is young Master Zhao Yunhai. Yu Manlu of the Yu family is said to share a close bond with young Master Zhao. A member of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce spoke to Zhang Yuni with a meaningful tone. Zhang Yuni turned to look at Zhao Yunhai, inexplicably feeling that this banquet was aimed at him. Yu Manlu's deep ties with Zhao Yunhai caught him off guard. He believed Uncle Qian had withheld this information, fearing he'd skipped the banquet. Should he revise his plan to swallow the Yu Corporation? If Zhao Yunhai was Yu Manlu's savior, Zhang Yuni had to strike swiftly, crushing the Yu Corporation before Zhao Yunhai could react. The Yu Corporation had repeatedly targeted him. Failing to retaliate would mark him as an easy target. Even if Zhao Yunhai intervened, Zhang Yuni feared not his confidence rooted in his golden finger. I thought Zhao Yunhai would be like those Haizhou rich heirs, but he's so dashing. I wonder about his character. Qian Liner gazed at Zhao Yunhai with intense curiosity and murmured softly. Qian Yuanhui knew of Yu Manlu's bond with Zhao Yunhai, but not its true nature. He hoped Zhang Yuni could replace Yu Manlu, earning Zhao Yunhai's regard for his abilities. Then Zhang Yuni could leverage Zhao Yunhai's network to expand his business empire across the entire 9 provinces in record time. That was Qian Yuanhui's true intention, driven by genuine care for Zhang Yuni. What's wrong? Jealous? Qian Liner teased the dazed Zhang Yuni. Not at all. Misunderstood, he smiled wryly and rubbed his nose, lost in thoughts about company matters. Humph. Qian Liner, convinced he was jealous, let out a petulant snort, a hint of a smile curling her lips. Zhao Yunhai's opening remarks were mundane, yet the crowd listened with rapt attention. With his status, any other speaker would fail to command such respect. I wonder who Zhang Yunhai is. I hear from Manlu that some misunderstanding exists between the Yu Corporation and Yummy Company. Zhao Yunhai's gaze settled on Zhang Yunhai as he spoke flatly into the microphone. The amplified voice filled the hall, drawing everyone's eyes to Zhang Yunhai with gleeful malice. Qian Yuanhui stepped forward to defend him, raising his voice. Young Master Zhao, the Yu Corporation acts tyrannically in Haizhou, repeatedly crushing emerging companies. It attacked Yunmi Company without cause, and Yunmi merely fought back in self-defense. Is that a crime? Qian Yuanhui's words earned approval only from his Fortune Chamber of Commerce allies. The attendees, all Haizhou business magnates, watched with smirking disdain, knowing Qian Yuanhui had done the same countless times. Suppressing new companies was routine for them. Acquisitions and financing were standard business tactics. In second-floor private rooms, elites sipped red wine, savoring the drama and exchanging whispered secrets. Those secrets often revolved around the Zhao family. To these elites, Zhao Yunhai was untouchable, their ties to the Zhao clan murky and deep. Zhang Yunhai swept a disdainful gaze over the crowd, fixed his eyes on Zhao Yunhai, and lifted his chin with unshakable confidence. There's nothing to say. History is written by victors. The Yu Corporation has struck my Yunmi Company repeatedly. Our reconciliation is impossible. If you aim to play peacemaker, drop the thought. I won't relent unless my company crumbles. But Zhang Yunhai shot a cold glare at Yu Manlu behind Zhao Yunhai. I doubt the Yu Corporation will live to see that day. Zhao Yunhai smiled warmly at Zhang Yunhai as the super double in his mind finally activated. Only direct dialogue with the protagonist triggered it. The super double displayed the number 3, granting him triple all of Zhang Yunhai's abilities. Sensing an unprecedented clarity in his business acumen, Zhao Yunhai realized Zhang Yunhai possessed some modest commercial talent. But that wasn't the crux. Zhao Yunhai looked down, opening his palm to reveal the black card, a smirk spreading across his lips. This black card was Zhang Yunhai's true trump card. Beside him, Yu Manlu's father grew anxious. If young Master Zhao was a mediator, the Yu Corporation's losses were irrecoverable. Yu Manlu signaled his father to stay calm, trusting young Master Zhao to handle matters. From his knowledge of Zhao Yunhai, reconciliation with Zhang Yunhai was impossible. I'm not here to mediate. Zhao Yunhai chuckled, pocketing the black card, and met Zhang Yunhai's gaze coolly. From what I've learned, your early funding sources are highly irregular. I've notified relevant authorities to investigate. Everyone here is an upstanding merchant. I won't allow anyone to tarnish Haizhou's commercial integrity. Well said. A man who had long resented Yunmi Company's meteoric rise clapped approvingly. Well said, young Master Zhao. We are clean, and we won't let such a parasite ruin Haizhou's commercial future. Exactly. I've suspected him all along. A mere programmer who skyrocketed in no time. Something's definitely off. Zhao Yunhai's words sparked a chorus of agreement. Right or wrong, siding with young Master Zhao was the safe bet. This. Qian Yuanhui's face clouded with worry, never expecting Zhao Yunhai to suddenly attack Zhang Yunhai. Huh. The innocent have nothing to fear. Zhang Yunhai appeared unruffled by the investigation. Though he couldn't explain those two sums, neither could they prove anything amiss. Zhao Yunhai smiled silently at him. This was only the beginning. Are you ready, protagonist? Just then several cars pulled up outside the Haifu Hotel. The people who emerged from the vehicles wore stern expressions as they strode purposefully toward the hotel entrance. The security guards outside initially attempted to block them, but upon seeing the credentials held up by the leader, they quickly and obediently opened the doors, not daring to obstruct. Upon seeing these people appear, Zhao Yunhai's lips curled into a faint smile. Zhang Yunhai, however, felt a jolt of alarm, never expecting Zhao Yunhai to have directly alerted these authorities. He had originally thought his opponent would resort to underhanded tactics, spreading rumors online about his initial capital. He hadn't anticipated his opponent being so decisive, calling in these officials. If he himself wasn't found guilty, then the other party would be guilty of a malicious report. With that thought, Zhang Yunhai steadied himself, trying to trace the source of his funds was nothing short of wishful thinking. Zhao Ligua approached Zhang Yunhai with a stern face, holding up his credentials to identify himself. Mr. Zhang, someone has reported that 2 large sums of money from the initial phase of Yummi Company have unclear origins. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. Do not engage in futile arguments or resistance, and do not attempt any concealment. Yunhai. Qian Liner, seeing the intimidating demeanor of these people, tugged worriedly at his arm. I'm fine, don't worry. Zhang Yunhai took a deep breath, turning to reassure Qian Liner. The entire venue fell silent. The onlookers watched quietly, thinking that young Master Zhao had indeed made his move, and with a killing blow. These were the people every business owner dreaded most, avoiding them at all costs, akin to harbingers of doom. Of course, if the investigation found nothing, Zhang Yunhai would be released. But if the funds were of unclear origin and couldn't be explained, Yunmi Company would be legally sealed. All events occur in a parallel timeline who do not equate with reality. Zhang Yunhai spread his hands, innocently speaking to the official before him. As a law-abiding citizen, I will naturally cooperate with your investigation. If I am proven innocent, I demand that my reputation be immediately restored. Having said that, Zhang Yunhai couldn't help but look at Zhao Yunhai, hoping to see surprise on his face. But he was disappointed. He only saw the smirk on Zhao Yunhai's lips, as if he had already fallen into the trap set for him. The moment this thought surfaced, Zhang Yunhai was startled and quickly dismissed it. How could that be? His opponent's methods were merely these underhanded tricks. Zhao Ligua sneered inwardly and gestured for his subordinates to take him away. Before leaving, Zhao Ligua cast a very subtle glance towards Zhao Yunhai, as if receiving a signal, and nodded nonchalantly. Although Qian Yuanhui was the president of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't obstruct the officials in their duty. However, he believed Zhang Yunhai was undoubtedly innocent. Qian Liner glared at Zhao Yunhai with hostility. It must be him who reported Zhang Yunhai out of jealousy for his self-made success. Liner, let's go home first. With this incident, Qian Yuanhui could no longer stay. He too needed to pull strings to help Zhang Yunhai get out of trouble soon. You scumbag. To gain the support of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, you abandoned me while I was pregnant. Today you must give me and our child an explanation. Just as Zhang Yunhai was about to be taken away, a disheveled woman in a maternity dress rushed in from the hotel entrance. The security guards outside seemed to have been a step too slow, trailing and belatedly behind her. The woman, with her hair in disarray, charged straight up to Zhang Yunhai. The officials beside him, as if pre-informed, stepped aside without needing a prompt. Zhang Yunhai stared blankly at his disheveled ex-girlfriend. What was happening? How did she find him here? Boom. Her words instantly ignited the gossip monger's fervor in the crowd. Zhang Yunhai had abandoned his wife and child. Even if they weren't married, abandoning a pregnant girlfriend to pursue the daughter of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce president was truly despicable. The atmosphere in the room ignited instantly. Zhao Yunhai put down his microphone and led the crowd to surround them. No matter how wealthy, everyone loved gossip, especially the recent scandalous tales about Zhang Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai sneered coldly. Zhang Yunhai, this is your main course. Hope it suits your taste. Yu Manlu knew he had an ex-girlfriend, but not that she was pregnant. He couldn't help but look at brother Yunhai with admiration, realizing the vast gap between them. In just one day, he had discovered the ex-girlfriend was pregnant and used it to his advantage. Zhao Yunhai directly raised his phone, activated the video recording function, and laughed at Zhang Yunhai with schadenfreude. Oh my, what's this? The romantic past of the legendary Zhang Yunhai. Zhang Yunhai's face darkened at the words. He shot a gloomy look at Zhao Yunhai, then directly pushed aside his ex-girlfriend Wu Xiaoxiao, and said unceremoniously, I have nothing to do with you. That child cannot be mine. Don't force me to expose what you've done. Zhang Yunhai had no desire to publicly reveal how he had been cuckolded. It was hardly a point of pride. Wu Xiaoxiao let out an ah and fell to the ground, as if pushed, feigning weakness and helplessness with her hands on the floor, drawing silent smirks from many in the crowd. The acting of a woman like this naturally couldn't fool these business magnates, but they all put on a show of sympathy on the surface. The pretense was necessary, though everyone knew her ability to barge and spoke volumes. The scene of Zhang Yunhai pushing his ex-girlfriend Wu Xiaoxiao was captured by journalists who had rushed over just in time. Flashbulbs flickered continuously, freezing the slow-motion act of him pushing his pregnant ex into countless photos. At this moment, Zhang Yunhai naturally realized he had been set up by Zhao Yunhai and silently cursed his bad luck. His expression remained unflustered. Ignoring Wu Xiaoxiao, who was sobbing on the floor, he said to Zhao Ligua, Can we go now? Of course you can. Zhao Ligua shrugged and gestured towards the media, speaking in a low voice. But as an official, I advise you that if you don't explain, things will get more troublesome. And as an official, I can't forcibly remove these people. It would easily cause misunderstandings among those unaware of the situation. I understand. Zhang Yunhai was unaware that Zhao Ligua was actually one of Zhao Yunhai's men. Chairman of Yunmi, is everything your girlfriend Wu Xiaoxiao just said true? Chairman of Yunmi, after abandoning your wife and child, do you feel no shame? Chairman of Yunmi, did you push your girlfriend just now because you were enraged at the truth being exposed? Microphones were shoved forward as reporters eagerly asked their pre-prepared questions. Whoever did the best job would get a bonus and double pay for the month. So they were all very aggressive, jostling each other. Get lost, rivals. The bonus is mine. She's just my ex-girlfriend. Please don't jump to conclusions. Zhang Yunhai had no choice but to explain, or else the media would twist the story however they pleased. So you admit you were in a relationship with her. The intimate photos circulating online are real. Now she's pregnant with your child, and you abandoned the woman who followed you since college while she was pregnant to pursue the daughter of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce president for success and your career. Because she can help your business flourish. Your actions define you as a modern-day chinchimmy. I will make your deeds public for the world to judge. A female reporter quickly summarized the situation, positioning herself as a righteous avenger. Zhang Yunhai was enraged by her sharp tongue, his gaze turning icy. I will send a lawyer's letter to your residence. Defamation is illegal. So you're scared now, threatening a righteous female journalist. Truly a modern chinchimmy. The female reporter skillfully twisted his words into a different meaning. The other reporters, unable to get a word in, simply treated her questions as their own for their bonus reports. Wu Xiaoxiao, still on the floor and ignored, realized her performance determined her payout. Suddenly her eyes lit up. She spotted the woman mentioned in the dossier given to her by the masked man. Burning with jealousy, she lunged directly at Qian Liner, who was stepping forward to help. Qian Liner, give me back my boyfriend. Give me back the father of my child. Up. Qian Liner instinctively swung her hand to block as the frenzied woman lunged at her. Get away from me, you mad woman. Qian Yuanhui was still 2 meters away from his daughter, far too distant to intervene. A sharp slap rang out as Wu Xiaoxiao was struck hard across the face, tumbling to the ground with a cry of pain. Wu Xiaoxiao feigned only 3 parts of her performance, but the slap was 7 parts genuine agony. She glared at Qian Liner with seething hatred, then in an instant her demeanor shifted to one of fragile vulnerability. She sobbed softly, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. The more convincing her act, the more she could drag this woman down and double her own earnings. The crisp sound of the slap instantly drew the journalist's attention to Qian Liner. Miss Qian Liner, did you strike Zhang Yunhai's girlfriend to deliberately cause a miscarriage? Miss Qian Liner, was your action driven by jealousy and resentment, using this opportunity to vent your inner darkness? Miss Qian Liner, assaulting a pregnant woman in public. Is this the upbringing instilled by the Fortune Trade Association's president? Such a willful and spoiled Miss Qian Liner, I ask you as a third party who usurped Wu Xiaoxiao's place, do you feel any guilt? These journalists cared little that she was the president's daughter, for they had received prior instructions from higher-ups who guaranteed their impunity, leaving them unafraid. Qian Liner had never faced such an onslaught from the press. Previously, interviews had always been flattering, but now they were laden with cold, venomous words, and her face turned pale. Targeting an innocent woman. I won't let any of you heartless journalists off the hook. Seeing his beloved subjected to such harsh mockery, Zhang Yunhai erupted in fury. He shoved aside a journalist blocking his way and stepped in front of Qian Liner, facing the crowd. Ever since acquiring his golden finger, Zhang Yunhai had grown accustomed to smooth sailing, his confidence inflated to the extreme. In his view, money could solve anything. Once he freed himself, he would immediately acquire the companies behind these journalists, leaving them jobless and restoring integrity to the press. You show no concern for the woman on the ground, nor even for your unborn child. Such a heartless wretch, yet you parade as a public figure in business. Today I will expose you for who you truly are, a modern-day chinchimmy. The journalist Zhang Yunhai had shoved to the ground, scrambled up undeterred, and rushed before him, thrusting a microphone forward as he shouted. Qian Yuanhui hadn't anticipated Zhang Yunhai's impulsive outburst. To prevent the situation from escalating, he quickly ordered his bodyguards to protect Zhang Yunhai. Qian Liner shot a fierce glare at Wu Xiaoxiao on the ground. She knew this woman all too well. A shameless woman carrying some unknown bastard daring to frame brother Yunhai. Utterly absurd. Zhao Yunhai, these hounds are all under your command, aren't they? Zhang Yunhai sneered coldly at the sycophantic journalists. If this is your tactic, you've underestimated me. Zhao Yunhai, thoroughly entertained, smiled as Zhang Yunhai turned to him and clapped his hands. Ada understood, immediately stepping forward with a stack of red envelopes prepared in advance and distributing them to the media friends. This is a small token from our boss for your hard work. The journalists accepted the envelopes, openly glimpsing the bank cards and passwords inside, and exclaimed at the boss' generosity. Bribing the media in public, flaunting your wealth. Zhao Yunhai, do you think everyone is blind? Zhang Yunhai sought to overpower with authority, a tactic he had long mastered. He executed it with practiced ease, casting a confident glance at Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai spread his hands in an innocent gesture, spinning around to survey everyone present. Even if you saw it, so what? Zhang Yunhai, what if I am targeting you? Who among those here can prove I bribed anyone in public? Zhao Yunhai regarded Zhang Yunhai with amusement. His move was no mere redundancy, its purpose was simple. To make a fact abundantly clear to all. Would they stand with Zhang Yunhai and oppose him? Or align with him to completely sideline Zhang Yunhai? Surely anyone not brainless would choose his side. Except perhaps those from the Fortune Trade Association who had been brainwashed by the protagonist. Zhang Yunhai smirked inwardly, quickly turning to Zhao Ligua beside him. See, he's admitted to targeting me. It's all a setup and slander. You must testify for me. Zhao Yunhai watched Zhang Yunhai's performance calmly. The very person you're pleading with is my ally. How can you compete with me? Zhao Liguo's lips twitched as he turned to Zhang Yunhai with a serious expression. As an official, it's our duty to investigate any report. Other matters are handled by the relevant authorities, and we have no right to interfere. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I can't help. Perhaps you can ask those present, as surely someone here can bear witness for you. Zhao Liguo was of course enjoying the spectacle. Had he not received young Master Yun's permission, he wouldn't be standing idly by. He would have already taken Zhang Yuni away for interrogation. His surname Zhao hinted at his affiliation with the Zhao clan, though only clan members knew of his connection to Zhao Yunhai. Still, thank you, Captain Zhao, for not twisting the truth. Zhang Yuni, though not fond of rigid officials, was relieved that Captain Zhao at least hadn't sided with Zhao Yunhai. But when Zhang Yuni looked up at the surrounding crowd, he was startled to find that aside from Uncle Qian and his group, everyone else had lined up behind Zhao Yunhai. Every person present was shrewd. Was there any need to choose between Zhang Yuni and young Master Zhao? Not at all. No one believed Zhang Yuni would prevail. Even Qian Yuanhui felt that Zhang Yuni was no match for Zhao Yunhai at this moment. Yet he chose to stake the entire Fortune Trade Association on a gamble with Zhang Yuni, hoping he might somehow have the ability to turn the tide. After all, in just 1 month Zhang Yuni had wrought miracles that left Qian Yuanhui in awe, and he was willing to take that risk. Zhao Yunhai slowly approached Zhang Yuni, and the surrounding journalists parted to make way for him. See, this is the tide of events. You bullied my brother Yu Manlu, and now I bully you. Any objections? Zhao Yunhai jabbed a finger at Zhang Yuni's shoulder, laughing arrogantly. Dear media friends, please clear a path for Zhang Yuni to confess, and let the truth come to light sooner. With a casual wave of his hand, the journalist obediently stepped aside for Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yunhai with a sense of helplessness. For the first time, he realized the immense gap between himself and wealthy scions like Zhao Yunhai. The humiliation was overwhelming, but he forced it down deep within. This was a disgrace he would repay 100-fold. As he was led away, Zhang Yuni silently vowed to make Zhao Yunhai pay for his arrogance. Zhang Yuni was stifled with a pent-up fury, yearning to land a punch on the other's face, yet he knew he could not, nor could he reach it. The opponent's bodyguard never once averted his gaze from Zhang, ready to subdue him at the slightest hint of trouble. Once merely a humble programmer unaware of the world's depths, he had since encountered more influential and affluent individuals learning of the existence of martial artists. Only ordinary people remained oblivious. Beyond them, the presence of martial artists was an open secret. He surmised that the opponent's bodyguard was a martial artist. Now he regretted declining Uncle Qian's earlier advice to hire bodyguards, deeming it uncomfortable. Zhao Yunhai's relentless tactics caught him off guard, but that was all. Once he freed his hands, he would make Zhao Yunhai taste his own medicine. Money was merely a number to him. With a black card in hand, he was the wealthiest man in this world. He could even bribe those around his opponent to serve him. Money could move gods, and moving martial artists was even easier. What? Not convinced? Zhao Yunhai sneered at his defiance. If you're not convinced, then swallow it. Zhang Yuni retorted with a sarcastic laugh. You're just bullying with your power, playing petty tricks. When the investigation results come out, you'll know what thunderous wrath means. You know what? In Zhuzhou, I won't allow anyone more awesome than me to exist. Zhao Yunhai patted Zhang Yuni's shoulder, leaning close to his ear, and said arrogantly, so rest assured, when you get out you'll find that your Yunmi Corporation has been devoured by me entirely. Then your so-called thunderous wrath, perhaps in a dream, or perhaps in the underworld, you can display it. Zhang Yuni was a typical business tycoon protagonist. Though Yunmi Corporation was small, it was well equipped with many excellent employees, still a fledgling, but with the foundation to become a major company. Zhao Yunhai wouldn't stand on ceremony. Taking and using it directly was the way. As for whether employees would obey, that never crossed Zhao Yunhai's mind. In these times, money was king, and those with money were parents. Even if a few were unruly, it didn't matter. Zhuzhou had plenty of people. Finally, Zhang Yuni was taken into a car by Zhao Liguo's subordinates. Sitting inside, he gazed at Zhao Yunhai, outside, a vague realization dawning on him. There was a chasm between himself and wealthy scions like Zhao Yunhai. He had been framed, and everyone present knew it, yet no one spoke for him. Even a business magnate like Uncle Qian could only watch helplessly as he was taken away. Why did Zhao Yunhai have so many people helping him? Because he had a good father, Jiao's richest man, the head of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and the Zhao family was not merely in commerce. Zhang Yunyi's thoughts raced, and soon many things became clear. Once he was out, he would need to shed his commoner mentality. Brother Yunhai, what should we do next? Should we take action against Yunmi Corporation now? Manless admiration for Brother Yunhai grew as he saw Zhang Yuni effortlessly subdued. Of course. Next you'll work for me, handing over the Zhou Group's affairs to others. Zhao Yunhai spoke, with deep meaning, glancing at Manless parents behind him, especially his father. As expected, a subtle change flickered across Manless father's face, but Zhao Yunhai was the Zhao family's heir, leaving him no room to resist. Knowing Manlu was not the only son, and that the Zhou Group would not ultimately belong to him, Manless father sought to squeeze every last bit of value from him, while he was still with the Zhou family. Young Master Zhao, my daughter is unwell. We'll take our leave. Qian Yuanhui never expected things to escalate this far. Had he known, he would never have let Yuni attend. President Qian, take care. Zhao Yunhai made no move to stop them. They could leave if they wished. After all, the main target, Zhang Yunhai, had been temporarily sent away. Zhang Yunhai's ex-girlfriend was Xiao had already slipped away a bank card of 500 yuan in hand. For a performance worth 500, she felt she had struck gold. With the main characters gone, the party soon disbanded. Most guests had secured desired collaborations and met partners beneficial to their companies, leaving satisfied. As Zhao Yunhai anticipated, Yummy Corporation's employees had lost all focus on work. The news that Chairman Zhang Yunhai was taken in for investigation over funding sources dealt a heavy blow to Yunhai's staff. Meanwhile, partners began to delay shipments and payments under various pretexts. Not to mention the scandal of Chairman Zhang abandoning his pregnant girlfriend to pursue Qian Liner. In the age of the internet, news spread faster than imaginable. With Zhao Yunhai's push within a single night, it was known across Haizhou and all of Jiuzhou. Wu Xiaoxiao was cast as the abandoned party Zhang Yunhai as a rare scumbag. Women cursed him, men scorned him. The label of a modern Shinshimi was etched on his Zhang Yunhai. Whenever his name was mentioned, that epithet came to mind. Even if Zhang Yunhai sought to clear his name, the difficulty was akin to climbing to the heavens. His phone had been forcibly shut down for investigation, unaware that the outside world was already abuzz denouncing him as a despicable man. Qian Yuanhui had no time to help Zhang Yunhai escape his predicament, for the scandal known across Jiuzhou involved his daughter Qian Liner. "Dad, what should I do?" Qian Liner, never having experienced such nationwide online harassment, dared not even look at her phone, curled up on the sofa sobbing uncontrollably. "Don't go out for now. Internet memories fade, it will quiet down in time." Qian Yuanhui, deeply troubled, spoke gently to his daughter. "But what about brother Yunhai? Dad, think of something." Qian Liner gradually stopped crying, her eyes red as she looked at her father. "What else can I do? Yunhai excels at creating miracles. I hope it's the same this time." Qian Yuanhui's greatest worry was the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, whose members had reported being secretly sabotaged, with losses reaching tens of millions. When would that young Master Zhao stop? Qian Yuanhui sighed inwardly. "I won't stop. If the Fortune Chamber chose Zhang Yunhai, they can be buried with him. They'll speak with my father personally and have his chamber take action. We don't need to worry." In the villa, Zhao Yunhai sat on the sofa, legs crossed, a cigar in his mouth, speaking calmly to Yu Manlu. Within a week, crush Yummy Corporation, now leaderless, and acquire the entire company at the lowest price. Then rename it Tiangong, for I love the feeling of a hand covering the sky. I look forward to the day Zhang Yunhai gets out and sees Yunmi transformed into Tiangong. What emotions he'll experience. The black card in Zhao Yunhai's hand held 3 times Zhang Yunhai's initial capital. Money was just a string of numbers to Zhao Yunhai, but he would turn that string into his own power. "I understand. Rest assured, brother Yunhai, regarding the crackdown on Yummy Corporation. This time I will not let you down." Yu Manlu had developed a psychological shadow toward Zhang Yunhai, yet he remained confident in targeting Yummy Corporation now that Zhang Yunhai was no longer at its helm. The fact that Zhang Yunhai had been effortlessly defeated by brother Yunhai without any resistance gradually dispelled the gloom in Yu Manlu's heart. Zhao Yunhai gave a soft hum of approval, satisfied with Yu Manlu's business acumen. It was merely that he had encountered the protagonist. After all, it was normal to be unable to defeat someone with a cheat-like advantage. According to his vision for the future of Tiangong, it was destined to develop on a scale that could influence the world, akin to the cinematic level of an organization like the Umbrella Corporation. Only such a Tiangong could satisfy his ambition and allow it to be fully unleashed. Meanwhile, after entering the interrogation room, Zhang Yunhai found that no one came to question him about anything. After a night passed aside from the usual necessities of eating, drinking, and relieving himself, still no one came to ask him anything. He finally realized that he seemed to have walked into a trap, and even that Zhao Ligua might be one of their men. He had actually believed last night that Zhao Ligua was a stubborn and upright person. Zhang Yunhai pounded the wall in frustration, cursing with vulgar words. If he had known this would happen, he would never have cooperated so confidently with their investigation. If he had wanted to refuse at that time, he would have had ample time to call the company's lawyers to help him temporarily extricate himself. According to regulations, the maximum time Zhang Yunhai could be detained for investigation was 48 hours. If no evidence was found after that period, he would be temporarily released until sufficient proof of illegal funding sources could justify another summons. Zhao Yunhai naturally had no intention of letting Zhang Yunhai out so soon. He had long instructed Zhao Ligua to find evidence by the deadline to forcibly keep Zhang Yunhai inside until everything was settled. Strike the snake at its head. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of releasing Zhang Yunhai and then engaging in a true confrontation with him. If he could crush him, he would do so relentlessly. The notion of lacking a sense of accomplishment by not defeating the opponent on their own turf would never cross Zhao Yunhai's mind. The victor becomes king, the loser a bandit. There has never been such a thing as fairness, only winning and losing. Zhao Yunhai would not dwell on the true origin of Zhang Yunhai's initial funds. This was merely a means to temporarily sever Zhang Yunhai's contact with the outside world. In Zhao Yunhai's view, something like the black card was indeed too overpowered. If given time, Zhang Yunhai would surely carve out a real empire. But unfortunately he had encountered him, so he could only be cut short. After the scandal involving Zhang Yunhai as a philanderer erupted, Yunhai Corporation not only faced external criticism, but also the suppression from Yumanlu. For a time, they were overwhelmed with chaos. The lack of leadership cast a shadow over the hearts of Yunhai Corporation's employees who felt the company was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Zhang Yunhai had not taken the company public, otherwise they might have faced a drastic stock price plunge. Perhaps this was the only advantage of a non-listed company. However, the downside was the inability to obtain more financing and achieve rapid monetization. If a company worth $1 billion chose to go public, its value could skyrocket to $10 billion or more. This was the reason why the ultimate goal for any company was to go public. Thanks to Zhao Yunhai's influence, the registration process for Yumanlu's Tiangong Company was approved within a single day with a registered capital of $3 billion. This sum was the first tranche of funds Zhao Yunhai had withdrawn from the black card. With his father's Zhou Group as a cover, even $3 billion could be easily laundered, verifiable, and traceable. Although Zhao Hongwen was curious about where his son had obtained $3 billion since his son didn't say, and it was rare for him to do something serious, he naturally expressed his support. Even if the origin of the $3 billion funds was exposed and investigated, who would dare to truly reveal it and offend the Zhao family? Regarding his son's request to target the Haizhou Fuyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Hongwen also took it to heart amidst his busy schedule. After all, it was something his son had asked him to do, so he personally instructed his subordinates to handle the matter and demanded results. With Zhao Hongwen personally overseeing the matter, how could the overconfident management of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce dare to slack off? They set aside their important tasks and personally took charge of dismantling the Fuyun Chamber of Commerce. A Fuyun Chamber of Commerce did not require too much of Zhao Hongwen's concern. What he cared about most was his son Zhao Yunhai, as he had only one son. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but recently Xiaohai seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. He no longer indulged in drinking, eating, or chasing women, and had grown considerably more mature. As for how Zhao Hongwen knew these things, it was simple. If he wanted to know, someone would naturally report what he wished to know. The change in his son greatly comforted the old father's heart, as Zhao Hongwen intended for his son to take over as the next head of the Zhao family. After Zhao Yunhai used up the $3 billion, the second tranche of funds from the black card arrived, adding another $15 billion. The black card truly lived up to its reputation as the protagonist's golden finger. With each withdrawal multiplying fivefold, it wouldn't be long before he became the richest person in the world. Even Zhang Yunhai's black card couldn't match his speed. Every transaction from Zhao Yunhai's black card was 3 times larger than Zhang Yunhai's. However, Zhao Yunhai also knew that he couldn't use this money recklessly. After all, reality was not a novel, and no matter how much money there was, it was just paper. What truly backed the money were resources. If the amount of money circulating in the market far exceeded the resources, trouble would arise. Zhao Yunhai scrolled through his phone, watching various news categories on major short video platforms, all reporting on Zhang Yunhai's incident, and felt deeply gratified. Having a protagonist's reputation ruined by him was something no villain in history had ever achieved. As for whether the situation could be reversed, Zhao Yunhai could not see any hope for Zhang Yunhai to turn things around. The Tiangong Company was established, but Zhao Yunhai had never visited it once. The company address was a temporary rental. As for the Tiangong headquarters, he was still considering locations on the map of Jiuzhou. The Tiangong Company was not registered in Haizhou because Zhao Yunhai did not plan to stay in Haizhou for the long term. After temporarily dealing with Zhang Yunhai, Zhao Yunhai had originally intended to remain in Haizhou for a while longer, but a phone call forced him to abandon this plan and leave Haizhou for the time being. Brother Manlu, I entrust Tiangong to you. If anything insurmountable arises, call me directly. At the airport, Zhao Yunhai solemnly instructed Yumanlu, emphasizing that he must keep a close watch on Zhang Yunhai. Yumanlu readily agreed, taking Brother Yunhai's words to heart. Even if Brother Yunhai hadn't said it, he himself would keep a tight grip on Zhang Yunhai, never giving him a chance to recover. The top management of Yunhai Corporation made no response to the rumors about their chairman. Instead, they sent the company's lawyer to meet with him and inform him of what was happening outside. Zhao Yunhai, that bastard. Upon learning of the events outside, Zhang Yunhai gritted his teeth in fury. Although he had already anticipated the outcome, hearing it confirmed was another matter entirely. Rest assured, Chairman, we will do everything to help you escape this situation and return to steer the ship. The lawyer from Yunhai Corporation spoke with full confidence. Zhang Yunhai trusted this lawyer deeply, as he had personally recruited him. The man had been previously unappreciated and highly capable, but unable to endure the intrigues among colleagues. Zhang Yunhai had taken him under his wing. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhai had already disembarked from the plane and found that no one was there to pick him up, so he made a phone call. Mom, where are you? Weren't you supposed to pick me up at the airport? He realized that calling her mom came so naturally to him, without any awkwardness or hesitation. My precious son, why are you in such a hurry? Your mother has already arranged everything. Calm. Let me tell you, I've already sent someone to pick you up. They should be on their way now. You need to perform well, understand? Nobody move, I want upon. Zhao Yunhai felt a headache coming on from the clamor of mahjong tiles on the other end of the line, so he casually mumbled a few words and hung up. His mother was a housewife whose only hobby was inviting friends over to play mahjong. At this thought, Zhao Yunhai's expression involuntarily twisted with a strange look. Because from his memories he recalled discovering a wall full of firearms in his mother's dressing room when he was a child. Besides being a housewife, his mother was also a notorious international arms dealer. Overseas, she owned Darkwater Security Group. As for what industries Darkwater Security Group was involved in, there was no need to elaborate, those in the know understood well enough. This Darkwater Security Group was internationally renowned. Wherever flames of war raged, Darkwater's weapons were sure to be found reaping lives like the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. The AK series firearms produced by Darkwater Security Group were deeply cherished by armed rebels for being cheap, durable, and resistant to damage. As long as there was war, business would thrive. If such a security group could go public, its market value would only soar, making it an absolute sure bet. The call Zhao Yunhai had just received was from his mother. She hadn't mentioned why she wanted him to come. When he asked, she refused to say, insisting she would tell him when he arrived. But when he reached the airport, he didn't see anyone waiting to pick him up. Zhao Yunhai pursed his lips, inwardly feeling a bit puzzled, but with no outlet for his frustration. After all, she was his own mother. He could just bear with it, it was no big deal. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa on the outskirts of Yunshui, Qin Sivan had drawn a winning hand, a pure flush with a single tile waiting. But the radiant smile on Qin Sivan's face was clearly not due to the excellent hand before her, but rather because of that phone call just now. Sister Qin, are you planning to have a grandson? Asked a plump aristocratic lady as she played a tile, her eyes full of curiosity. The other two were also curious, looking at Sister Qin. If the future heir of the Zhao family intended to marry, then the future Zhao daughter-in-law would be someone they needed to pay attention to. They even thought about introducing the most outstanding girls from their own families to Sister Qin, but unfortunately the Zhao family was not one they could sway. Although the Zhao family engaged in arranged marriages, they generally followed the opinions of clan members in such matters, as only then could such unions achieve the best results. These three women who could play mahjong with Qin Sivan, the matriarch of the Zhao family, were themselves true ladies from wealthy and powerful families. In this capital of Jingzhou and Yinxing, where a tossed brick could hit a high official or noble, their husbands were all influential figures holding power in the capital. Qin Sivan played a tile and shook her head with a smile. Having a grandson is still far off. Whether my boy marries or not depends on his own wishes. She would never force her precious son to marry. Even if Zhao Hongwen urged him to settle down, as long as her darling boy was unwilling, she would shield him from it. If you ask me, Xiaohai is such a filial child. A single call, and he rushes back immediately, unlike my own son, who never comes home no matter how much I call. Yes, my boy always follows Xiaohai around, but has never picked up his filial piety. Now that Xiaohai is back, Sister Qin probably won't be playing mahjong for a while. The three women chattered away, their words bringing a constant smile to Qin Sivan's face. Though she knew they were flattering her, as long as the topic was her precious son, she couldn't help but feel delighted. All three knew that Zhao Yunhai was the apple of Qin Sivan's eye, born with a silver spoon and doted on since childhood. Alright, let's keep playing. Once my precious son returns, I won't be able to play anymore. The only time Qin Sivan didn't play mahjong was when Zhao Yunhai was at home, simply because he disliked the game. Zhao Yunhai sat in the passenger seat, frequently glancing at the woman behind the wheel. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. But since he was already here, he couldn't very well turn back. I'm curious why my mother would introduce a woman to me, considering I've never lacked female company. Zhao Yunhai stared directly at her. A woman like this was unforgettable at first glance, with an indescribable special feeling. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, a faint blush colored her fair cheeks, and the tenderness in her bright eyes stirred the heart. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her thin lips were coated with a lightly glossy lip tint, tempting one to take a taste. A white top with a cap pattern, a pink pleated skirt, and a pair of casual white sneakers. Simple attire that nonetheless caught the eye, fully proving the woman's extraordinary charm. I know, Yang Hui said with a slight pout, her breath fragrant as orchid. Isn't it normal for a man to have women? Besides, Aunt Qin has already said that as long as I can get along well with you, I will be the woman who appears openly on your Zhao family tree. The other women are just fleeting acquaintances, mere play acting. No matter how many there are, they cannot threaten me. This answer made Zhao Yunhai's eyes light up, and he looked at her with surprise, asking, You knew all this, yet you still came. Don't you feel any reluctance? Yang Hui laughed softly, her eyes fixed straight ahead. To be able to marry into the Zhao family, wouldn't I be the luckiest and happiest woman in history? My mother always said that one should be content, for contentment brings happiness. Being too calculating about things often leads to losing much. You are the future heir of the Zhao family. When I become your officially wedded wife, other women will only envy me. Zhao Yunhai grinned, sizing her up with curiosity. What's your name? Yang Hui, meaning wisdom and intelligence, Yang Hui said softly. The ethereal, captivating tone of her voice made Zhao Yunhai narrow his eyes. It was extremely pleasing to his ears. You are indeed a wise one. You seem to take things lightly. Zhao Yunhai turned his head away, no longer looking at her. To be honest, this was the first time he had met a woman like this. She was very different. At least she was straightforward, admitting she was after his family background, which was perfectly normal. There was no beating around the bush, and she even gave him a feeling of virtuousness and gentleness. The women cultivated by the Yang family were indeed exceptional. The Yang family of Zhongzhou? Zhao Yunhai asked. He searched his memory and immediately recognized her origins. Yang Hui nodded. A woman his mother would introduce was certainly not of simple origin. Her background was indeed profound. Zhao Yunhai did not press further. Since his mother had arranged it this way, he would simply let things take their natural course. Perhaps a daughter from a prominent family would suit him better. Though still far behind the Zhao clan, the Yang family was a renowned aristocratic house in Luoyang Central Plains. The modern era had undergone tremendous changes in just a few decades, yet the Yang family did not fall under the wheels of history. Instead, they seized the ticket to the new age and soared ever higher. The reason was simple: the Yang family were the direct bloodline of Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. During the chaotic times of great calamity, they sought help from the Zhao clan, which ultimately pulled them through. In the end, they became the Zhao clan's foremost loyal vassal family, and to this day, they follow the Zhao clan's lead. Unlike other families, the Zhao clan's marriage alliances were purely based on personal preference, arranging favorable unions for their descendants. For other families, marriage alliances were about family interests and building a more stable bridge to the Zhao clan. The Yang family was no exception. Yang Hui, the daughter of the Yang family head, was the same age as Zhao Yunhai, both 21. For the sake of the Yang family, the children had no choice. As the daughter of the family head, Yang Hui had been groomed since birth to be a refined lady. Qin Sivan meticulously selected among the young women of various families, comparing both temperament and appearance, all to ensure compatibility with her beloved son. In Qin Sivan's heart, she would rather wrong anyone else than her own precious son. Yang Hui stood out among a host of talented and beautiful women, earning Qin Sivan's special regard, but the final decision still rested with her son. If her son was satisfied, Qin Sivan would let her stay; if not, she would dismiss her and continue the search. Where are we going now? Yang Hui suddenly asked. Home. Zhao Yunhai replied, laying the recliner flat, lying down and closing his eyes to rest. Yang Hui stole a glance at Zhao Yunhai, and as she pursed her lips, a smile she herself was unaware of flickered across her face. Before meeting Aunt Qin, she had a half-hour conversation with her father. Having lived in the Yang family for 21 years, enjoying all the conveniences it provided, she knew it was time to repay her family, and she would not shrink from it. She carried the hopes of the Yang clan on her shoulders. She must become Zhao Yunhai's wife. Some might think Yang Hui was being pragmatic, but if they put themselves in her shoes, would they truly do better than her? If Yang Hui had chosen to resist the family's arranged marriage, it might have been a different story. Perhaps she would have become the protagonist. But there was no if. Yang Hui was a traditional woman molded by the Yang family. As he rested with his eyes closed, Zhao Yunhai pondered whether she might resist the arranged marriage, and then bring some random nobody to slap him in the face. He had to investigate this thoroughly to avoid being humiliated by some protagonist. But judging by Yang Hui's demeanor, she was genuinely willing, showing no signs of reluctance. So he abandoned this fanciful notion. After all, how many protagonists could there be? At the outskirts of Yunshui, the Zhao clan's ancestral land encompassed the entire suburb as their private territory. The perimeter was strictly guarded by dedicated patrols, allowing no stranger to enter, not even a strange mouse. Even someone of Zhao Yunhai's status had to undergo instrument scans to confirm his pupils and fingerprints before entering the Zhao ancestral land. The Zhao ancestral land had never moved; it remained here. In Jingzhou Yinjing, a single word from the Zhao clan carried more weight than official documents. The outskirts of the ancestral land were filled with uniform villa districts where Zhao clan members resided, but the core Zhao family did not live here. Within the embrace of these villa districts lay ancient buildings steeped in history and time. This was a fusion of modern and ancient architectural features, absorbing the best of both eras, showcasing the advantages of antiquity and modernity. In summer it was cool and serene, in winter warm and cozy. Only the core members of the Zhao clan lived here. Countless Zhao clan members aspired to one day reside in this place. It was one of their goals. After Qin Sivan saw her son off with Yang Hui, the mahjong game ended, and the sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen. Mom, what's for dinner tonight? Zhao Yunhai walked into the house and headed straight for the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of iced cola from the fridge along the way. Tonight, I've made your favorite dishes. Qin Sivan's smile was irrepressible at the sight of her son, her maternal affection overflowing. Aunt Qin, let me help you. Yang Hui skillfully took the spatula from Qin Sivan's hand. Qin Sivan's eyes sparkled with delight, deeply satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. The fact that her son had brought her home already showed he did not dislike her. A good beginning. Is Dad coming home tonight? Zhao Yunhai took the pear his mother handed him and bit into it, the sweet fruity aroma filling his mouth. What? You only think about your father. Your mother is right here, and you don't ask if he'll be home for dinner. Qin Sivan frowned slightly at his words and shot him a displeased glare. Mom will naturally eat at home, otherwise my meal won't taste as good. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhao Yunhai joked cheerfully to cheer his mother up. Qin Sivan's smile did not fade as she pointed at Yang Hui, who was quietly cooking with her head down, and whispered, "So not bad, right? Your mother has good taste." Qin Sivan had only one son, and she had doted on him since childhood. No matter how old he was in her heart, he was always a child who would never grow up. Zhao Yunhai had to give his mother a thumbs up. Her taste truly matched his own. Yang Hui listened to the mother and son chatting happily, keeping her own counsel, and did not join their conversation. Just then Zhao Yunhai's phone rang. Seeing it was Yu Manlu, he told his mother and went upstairs to take the call. This child always keeping secrets, Qin Sivan grumbled softly as her son slipped upstairs. Yang Hui remained silent and continued her work, knowing that Aunt Qin was only grumbling on the surface. Her heart cherished Zhao Yunhai the most. If she rashly interjected, it might leave a bad impression on Aunt Qin. Upstairs Zhao Yunhai answered the phone. What is it? Brother Yunhai, Zhang Yuni has escaped. On the other end, Yu Manlu's voice was grave. We still can't figure out who helped him. Zhao Yunhai's face gradually turned cold as he said calmly, don't worry about this. Continue to suppress Yumi Company using the method I left you. After hanging up, Zhao Yunhai stood still for a moment, then dialed another number. Find a place to make Zhang Yuni sleep forever. Since Zhang Yuni was so restless, he had no one to blame but himself for the ruthless measures. Wasn't it better to stay inside peacefully? Why insist on seeking death? He even wanted to fight back. Some problems are most efficiently solved at the root. Rest assured, Master Yun, I will head to Haizhou immediately and handle the matter impeccably for you. On the other end of the phone was Si Jinyin, a capable lieutenant under Zhao Yunhai's command specializing in such shady affairs. My precious son, dinner is ready. From downstairs came his mother's call. Zhao Yunhai turned and shouted back, I know I'll be right there. Suddenly he recalled Zhang Yunyi's protagonist aura issue. If he personally intervened, the opponent's aura would be nullified, but otherwise the outcome was uncertain. He couldn't afford to deliver an easy win or sacrifice his men. Thus Zhao Yunhai added with some concern, be clean and decisive. If you can't take him out, retreat immediately and wait for my return. Rest assured, Master Yun, I will follow your instructions exactly. Si Jinyin assured him. Zhao Yunhai had confidence in Si Jinyin's abilities, but the opponent was a protagonist, albeit a mere business protagonist. Yet no protagonist should be underestimated. After hanging up, he finally went downstairs for dinner. What were you doing upstairs for so long? The food is cold. Qin Sivan, seeing Zhao Yunhai descend slowly, got up to scoop rice from the rice cooker, while Yang Hui hurried over to help serve. I was on a call, Zhao Yunhai explained briefly. Oh, Dad, you're back. Zhao Yunhai then noticed his father sitting on the sofa, quite surprised. He had only been upstairs for a short while. His father must have been informed by his mother in advance, otherwise how could he have arrived so quickly? His parents shared a relationship of mutual respect. They often bickered but never had major quarrels, with his father frequently yielding to his mother. Though his father was accommodating at home, outside, he was a smiling tiger, domineering and resolute, tolerating no dissent. Zhao Hongwen rose and patted his son on the shoulder, now as tall as himself, then took the seat at the head of the table and gestured for him to sit. Having your own career is a good thing. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. After all, you are my son. Zhao Hongwen was deeply concerned about his son's endeavors, knowing he was still young and needed his guidance to avoid major issues. I haven't run into any tough problems yet. Zhao Yunhai felt he didn't need assistance. His father's previous help with the Fortune Chamber of Commerce had been sufficient. His starting point was already at the peak. Of course, if he faced truly challenging matters, he wouldn't hesitate to seek his father's help. He wouldn't emulate those protagonists from privileged backgrounds who insisted on starting from scratch only to ultimately rely on their family connections for convenience. By the way, he'll personally keep an eye on the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Hongwen took the bowl handed by his wife, took a bite, and continued, that Zhang Yuni seems somewhat unusual. In what way? Zhao Yunhai asked with feigned curiosity, accepting his bowl from Yang Hui. Could it be that his father also knew about Zhang Yunyi's peculiarity, or did he have a sharp eye for people? Then Zhao Yunhai noticed his father's meaningful gaze fixed on him. Because you've gone to great lengths to target him. Normally you shouldn't be so concerned with a minor figure. That you would go to such lengths to scheme against him suggests he is indeed no ordinary person. Zhao Hongwen had no time to pay attention to minor characters. He only noticed this one while monitoring his son's activities recently. Zhao Yunhai chuckled inwardly at his own overthinking, having suspected his father possessed some special insight. He then smiled. He is indeed unusual, but still just a minor figure. Don't let a slip in a gutter befall the heir of the Zhao family. Seeing his son's confidence, Zhao Hongwen felt compelled to caution him. All right, you two. Can't you leave business out of home? Qin Sivan reminded them, noticing they were engrossed in their discussion, to be mindful of their surroundings. Zhao Yunhai exchanged a glance with his father, then silently ate, without further words. Qin Sivan smiled approvingly, pleased that her single remark had subdued the two men. Yang Hui, witnessing this scene for the first time, suppressed a laugh and focused on her meal. So Aunt Qin held such high status in the family, effortlessly commanding the powerful Zhao patriarch and the future heir Zhao Yunhai. After dinner, Zhao Yunhai and Zhao Hongwen lounged like lords on the living room sofa watching TV, while Yang Hui and Qin Sivan washed dishes and tidied up. Zhao Yunhai awaited news from Si Jinyan. By now Si Jinyan should have completed the task. Whether success or failure, he ought to have reported back. Noticing his son's distraction, Zhao Hongwen sought a topic to capture his attention. I've already handled the aftermath of your elimination of the martial Dr. Wu Guofeng last time. Next time you must consider the consequences and prepare for the worst before acting. I've been keeping an eye on it. With you around, I don't need to worry too much about such matters. Zhao Yunhai set his phone aside, looked up at his father and grinned. He had indeed monitored the aftermath, but once his father suppressed the issue, he stopped paying close attention. After all, with a father wielding immense power, he didn't have to weigh consequences like ordinary people. Though his father Zhao Hongwen was a businessman, as the Zhao family patriarch, he commanded all Zhao clan members. Across the 9 provinces, many Zhao clan members held civil positions, all advanced with the clan's resources. Moreover, numerous individuals had pledged allegiance to the Zhao family, so even outside the circle, Zhao Hongwen commanded immense fear. My precious son, come upstairs with me. Qin Sivan called from the stairway. Coming. Zhao Yunhai replied, running over. He followed his mother to the upstairs dressing room, where she opened a cabinet to reveal a special diamond-encrusted business card. You've started your own career now? I don't have much to offer, but take this. Zhao Yunhai examined the card. It bore only a name and a phone number without any description. Mom, what kind of card is this? Qin Sivan smoothed the wrinkles on her son's clothes and said casually, this is the contact for Darkwater Security. I've already informed their head. Whenever you need them, they will assist you with full force. When you're out, if you face any grievances, don't bottle them up. If you can't handle it, tell your father or me. This family will always be your strongest support. Zhao Yunhai tucked the card away and said with a grin, don't worry, Mom. I won't suffer any grievances. Perhaps this was the difference between a villain family and a protagonist family. The former was exceptionally united, while the latter was rife with internal strife and schemes. The unwavering support from his parents allowed Zhao Yunhai to fully integrate into this world, no longer treating life as a mere game. His soul and bloodline merged with theirs, making him a true member of the Zhao family, sharing their glory and their losses. Qin Sivan, unaware of her precious son's shift in mindset, couldn't help but voice the thoughts in her heart. But business abroad has been booming lately, my dear son. How about we expand into that sector? Arms dealing was Qin Sivan's greatest passion and expertise. Trafficking weapons was second nature to her. Naturally, she hoped her son would venture into this trade, so that once familiar, he could one day inherit her Darkwater Security Group. Oh well. Zhao Yunhai was momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, he wasn't keen on pursuing this path for now, for 2 reasons. First, his mother was already in the business, so there was no rush for him to dive in. Second, he was still in the early stages of development within the 9 provinces, where strict regulations on such matters made it impossible to operate domestically. Any venture would have to be overseas. What? You look down on this business? Qin Sivan frowned, slightly displeased by her son's reaction. Seeing his mother's misunderstanding, Zhao Yunhai quickly explained, this business is a surefire profit. Who wouldn't want in? How could I possibly look down on it? Then why are you hesitating? Qin Sivan's expression softened. Zhao Yunhai wasn't hesitating, he was merely taken aback by his mother's sudden mention of the subject. Dad always says to take one step while looking several ahead. Overextending strains our energy, and we can't handle too much. Right now I only have Human Tower under my control. Heavenly Palace is just starting out. Once it establishes a foothold in the 9 provinces, and we expand overseas, even if you hadn't brought it up, Mom, I would have proposed it myself. This explanation gave Qin Sivan a deeper appreciation of her son's maturity. He had truly grown up. Her child was coming of age. Gazing at her son's mature eyes, Qin Sivan's mind drifted back to the anticipation she felt during her pregnancy, to the newborn baby she held in her arms. She recalled the joy that kept her awake all night when he first called her mom, and the memory of him stumbling into her arms as he learned to walk. You've grown up and your mother has grown old. Qin Sivan let out a wistful sigh. Zhao Yunhai was baffled. How had the topic veered so far off course? One moment they were discussing Heavenly Palace, and now she was talking about aging. Still, he comforted her, Mom, you're still young. If we were out, people might mistake you for my sister. He deliberately peered at her head. Let me see. Not a single white hair. What's this about being old? What would the truly elderly say? Honestly, if any other woman acted this way, he would have walked away in a huff. Enough with that silver tongue. Who knows how many women you've charmed. Qin Sivan finally laughed at her son's earnest efforts, her melancholy vanishing completely. If it were any other woman, I'd have already stormed out. Zhao Yunhai chuckled lightly and slipped out of the room. Now was the perfect time to leave. That little rascal, Qin Sivan muttered as he fled. As Zhao Yunhai reached the bottom of the stairs, he found his father waiting for him, as if anticipating his arrival. His father said, "Your mother gave you that thing." Zhao Yunhai pulled out the business card. Zhao Hongwen shook his head as he looked at it. Since she gave it to you, keep it safe. Use it wisely, not recklessly. Know your limits. After speaking, his father went upstairs. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Yunhai stared at the card, lost in thought. Perhaps his father had waited there just to say those words. If it were his former self, he might have become arrogant from such a gift, but not now. He possessed a mature worldview and the ability to think for himself. Especially in this world where protagonists constantly threatened him, he couldn't afford to be complacent. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough that no protagonist could ever pose a threat. His golden finger could make him instantly surpass any protagonist he faced. But if he encountered a protagonist so cautious they never showed their face, he would need his own forces to track them down or even deal with them. As the saying goes, it takes magic to fight magic. Could he raise a few protagonists as his personal enforcers? Zhao Yunhai returned to his room, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, his mind racing with endless thoughts. And then there was Si Jinyan. Could he have really died at the hands of a protagonist? Speak of the devil, and he appears. Si Jinyan finally called. Young Master Yin, we failed. We lost 2 men. His voice sounded off, somewhat weak, possibly injured. What exactly happened? Zhao Yunhai sat up straight, leaning against the headboard, his voice grave. According to Si Jinyan, Zhang Yunhai had stayed at the company after leaving, with many employees working overtime, and he was guarded by martial artist protectors. The only option was poison, but it was seen through by Zhang Yunhai's bodyguard. Eventually, Si Jinyan found an opportunity when Zhang Yunhai left. Though he suspected it might be a trap to lure them out, he had to take the risk. Young Master Yun's orders were absolute. Unfortunately, they failed again simply because Zhang Yunhai had 2 powerful martial artists in his service. If Si Jinyan had been armed, he wouldn't have lost. But on the way they encountered a police checkpoint. With time running out to seize the rare opportunity, Si Jinyan left the weapons in one car and sent a team member to drive it back. Zhao Yunhai hadn't expected the plan to fail because of a checkpoint. The appearance of that checkpoint was either Zhang Yunhai's luck or his deliberate arrangement. Most likely it was Zhang Yunhai's doing. Why else would he choose to leave just as the checkpoint was set up? As long as you're safe, go into hiding and wait for my return. Zhao Yunhai hung up the phone, now revisiting an idea that had briefly crossed his mind earlier. It takes magic to fight magic. Only a protagonist can counter a protagonist. Zhao Yunhai massaged his temples, realizing that if he wished to avoid ceaselessly chasing after the protagonist himself in the future, he would need to nurture a few compliant ones. Yet the very essence of a protagonist lies in their unwillingness to submit to another. Moreover, a protagonist is a double-edged sword. A single misstep could wound the wielder. The most critical factor was the immense unpredictability of such a figure. If he truly intended to cultivate one, he must prepare thoroughly. It was already around 9 in the evening. As a young man, Zhao Yunhai found sleep elusive. After tossing and turning, he rose and headed downstairs. The living room was brightly lit, where Yang Hui sat cross-legged on the sofa, eating fruit and watching television as if she had already claimed the place as her own. Why are you still here? Aren't you going to sleep? Zhao Yunhai sat beside her and asked curiously. Yang Hui stared directly at him. Aunt Qin said you can't stay still at night. If you're going out, she told me to go with you. Take you. Zhao Yunhai felt a headache coming on. He was unaccustomed to bringing a woman along, especially one as appealing as her, whom he already considered a candidate for marriage. She couldn't be treated like the other frivolous women. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Yang Hui quickly assured him, sensing his hesitation. You can pretend I'm not here. Pretend you're not here, my foot. Zhao Yunhai silently grumbled, keeping a straight face. Since my mother said so, how could I not take you? Come along. Ada and the other 2 were still awake. Upon learning that the young master was going out, they promptly followed. The garage door opened, and a Hennessy Venom F5 roared out, its headlights gleaming like a beast's piercing eyes. Behind this luxury car trailed an unremarkable black sedan. Zhao Yunhai wanted to unwind, so naturally he invited his friends. Young Master Zhao, tonight's on me. Anyone up for some fun? After sending the message, he disabled the group's mute function, and the chat instantly buzzed with activity. These friends were remarkably well connected. Knowing he was back, they eagerly answered the young master's call. In the capital, these young scions came from influential families with close ties to the Zhao clan, and they all looked to Zhao Yunhai as their leader. Zhao Yunhai drove with one hand on the wheel, the other instinctively reaching to the right. His hand froze mid-motion, then he casually withdrew it to scratch the back of his neck. He glanced at Yang Hui, who looked at him with confusion, clearly unaware of his intended gesture. But then again, the Yang family had meticulously groomed Yang Hui, shielding her from such frivolities. Her innocence stirred a strange excitement in Zhao Yunhai. A woman, he mused, should be savored bit by bit, to devour her all at once, and she loses her flavor. Zhao Yunhai wasn't adept at pursuing women. After all, they came to him with a mere gesture, even in his past life. Yet he held his own unique insights. A man shouldn't overwhelm a woman with affection. I love too readily given becomes cheap. Instead, one should gently pluck at her heartstrings, letting the ebb and flow of emotion stir a sweet ache within her. Neither hot nor cold would do. She must feel your presence, but not too frequently. In short, these tactics only work for the handsome. If you're unattractive, don't panic. There's still a way. In a word, persistent pestering. A persistent suitor can wear down the most resistant maiden. Leverage your thick skin. Succeed and you gain, or fail and move on to the next. Some soft heart will eventually say yes. See, that's how you find love. It's so simple. Why do people always complain about being single? While waiting at a traffic light, Zhao Yunhai noticed the car beside him. Glancing at the passenger seat, his eyes lit up. To be clear, he wasn't a lecher, nor was he indiscriminate. He simply possessed an eye for beauty. Zhao Yunhai lowered his window, resting his arm on the sill, and whistled flirtatiously at the beauty in the adjacent car. Hey gorgeous, wanna add me on WeChat? Zhao Yunhai's looks surpassed 99% of men in the land. The remaining 1% were effeminate. Yet this beauty didn't seem swayed by appearances. She merely glanced at him, her face turning icy, and rolled up her window. What's wrong? Yang Fan in the driver's seat asked in confusion. She had just asked him to open the window for air, only to close it again. Yin Rubing was as cold as her name, her frosty gaze fixed ahead. Just drive, she said icily. An ice queen indeed. Nothing like my gentle and considerate, shall we? Zhao Yunhai chuckled, unperturbed, turning to tease Yang Hui. Yang Hui covered her mouth with a smile, understanding the implication behind his words. She felt no displeasure at his flirtation with the other woman. To her, it was merely a man's instinct, perfectly normal. A man who doesn't appreciate beauty lacks ambition, her mother had taught her. Zhao Yunhai's words were also a subtle hint revealing his true nature. Once a relationship was established, there would be no turning back. He couldn't remain a bachelor or forego marriage. His legacy required a direct heir. Otherwise, what was the point of his struggles, only to work for someone else in the end? Nor would he confine himself to one woman, unlike his father, who remained devoted to his mother alone. The light turned green, and the engine roared like a beast. Zhao Yunhai found himself intrigued by this icy woman. Tonight's amusement was secured. Young Master Zhao, I've sent you the location. Gather here. I've found an ice queen with quite the charm. Lonely Chow thief on my way. No lewdness, JPG. Smoking solitude brought a cigarette, brothers he. Zhao Yunhai's message stirred up the group like dynamite in a fish pond. The idle young masters eagerly chimed in. He slowed down, watching the red Bentley overtake him, then gradually accelerated to follow. Boss, that car is tailing us. Yang Fan said, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the rearview mirror. Ignore him. Yin Rubing replied, her expression unchanging. To her, this was just another spoiled brat's fart. Yin Rubing was still a junior in college, 21 years old, roughly the same age as Zhao Yunhai, though he had graduated slightly earlier. As her name suggested, Yin Rubing was as cold as ice, yet her heart valued emotions deeply. Because of her aloof demeanor, she had very few genuine friends. Her only friend, her confidant Mu Xiaoyu, had invited her out for a gathering. Now she was on her way to meet her, and had no time to waste here. Little did Yin Rubing know that her best friend Mu Xiaoyu was being harassed by a playboy. That playboy, grinning cheekily, raised his phone and snapped a photo of her, then sent it to the group chat. No interest in foreign women. Guess what I found? Beauty. JPG, bro, smoking loneliness. Lonely Chow thief. Young Master Zhao. I deliver 9 trillion daily. Is tonight a night of hunting for beauties? My mom's home, I can't get out, crying loudly. JPG, young Master Zhao, my mom's asleep, I sneaked out snickering. JPG, bro, smoking loneliness, my mom's still playing mahjong, no time to mind me, roaring with laughter. JPG, lonely Chow thief, my dad broke his 7-wolf belt, and hasn't bought a new one, so he'll die trying to come out and have fun with young Master Zhao proud. JPG, the people in the group spoke pleasantly, each one talented, and Zhao Yunhai smiled knowingly, setting his phone aside. Yet he felt something was off. Why were the women he encountered tonight of such high quality, one crossing his path, and another meeting that lecher? This situation seemed oddly familiar, as if he had read it in some novel before. Could it be that this time he was about to run into a protagonist again? Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and emotion even women couldn't evoke. Only the protagonist could stir him so. Every appearance of a protagonist made his abilities grow stronger. Thus how far he could go depended entirely on how powerful the protagonist was. Zhao Yunhai wasn't afraid of encountering many protagonists. Instead, he became more exhilarated. Seeing the car ahead stop in front of a milk tea shop, he turned to the silent Yang Hui and asked, "Want some milk tea?" Though it was a question, Zhao Yunhai had already unbuckled his seatbelt. Yang Hui, lost in thought, looked at the icy beauty walking ahead and said, "I'll go with you." Zhao Yunhai stepped out directly. "If you want to follow, then keep up. Don't get lost." "I know." Seeing Zhao Yunhai agree, Yang Hui's face lit up with a smile as she got out a sweetness warming her heart. She didn't know why, but his consent inexplicably brought her a moment of joy. Yang Hui didn't feel love at first sight for Zhao Yunhai, rather it was a slowly developing affection. Since she had initially defined him as her future husband, she naturally cared about his attitude toward her. No woman would be indifferent to whether her man cared for her. Inside the milk tea shop, Mu Xiaoyu's face showed clear impatience. The man beside her had been pestering her since she arrived and still hadn't left. But since she had met her best friend here, she was too furious to even take out her phone. Taking out her phone would mean giving him a chance to get her WeChat ID. This kind of shameless, persistent man was a first for Mu Xiaoyu. "Rubing, over here." Finally spotting her best friend's arrival, Mu Xiaoyu quickly stood up and hurried toward her, using the chance to escape the man's harassment. "Did he harass you?" Yin Rubing's icy expression dropped another 10 degrees, her eyes radiating a chilling cold. Mu Xiaoyu, preferring to avoid trouble than to seek it, quickly said, "Let it go. Let's just drink our milk tea first, then go eat. I found a particularly delicious hot pot place yesterday, so I specially called you to come along." But Yin Rubing refused to let it slide. This was her only friend, and seeing her bullied was unacceptable. Yin Ryu strode over, slapping her hand on the table, and said angrily, "Apologize to my friend." "Oh, another Ice Queen." Gu Yunting looked up, his eyes lighting up. This Ice Queen. How did she compare to young Master Zhao's? What a pity. He hadn't gotten that woman's WeChat ID. It was time to meet up with young Master Zhao. Gu Yunting sighed with regret. No matter how beautiful the woman, she couldn't compare to young Master Zhao's party. He could only investigate her later. Seeing him ignore her, Yin Ryu felt humiliated, especially in front of her best friend. Her voice turned icy to the extreme. "If you don't apologize, you'll regret it." Gu Yunting clicked his tongue. He feared no retaliation. Just as he was about to speak, he saw young Master Zhao enter with a woman. "Hey, young Master Zhao, what brings you here?" Gu Yunting immediately forgot Yin Rubing and rose to greet Zhao Yunhai. "She wanted some milk tea, so here we are." Zhao Yunhai pointed at Yang Hui beside him, offering a perfect excuse, and she nodded cooperatively. "And this is A." Noticing Zhao Yunhai's unusual attitude toward this woman, Gu Yunting refrained from joking and asked directly. "My mom introduced her, the legitimate daughter of the Yang family." Zhao Yunhai briefly explained. "Hello, sister-in-law." Gu Yunting played along respectfully. A woman introduced by Aunt Qin, and one Zhao Yunhai personally kept by his side. This was likely a settled matter. "Hello, I'm Yang Hui." Yang Hui nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that Zhao Yunhai didn't deny it, she felt deeply satisfied. Birds of a feather flock together. You're all cut from the same cloth. Yin Rubing's expression darkened further, seeing that the man who had harassed her and the one who had harassed her friend were acquainted. "All right, let's go quickly." Mu Xiaoyu tugged at Yin Rubing's arm, eager to leave this place of trouble. "What are you afraid of? The more you fear, the more people like them will take advantage." Yin Rubing was unafraid of these people, but worried that her friend might be harassed in the future. Especially the luxury car parked outside. Its license plate wasn't something an ordinary person could obtain. If she remembered correctly, it was the plate of the Gu family from Yanjing. Yang Fan sat at a nearby table, watching the scene unfold like a spectator. As long as the person he was protecting was safe, he couldn't care less about the rest. His master was really something, assigning him unnecessary tasks. Now he had to be a campus bowtie's personal bodyguard while she attended classes. "Give me one of these, less sugar, warm, thanks." Zhao Yunhai ordered simply from the staff, then turned to look at Yin Rubing, teasing her. "Oh, Ice Queen, what a coincidence. We meet again." Zhao Yunhai's gaze inadvertently fell on the man at the next table, whose eyes met his at the same time. A gaze exchange between villain and protagonist. Zhao Yunhai never expected that he had passed by this protagonist at the traffic light earlier. At that time, his attention was entirely on the icy, frosty woman beside him, and he hadn't bothered to notice who was in the driver's seat. When a beautiful woman occupies the passenger seat, who would first pay attention to the driver? A golden light suddenly burst forth in his mind, and the six-sided golden die emitted dazzling beams as it spun wildly. 9 under the golden radiance. This side landed directly on 9. It wasn't that the 6 sides only ranged from 1 to 6, rather any number could appear at random, even skyrocketing to 999. The super multiplier had directly rolled a 9, filling Zhao Yunhai's heart with ecstasy. Although he still didn't know what ability this seemingly ordinary and unremarkable protagonist possessed, the abilities of protagonists were never weak. In an instant, the 9 burst into infinite golden light and shattered with dazzling fragments of light, merging directly into Zhao Yunhai's body. Such a wonderful sensation made him feel his own body growing stronger. At the very least, this protagonist was several times more powerful than the one he had first encountered. The previous one was an undeveloped protagonist while this one had likely already passed the developmental stage and entered a stable phase. Zhao Yunhai never imagined that this seemingly ordinary protagonist could possess such formidable abilities. The martial arts knowledge flooding his mind broadened his horizons, and his martial arts strength surged wildly. However, because Zhao Yunhai had never visited the Zhao family's private martial arts library to study, his understanding of martial arts remained quite limited. Given his status in the Zhao family, he naturally had access to all the treasured martial arts texts. Even the ultimate techniques that many martial artists dreamed of were readily available in the Zhao collection. Zhao Yunhai thought he should find time to visit and select a few masterpieces to recruit some martial artists. After all, the power of martial artists should not be underestimated. They still held a place in this world. But now was not the time. Once his Heavenly Palace Foundation was officially on track, he could arrange these matters. In truth, Zhao Yunhai did not know that his father Zhao Hongwen had long wanted him to engage with martial arts. However, due to Zhao Yunhai's his former self-intense aversion to martial artists, the topic had never been brought up again. After all, Zhao Hongwen was an extremely doting father who would not force his son to do anything he disliked. Even if his son were to inherit the position of Zhao family head in the future, he wouldn't need formidable martial prowess. As long as he grasped the general direction, countless Zhao martial artists would serve him. Yang Fan noticed from the other's gaze that he seemed interested in him. Not in that way, but a kind of prying which was his most direct instinct as a martial artist. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yang Fan remained unaware that the man before him was already plotting how to deal with him. Yang Fan saw no signs of martial training in the other man, and assumed he was just an ordinary spoiled rich kid, perhaps with a powerful background. But did Yang Fan care? Not at all. Yang Fan believed that in the face of sufficient strength, even power would bow to force. Yin Rubing had never been called an icy woman to her face before. Suppressing the rising anger within her, she glared coldly at the man, her eyes filled with disgust. Yang Fan, are you just going to stand there and watch? Yin Rubing crossed her arms. If I can't talk to him, can I at least talk to you? Yang Fan looked at Yin Rubing with an innocent expression. Could he be caught in the crossfire, even while sitting? He stood up and rubbed his nose helplessly. I'm only responsible for protecting your life, though I don't interfere with anything else. I'm being harassed, and my life is already threatened. Yin Rubing's face was icy, her voice devoid of any emotion. Only then did Yang Fan slowly rise and walk up to Zhao Yunhai, saying flatly, "Don't harass the person I'm protecting." Zhao Yunhai looked thoughtfully at the two. It seemed the protagonist and the female lead had no romantic feelings yet. He shrugged innocently. "I'm not harassing you. If calling you an icy woman counts as harassment, then I believe everyone who sees you would want to harass you. Don't think women can make up stories without facing consequences. Equality between men and women, right?" Zhao Yunhai wasn't one to indulge anyone. Even with Yang Hui, he held the dominant position, treating her with more tenderness only because he regarded her as an equal. Then Zhao Yunhai looked at Yang Fan and teased, "As for the person you're protecting, isn't she fine? Don't worry, if she docks your pay, come work for me, and he'll double it." Yang Fan was stunned, never expecting that the man wouldn't be angry at all, and would even try to hire him. "You?" Yin Rubing raised her finger, pointing at him, trembling with rage, unable to speak. This man even dared to poach her people right in front of her, utterly shameless and despicable. "What about me?" Zhao Yunhai thoughtfully inserted a straw into the prepared milk tea and handed it to Yang Hui, who silently sipped it. Yin Rubing suddenly thought of something and snorted coldly, not admitting it. "Then how do you explain your friend harassing my friend just now, eh? And aren't you angry that your boyfriend is flirting with another woman right in front of you?" Yin Rubing looked at Yang Hui, who was drinking her milk tea, and spoke with exasperation. "He's not my boyfriend yet." Yang Hui shook her head, speaking very calmly. "Whether he flirts with other women is his freedom. Why should I be angry?" In Yang Hui's heart, it was perfectly normal for a man like Zhao Yunhai to have many women. As long as she was the one with the marriage certificate, no one could surpass her. Her own father had a mistress outside, yet her mother still lived well. Those mistresses would never be accepted in high society. Her father was also very good to her mother, and they treated each other with respect. However, Yang Hui did not know that her mother had endured such pain herself, taking over a decade to heal the wounds in her heart. To prevent her daughter from repeating the same mistake, she had instilled this mindset in her from childhood. This was a form of silent maternal love. After all, in a family like the Yang's, Yang Hui's future husband would inevitably be no ordinary man. Caring too much would only hurt herself. Yin Rubing was dumbfounded by Yang Hui's answer, and even Yang Fan, Mu Xiaoyu, and the watching Gu Yunting were stunned. For men, this answer was the epitome of a dream woman. "In the future, I'll have my mother find me a considerate woman as my wife." Gu Yunting silently vowed to himself, then noticing the mention of himself, couldn't help but speak up. "I didn't harass you. Your friend doesn't even say much, so stop meddling like a dog catching a mouse." Yang Fan, however, felt that such a woman was wasted on a spoiled rich kid like that. It was like a flower planted in cow dung. Although the man was handsome, he lacked a sincere heart for this woman. Yin Rubing never imagined that in modern society there could still be a woman with such traditional values. Hopeless, she sighed, exhaling the two words. If it were Yin Rubing herself, she would never accept such a man. Yin Rubing cast a cold glance at Gu Yunting and ignored him. You wouldn't understand. Yang Hui merely shook her head calmly and did not continue the conversation with her. She cared not how others perceived her. As the legitimate daughter of the Yang clan, she harbored her own pride within her heart. Having witnessed countless scenes, mere words could not provoke her. Mu Xiaoyu pouted silently, feeling a sense of pity for this woman. What was so remarkable about this man that he deserved such devotion from her? Let's go. Yin Rubing had no desire to linger any longer. The man was a scoundrel, and the woman was peculiar, truly a bizarre pair. Mu Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, quickly pulled Yin Rubing away from this place of trouble. Before leaving, Yang Fan cast a glance at the three men standing behind the other party. Although the other party showed no intention of pursuing them, now Yang Fan had a peculiar premonition that this man would continue to pester them. At that moment, San, who had just entered from outside, made an okay gesture to young Master Yun. Zhao Yunhai sneered coldly. Tonight's prey, how could I let you slip through my fingers? After getting into the car, Yang Fan said to Yin Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu, that man seems quite formidable. Yin Rubing snorted coldly. Of course he's formidable. The license plate of that white luxury car belongs to the direct lineage of the Gu family from Yinjing. To be called young Master Zhao by a direct descendant of the Gu family in Yinjing, it could only be the Zhao family. How do you know the license plate belongs to the Gu family? And what about the Zhao family? Yang Fan had only been in Yinjing for a short while, but he had been with Yin Rubing for over half a month. He had heard of the Gu family through osmosis, but he had never heard of the Zhao family. Because the license plates of these Yinjing families are all registered to facilitate special treatment under exceptional circumstances. Mu Xiaoyu interjected from the back seat. The direct descendants of these Yinjing families all have special license plates. For instance, the Yin family also has registered plates. Registered license plates are generally known among the major families. It's no wonder Rubing recognizes them. As for the Zhao family, forget it, I won't tell you. Mu Xiaoyu raised her chin with a hint of pride. Yang Fan was deeply curious about Mu Xiaoyu's background. In the past half-month, he only knew that she had a close relationship with Yin Rubing, like sisters and best friends. Forget it, I don't really want to know anyway. Yang Fan noticed that her eyes seemed to urge him to beg, so he kept his mouth shut, leaving her fuming with anger. All right, Xiaoyu, don't be angry. He's deliberately not asking. Yin Rubing directly ordered Yang Fan to ask to appease her best friend. Fine, I want to know. Go ahead. Out of respect for Yin Rubing, his employer Yang Fan complied. Mu Xiaoyu giggled, and with a proud air decided not to say anything. The Zhao family was inherently mysterious. Most who truly understood them were members of the Zhao family themselves. She had only heard occasional mentions from her own family. Young Master Zhao, Gu Yunting spoke in a voice too low for Yang Hui to hear after the ice-cold woman and her companions had left. If young Master Zhao has his eye on that ice-cold woman, I can help you handle her. Zhao Yunhai looked at Gu Yunting with a peculiar expression. Could this guy be sent by the other party to set me up? The protagonist beside that ice-cold woman is no simple character. Sending you to handle her would just be feeding you to the wolves, giving you experience. If I nod, wouldn't that make me look foolish? Zhao Yunhai directly shook his head to reject the proposal. Forget it. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll handle it myself. You just watch. He would not make the mistake of letting a tiger return to the mountain, nor would he show mercy to the protagonist, nor would he consider giving the protagonist experience. Seeing that young Master Zhao intended to act personally, Gu Yunting gave an awkward smile and sat to the side. Since young Master Zhao wanted to do it himself, he would just watch the show. He pulled out his phone to gather his friends there. Anda, Zhao Yunhai called out to the three men drinking milk tea at the next table. Young Master Yun. Ada quickly stood up and approached. Look up the information on those three. The more detailed the better. Zhao Yunhai always investigated his targets thoroughly before making a move. It was his habit. After sitting for a while, Li Yuanjing, whose group name was Smoking in Solitude, arrived. A few minutes later, Chao Pingtian, known as the Lonely Thief, also arrived in time. Zhao Yunhai, Li Yuanjing, Chao Pingtian, and Gu Yunting gathered in an ordinary milk tea shop, sipping their drinks and chatting about girls. To avoid disturbing their conversation, Yang Hui discreetly moved to another table. How does young Master Zhao plan to win over that ice-cold woman? Chao Pingtian regretted arriving late. A woman with such a temperament was a rare find. Why couldn't he have encountered her earlier? I've already installed a tracker. After all, how could I let the prey I've set my sights on escape? Zhao Yunhai gave the three a mysterious smile, and under their puzzled gazes beckoned to San. Understanding the signal, San brought out a laptop and placed it before the four of them. A detailed map of Yinjing was displayed, and under San's manipulation the target's location was quickly locked. A red dot was moving rapidly across the map. From start to finish, Zhao Yunhai had not given San any signal, yet Asan had everything prepared in advance whenever Zhao Yunhai needed it. This was one of the reasons Zhao Yunhai valued Asan. Chao Pingshan's eyes lit up, and he clapped in admiration. As expected of young Master Zhao, your methods are brilliant. With this tracker you can sneak into her place later tonight and have your way with her. Damn it, why didn't I think of such a great idea before? Chao Pingtian looked frustrated. He had always tried to lure them out or wait outside their homes, but it never occurred to him to go inside. Thief Chao, can't you change your preferences? Gu Yunting couldn't help but scold him. Always being fond of married women was too extreme. Once Thief Chao had treated them to something. A robust mare galloping on the prairie. After that night, he had sworn off it for a whole month. Exactly. Li Yuanjing pushed up his glasses and nodded absently while sipping his milk tea. Shut up. You're the last one who should talk. Chao Pengtian and Gu Yunting spoke in unison, turning to Li Yuanjing. Li Yuanjing's tastes were even more extreme and his preferences were very peculiar. Hence his group name was Smoking in Solitude. Those who understood. None of you three have the right to speak. Can't you be a little more normal like me? Zhao Yunhai raised his middle finger at them. I simply want to know where she's heading next. The three rolled their eyes in unison and couldn't be bothered to argue. Seeing them roll their eyes, Zhao Yunhai snorted coldly. To be honest, the three had been led astray by him, but that was the fault of his predecessor, not his own. Though younger than the other three, his predecessor had far more tricks up his sleeve. Compared to him, they were mere innocent boys. Only after the red dot on the map stopped moving entirely did Zhao Yunhai finally leave the milk tea shop. Once Yang Hui got into the car, Zhao Yunhai drove off directly, with Chao Pingtian and the other two following behind in their own vehicles. The destination marked by the red dot was a hot pot restaurant called Free Lunch. Inside, Yen Rubing's naturally cold and stunning beauty drew frequent stolen glances from the patrons. Her elegant red hair made her appear even more aloof and alluring. Yet long accustomed to such stares, Yen Rubing's icy face softened into a smile like a melting glacier. Xiaoyu, this hot pot is truly delicious. It looks oily but isn't greasy at all, and the hygiene is excellent. A little-known secret about Yen Rubing was that she was a foodie, as she would travel across cities for a famous local delicacy. Of course, it's affordable and good value. A meal costs just a few hundred yuan, said Mu Xiaoyu, proudly chin held high. A few hundred yuan isn't money. Yang Fan remarked, constantly adding fatty beef to the hot pot while attending to the two young ladies. He inwardly sighed, thinking how these wealthy girls had no idea that a few hundred yuan could sustain an ordinary college student for half a month or even a month. Isn't a few hundred yuan per meal normal? Mu Xiaoyu was genuinely puzzled, as her life had never known lack. He came from the mountains. My dad says he's a master and can protect me, Yen Rubing explained. Oh, so brother Yang is a martial arts master, Mu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. She rarely spoke much with Yang Fan during her time with Rubing. Only today, seeing him stand unflinchingly against those wealthy scions, did she find him intriguing. Any other bodyguard would avoid offending such wealthy heirs, merely ensuring the client's safety. After all, Beijing's social circle was small, crossing the rich and powerful would make life difficult ahead. No one would choose to offend others for a bodyguard. They could simply fire and replace him rather than harm relations. That was precisely why Yang Fan's actions earlier were so rare and commendable. Just average, keeping a low profile, he said with a chuckle, feeling a hint of pride, for he was a once-in-a-century genius, praised by his master. You can't praise him, you know, or he'll get cocky, Yen Rubing said to Mu Xiaoyu with a meaningful tone, then turned to command Yang Fan. A bodyguard should serve his employer well. Go makes me a new dipping sauce. Though it wasn't in his job description, serving a beauty was a pleasant task, and the envious glances from those around secretly pleased him. Who doesn't like a beautiful woman? Yang Fan was no exception. Shall you want me to fix one for you too? He asked as he stood up. The hot pot feast was in full swing, with Yen Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu both sweating from the heat. Mu Xiaoyu giggled, sure thanks, Master Yang. You're welcome. Yang Fan touched his nose and left his seat. But then he noticed that group had also appeared here 3 tables away. 4 men and a woman enjoying hot pot, their bodyguards scattered around, each occupying a table. Zhao Yunhai saw Yang Fan passing by and looking his way and smiled. My offer from last time still stands. Work for me, and it'll give you 10 times whatever you get from the Yen family. Sorry, not interested. Yang Fan knew their target was Yen Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu, and wanted to quickly prepare the dipping sauce and return to protect them. Turning down young Master Zhao's offer. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you know that young Master Zhao's invitation is worth more than gold? Chao Pingtian sneered, looking down on the other for rejecting Zhao's offer so decisively. Such an ignorant bumpkin. Li Yuanjing snorted coldly, a mere bodyguard. You should know that in this world there's no second chance at a free lunch. Miss it, and it's gone. In Beijing you're the first to dare refuse young Master Zhao's invitation. Gu Yunting's gaze held a hint of schadenfreude. How you think you're worthy? Yang Fan's lips curled in contempt. A bunch of bored rich kids indeed. Is that so? Don't you want to cure your master's lingering internal injury? Zhao Yunhai took a sip from his glass, knowing that to manipulate someone you strike at their weakness. What do you mean by that? Forgetting the dipping sauce, Yang Fan spun around instantly, his eyes fixed on him, a killer's intent locking onto Zhao Yunhai. Ada and the others dropped their food and rose to stand by young Master Zhao. The other three's bodyguards also put down their chopsticks and gathered around, fearing for their charge's safety. Yang Hui watched Zhao Yunhai with concern. In her understanding, Zhao Yunhai was a mere playboy with no martial skills. But Yang Fan was a formidable martial artist. Provoking him like this could invite a sudden attack. If it were the old Zhao Yunhai, he wouldn't have been so reckless, but now he possessed 9 times Yang Fan's abilities. Zhao Yunhai met his gaze, raised 2 fingers, and gestured before his eyes, a cold glint flickering in his own. Next time I'll gouge out your eyes myself. For some reason, Yang Fan's heart trembled at those words, and his mind instantly calmed. This guy wasn't just a simple rich kid. After all, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of Anjin, a powerful martial artist. At this stage, a martial artist could cultivate internal energy and use it as a crude means of attack. The strongest martial artists active in the open were only at the Huajin stage beyond Anjin. Those masters sought breakthroughs in sparsely populated areas where the clean air kept their minds cleared during practice. These masters relied on resources from powerful backers to support their training. Otherwise, even daily necessities would be a problem, let alone cultivation resources. Please tell me. Yang Fan took a deep breath, desperate to know if the other was telling the truth. After asking, his heart filled with anxiety. He desperately hoped this was just a lie, not the truth. His master was like a parent to him. He had never known his own parents, and his master had raised him with painstaking care. If his master truly had a lingering internal injury, it would be fatal for a martial artist. That's more like it. Zhao Yunhai smiled as expected and glanced at heir. Understanding, heir walked up to Yang Fan and handed him a dossier on his master. This was information transmitted by the Zhao family's intelligence department during the journey, printed out by the small printer in Ada's car. The hot pot patrons nearby had turned into curious onlookers. Such a crowd gathering surely meant trouble. Seeing this, the waiter quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to inform the manager not about to risk his life for a few thousand yuan salary. Tell your men to disperse. Standing around like this is disgraceful. People might think we're in a conflict. Zhao Yunhai, noticing Yang Fan's increasingly grim expression as he reviewed the documents, chuckled lightly and addressed the 3 onlookers, Gu Yunting and the others. Right. What are you all crowding around for? With young Master Zhao here, nothing can happen to us. You lack any discernment. Hurry back to your seats. Go back and eat. Today young Master Zhao is footing the bill, a privilege not everyone gets to enjoy. Gu Yunting and the other 2 quickly ordered their bodyguards to disperse. The bystanders, hoping for drama, and the hot pot manager, who had rushed over with 2 security guards, saw that nothing was amiss and lost interest. After swiftly reviewing the documents, Yang Fan realized that many of his master's past habits aligned almost perfectly with the internal injury symptoms described. Can you guarantee all this is true? Yang Fan never imagined that his master, who seemed invincible in his eyes, had been suffering from such severe internal injuries. How laughable that he had been completely oblivious. He felt utterly heartless. If he had paid more attention, he wouldn't have discovered it so late. True or false lies in the heart. If you say it's true, then it's true. If you say it's false, then it's false. I never force anyone. Zhao Yunhai was utterly unconcerned that Yang Fan might slip through his fingers. From the moment Yang Fan stepped into his trap, escape was impossible. The instant he saw that Yang Fan's master had severe internal injuries, he knew he had found Yang Fan's fatal weakness. With his sharp mind, Zhao Yunhai, always adept at such matters, immediately devised a scheme to exploit Yang Fan. If used wisely, Yang Fan would become his invincible blade. Once Yang Fan was no longer useful, he would personally dispose of him, killing him outright. The only benefit would be eliminating one protagonist. But after killing one, another would emerge, yielding no advantage at all. One must always think things through. You have a way to save my master, don't you? Yang Fan knew that showing him this meant the man had a cure for his master. It was his only hope. Still, he planned to confront his master about this upon returning to confirm its truth. I do, but why should I save your master? Zhao Yunhai watched Yang Fan's anxious state with an indifferent smile. What do you want? Yang Fan cut straight to the point. I dislike people like you who beat around the bush. Speak plainly. Now the fastest way for Yang Fan to save his master was to turn to the man before him. Though he knew the man's intentions were sinister, it was his only option if he wanted to treat his master's injuries quickly. Yet he was at a loss with no one to consult. His master hadn't recovered in all these years, clearly because no cure for the internal injuries had been found. Asking his master would be futile. His master had only a month to live. If no treatment was found within that time, he would be lost forever. Zhao Yunhai raised 3 fingers and said calmly, help me with 3 tasks, and I'll give you the medicine to heal your master. How do I know you'll keep your word? What guarantee do I have? Yang Fan didn't trust the promise. What if the man reneged afterward? You wouldn't want anything to happen to your master, would you? Zhao Yunhai struck directly at Yang Fan's vulnerability. Indeed, he had no choice. His master couldn't come to harm. Yang Fan clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, a ripple of bitterness stirring in his heart. I hope you mean what you say. Don't make me wait too long for those 3 tasks. Yang Fan was confident in his abilities, hoping only that the man wouldn't delay. Whatever tasks he needed done would surely play to his strengths, though otherwise the man wouldn't have gone to such trouble. Of course, he'll contact you soon. Zhao Yunhai gazed at him with profound meaning. Yang Fan shot him a deep look, then turned and left without leaving any contact information. He knew that since the man had thoroughly investigated his master, he would know how to reach him. Why were you gone so long? Yin Rubing asked coldly as Yang Fan finally returned. Sorry, it was crowded over there. Distractedly, Yang Fan placed 2 plates of dipping sauce before them. By the way, what exactly is the Zhao family? Earlier, Yang Fan hadn't been particularly curious, but now he was deeply intrigued by the Zhao family behind that man. Yin Rubing gave him an odd look, but didn't answer. Mu Xiaoyu, however, kindly replied to the master's question. The Zhao family is the most mysterious clan in Yinjing with the greatest power and influence. Mu Xiaoyu then shared what she knew about the Zhao family. After listening, Yang Fan speculated that the wealthy young man might well be Zhao Yunhai, the sole heir of the Zhao family patriarch. He hadn't expected to catch the attention of such an aristocratic scion. A bitter smile crept across his lips. But even if it were Zhao Yunhai, so what? If the man dared to deceive him, he would make Zhao Yunhai pay a bloody price. A desperate man fears nothing. He would dare drag an emperor off his throne. With nothing to lose, Yang Fan gradually grew calm. Next, let me show you a brilliant diversion. After eating his fill, Zhao Yunhai piqued the curiosity of the 3 with a single sentence. About half an hour later, Yang Fan left the hot pot restaurant with the 2 women driving toward Yin Rubing's villa. Watching Yang Fan leave, Zhao Yunhai licked his lips. Late night snack, here I come. It's late. I'll take you back to rest first. Glancing at the somewhat inconvenient Yang Hui, he remarked. As Yang Hui began to speak, Zhao Yunhai looked straight ahead and said flatly, I don't care for hacks. Then drop me off first, Yang Hui quickly said. She understood why Zhao Yunhai wasn't taking her along. It was about preserving her looks. Her mother had always said that beauty was the most potent hook to snare a man's heart. Heir, take her back. Zhao Yunhai was even more pleased with Yang Hui's discretion. He immediately made a call instructing Heir in the car behind to escort her. After Yang Hui left, Zhao Yunhai finally began his night hunt for beauty. Yin Rubing was the daughter of Yin Gu, the second son of the Yin family. Though the Yin family had some influence in Yinjing, compared to the Zhao family, they were insignificant. Yin Gu was a businessman while the eldest son was a scholar. Yet despite not being a direct descendant, Yin Rubing was deeply loved by the Yin family patriarch. Zhao Yunhai dialed a strange number and said directly upon connection, in half an hour at the reservoir on the 3rd ring outskirts of Yinjing, retrieve something for me. What is it? Yang Fan's voice was low and hushed on the other end, clearly not wanting those nearby to hear. Someone will contact you when you arrive. Zhao Yunhai hung up immediately. Even if Yang Fan guessed his intentions, it didn't matter. The late-night snack he had his eye on was his to enjoy, and no one could stop him. On the other end, Yang Fan put his phone back in his pocket as if nothing had happened. Honestly, receiving a call at this hour made him suspect it was a diversion by Zhao Yunhai. So he turned the car around, deciding to take the 2 women to a safe place. To be cautious, Yang Fan deliberately found a secluded spot midway to check for surveillance and tracking devices in the car, and indeed there were some. He casually discarded the tracking device in a taxi, and then left the scene with the 2 women. How could Yang Fan know that he was only on the 5th level, while Zhao Yunhai was already in the atmosphere? Even without the tracking device, Zhao Yunhai would have no trouble finding the 2 women in Yinjing in a short time. Yang Fan also had a good brother in Yinjing, leaving the 2 women in his care for the time being was a safe choice. Even if the Zhao family wanted to investigate, it would certainly take time. And this time was enough for Yang Fan to make a round trip. At least that was what Yang Fan thought. After all, he only learned from Mu Xiaoyu how powerful the Zhao family was, but had not truly experienced the helplessness of facing them. Yang Fan, what are you leaving us here for? Yin Rubing questioned with a hint of confusion in her cold gaze. Mu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, clung to her friend's arm, looking around the unfamiliar environment with a sense of trepidation. Yang Fan knew that if he didn't explain clearly, Miss Yin would never let it go, so he patiently began to explain. It's not safe at home right now, and I have some matters to attend to. You 2 wait for me here. Why is it unsafe, and where are you going? You are my bodyguard, and you should protect me 24 hours a day. Yin Rubing pressed on with her, questioning her attitude, demanding answers. After all, in her view, a bodyguard should not neglect their duty to protect their employer and run off for no reason. Yang Fan knew he was being irresponsible by leaving them here, but there were things he had to do. You know Zhao Yunhai, right? He's the one who called you the Ice Mountain Girl. That guy might very well be from the Zhao family. What if he takes action against you while I'm not around? Yang Fan concealed the transaction between him and Zhao Yunhai and turned his gaze to Mu Xiaoyu. And you wouldn't want anything to happen to Xiaoyu, would you? Yin Rubing was about to retort, but paused to consider, swallowing her words. Indeed, if something happened to Mu Xiaoyu, she would never forgive herself. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyu also felt a bit scared and timidly suggested, "Rubing, let's just wait for Yang Fan here." "All right." Yin Rubing nodded, and then stiffly said to Yang Fan, "I'm only giving you 3 hours because of Xiaoyu. 3 hours is enough." Upon seeing her agreement, Yang Fan felt relieved, saving him from having to plead further. After the three finished speaking, Yang Fan entrusted the 2 women to Zhang Chong, who was thumping his muscular chest, and spoke with a voice like thunder. "Don't worry, brother Yang, with me here, no one would dare to lay a finger on them." Zhang Chong, known as Bald Chong, was a peak warrior in the Mingjing phase. Zhang Chong had many brothers and usually took on some dirty work doing unsavory jobs for the wealthy. However, he had his principles. He never harmed women or children. During a life-and-death crisis, Yang Fan saved him, and he subsequently recognized Yang Fan as a brother, vowing to go through fire and water for him. It was merely sheltering 2 women who, as Yang Fan's women, he would definitely take good care of them and would not let Yang Fan down. "If anything happens, make sure to call me immediately," Yang Fan repeatedly emphasized to Zhang Chong, who took it seriously before Yang Fan left the place. While Zhang Chong was arranging rooms for the 2 women, he was unaware that someone close to him was already preparing to betray him. This person was Lu Tao, who had followed Zhang Chong into life-and-death situations for many years, but was secretly dissatisfied with Zhang Chong's strict adherence to principles. Being both a prostitute and a saint, Lu Tao thought about how many big deals had been lost. This was all money. Originally, Lu Tao didn't want to interfere in small matters, but upon hearing about the Zhao family, he secretly hid and eavesdropped. When he learned that the Zhao family had set their sights on the 2 women, he was utterly disappointed with Zhang Chong for putting his brothers at risk. "Since you lack compassion, don't blame me for being heartless." Lu Tao found a number in his contacts that he had never dialed before. It belonged to someone named Brother Hua. Brother Hua had previously sought Lu Tao and Zhang Chong for jobs, but Zhang Chong had refused due to his so-called principles. However, Lu Tao had kept the number, thinking it might be useful in the future. It seemed that this Brother Hua was working for the Zhao family. "Who?" The voice on the other end was cold. "Brother Hua, it's not important who I am, but I have some important news to share with you. Speak if it's valuable, I will definitely pay you. Since you know my number, you should be aware of my reputation." Even though the person on the other end could not see him, Lu Tao adopted a humble tone and said softly, Yes, I naturally believe in Brother Hua's reputation. Brother Hua, I have 2 women here. I heard they are the ones the Zhao family wants. I don't know how much this information is worth. Also, Brother Hua, this is entirely Bald Chong's doing and has nothing to do with me or my brothers. I ask that you do not implicate innocent people." Upon hearing this, Brother Hua on the other end was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Haha, interesting. 200,000, I'll transfer it to your account. You're much more sensible than that Bald Chong." Without any effort, Lu Tao unexpectedly found the task that Zhao Yunhai had just issued to find the 2 women so quickly. "What do you call this? A pie falling from the sky?" Zhao Yunhai had simply issued a task to find the 2 women to his people in Yanjing without mentioning a reward, merely stating his identity. His identity was the greatest reward for these people. The Zhao family's control over Yanjing is not known to outsiders. Even people you think are on your side might have already been bought by the Zhao family, or might be from the Zhao family themselves. The fortunate Brother Hua was merely an inconspicuous one among them. Zhao Yunhai leaned against the stone railing by the Yanjing Grand Bridge, feeling the gentle breeze blowing against his face. Everything was already arranged according to his plan, and this feeling of being in control was intoxicating. Zhao Yunhai was gradually experiencing the benefits that came with the position of the future heir of the Zhao family. Gu Yunting and the others were joking around him, discussing which internet celebrity they would like to express their feelings with. Ada, standing a few meters away from Zhao Yunhai, quickly received a call. "Brother, this is Hua Zai. I've found the location of the 2 women that Zhao Xiao asked me to locate. I've sent the details to your phone." This was a call he dared to make only after personally confirming it. If he misreported, he would surely be worse than dead. "Please give me a location so that I can have the honor of delivering them to Zhao Xiao personally." This Brother Hua, who once held a high position in Lu Tao's eyes, was now exceedingly humble in front of Ada. "I've sent you the location. He'll have Asen pick you up to avoid any trouble on the way, so you won't have to answer for it." As Ada spoke, his gaze shifted to Asen beside him. Asen gave an okay gesture and drove off directly. Huazi naturally had no reason to object. Just as Ada said, if something went wrong midway, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Besides this, Ada was a long-time bodyguard by young Master Zhao's side, deeply trusted by him, and surely wouldn't covet such a minor credit. As Asen drove, Ada sent him Huazi's address. After entering it into the navigation, Asen stepped on the accelerator and sped toward Huazi's location. "Young Master Yun, as expected, we've found it. Tonight you'll surely get what you desire." Ada glanced around, his eyes scanning each passerby with an eagle's sharpness. After confirming nothing was amiss, he approached young Master Yun and spoke. Hearing this, Zhao Yunhai looked at his watch, a satisfied smile spreading across his composed face. Turning to the three men who were growing increasingly lewd in their chatter, Zhao Yunhai clapped his hands to draw their attention and let out a flamboyant whistle. I can't wait to crack that iceberg. Tonight at Moyu Hotel, put it all on my tab. The three immediately howled with excitement. It wasn't the money they cheered for, but the special service at Moyu Hotel available only to its most exclusive VIP members. These attendants were rigorously trained before qualifying, and everyone who had experienced it praised it highly. The best part is it's clean and hygienic. Woo! Young Master Zhao is the man. Tonight at Moyu, I want 3 mermaids. Any foreign mermaids with good stamina. I can't wait to whip out my rope. No. Damn you hick, don't even say you know me. Gu Yunting and the other two teased each other, then eagerly got into their cars. As for the models they discussed that could wait until next time. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the VIP membership, but Moyu Hotel was under the Moyu Group, owned by Zhao Yunhai's father. With just one word from Zhao Yunhai, the manager of Yanjing's Moyu Hotel would have no choice but to bring out the finest quality, even freshly trained newcomers. That was the real reason for their cheers. After all, newcomers were rare. Most had become seasoned veterans, and some even pretended to be novices. At Moyu Hotel, the manager, upon hearing that young Master Zhao was coming to stay, scrambled out of a woman's embrace and hurriedly dressed himself. A pale, delicate arm emerged from under the covers, and a vague voice mumbled, "Honey, where are you going?" "Business. You go back to sleep, dear. They'll be back later." If it had been before, the newlywed manager Wang would have been all over her. But now, afraid of being late, he didn't even spare a glance at his wife in bed, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out. "Hello, my husband's not home." After manager Wang left, the window on the middle floor suddenly opened. Seeing their car drive away, she made a call. "Oldie, my husband just left. He'll probably be out for a while, maybe all night." Her voice was soft and seductive, captivating. "Mama, wait for you." "Well, stop it, no. Come to my place." "Mum, bye-bye, moi." The speaker was none other than manager Wang's wife. After hanging up, she deftly drew the curtains. Minutes later, faint lamplight cast blurred silhouettes of 2 figures intertwined on the curtain. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong hadn't expected that shortly after young Master Yang left, they'd already been discovered. The area was full of alleys and all exits were blocked. Zhang Chong knew that to get the 2 women out safely, someone had to hold the line. That someone had to be him. "Ru Bing, I'm scared." Mu Xiaoyu, never in such a situation, clutched her best friend's arm in panic. "Don't be afraid. Trust Yang Fan." Yin Rubing's face was calm as she comforted her. But inside she was flustered, pulling out her phone to call Yang Fan. No signal. She stared at her phone in surprise. Zhang Chong had just taken out his phone to call young Master Yang, when the lack of signal sent a chill through him. They must have prepared for this. "But don't worry, you'll risk my life to protect you." Forcing himself to stay calm, he spotted Lu Tao entering with a few men, and his eyes lit up. "Lu Tao, take the men and protect them through the back passage. They'll hold them off. Make sure to deliver them safely to young Master Yang." Time was running out. Zhang Chong grabbed a weapon and brushed past Lu Tao. Thud! Yin Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu screamed, covering their eyes at the scene before them. Lu Tao you!" Zhang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief as his sturdy body staggered back several steps. He had never imagined being betrayed by the one he trusted most. "Heh!" Lu Tao gestured for his men to tie up the 2 women. "Surprised, aren't you? And the reason the calls couldn't go through. I turned on the signal jammer." Lu Tao stared at the dagger head plunged into Zhang Chong's heart, his eyes lost in memory as he spoke slowly. "This is the dagger you gave me when I first joined you. Now it's returned to its owner. Why betray me?" Zhang Chong's vision began to blur, his breathing growing rapid. The knife slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. Though strong, he was still mortal and had never guarded against his own brother. "Because you stood in our way, playing the saint while acting the whore." Lu Tao glared at Zhang Chong, suddenly roaring. "I've had enough. We're nothing but dogs in the eyes of the powerful. What difference does a good dog make from a bad one, huh? Tell me, how many chances to make real money did you let slip? That's why we're still this broke after all these years. Principles. What use are they? How many of those rich bastards live by principles?" Lu Tao vented years of bottled-up frustration. Once head said it all, a hollow emptiness filled his mind. So that's it. Zhang Chong hadn't expected this. He tried to speak, but darkness closed in and he collapsed. Lu Tao stared expressionlessly at Zhang Chong's body, thinking to himself, "Don't blame me. I just wanted some money to live the high life, to make my time in this world worthwhile." Clap, clap, clap. Huago walked in applauding and kicked Zhang Chong's barely breathing body. "Lu Tao, is it? I'm impressed. Starting today, you work for me." Lu Tao was a small man, utterly pragmatic. Before Huagu, he instantly became an obedient house dog, groveling to the extreme. "Thank you, Huagu. From today on, I'm your dog. Point me at anyone and he'll bite." Huagu nodded casually. A small fry like that was nothing to him, just a casual word. He looked at the 2 women gagged and bound, and waved for his men to take them away. "Mind yourselves, these are young Master Zhao's women. Keep your hands clean." "Yes, sir." Huagu's men dared not misbehave. They put on gloves, grabbed the women by the arms, and dragged them out. The women's desperate struggles were as good as useless. Hassan's car was parked at the alley entrance waiting. Upon seeing Huazi emerge, he rolled down the window and waved at him. Then a sight that utterly astonished Lu Tao unfolded. Huazi's expression shifted dramatically. With a fawning look, he scurried over to the car window, bowed his head, and displayed extreme reverence. "Brother Hassan, this is the woman young Master Zhao wants. I've brought her here safe and sound." Hassan glanced at the two women struggling behind him and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, load them into the back seat. Young Master Zhao is waiting. Don't let them get bumped or bruised, get them all in the car." Brother Hua quickly turned around and commanded his men with an air of authority. Then after turning back, his face changed again, full of sycophancy, as he cautiously asked, "What about my reward for this task?" "Don't worry, young master, Zhao won't shortchange you." Hassan directly rolled up the window and drove away. "Nice." Once Hassan was far off, Brother Hua, reverting to his usual self, jumped for joy on the spot. In all of Yinjing, he was the only one who had completed the task assigned by young Master Zhao. This wasn't just a matter of face, the subsequent rewards would surely not disappoint. A task personally given by young Master Zhao. How could the reward be stingy? Lu Tao walked up to Brother Hua and asked softly, "Brother Hua, was that man just now one of young Master Zhao's people?" Still in high spirits, Brother Hua didn't scold him for being nosy, but patiently explained, "You know it's so, keep some things bottled up and don't ask too many questions. Keep your mouth shut and you'll live longer." "Got it, Brother Hua." Lu Tao nodded, vowing to keep his lips sealed from then on. At the Moyu Hotel, Gu Yunting, Li Yuanjing, and Xiao Pingtian, each accompanied by two service staff arranged by Manager Wang, waved goodbye to Zhao Yunhai with cheerful laughter. "Young Master Zhao, we'll go enjoy ourselves now." "How delightful. The quality is always different when you're treating young Master Zhao. Tonight I'm turning into a cowboy, woohoo." As the three headed to their respective rooms, Manager Wang of the Moyu Hotel looked at young Master Zhao cautiously. "Young Master Zhao, are you sure you don't need anything?" Manager Wang asked again, a bit uneasy. Zhao Yunhai noticed Manager Wang's disheveled hair and chuckled amiably. "Looks like you just lay down not long ago, didn't you?" Manager Wang rubbed his hands together and flattered. "You're right, young Master Zhao. Upon hearing of your esteemed arrival, I couldn't help but get up. I just couldn't fall back asleep." "Go on back. I don't need you here. I appreciate your intentions." After all, he was his own employee. Zhao Yunhai sympathized with his hard work and truly had no need for him. "Young Master Zhao, this." Manager Wang hesitated, unsure if Zhao was being sincere. "Hurry back. You're not a beautiful woman, so what could you possibly serve me? I need peace and quiet to rest." Zhao Yunhai waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. Manager Wang knew that if he lingered any longer had become an eyesore, so he took his leave. "Young Master Zhao, a night of bliss is worth 1,000 gold. I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just call me anytime." Zhao Yunhai casually grunted in acknowledgement. He had just received a message from San, the Ice Queen Yan Rubing, and her best friend Mu Xiaoyu were already on their way. After Zhao Yunhai showered and emerged in a white bathrobe, he saw Yan Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu already bound and tossed at the head of the bed. "Oh my, isn't this the Ice Queen? What a coincidence." Zhao Yunhai let out a strange laugh and directly removed the gag from the Ice Queen's mouth. "You lecher. I never imagined a scion of the Zhao clan would stoop to such filthy, despicable acts. Today I've truly seen it all." Yan Rubing stared coldly at Zhao Yunhai, her tone icy to the extreme. But Zhao Yunhai noticed the panic hidden deep in her eyes, smirked coldly, and looked at her as if she were prey. Zhao Yunhai reached out and pinched her face. The cool, smooth sensation was incredibly delicate. "I don't like that title. I prefer you call me a flower thief." The demonic smile on Zhao Yunhai's face overwhelmed Yan Rubing, who inwardly cursed Yang Fan for being nowhere to be found in her time of need. Mu Xiaoyu beside her was terrified, her face pale, struggling with muffled cries. "Don't be afraid." Zhao Yunhai leaned close to Mu Xiaoyu's ear, soothing her with a gentle tone, stroking her hair as if petting a mischievous kitten. MMPH. How could Mu Xiaoyu not be afraid? His gentle tone only made her more frightened, trembling with terror in her heart. She had only gone out for a hot pot with her best friend. How could she have imagined running into such a situation? First someone was killed right before her eyes, and now she had become this man's prey. Master Yang was nowhere to be found. Were she and Rubing truly doomed to fall into his evil clutches with no escape? "Let her go. If you've got the guts, take it out on me." Yan Rubing couldn't bear to watch him torment her best friend. The sisterly bond act is cliché, but it works. Zhao Yunhai took a deep look at the trembling, terrified Mu Xiaoyu, mercilessly knocked her out, and stuffed her into the wardrobe. The reason he didn't touch Mu Xiaoyu was that her parents had a long-term cooperation worth billions with the Moyu Group. That was one reason. The second was that upon waking, Mu Xiaoyu would feel an intense guilt over Yan Rubing's sacrifice to protect her. Mu Xiaoyu would out of this guilt choose to help Yan Rubing conceal the tragic truth about to unfold. There were other reasons tied to Zhao Yunhai's subsequent schemes against the protagonist Yang Fan. Tonight the Ice Queen was enough. Mu Xiaoyu could be savored later. What are you going to do? Yin Rubing was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, waiting for Zhao Yunhai to butcher and devour. Rip. What am I going to do? Don't you already know? The Yin family won't let you get away with this. The mere Yin family is beneath the notice of my Zhao clan. Ice Queen, I truly want to see you shed that icy facade and see just how much passion your burning blood can unleash. Yin Rubing's strength was no match for Zhao Yunhai's, as she was after all just a helpless noble lady. Meanwhile, after successfully retrieving a mysterious package at the Yinjiao suburban reservoir, Yang Fan couldn't contact Yin Rubing and knew something major had happened. Frantically anxious, he first returned to Zhang Chang's place, only to find it deserted. Finally, thanks to his protagonist's aura, he found a surviving underling loyal to Zhang Chang. The underling told Yang Fan that Zhang Chang had been killed, Lu Tao had betrayed them, and the two women had been taken by a man called Hua. If it followed the cliché pattern of a novel, Yang Fan would find Zhao Yunhai's location and ultimately save the damsels in distress. But with Zhao Yunhai around, this wouldn't become a novel. Zhao Yunhai would tell the protagonist, welcome to the real world. Heir, who had taken Yang Hui back, appeared here and made the necessary preparations as per young Master Yun's orders. This is the person young Master Yun needs us to delay. Our task is to lure him in the opposite direction as far as possible. This time, Heir had brought two martial artists from the Zhao clan who had advanced beyond the Dark Force stage to the peak of transformative force. Yang Fan was at the mid-Dark Force stage. When going up against a protagonist, one's strength must be significantly higher, otherwise it's easy to become experience fodder. Though this junior at the mid-stage of Dark Force possesses extraordinary talent merely affirms the future. For us at the pinnacle of transformation force it is but overkill to use a butcher's knife on a chicken. LV Buyun, though astonished by Yang Fan's talent, felt assured that no mishap would befall them when dealing with a junior at the mid-stage of Dark Force, given their own strength at the peak of transformation force. Dulu nodded in agreement, speaking with utmost confidence. Rest assured, Heir, we shall handle young Master Yun's matter flawlessly. Heir, bearing young Master Yun's prior instructions, repeatedly reminded them. Young Master Yun said this man must not be underestimated, otherwise he would not have sent me to request your services. Lastly, if you cannot kill him, stall him for 3 hours. The two promptly pledged, rest assured, no matter how formidable, he is merely a junior at the mid-stage of Dark Force. We shall present his head to young Master Yun. Although Heir's strength paled in comparison to theirs, his status as young Master Yun's personal bodyguard was not to be trifled with. The formidable power of the Zhao family, only a fraction of which was visible, had been thoroughly understood by the two before they pledged allegiance, a realization that deepened their commitment. Seizing this opportunity to gain young Master Yun's favor was their greatest chance for rapid advancement. Heir, satisfied that they had heeded his words, finally relaxed somewhat. LV Buyun and Du Lu, both recent recruits to the Zhao family, were martial artists at the peak of transformation force, among the strongest active on the surface. Their aim in joining the Zhao family was to advance further, desperately seeking higher martial arts and costly cultivation materials to break through from transformation force to firmament force. Meanwhile, in the open, Yang Fan, with his extraordinary intuition, sensed someone spying on him just as he was about to leave. Come out, you skulking rats. Yang Fan swept his gaze around, his tone icy. If anything happened to Yin Rubing, he would never forgive himself. A figure struck from the darkness of the street above. Yang Fan looked up sharply, releasing a thread of purple firmament inner force with his fist. Junior, you do have some skill, though I underestimated you. LV Buyun, having failed his ambush, retreated a few steps, staring at Yang Fan in surprise. Yang Fan did not respond, his gaze calm as he looked toward a dark corner, sneering, another ambush. If at first you don't succeed, try again. I didn't expect to be discovered. Truly you are no ordinary junior. Du Lu, exposed after his failed follow-up strike, emerged from the shadows with a sinister laugh. Yang Fan's heart sank. From the brief clash, he knew his opponent was stronger. He had not anticipated facing two at once. But Yang Fan would not resign himself to fate. What of transformation force? He had slain those above his level before. With a disdainful glance he sneered, I never thought experts of transformation force would stoop to being lackeys. Tell Zhao Yunhai to release Yin Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu, and he'll pretend this never happened. Junior, how dare you utter young Master Yun's name? You seek death. LV Buyun's eyes darkened with fury. The words were but an excuse. What he hated most was being called a lackey. Mighty demon claw technique. LV Buyun transformed his palms into claws, his hands under the influence of inner force becoming terrifyingly demonic, striking with astonishing speed. Divine Gate Fist. Du Lu joined the fray, his fists thundering, slicing through the air with explosive cracks. He harbored no notion of a fair fight. Achieving the mission by any means necessary was his creed. The application of inner force at transformation force far surpassed that at dark force, a qualitative leap from crude to refined. Yang Fan struggled to counter, yet though his inner force utilization was rough, its potency differed. From childhood, Yang Fan had cultivated the supreme martial art, the Purple Firmament True Method, which generated inner force, far superior to ordinary arts. With his Purple Firmament inner force, despite appearing cornered, the two could not subdue him easily. Two transformation force experts ganging up on a dark force martial artist. Have you no shame? Yang Fan taunted, hoping to provoke them into recklessness. Clever junior, but trying to anger us. You're still too green. LV Boyan's demonic claws tore through Yang Fan's defenses in an instant, leaving bloody gashes on his arms. Yang Fan gasped, retreating, his gaze dark and uncertain as he looked at the wounds. Your master is no ordinary man. The martial art you practice is not for just anyone. Though not from a prestigious school, Du Lu had traveled widely and honed his insight. He recognized that without the advantage of his martial art, their foe would have been subdued long ago. Yang Fan glanced at them, then turned and fled without hesitation. If he couldn't beat them, he could at least outrun them. He hadn't expected Zhao Yunhai to hire two peak transformation force experts just to deal with him. A truly extravagant move. As for where the two women had been taken, Yang Fan had found a clue from an object he picked up off the ground. He could not waste a single moment. Think you can leave? Ask us first. Du Lu and LV Boyun immediately gave chase, but they had abandoned the idea of killing him, aiming only to stall him for 3 hours. Their brief exchange had made it clear this young man was hard to kill. Seeing them rush after him, Yang Fan's heart stirred. He must be on the right track. Spotting his car ahead, he dove in. From entering the car and closing the door to starting the engine took merely 3 seconds. The two stood dumbfounded, stunned. He was driving off. Where was the martial honor? Get in. Heir pulled up and parked before them. All right. They scrambled in. Heir pursued with ease. Yang Fan's escape by car was within their plan, and Heir had prepared countermeasures. The target vehicle will reach the destination in 3 minutes. Heir made a call to alert his men. 3 minutes later, Yang Fan found himself in a collision, arguing with the other driver who blocked his way. Kid, need a ride? Heir pulled up beside Yang Fan, smirking triumphantly. Du Lu and LV Boyan stepped out, flanking Yang Fan with cold sneers. You had to offend young Master Yun of all people. Why not offer your martial art to the Zhao family? It might save your life. Get lost. Yang Fan's fury surged as he shoved the other driver aside. Striding to a motorcycle, he seized it, throwing the owner to the ground. He twisted the throttle, charging toward the crowd. The onlookers parted instantly. Go and go far. Heir watched Yang Fan flee, then signaled the other driver to clear the wrecked cars before resuming the chase. Hello? A Hitandran, yes. Stolen motorcycle license plate XXXXXXX. Acting on Heir's instructions, the other driver called the police. The perpetrator might have been at fault, but he was also quick-witted, feigning injury upon impact. If blame were to be assigned, Yang Fan would inevitably share some responsibility. Moreover, the fact that Yang Fan fled at that moment only compounded his culpability. Hitandran is no minor offense. This was Heir's overt scheme. Yang Fan could either stay and deal with the consequences, which would delay him, or flee, inviting legal retribution. Yang Fan understood this, while yet to save Yan Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu he had no choice but to disregard the risks. Half an hour later, Yang Fan sensed something amiss. Why were they persistently pursuing him from behind, instead of deploying a blockade ahead? Had he taken the wrong route? Were they deliberately misleading him? Could the clue have been planted by them? Once Yang Fan realized the anomaly, a series of previously overlooked issues surfaced in his mind. If he were Zhao Yunhai, where would he choose to hide? His own home, or the Moyu Grand Hotel owned by his family? The Moyu Group was founded by Zhao Yunhai's father Zhao Hongwen, and the Moyu Grand Hotel was the most likely place for Zhao Yunhai to be. Now the direction he was heading was increasingly diverging from the true destination. Realizing the precious time he had wasted, Yang Fan cursed himself inwardly for not figuring it out sooner. However, once he turned back, his pursuers would surely do everything to stop him. He needed a plan. Yang Fan cast a covert glance around, then drove his motorcycle at full throttle toward a narrow passage. He seems to have caught on, Heir remarked, stopping his vehicle. What do we do now? Lu Bowen and Du Lu asked, their anxiety palpable. Both were eager to use this mission to catch the attention of young Master Yin. Don't worry, I still have use for you too, Heir said, gesturing for them to stay calm. Only then did they cease their hasty movements and settle back into their seats. Heir had long anticipated this scenario. Tonight young Master Yin was indulging in his pleasures, and he would never allow Yang Fan to return and ruin his enjoyment. On the other side, Yang Fan used his motorcycle's agility to cut through alleys and loop back. Seeing no enemies in pursuit, he let out a cold sneer. Trying to stop me with such tactics? Don't underestimate me. Vehicle ahead, pull over immediately for inspection. The command blared 3 times. Yang Fan's heart sank as his worst fears materialized. Glancing at the police car in his rearview mirror, he didn't hesitate, twisting the throttle to its limit. Yang Fan had celebrated too soon. Even with his protagonist's aura, he was powerless against such overwhelming force. Yet in time, that same aura would surely clear his name. At the Moyu Grand Hotel, Zhao Yunhai wiped the lingering blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue, gazing at the unconscious Yin Rubing on the bed. A hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This Yin Rubing was a woman of fiery passion, and as expected, even ice would melt before his warmth. Her response had been nothing short of fervent. "Hey, wake up." Zhao Yunhai opened the wardrobe and patted Mu Xiaoyu's cheek. Mu Xiaoyu, who seemed to have slept quite comfortably in the wardrobe, rubbed her eyes groggily. The moment she saw Zhao Yunhai, she tried to scream. "Shut up." Anticipating her reaction, Zhao Yunhai stuffed a wet towel into her mouth. MMPH. Mu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she struggled to speak, but failed. She felt the towel was unhygienic, carrying a strange odor. Zhao Yunhai showed no mercy, dragging her out and pointing at Yin Rubing on the bed. "See that? I assume you wouldn't want her to be ruined." Mu Xiaoyu saw her best friend's disheveled state, and the color drained from her face, leaving it as pale as snow. Thunder seemed to roar in her mind as the scene she dreaded most unfolded before her eyes. Her eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Zhao Yunhai lifted Mu Xiaoyu onto the bed, removed the towel from her mouth, and stared at her with a deep, chilling gaze. "If you want to die, feel free to scream." Mu Xiaoyu swallowed hard, paralyzed with fear. This man before her was a demon. "I don't want Yang Fan to know what happened to her. She won't tell, and neither will you. Understood?" After Mu Xiaoyu nodded, Zhao Yunhai pressed the call button by the bed with satisfaction. The deed was done. Now, all Mu Xiaoyu wanted was to take her friend and leave. Whatever had happened, she would do her utmost to keep it hidden. As for Yin Rubing herself, Zhao Yunhai believed that if she had any shred of dignity, she would be even more desperate than anyone to conceal the truth. After a female hotel employee arrived, Zhao Yunhai left the room. He was a man who could wander among flowers without a single leaf clinging to him. What did it matter if he was the first? He wouldn't take responsibility. Who would dare to compete with him for a woman? Even if he discarded her, no one else could claim her, unless they wished for their grave to be overgrown with weeds. Zhao Yunhai left the Moyu Grand Hotel, got into his car, and instructed a duck to drive him home. Not long after Zhao Yunhai left, Yang Fan arrived. To evade his pursuers, he had switched vehicles multiple times, and even ran 2 kilometers on foot. He charged into the hotel, knocking out security guards with a single punch each. Who dares to cause trouble at the Moyu Hotel? A night shift manager rushed over with a group of security guards. "Tell me, which room did Zhao Yunhai take the 2 women to?" Yang Fan, like a maddened bull that no one could restrain, bulldozed his way to the manager, seized him by the neck, and bellowed. The manager, who had been instructed beforehand, remained unflappable and sneered. "No one will see those women until young Master Zhao arrives. Who do you think you are? Get him." At his command, the security guards swarmed forward. "Don't force me to kill." Hearing that Zhao Yunhai hadn't arrived, yet Yang Fan felt a slight relief. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he faced the converging guards. The electric batons in their hands crackled menacingly. With a roar like a raging tiger, Yang Fan hurled the manager forward. The security guards were no match for him, each one sent flying in turn. "Speak or die." Yang Fan approached the manager again, applying pressure until the man couldn't breathe. After a full 7 seconds, with the manager's face flushed and veins bulging, Yang Fan released him. The manager coughed violently, his eyes rolling back, convinced he was about to die. "Mercy. It's room 001 on the top floor." The manager's terror was genuine, not an act, leaving Yang Fan with no suspicion. Of course, Yang Fan had no intention of actually killing anyone. Committing murder in public would land him in an irredeemable situation. When Yang Fan reached room 001, he kicked the door open and rushed inside. Seeing both women lying unconscious on the bed, seemingly unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had arrived just in time. Thanks to the professional handling, no traces were left for Yang Fan to discover. Yang Fan was filled with lingering fear as he quickly woke the 2 women from their unconscious state. After they came to, Yang Fan noticed that Yin Rubing's gaze toward him seemed even colder than before. However, he found nothing amiss, for Yin Rubing had always been an icy figure. Given what had happened, it was indeed his negligence, and her coldness toward him was only natural. "We must leave this place at once, or we'll be in trouble once Zhao Yunhai arrives." Yang Fan hurriedly led the 2 women out of the Mafu Hotel. Only after getting into the car did he finally relax. "I nearly became a wanted man trying to save you this time," Yang Fan said with great helplessness. "Don't worry, you'll have my father handle this." Yin Rubing curled into herself. Whenever she closed her eyes, that scene replayed in her mind. "Master Yang, just focus on driving. We just want to get home now." Seeing Rubing's poor state, and not wanting Yang Fan to notice anything amiss, Mu Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject. "No problem." Yang Fan could naturally tell she was deflecting, but he understood that their terrible experience had left them in a fragile state. The journey passed in silence as Yang Fan dropped both women off at the Yin family villa. Yin Rubing's father was not in Yanjing, she was there for her studies. The villa belonged to her uncle Yin Ling. Once inside, Yin Rubing took Mu Xiaoyu and shut herself in her room, refusing to come out. Standing at the foot of the stairs on the first floor, Yang Fan looked up, and seeing no movement above, let out a self-reproachful sigh before returning to his room. He bore the greatest responsibility for this incident. Had it not been for his own affairs, Yin Rubing and the other woman would never have encountered such a situation. Zhao Yunhai, don't let me get a chance. It'll make you regret what you've done today. Yang Fan punched the bed in frustration. Still, one of the 3 tasks was complete. 2 more remained before he could find a way to heal his master. Once he found the method, Yang Fan was confident there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright, remembering the black bundle. His gaze fell upon it at the head of the bed. What could be inside? Fearing that Zhao Yunhai might renege on their deal if the bundle was damaged, Yang Fan suppressed his curiosity and stowed it under the bed. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, in Yin Rubing's room, she stood under the shower, rinsing herself, collapsed in a corner, weeping silently. The most heartbreaking kind of tears. When she had first woken up in the hotel and realized her innocence was lost, she felt as though her soul had been ripped away, her eyes vacant. But the 2 female waitresses threatened her. If she didn't cooperate, the news of her violation would be exposed. Under this threat, Mu Xiaoyu tried to comfort her from the side. The next day, Zhao Yunhai slept soundly until 10 in the morning. Glancing at his phone, he saw a flood of messages in the group chat and opened it to find the 3 men from last night boasting about their exploits. The exchange between the men stretched on for over 99 messages. Zhao Yunhai opened it only to dismiss it. He had a compulsion to tap any red notification or it would gnaw at him. After washing up, he came downstairs and sat on the sofa. Qin Sivan, seeing her precious son awake, quickly signaled Yang Hui to act. Yang Hui took the hint and headed to the kitchen. That morning, Aunt Qin had listed all of Zhao Yunhai's favorite dishes in detail. Qin Sivan wasn't looking for a maid-like daughter-in-law, as she simply wanted to foster affection between Yang Hui and her beloved son. Zhao Yunhai was unaware of his mother's matchmaking. He opened his laptop to check the latest news about the Heavenly Palace. Over in Haicheng, the protagonist Zhang Yuni was still very much alive, but Zhao Yunhai regarded him as far less significant than Yang Fan. Still, Zhang Yuni was a protagonist after all, and he couldn't be left unchecked for too long. Zhao Yunhai was already sharpening the blade hanging over Zhang Yuni's neck. The time to strike would come when it was keen enough. The reason he hadn't refused his mother's insistence on returning to Yanjing was that he needed an opportunity to reconnect with his family. His mother's phone call had given him that chance, so he came. After all, a protagonist like Zhang Yuni was merely a pig being fattened up. For now, Zhang Yunyi's thinking was still that of an ordinary person, making him easy to deal with. Zhang Yunyi's greatest weakness was his black card. Once it was stolen, no matter how capable he was, he would bow before Zhao Yunhai the capitalist. With sufficient funds, the Heavenly Palace had already filled most key positions and was ready to begin operations, starting with the consumer goods industry. The next step for the Heavenly Palace was acquisition, buying up various mid- and low-tier manufacturers. These factories didn't lack quality or flavor, but people habitually bought what they knew, rarely venturing into the unfamiliar. Thus, clothing, food, housing, and transportation were the easiest sectors to enter, yet the hardest to break through. But Zhao Yunhai had money. He would pour it into advertising relentlessly until people thought of the Heavenly Palace whenever they considered daily necessities. This was the method of deep imprint advertising. After giving Yumanlu a rough direction for the next steps, Yang Hui brought a beautifully presented aromatic lunch to the table and called out expectantly, "Yunhai, Aunt Qin taught me her skills. Come and taste it." Zhao Yunhai closed his laptop and looked at his mother, who seemed quite satisfied with Yang Hui. "Why are you so free today? Not going to play mahjong? Don't you dislike me playing mahjong? Every time you see me at it, you get inexplicably angry and storm off, not coming home for days," Qin Sivan retorted with a roll of her eyes. Zhao Yunhai pulled his mother up and massaged her shoulders to soothe her. "All right, I'm not the same person I used to be. Let's eat first. Oh, after the meal, invite your friends over to play mahjong. That way you won't be hovering around me all day." Though he knew his mother cared for him, needing her help with matters between men and women made him feel utterly useless. "You're my only son. Is it wrong to care about you when you rarely come home?" Qin Sivan sat down at the table, complaining to her precious child. Still, the fact that her son no longer objected to her mahjong games filled Qin Sivan with emotion. Her son had indeed grown up, his thinking maturing. He was no longer the willful child of before. "The flavor's not bad, pretty close to what I usually eat." Under Yang Hu's expectant gaze, Zhao Yunhai finally offered a word of praise. Though there was still a gap in taste compared to his usual meals, and the seasoning technique needed refinement, the meticulous presentation showed that Yang Hui had put great effort into the cooking. 3 days later, Yang Fan received Zhao Yunhai's second demand. After reading the contents, he bid Yin Rubing a temporary farewell and set off alone for Haicheng. During these 3 days, Zhao Yunhai got along harmoniously with his family, and his interactions with Yang Hui grew exceptionally warm. Their relationship was not one of grand passion, but rather a quiet tenderness woven into the ordinary. If asked whether Zhao Yunhai liked Yang Hui, he certainly did. What man wouldn't be drawn to such a woman? Yang Hui did not return home as the Yang family had always intended for her to be the Zhao family's daughter-in-law, so there was no chance of her going back. She had been tentatively accepted as a future daughter-in-law by Qin Sivan and Zhao Hongwen, and barring any mishaps, she would become part of the family. Yang Hu's attentive care made Zhao Yunhai feel as though he were immersed in a gentle embrace, intoxicating yet not overwhelming. Today he had agreed to her request to visit an amusement park. There Yang Hui finally displayed the lively energy of a young girl. Just one picture, please. Yang Hui tugged at Zhao Yunhai's arm, coaxing him with a pout. Coquettishness was a woman's nature who, despite her traditional upbringing in a Yang family, she was still a modern girl at heart, though she remained deeply rooted in convention. Once she set her heart on someone, Yang Hui devoted herself entirely to them. Now that she had chosen Zhao Yunhai, everything she did was with him in mind. Even if he treated her poorly in the future, as long as they remained married, she would fulfill her duties as a wife. Meeting Zhao Yunhai was her fortune. Had she encountered someone else, she might have shared her mother's misfortune. Zhao Yunhai detested having his picture taken. His previous self had grown irritated by his mother's habit of posting photos of her beloved son on social media, and thus developed a deep aversion to it. Zhao Yunhai himself shared this dislike, and he believed Yang Hui knew it well. Seeing her look at him with such eager anticipation, the refusal he had intended to utter died on his lips. After all, she was the woman he had chosen as his future wife. Just one photo, what harm could it do? He relented. And so a picture of the two of them became Yang Hu's phone wallpaper. This way, even when you're not with me, I can look at the photo and think of you. After setting it up, she gleefully showed him the wallpaper. What a child, he remarked. Looking at the picture, he saw Yang Hui smiling brightly beside him. So easily pleased. Isn't it normal for a woman to be childish? Come on, there's a sausage stand over there. Yang Hui smiled as she tugged the unhurried Zhao Yunhai along. Childish or not, a photo could last for decades. Even if he stopped loving her, she could still cherish the memory of his kindness. Men were drawn to young, beautiful women. They could not be tied down, a truth her parents had made painfully clear. 18 yuan for one sausage. That's expensive. Yang Hui exclaimed as she approached the cart, eyeing the price tag. This was her first time at an amusement park. Her childhood had been spent studying, and her family would never have brought her to such a place. Outside, sausages cost at most 8 yuan, but here the price had doubled. Many people were buying, mostly men, and none looked down on her for her comment. They too grumbled inwardly that they would never be such fools if not for their girlfriends. Still, this woman was far prettier than their own dates. The more they looked, the more stunning she seemed. The man beside her was truly fortunate. Zhao Yunhai couldn't hear their thoughts, but he could read the envy in their eyes. He was a normal man, and having a beautiful woman by his side was a point of pride. 2 sausages, please, Yang Hui said, paying directly despite her surprise at the price. Here you go, miss, the vendor said, handing over the freshly grilled sausages without delay. Even the vendor favored her for her beauty. What luck for the man, and the woman was the one paying. The onlookers silently muttered. But for her beauty, everyone made allowances. Had she been unattractive and tried to cut in line, they would have cursed her out. Try it first, Yang Hui said, linking her arm with his and leading him away from the crowd. She held the sausage to his lips. I don't eat this, he said, turning his head away. Just one bite, she pleaded. She stood before him looking pitiful, still holding out the sausage. It's good. Unable to refuse, he took a small bite. All right, just one bite, he said, chewing. Since arriving at the park, he had noticed the change in her. Less reserved, more natural than when they first met. She murmured, finishing the rest of the sausage without a hint of disgust. Then at her urging, he rode the carousel with her. As she stole glances at him, her eyes shone with barely concealed happiness, and she secretly snapped a photo of them together. Zhao Yunhai noticed her sneaking the picture, but said nothing. On the roller coaster, he felt her fingers intertwine with his, her grip tightening as her face paled with fear, and he gently squeezed her hand in return. It was only natural for a woman to be scared. Let's get some milk tea, she suggested after they got off, pointing to a shop ahead as she recovered her composure. All right, he agreed with a nod. A woman's stomach was a bottomless pit. Wasn't she afraid of gaining weight? He studied her figure. It was perfect, neither too thin nor too plump, just the way he liked it. As they sat down in the tea shop, his phone rang. He glanced at it. A message from Ada. Young Master Yun, a suspicious man has been confirmed tailing us. Should we take care of him now? Capture him alive and interrogate him. I want to know who's behind this. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Yunhai's eyes as he sent the reply. Sensing someone approach, he looked up to see Yang Hui carrying 2 cups of milk tea. This one's yours, and this is mine, she said, placing the matcha latte before him before sitting across and sipping her drink, occasionally lifting her gaze to him. Taking a sip, he said, I need to go to Haicheng tomorrow to handle some matters. I can help. I studied business management, she offered, eager to prove she was no mere ornament. The Heavenly Palace doesn't even have a headquarters yet. We'll talk later. The Haicheng matter will be resolved quickly. He didn't plan to stay in Haicheng long. Once he returned, he would finally deal with Zhang Yuni. Zhao Yunhai had already brought Yang Fan to Haizhou, for only magic could counter magic besides himself. He was immensely curious about the chemical reaction that would occur when the protagonist confronted the protagonist. Zhao Yunhai did not envision himself as an executioner who personally slayed protagonists every day. Such a role would leave him no time to fulfill his ambitions. Sending Yang Fan was an experiment for Zhao Yunhai. If it worked, it would be beneficial. If not, he would suffer no loss. Hearing that the matter could be resolved in a short time, Yang Hu's reluctance gradually faded. She was not the type to cling like a shadow. Seeing him lost in thought, Yang Hui refrained from disturbing him and instead took out her phone to admire the secret photos she had taken today. Meanwhile, Ada had successfully subdued the suspicious man. You two have done well this time. It seems the three of us should return for further training. Ada looked at the subdued, mysterious man, feeling that their current strength was insufficient to serve young Master Yun. Du Lu and Lu Buoyun had not been summoned away after completing their mission that day. Instead Ada had kept them. Both were skilled, and young Master Yun was in need of high-level martial artists. The only thing they lacked was absolute loyalty to him. The Zhao clan, with the keenest senses in the 9 provinces, had already detected the increasing emergence of martial artists in the world. The subtle shifts in the times prompted the Zhao clan to inform Ada that the 3 of them should return to enhance their strength. Their aptitudes were not poor, but they had spent too much time protecting Zhao Yunhai, leaving little for their own cultivation. However, Zhao Hongwen was uneasy about leaving Du Lu and Lu Buoyun alone to protect his son. He would assign 2 loyal and powerful family martial artists to temporarily replace Ada and his companions. Ada turned to a heir and a san and instructed you two, along with Du Lu, take this man back and have them pry his mouth open. Young Master Yun wants to know who is behind this. Understood, Du Lu said with a cupped fist salute. All right, a heir and a san nodded. Lu Buoyun remained silent. Although he and Du Lu had received no tangible rewards after completing the mission, they had gained an opportunity to get close to young Master Yun. This was more precious than any immediate reward. Especially upon learning that Ada and the others were returning to train in martial arts, Lu Buoyun was overjoyed. Wasn't this his chance to become young Master Yun's trusted confidant? Once he became young Master Yun's confidant, advancing his strength would be as simple as a single word from the young master. The martial artist subdued by the 5 of them was an assassin named Shui Kuang, ranked among the top 10 in the assassin world. Now Shui Kuang was like the lambs he had once slaughtered, a sheep awaiting the knife. He wanted to kill himself, but he did not even have the chance. Shui Kuang only thought about revealing nothing, even if it meant death. He could not implicate his brother Yunyi. Previously, Shui Kuang had taken a contract to assassinate Zhang Yunyi, but during the attempt he was won over by Zhang Yunyi's character and Bering, eventually becoming his sworn brother. After learning that brother Yun had been framed by Zhao Yunhai, without informing him of his plan, Shui Kuang took it upon himself to come to Yanjing to assassinate Zhao Yunhai. But before his mission could succeed, he was captured by Zhao Yunhai's bodyguards before even making a move. How had these people discovered him? He had disguised himself so well. Shui Kuang was utterly baffled. When he was taken to a mysterious place, he learned what a living hell and a fate worse than death truly meant. Within just an hour, Shui Kuang experienced torture firsthand. When the screen before him displayed the next impending torment, he wept and confessed. That torture was called the waters of the heavenly river. It involved slicing open the scalp and pouring mercury into the skin to merge with flesh and bone. Having watched the entire documentary on the waters of the heavenly river torture, Shui Kuang's spirit shattered. Brother Yun, I hope you can forgive me, considering I am about to die. An unflinching executioner then peeled off his entire skin while he was still conscious. As punishment for attempting to assassinate Zhao Yunhai, the heir of the Zhao clan, Shui Kuang was confined in a jar, enduring daily torment until his life was completely drained. His relatives and friends would also pay the price for his actions, for the Zhao clan's vengeance was not something anyone could withstand. Returning home from the amusement park, Zhao Yunhai looked at Ada and the other 2 who had come to see him. So you 3 are going back? Ada lowered his head in shame. Young Master Yin, the times are changing. The future strength of martial artists will increase, and we can no longer protect you. A heir and a san lowered their heads, their spirits low with reluctance. Their lack of strength was the original sin. Zhao Yunhai looked at them and said slowly, you 3 have protected me for years with great merit and toil. I will speak to my father and have him provide the best resources for your cultivation. Once your strength improves, come back and stay by my side. Zhao Yunhai still found them reliable and agreeable, so he had no intention of discarding them for others. It was not a matter of insufficient aptitude. They simply had too little time for cultivation due to their long service protecting him. Now returning to seclude themselves in diligent training, they would build up their foundations and emerge as formidable martial artists. As you command. What Ada and the others feared most was being abandoned by young Master Yun. With his words, they could now return with peace of mind to cultivate for a time. After a phone call with his father, 2 others would be reassigned from the family tomorrow to temporarily take Ada's place. Though Lu Buoyun and Du Lu were at the peak of the transformation realm, their loyalty was insufficient. The most crucial trait for those close to him was loyalty, followed by ability. Nevertheless, those two could still be of use and would be observed for a while. If they proved reliable and loyal enough, Zhao Yunhai would keep Lu Buiyun and Du Lu by his side. After all, loyalty was not something that emerged instantly, it required time to test. The suspicious man who had been tailing him turned out to be an assassin with strength at the great perfection of the Dark Force realm. Even more surprising to Zhao Yunhai was his deep connection to Zhang Yuni. How intriguing. The next day, the family sent 2 martial artists at the peak of the firm force realm. Zhao Hongwen took his son's safety very seriously, for martial artists were the root of chaos. The frequent appearances of martial artists in the world had naturally aroused his vigilance. The Zhao clan's wealth was abundant. Even Houtian and Xiantian martial artists were within their means. But for now there was no need to deploy them, as it would be a waste of resources. Zhao Yunhai looked at the 2 men and said very politely, "Elder Chiu, Elder Lu, I entrust my safety to the 2 of you." "Young Master Yin, what are you saying?" "To protect you we would guard you with our very lives." Elder Chiu and Elder Lu dared not act presumptuously before young Master Yun and quickly assured him. Liu Buiyun and Du Lu dared not speak in the presence of the 2 formidable elders and stood obediently to the side. They had not expected that after the 3 young men had just left, 2 older and more ruthless individuals would arrive directly. Zhao Yunhai harbored no doubts about the loyalty of the 2 elders. Those sent by his father were naturally utterly devoted to the Zhao clan beyond question. Elder Chiu and Elder Lu had already spent 20 years in the peripheral departments of the Zhao clan. Due to their inability to advance further in strength, they had never been able to enter the core sectors. However, they understood the virtue of contentment, a truly commendable trait. Within the peripheral branches, the 2 elders were greatly respected by their juniors and valued by the Zhao clan. One was 50 years old, the other 51. Yet due to their formidable martial prowess, they naturally possessed far longer lifespans and more robust physiques than ordinary people. Of course, martial artists were not cultivators seeking immortality. If one focused solely on training, without properly nurturing the body, even the strongest might die earlier than a normal person. 2 peak-stage Gangjin martial artists were more than sufficient for Zhao Yunhai's current needs. Zhao Yunhai's own strength was at the peak of Anjin, but he was several times more powerful than an ordinary peak Anjin cultivator. This was the advantage of supermultiplication. Whatever you had, he had, and he had it several times more. No matter how formidable a protagonist might be, as long as Zhao Yunhai's supermultiplication was in play, they could gain no advantage over him. Zhao Yunhai now possessed Yang Fan's purple firmament true art, and he understood it even better than Yang Fan himself. However, he rarely used it, as he still cherished his family's internal cultivation techniques and martial arts secrets. The Zhao clan's core inner arts and martial skills had been honed over millennia, forming supreme and unparalleled techniques, where internal and external practices complemented each other. Zhao Yunhai had not learned any of them, yet to do so, he would have to start from the beginning. Once the matter in Haiqing was resolved, he would set aside time to study his family's martial arts. After all, he was destined to inherit the position of clan leader of the Zhao clan, and it would be unthinkable for him not to master the clan's orthodox techniques. Zhao Yunhai led Elder Chiu, Elder Lu, Liu Buiyun, and Du Lu as they left Yinjing for Haiqing and Haizhou. Ru Bing, that big villain, has finally left Yinjing. You can breathe a sigh of relief now. Mu Xiaoyu looked at her best friend with a complicated gaze, a deep sigh rising in her heart. As luck would have it, Mu Xiaoyu had wanted to take Ru Bing away from Yinjing to relax elsewhere, only to run into that demon, Zhao Yunhai, at the airport. Yin Rubing had no idea what she was feeling at that moment. Her heart was a tangle of complex emotions. These past days, every time she closed her eyes, all she saw were those images. Zhao Yunhai pouncing on her. Did she feel hatred? Naturally she did. But it was not as much as she had imagined. Instead, there was a sensation she herself could not quite comprehend. Let's go, Xiaoyu. It's almost time to board. Yin Rubing took a deep breath, forcing herself not to think about it. For now, she only wanted to clear her mind and forget everything. Haizhou, Haiqing. Yang Fan arrived in Haiqing ahead of Zhao Yunhai. Upon arrival, he had no mood to wander around. His only thought was to quickly complete Zhao Yunhai's request. This time, Zhao Yunhai's request was frankly baffling to Yang Fan. To steal a black card from Zhang Yuni, the chairman of Yummy Corporation. A photo of the black card had already been sent over, but in Yang Fan's mind, a top-tier young master like Zhao Yunhai was hardly short of money. It also seemed that Zhao Yunhai had forgotten the incident of storming the Moyu Grand Hotel to rescue the 2 women. Could it be that he had given up? Yang Fan had been awaiting Zhao Yunhai's thunderous retaliation all these days, but he had only received the second demand. So he had waited for nothing. Enough. Cross that bridge when you come to it. After extensive inquiries, Yang Fan learned that Zhang Yuni had been holed up in his company, eating, drinking, and sleeping, never coming out. Since he won't come out, I'll go in myself. Zhao Yunhai cared little about the process of how Yang Fan stole the black card. He only cared about the result. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni, buried in work in his office, had no idea that Zhao Yunhai had already set his sights on his black card. The black card was the source of Zhang Yunyi's greatest confidence. He was certain that no one in the world would know of its existence. Because even if someone else got their hands on the black card, they would be unable to use it, let alone uncover its secret. Over the past 3 days, Zhang Yunhai had successfully cleared his name, and now his biggest headache was his former defeated rival Yumanlu. Yet Yumanlu seemed to be far from short of money. His financial offensive had left Zhang Yunhai stunned, minimizing the influence of Zhang's monetary power. Moreover, Yumanlu was a business genius in his own right, with talent surpassing even Zhang Yunhai. Except that Zhang was the protagonist while Yumanlu was not. In just 3 days, Yumanlu's assault on Yunhai Corporation had grown increasingly fierce. If it weren't for Zhang Yunyi's protagonist halo, which allowed him to find a way out at the last critical moment, every time Yunhai Corporation would have already declared bankruptcy. Zhao Yunhai arrived at Haicheng Airport punctually over an hour later. Yumanlu, along with a group of high-ranking employees from Heavenly Palace, came to greet him. Although Zhao Yunhai disliked being too conspicuous, he never shied away from grand occasions. Greetings, Chairman. The sign-holding girls with their sweet voices dressed scantily, eager to flaunt their deeper cleavage for the chairman's appreciation. These were the front desk staff recruited by Yumanlu, the face of the company. Naturally, they had to be beautiful and well-proportioned. The more attractive they were, the higher the salary. This gave the impression that a company willing to hire such stunning front desk staff must be truly formidable. Aside from being pleasant to the eyes, Zhao Yunhai felt nothing else. Chairman, I apologize for disappointing you. Zhang Yunhai has been personally overseeing Yunhai Corporation, and every time we reach a critical point, he manages to turn things around. Once in the car, Yumanlu and Zhao Yunhai sat in the back, and Yumanlu spoke in a low voice. As expected. But now that I'm here, he won't be arrogant for long. Zhao Yunhai was waiting for Yang Fan to complete the second request. Once that was done, it would be time for Yang Fan to undertake the third. His arrival was merely to make things easier to control. A protagonist's halo. He wondered what would happen when two protagonist halos collided. Then Zhao Yunhai asked Yumanlu to report on Heavenly Palace's achievements over the past few days. According to Yumanlu's report, Heavenly Palace had acquired a beverage factory, a garment factory, a shoe factory, an instant noodle factory, and other manufacturers related to daily necessities. The pace was a bit aggressive, but the company's recruitment of personnel kept up perfectly. The reason was simple. Heavenly Palace offered excellent benefits and high salaries. After all, everyone was just a worker toiling for money. Chairman, shall I arrange something for you? The implication hidden in Yumanlu's words was something every man would understand. In private, one might address him as Brother Yunhai, but one must know their place and boundaries. On formal occasions, he had to be called Chairman, a clear distinction between public and private matters. Forget it. Zhao Yunhai directly refused Yumanlu's proposal. Just as Yumanlu thought Brother Yunhai had had his fill in Yinjing, the latter's next words brought a knowing smile to his face. I've arrived in Haicheng, but I haven't even had the chance to visit the seaside. Zhao Yunhai's meaning was clear to Yumanlu. A trip to the seaside implied a gathering of bikini-clad young ladies swaying and dancing on the deck. But this couldn't be arranged casually. Given Brother Yunhai's status, he naturally wouldn't settle for those worn-out internet celebrities. That was my oversight. He'll make sure everything is properly arranged for you tonight, Chairman. Yumanlu chuckled. After a welcome lunch to wash away the dust of travel, Zhao Yunhai arrived at the temporary office of Tiangong. Though it was a temporary location, the decor and prime location gave no hint of impermanence. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. From the reception desk onward, every employee proactively greeted Zhao Yunhai. He responded with a smile, projecting an approachable demeanor. The two receptionists whispered among themselves once the chairman was out of sight. I didn't expect our chairman to be so young and handsome. Oh, my academic credentials are a bit inflated. I wonder when the chairman will personally come to verify them. You little vixen in heat, are you? Would the chairman ever fancy you? He wouldn't fancy you either. The vulgar gossip of these two women would shatter the hearts of the men who idolized them as goddesses. In the meeting room, Zhao Yunhai took the main seat, flanked by the current senior executives of Tiangong. He skipped the routine of listening to individual introductions, finding it tedious. The files of these executives were already in his hands. The rustle of turning pages stirred the nerves of all senior staff, except Yumanlu. Their ability to hold their positions depended not on competence, but on a single word from the chairman. If the chairman was displeased, even using toilet paper incorrectly tomorrow would be grounds for dismissal. If the chairman was satisfied, even using a mop to clean oneself would go unremarked. After reviewing the files, Zhao Yunhai finally raised his head to face the group. Seeing their nervousness, he spoke slowly. I've gained a general understanding of your files. Everyone here has experience as a senior executive at major corporations. In working for me, I value only two things: obedience and capability. Hearing this, the executives quickly stood up, vowing to act according to the chairman's wishes. No need to be so tense. We're all on the same side now. Zhao Yunhai gestured for them to sit down with a reassuring smile. They exchanged relaxed glances and settled back into their seats. But what I despise most is betrayal. If you have any difficulties, bring them directly to Yumanlu. If he can't resolve them, have him come to me. Perhaps you don't know much about me yet. He'll tell you one fact: the Mafish Group was founded by my father Zhao Hongwan. After Zhao Yunhai revealed his background, astonishment rippled through the room. Though they knew the chairman came from a wealthy family, none had expected him to be the only son of the richest man in Zhou. This background was more than sufficient for ordinary people like them. It was the pinnacle. Knowing their chairman's identity, these executives felt a newfound confidence in their future endeavors. Why didn't Zhao Yunhai hide his identity? Because he saw no need. Revealing it served to reassure the team. Moreover, there was nothing to conceal. This was simply who he was. He wasn't some protagonist hiding his identity to play the fool and spring surprises. Zhao Yunhai disliked such pretenses. Sometimes he wondered if his own personality was why, after transmigrating, he became a villain rather than the hero. After a few brief remarks, his phone rang. Seeing the caller, he dismissed the others from the meeting room. Yumanlu was asked to stay. Elder Qiu and Elder Lu entered the room to protect young Master Yun as soon as the others left, while Lu Buyun and Du Lu stood guard outside. Is it done? Zhao Yunhai propped his legs on the conference table, speaking with leisurely ease. It's done. Send someone to pick it up. Yang Fan's voice came through the phone. You should be able to find the address of Tiangong Company. Come directly. They'll be waiting here. Zhao Yunhai hung up. On the other end, Yang Fan looked at Zhang Yuni, the chairman of Yunmi, whom he had knocked unconscious in the restroom. Gazing at the black card in his hand, he whispered an apology. Though we have no enmity, I have reasons I must do this. I can only say I'm sorry. Yang Fan hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He had planned to force the man to reveal the black card's location, but Zhang Yuni had been wearing it around his neck. The ease of it made Yang Fan suspect the card might be a fake. Regardless, he had obtained the black card from the man. Whether real or fake, he had fulfilled the other party's request. Tiangong Company, huh? Yang Fan kindly propped Zhang Yuni onto the toilet seat, locked the stall from the inside, and leaped out. No matter how wealthy Zhang Yuni was, he was no match for the formidable Yang Fan. Such was the gap between protagonists. Hello, how may I help you? A female receptionist greeted a man who wandered in, looking around curiously with impeccable politeness. Regardless of who the visitor was, the company's hospitality must be faultless. That was what President Yu had personally instructed. The receptionist job was easy with high pay and great benefits. She cherished it dearly. I'm looking for Zhao Yunhai. He asked me to come. Yang Fan marveled at how the company could afford such beautiful receptionists. Curse the capitalists. Having been notified in advance, the receptionist led Yang Fan to the meeting room. Chairman, your guest has arrived. Seizing another chance to see the chairman, she stood tall, accentuating her curves. Thank you. You may go now. Zhao Yunhai had seen every kind of woman. He was unimpressed by those who threw themselves at him. Yes. The receptionist left, swaying her hips with disappointment. Hey, race the black card you wanted. I've completed your second request. Yang Fan noticed the two elderly men behind Zhao Yunhai, unable to gauge their strength at a glance. Zhao Yunhai had further fortified his personal security. Harboring secret intentions, Yang Fan temporarily shelved his plans. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Old Qiu kept a close watch on the young man, wary that the fellow might suddenly lose control. After taking the black card from the youth named Yang Fan and checking for any anomalies, he handed it to young Master Yun. Good, you fulfilled the second condition as well. Zhao Yunhai looked at the black card in his hand, laughing inwardly. Zhang Yuni, oh Zhang Yuni, your greatest trump card, the black card, is now in my hands. What can you use to fight me now? He truly wondered why some protagonists who seemed so easy to deal with were handled so foolishly by the villains. After pocketing the black card, Zhao Yunhai now possessed two black cards, one his own and one belonging to Zhang Yuni. If Zhang Yunyi's card could not be used by him, then it naturally had to be destroyed, leaving no trace of it in this world. What's the third condition? Yang Fan asked. So eager. Zhao Yunhai looked at him and couldn't help but tease. But since you've performed quite efficiently, I'll tell you the third condition. Go ahead. Yang Fan could not yet fall out with Zhao Yunhai for the sake of his master. He had to swallow his pride and ask. Zhao Yunhai gestured across his throat at Yang Fan. You want him dead? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise, then his face darkened. Then why didn't you say so before? He had clearly had a chance to eliminate the target earlier, but now the target would surely be on guard, making it far less easy. Sorry, but this is the third condition, so it had to be brought up one by one. Yet Zhao Yunhai's expression told Yang Fan that he was doing it on purpose. Yang Fan couldn't help clenching his fists. Oh, when had he ever suffered such humiliation and mockery? Yang Fan, always proud at heart, nearly lost control and struck out, but thinking of his master's internal injuries, he could only swallow his anger in front of the other. Old Qiu, seeing this, stepped directly in front of young Master Yun and said in a deep voice, Young man, you want to fight? Step back, Old Qiu. Zhao Yunhai was not at all worried that Yang Fan would lose control. Yes, young Master Yun. Old Qiu obeyed and retreated, but not far, standing by young Master Yun's side in case of a sudden attack. Old Lu even blocked the path behind, so if young Master Yun gave the order with their combined strength, this junior would have no escape. If you want to fight, go ahead. Come on, hit me here. Zhao Yunhai stood up, directly stepped close to Yang Fan, and pointed at his own heart, signaling the other to strike there. Young Master Yun, Old Xiao said, showing concern for the risky move, but constrained by his status, could only watch intently. Faced with Zhao Yunhai's relentless advance, Yang Fan couldn't help but step back several paces, his face full of suppressed anger. It wasn't that he dared not, it was that he couldn't. The other had a grip on his vital weakness. As long as his master's injuries remained unhealed, he had to rely on this man to cure his master. Don't be childish from now on. Go to your work obediently. A flicker of amusement passed through Zhao Yunhai's eyes. So what if he was the protagonist? He was still firmly under his control. Patting Yang Fan on the shoulder, Zhao Yunhai whispered in his ear, Yin Rubing is actually passionate inside, it's just that you can't feel it. Yang Fan's gaze sharpened. What did Zhao Yunhai mean by that? Was he still planning to pester Yin Rubing? With me here, don't even think about it. After I handle this condition, I hope to see your promise. Yang Fan shook off Zhao Yunhai's hand and turned to leave. Old Lu, seeing that young Master Yun had no intention of stopping him, did not block his departure. When the King of Hell wants him dead by the 3rd watch, he won't last until the 5th. Remember, I want him dead by poison in 3 days, made to look like suicide. Zhao Yunhai reminded Yang Fan. After all, Zhang Yuni couldn't die just yet. The deed had to be done cleanly. That was Zhao Yunhai's way of doing things. Yang Fan, upon hearing this, had already reached the door. He paused for a few seconds, then snorted coldly and left. Young Master Yun, are we launching the final offensive against Yunmi Corporation? Yuman Lu asked curiously. Zhao Yunhai toyed with the black card in his hand and said indifferently, go ahead. Make Yunmi Corporation go completely bankrupt. Absorb its essence into my Tiangong Corporation. As you command. Yuman Lu left directly to make preparations. Dealing with Yunmi Corporation was far too simple. With the black card gone, Zhang Yunyi's greatest advantage was eliminated, and Yunmi Corporation's bankruptcy was a foregone conclusion. Over at Yunmi Corporation, Zhang Yunyi woke up in the restroom and frantically checked the surveillance footage, only to find nothing unusual. That person had stolen his black card. Why had this happened? His black card, in theory, should not have been discovered. Or had someone noticed it, because he often wore it around his neck. The theft of the black card was a bolt from the blue for Zhang Yunyi, and his drive instantly vanished. Zhang Yunyi's reliance on the black card was like an addiction. Without it, he felt as if something was missing, that thing called confidence. Qian Liner arrived as promised, hoping to face the difficulties together with Zhang Yunyi. But seeing Zhang Yunyi's dejected state in the office, a trace of disappointment stirred in Qian Liner's heart. This isn't like you. No matter what trouble you faced before, you always said confidently, this won't stump me, Zhang Yunyi. She didn't want to see him like this and couldn't help but try to persuade him. It's gone. You don't understand. It's all gone. Zhang Yunyi looked up at her, dazed, his eyes no longer holding the light that had once attracted Qian Liner. What's gone? You still have me. My father can help you too. Qian Liner continued. You don't understand. Zhang Yunyi gave a bitter smile. Without the black card, he would soon lose Qian Liner. Without it, he was just a programmer. The most urgent thing now was to find the black card. Just then the secretary burst in, panting. Chairman, it's terrible. Many of our products have quality issues, and the factories we partnered with are demanding to cancel contracts over quality problems. Also, the authorities have sent people to re-audit our tax issues and fire safety problems. What should we do, Chairman? When Zhang Yunyi had the black card, he was extremely arrogant, purchasing production plants outright instead of cooperating. Hold them off for now. I need to leave for a while. Zhang Yunyi ignored Qian Liner and left Yunmi Corporation directly. His mind was set on retrieving the black card. As long as he got it back, these problems would cease to be problems. Even if Yunmi Corporation went bankrupt, he could rebuild one after another, provided he had the black card. No matter how much Qian Liner called after him, he didn't respond. It wasn't that Zhang Yunyi didn't want to, he simply couldn't hear anything. The black card had consumed his heart. After Zhang Yunyi left Yunjie Company, he was watched by Yang Fan. Yang Fan had to ensure that nothing unexpected happened to him within these 3 days, and also that his death would be ruled as suicide by poisoning 3 days later. Yang Fan had also learned roughly what was going on with Yunjie Company after making some inquiries. Zhang Yunyi had to provoke someone like Zhao Yunhai, a young master with deep background and ruthless methods of all people. However, Yang Fan was quite puzzled by Zhang Yunyi's frantic search for the black card. The black card was gone. Why not just report it lost? Was it really worth acting like his life depended on it? But how could Yang Fan know that the black card was indeed Zhang Yunyi's life? At the Haiqing seaside, a yacht slowly sailed out to sea. The decorations on this yacht gave Zhao Yunhai the feeling of being on a coconut tree-lined beach. In the center of the deck was a circular swimming pool with coconut trees planted beside it, and the rear exterior was decorated to resemble a giant coconut. Young Master Zhao, if you can't catch me, you'll have to drink as a penalty. Over here, young Master Zhao, I'm right here. Young Master Zhao, don't just focus on one person. I've already had to drink 2 glasses as a penalty, oh any more, and it'll be out cold. In the swimming pool, Zhao Yunhai had a red band tied over his eyes. The 4 women around him played hard to get in a scene of debauchery that would put King Zhou to shame. Wearing a floral swimsuit, Zhao Yunhai closed his eyes and located one of them by sound pulling her into his arms. That's because I have a special fondness for you, Zhao Yunhai said, pinching her nose to make her open her mouth. Then he picked up a glass of wine from beside him, raised it high, and poured it slowly. All right, I'll let you off this time. Zhao Yunhai released her after she choked. Young Master Zhao is so kind to me. After her coughing subsided, the woman clung to Zhao Yunhai, coquettishly whining. The other women swam over, chirping and surrounding Zhao Yunhai with the most tender voices. These women all had no boyfriends. They were newcomers to this circle, thoroughly checked to ensure they were untouched. Young Master Zhao, you're so unfair. We want some too. These women had been professionally trained to serve people of Zhao Yunhai's high status. Zhao Yunhai squinted at their exposed cleavage and laughed heartily. Come on, everyone gets a share. Smack, smack. Zhao Yunhai had the women line up, swam over, and gave each one a kiss. Come on, whoever catches me, I'll personally check her educational background tonight. Zhao Yunhai dove into the pool, which was filled with long, fair legs. Hearing that young Master Zhao would check their backgrounds, the women all jumped in. If they could win his favor, their studios had promised to make them stars. Old Xiao and Old Lu stood at the very front of the deck, gazing at the calm sea, turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to the revelry behind them. Du Lu and Lu Buiyun were on the rear deck, keeping watch. They were all armed, as on the sea a martial artist's skills were less intimidating than weapons. The owner of the yacht had originally planned to buy it outright, but the seller's young master, upon hearing it was for young Master Zhao, offered it for free, saying Zhao could come to him anytime he needed anything. Zhao Yunhai naturally accepted such a gesture of goodwill from a fellow second-generation rich kid. In the early hours, Zhao Yunhai's eyes snapped open. The sudden sounds of a fight outside had woken him. What's going on? He called out. His voice startled the naked model beside him awake. Seeing this, Zhao Yunhai took a bathrobe from the rack and tossed it to her. Get dressed and stay here. Don't move. Zhao Yunhai got up, put on a white bathrobe, and slipped into slippers. Young Master Zhao, it's Fusong ninjas, Old Xiao said quickly as he entered and closed the door. How many enemies are there? Zhao Yunhai looked at Old Xiao calmly. Fusong ninjas were what Fusong called their martial artists. Old Xiao shook his head and said rapidly, the number is uncertain. It's too dark. They swam over underwater. Currently there are about 20 or more enemies. The ninjas who made it onto the deck have been dealt with, but they don't seem to be giving up. Old Lu Buiyun and Du Lu are engaging the enemy. Just then gunshots rang out, followed by Lu Buiyun's cry of alarm, then more gunfire in rapid succession. Are you armed? Zhao Yunhai's eyes turned cold, daring to come after him. It seemed Fusong needed another purge. He knew the Fusong ninjas wouldn't act without reason. They must have targeted him specifically, knowing who he was. Decades ago, an elder of his family had caused a huge uproar in Fusong. That rampage had wiped out 5 major ninja clans, nearly crippling the Fusong Ninja Order. Young Master Zhao, they are all armed. Old Xiao showed Zhao Yunhai the pistol in his hand and the automatic weapon on his back. After all, danger was common when traveling, especially at sea, the most unpredictable place. Hey Dad, I'm under attack by Fusong ninjas. Zhao Yunhai told Old Xiao to stay calm and called his father directly. I understand, Zhao Hongwen said calmly on the other end. He'll send reinforcements. Be careful. After hanging up, Zhao Yunhai tossed the phone onto the bed and chuckled at the frightened woman. Don't worry, my life is far more valuable than yours. It won't end here. Though the words were harsh, the woman felt reassured. Right, if this big shot wasn't afraid, she was probably safe. Old Xiao continued to guard the last line of defense outside the final barrier any assassin would have to cross to reach Zhao Yunhai. The ninjas' techniques were bizarre, full of underhanded tricks, but their strength was inferior. Even in a firefight, Old Xiao, Old Lu Buiyun, and Du Lu had all received basic training from the Zhao family in this regard. Zhao Yunhai didn't bother with the pretentious act of sipping red wine. Instead, he changed clothes, placed a pistol in front of him, sat on the edge of the bed, and waited in silence. Young Master Zhao Miyamoto Mitsuo requests an audience, Old Xiao said, reopening the door. Oh, Zhao Yunhai exclaimed in surprise, then said, let him in. Get in there and behave yourself. Old Xiao barked at the respectful and servile Miyamoto Mitsuo behind him. Hi. The humble Miyamoto Mitsuo dared not raise his head, only bowing. Your humble servant Miyamoto Mitsuo pays homage to my master. Miyamoto Mitsuo knelt before Zhao Yunhai, placing his ninja sword aside, pressing his hands to his forehead, and bowing deeply. Is the Miyamoto family plotting to betray their master, huh? Zhao Yunhai stood up and kicked Miyamoto Mitsuo aside. Knowing that someone had launched an attack, yet failing to notify the Zhao family promptly, such negligence deserved a beating. The Miyamoto family was merely a dog secretly kept by the Zhao family in Fusong. Besides, does a master need a reason to strike his dog? No. The Miyamoto family will forever remain a loyal hound of the Zhao family. Miyamoto Mitsuo, drenched in cold sweat from fear, hastily crawled back and continued kowtowing to pledge his loyalty, terrified that the man before him might decide to deal with the Miyamoto family. The Zhao family was not something the Miyamoto family could contend with. They could annihilate the Miyamoto clan with ease. This time it was truly not his deliberate concealment of intelligence. Those other families had acted behind his back. It was only when he led the clan's ninjas to this location hoping to intervene that he learned the truth. Terrified, he scrambled to confess his guilt. Outside, the men Miyamoto Mitsuo had brought were desperately resisting the enemy's assault. Zhao Yunhai snorted coldly. Forget it, I don't want to dwell on this matter. After everything is over, return to the Zhao family and plead your guilt yourself. Whether you live or die then depends entirely on your fate. The Zhao family had a dedicated department for such affairs, and Zhao Yunhai naturally wouldn't involve himself. Right now he only wanted to vent his fury. How dare those insignificant Fusang ninjas provoke him? They must have lost their minds. Thank you, master. Hearing this, Miyamoto Mitsuo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly kowtowed in gratitude. Even if death awaited him, then it would only claim his life. As long as the Miyamoto family could continue serving as the Zhao family's vicious hound, his death would be worthwhile. What's the situation outside now? Zhao Yunhai had no intention of checking personally. Once he stepped out, he would become the target of all enemies, only causing old Liu and the other two to panic. In simple terms, going out now would only add to the chaos. The current situation couldn't be resolved by one more person. Outside, those Fusang ninjas are forcibly boarding the ship. Originally relying solely on old Liu and the other two might have been insufficient to hold them off. However, with the timely support of the Miyamoto family's ninjas, we've temporarily stabilized the enemy's assault. I've already ordered the captain to steer the ship and break out of their encirclement. Zhao Yunhai nodded in approval. Old Xiao's response was the most suitable strategy given the circumstances. Miyamoto Mitsuo knelt on the ground, not daring to rise. Zhao Yunhai glanced at him and gestured for him to stand. Only then did Miyamoto Mitsuo dare to get up, bowing his head and standing obediently to the side. Bang! A loud crash. Clearly in an attempt to break through the encirclement, they had forcibly rammed into an enemy vessel. Fortunately, the yacht structure was sturdy and the windows were bulletproof glass, otherwise even Zhao Yunhai's room would not have been safe. The women on the yacht had long since hidden in their rooms, trembling in fear. Zhao Yunhai couldn't be bothered with them. If they died, it would be their misfortune, and compensation would be paid to their companies afterward. As for why it wasn't paid to their families, that depended entirely on the conscience of those companies. Zhao Yunhai didn't have that much kindness to spare for such matters. Beep beep beep. Old Xiao's phone rang. Bad news, our engine lost power during the violent collision and can no longer propel the ship. Understood. Old Xiao hung up and repeated the message. Zhao Yunhai had just been about to praise the yacht's durability when this accident occurred. In that case, well, just wait. He wasn't anxious after all, worry was useless. But seeing Yun Xiao's calm demeanor, Old Xiao's tense heart gradually settled. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongwen, deeply concerned for his son's safety, directly ordered, as the head of the Zhao family, the full mobilization of all Zhao forces in Haizhou to rescue his son. Upon learning of Zhao Yunhai's attack, the high-ranking officials in Haiqing were filled with anxiety. If Zhao Yunhai were to meet with misfortune within their jurisdiction, the consequences would be dire. In the waters of Haiqing, 10 special forces squads totaling over 200 men set out immediately, including a large submarine lurking in the nearby waters that began moving toward the area. This was the official response. Meanwhile, among the civilians, many martial artists hoping to forge ties with the Zhao family followed on boats. Slap. Zhao Huaida, who had been playing chess with an old friend, learned that his beloved grandson, Zhao Yunhai, had been attacked by Fusang ninjas and instantly overturned the chessboard. Old friend, don't worry. Zhao Hai will be fine, his friend comforted. Zhao Huai could hardly contain himself. Though retired as long as he lived, he could still command his former subordinates. So he directly called an old subordinate. My precious grandson is in trouble in your territory. Chief, rest assured. I will not let anything happen to your grandson. The person on the other end immediately assured him upon hearing the news. Zhao Huai had lost all interest in chess and waited there for news of his grandson's safety. Satellite footage had been transferred to Zhao Hongwen's computer. Watching the night vision satellite images, he saw a luxury yacht under siege from all sides by enemy fire. The yacht's exterior was riddled with bullet holes and smoke was beginning to rise from below. Clearly the vessel was on the verge of collapse. A flash of anger crossed Zhao Hongwen's eyes. It seemed the Zhao family had been too quiet for too long, and some had forgotten the pain once the wound healed. Zhao Hongwen made a direct call and ordered one day. I want Fuzhang's economy to regress by 20 years. After hanging up, Zhao Hongwen dialed another number. Since those Fusang families are so disobedient, eliminate them. Tossing the phone aside, his eyes were as cold and deep as a frozen pond. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhai's mother, Qin Sivan, upon learning that her precious son had been attacked, silently returned to her room to make phone calls. Qin Sivan had a substantial number of mercenaries under her command, stateless, faithless men who worked only for money. Zhao Yunhai's attack set off a chain reaction. At the center of the storm, Zhao Yunhai had already stepped onto the deck. 1 minute earlier, the battle had completely ended. Several fighter jets circled overhead and submarines like dark, deep-sea behemoths surfaced. Countless rescue vessels floated on the sea. 10 squad leaders had boarded the yacht to ensure Zhao Yunhai's safety. Hundreds of corpses drifted on the blood-reddened sea, the darkness of night lending an eerie quality to the crimson waters. These Fusang ninjas were highly trained. All of them were suicide soldiers. Not a single one was taken alive, said a squad leader named Li Feng from the Jiaolong team. Zhao Yunhai leaned on the railing, breathing in the scent of blood carried by the sea breeze, and said calmly, "Fusang has many suicide soldiers. For this rescue, the Zhao family will surely reward you handsomely. We are merely fulfilling the mission assigned by our superiors, not coveting the Zhao family's reward." Li Feng said in a stiff tone, "Since you are safe now, please return with us so we can close out the mission. Young Master Zhao, please don't mind him." Li Feng has always been a one-track mind and speaks without thinking. A captain who had a good relationship with Li Feng didn't want him to offend such a person, for someone who could mobilize such a force was no ordinary man. Zhao Yunhai frowned slightly, then turned his gaze to Li Feng. This man had an ordinary appearance with slightly dark skin and a firm, powerful gaze. He somewhat resembled the protagonist in name and temperament. However, Super Double gave no reaction, indicating that Li Feng was not the protagonist. Just as Zhao Yunhai was about to dismiss him, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps Li Feng was not the protagonist now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be in the future. He had overlooked one point before: protagonists also undergo transformation. Protagonists like Li Feng often only became the main character after leaving their team. This novel idea was deeply etched into Zhao Yunhai's mind. Zhao Yunhai suddenly broke into a smile. "You saved me, and I wish to express my gratitude personally. I know each of you carries the purest heroic faith of the 9 provinces, so I naturally want to sully that faith with worldly goods. I will distribute these things to your families, ensuring they never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. This way you can fight on the battlefield for the 9 provinces without any concerns." "Thank you, but we don't need it." Li Feng, as if truly lacking a few brain cells, rejected the offer on everyone's behalf before they could feel overjoyed. Li Feng's words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing everyone's hopes. Perhaps Li Feng himself needed nothing, but many of them came from humble backgrounds, and Zhao Yunhai's offer would have resolved their worries. Yet Li Feng refused so quickly that he sealed the lips of them all. Since Li Feng had refused, could they still speak up and accept? Obviously not. Li Feng's closest brother opened his mouth only to end up smiling bitterly where he stood. His brother was simply too blunt. Zhao Yunhai narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, "Since Captain Li Feng has spoken, I won't press the matter." With such ease, he had planted a thorn among Li Feng's companions, one that might erupt at any moment. Li Feng, however, saw nothing wrong with his words. In his mind, people of their standing should remain pure like this. In the end, Zhao Yunhai boarded a helicopter and left the scene while Li Feng and his team stayed behind for cleanup. Old Qiu and Old Lu were unharmed, but Lu Buyun and Du Lu each took a bullet, though fortunately not in any vital area. Lu Buyun and Du Lu had now taken bullets for young Master Yun. Having braved such fierce gunfire without retreating, they had indeed earned Zhao Yunhai's respect. The news of Zhao Yunhai's safety also brought relief to the entire Zhao family's higher-ups. Back at the Moyu Hotel, Lu Buyun and Du Lu went to the hospital for treatment, while Old Lu and Old Qiu rested in the living room. After calling each family member to reassure them, Zhao Yunhai, mentally exhausted, fell directly asleep. Yet this incident was etched into Zhao Yunhai's memory. Fusang await his bloody revenge. Security was no longer a concern, as the high-ranking officials of Haiqing, fearing any mishap to Zhao Yunhai, had elevated the Moyu Hotel security to the highest level. Upon learning that brother Yunhai had returned safely, Yuman Lu felt both relieved and deeply terrified. He had been the one to plan the yacht's destination. Had brother Yunhai suffered any harm, he would have been unable to escape blame, nor would he have been able to forgive himself. In Haiqing, there was also Yang Fan, whose relationship with Zhao Yunhai was strained, but who was extremely concerned about his safety. Zhao Yunhai could not afford to be in danger now, at least not yet. So Yang Fan voluntarily stood guard outside the Moyu Hotel all night, never sleeping. Sometimes, even enemies bound by mutual interests would rather you not die. Over the next 3 days, Zhao Yunhai stayed put, tasking Si Jinyin with monitoring Zhang Yuni. During this time, Zhang Yuni grew increasingly haggard, his hair greasy, his clothes unwashed, and he himself unbathed, constantly searching for the black card. He kept muttering about. The female lead, Qian Liner, became utterly disillusioned with Zhang Yuni over those 3 days. She simply couldn't understand why he had changed so drastically. As for Qian Liner's father, Qian Yuanhui, he had no time to concern himself with Zhang Yuni, as the Fortune Chamber of Commerce had completely disintegrated and was forced to disband. Even Qian Yuanhui's corporation faced the threat of bankruptcy. Though disheartened with Zhang Yunhai, Qian Liner kept an eye on him. After all, he was a man she had once loved. The black card was like Zhang Yunhai's protagonist halo. Without it, his flaws and weaknesses were laid bare, and he held no appeal whatsoever. Qian Liner even felt a sudden awakening. What exactly had she ever seen in him? In just 3 days, the once surrogate Yunhai company had completely collapsed. Most employees were poached by the Tiangong company, while a few who wished to stay with the chairman couldn't reach him and eventually left with a sigh. Now that Yunhai company had officially declared bankruptcy with all funds and assets frozen, Zhang Yunhai could only return to his old rented room. The landlady, taking pity on him, allowed him to stay for a few days. Zhang Yunhai never imagined that the woman he had once cursed as an old hag would be the one to take him in. Back then, when Zhang Yunhai couldn't pay the rent, he thought the old hag's constant reminders were heartless and that she didn't understand him. Yet he seemed to forget that paying rent was a matter of course. Understanding was a kindness, but not understanding was simply her right. Zhang Yunhai, ever prone to blaming fate, never looked for fault within himself. Being scolded by his manager due to his own incompetence was only natural, yet he saw it as an insult. His poor relationships with colleagues were perceived as deliberate ostracism. He looked down on socially adept colleagues, dismissing them as sycophants, and viewed respect for superiors as bootlicking. In his eyes only, he was truly clear-headed, always dreaming that a gem would eventually shine. 3 days had passed, and Yang Fan had quietly crept to the outside of Zhang Yunhai's room. If the king of hell decrees your death at the 3rd watch, no power can keep you alive until the 5th. Yang Fan resolved to let Zhang Yunhai linger a little longer, for Zhao Yunhai only required news of his death within 3 days without specifying the exact hour. This he considered was his final act of mercy toward Zhang Yunhai. Thus Yang Fan stationed himself at the stairwell on the floor above, ensuring Zhang Yunhai could not slip from his sight. In his hand, he clutched a poison pill intended for Zhang Yunhai. For now, Yang Fan harbored no concern for Yan Rubing, as Zhao Yunhai remained in Haiqing. As long as Zhao Yunhai stayed, no one in Yanjing would dare provoke Yan Rubing. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, Yan Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu had already left Yanjing for a vacation and had not yet returned. Neither had they informed him. Since the night Zhao Yunhai had taken Yan Rubing, an irreparable rift had formed between Yang Fan and the two women. Had Yang Fan not abandoned them, Yan Rubing would never have suffered such a fate. Zhang Yunhai at home clung to the hope that the black card would return on its own, for it had first appeared to him in this very place. A flash of black light, and the card materialized before him. Moreover, the black card had bonded with him exclusively, rendering it useless to anyone else. Yet he remained oblivious that the Grim Reaper already lurked outside his door waiting to claim him. Zhang Yunhai still lives. Has Yang Fan suddenly grown a conscience? After lunch, Zhao Yunhai turned to Elder Qiu and inquired, Yun Xiao, Si Jinyan has been monitoring closely. Yang Fan remains stationed above the stairwell. Si Jinyan speculates that Yang Fan intends to grant Zhang Yunhai a few more hours of life. Elder Qiu reported faithfully. Zhao Yunhai chuckled at this. Pathetic mercy. Yet once the protagonist Zhang Yunhai was dealt with, Yang Fan's own countdown would begin. Still, he was a man of his word. Having promised to heal Yang Fan's master, he would honor that pledge. Elder Lu, how are the arrangements for Yang Fan's master proceeding? With Ada and the others absent, all external communications were relayed through Elder Lu and Elder Qiu. Zhao Yunhai's personal phone remained free from such trivialities. At present, Yang Fan's master Zhu Leiguai remains in seclusion, healing from his injuries, and has yet to emerge. Our people are in place at your command, Yin Xiao. We can apprehend him immediately. Elder Lu organized his thoughts and replied swiftly. Satisfied that all was in order, Zhao Yunhai allowed himself a moment of relief. Yang Fan's master was currently in the Three-Finger Mountains of Jingzhou, a place of serene beauty with an untouched ecosystem, a pristine forest ideal for a martial artist's recuperation. Yun Xiao, any instructions regarding the Qian family? Elder Zhao inquired. The Qian family. Zhao Yunhai frowned, searching his memory. Which one? The one with Qian Liner who admired Zhang Yunhai. The Qian family of the Fortune Merchant Guild. Seeing Yun Xiao's confusion, Elder Lu reminded him in a low voice. That Qian family. Have them vanish from Haiqing. With the reminder, Zhao Yunhai finally recalled. Though only a few days had passed, he had genuinely forgotten such a peripheral figure. He vaguely remembered instructing his father to dismantle the Fortune Merchant Guild. With his father handling it, it was likely already ruined. He hadn't bothered to follow up. As for Qian Liner, let such a woman fend for herself. Zhao Yunhai felt nothing for her. A woman who could admire a man like Zhang Yunhai could hardly be of any worth. Understood. Elder Qiu made a mental note. By evening, Zhao Yunhai had not left the Moyu Hotel, nor had he personally appeared before Zhang Yunhai to gloat before his death. A protagonist so easily eliminated held no interest for Zhao Yunhai. Oh, it brought him not a shred of satisfaction. But Yang Fan, the true protagonist, that was a different matter entirely. Just then Si Jinyan approached Yang Fan directly. Who are you? Yang Fan eyed the man warily, sensing he was there for him. Yin Xiao sent me. He wants to witness Zhang Yunhai's death firsthand. Si Jinyan gestured to the camcorder in his hand, which would broadcast the scene live to Yun Xiao. Zhao Yunhai had no habit of boasting, but he needed to ensure Zhang Yunyi's death with his own eyes. For what made a protagonist was the halo that could turn any situation into a miracle. Who knew if Zhang Yunyi might undergo a mutation at the brink of death? Were it not for Yang Fan serving as the protagonist's blade, Zhao Yunhai would have felt compelled to kill Zhang Yunyi himself. Zhao Yunhai is afraid of a nobody. Yang Fan's curiosity was piqued. That's none of your concern, Si Jinyan replied with a cold laugh. Fine, keep your secrets. I'll be dead soon enough anyway. Though Yang Fan yearned to know why Zhao Yunhai sought the death of a man reduced to insignificance, could he possibly stage a comeback? Having fallen so low, Zhang Yunyi was utterly crushed, devoid of any chance to turn things around. Yet Zhao Yunhai still insisted on witnessing his death. What had Zhang Yunyi done to earn such profound enmity? Or did Zhang Yunyi possess something that made Zhao Yunhai wary? The black card. Yang Fan quickly dismissed the notion. It couldn't be the black card. If it were, why would Zhao Yunhai, who had already stolen it through Yang Fan, still be so fixated on Zhang Yunyi's life? Was it a matter of eradicating the roots? Zhao Yunhai's nature was indeed that ruthless. A chill of alertness ran through Yang Fan. Could Zhao Yunhai be planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? With this thought, Yang Fan glanced at the man beside him. Once Zhang Yunyi was dealt with, he would have to guard against a sudden attack. Si Jinyan busied himself with the camcorder, unaware that Yang Fan's mind had already conjured 100 ways Si Jinyan might ambush him. Time like the scythe of the Grim Reaper crept ever closer to Zhang Yunyi. Yang Fan easily opened Zhang Yunyi's door. Zhang Yunyi sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on the headboard, the very spot where the black card had appeared. Come out, black card. Stop torturing me. Yang Fan materialized silently behind Zhang Yunyi, with Si Jinyan following, camcorder in hand. Yang Fan tilted his head slightly to glance behind him, then delivered a precise chop to Zhang Yunyi's neck, knocking him unconscious. Thanks to his own protagonist's halo, dealing with Zhang Yunyi, whose radiance had dimmed, was a simple task. Si Jinyan filmed meticulously, the camera steady, capturing every detail how Yang Fan administered the poison and staged it as a suicide by poisoning. You wouldn't use this as evidence to blackmail me, would you, Zhao Yunhai? After finishing the deed, Yang Fan suddenly turned to face the camera, as if staring directly at Zhao Yunhai through the lens. Zhao Yunhai at the Moyu Grand Hotel watched Yang Fan on the video, a trace of murderous intent flickering across his face. Threaten you? Why not just kill you directly? Since Zhang Yunyi was already dead, the next step was to deal with Yang Fan. With Zhang Yunyi's death, his own journey to Haiqing would temporarily come to an end. As for Fusang, 2 days ago, before Zhao Yunhai could even make a move, his family had already avenged him. 2 days ago, a virus called Mushroom suddenly swept across the Fusang internet. In this age of the internet, if internet finance collapses, the economy will crumble instantly. Within a single day, the Fusang economy regressed by 20 years. Cries of anguish echoed across Fusang cyberspace, but the virus vanished after a day. It came and went without a trace, its origin impossible to find. Only some high-ranking officials within Fusang knew that this was the Zhao clan's retaliation. A bloodless revenge. The incident in Fusang shocked the world. Even the beautiful country was momentarily helpless against the mushroom virus. Other nations swiftly activated their highest-level internet firewalls to prevent infection by the mushroom virus. Only within Zhou did people understand the truth of the matter, which also exposed the Zhao clan's power. Many resented the Zhao clan, but they buried their feelings deep, knowing the Zhao clan held considerable sway among the high ranks of Zhou. The Zhao clan was fully aware of these people's thoughts. A millennium-old clan like theirs could not be shaken by those who had only been around for decades. During the reorganization of Zhou, the Zhao clan had contributed significantly, with many of its members holding high positions. Even now, the Zhao clan's influence was beyond what these people could estimate. At the same time, another major incident occurred in Fusang, but compared to the collapse of internet finance and the 20-year economic regression, it seemed minor. Several highly prestigious families in Fusang vanished overnight without a trace. Not even a chicken or a dog remained. They disappeared eerily, as if they had never existed. The story grew stranger with each telling, and eventually the disappearance of these families was officially classified as missing persons. The Zhao clan left no one involved alive. You all were executed. No one could provoke the Zhao clan and walk away unscathed. Fusang dared not retaliate and could only swallow the bitter fruit. Miyamoto Saburo also voluntarily returned to the Zhao clan to confess his guilt. Unsurprisingly, Miyamoto Saburo committed suicide to atone for his sins. The headship of the Miyamoto family was succeeded by Miyamoto Saburo's younger brother Miyamoto Kaisen. On his first day in office, Miyamoto Kaisen personally traveled to Yinjing Zhou to pledge his loyalty to the Zhao clan. Since his family had already exacted revenge on his behalf, Zhao Yunhai naturally planned to wait until he was powerful enough to take his own revenge personally. After all, taking revenge oneself felt different from having one's family do it. Leaving Zhang Yunyi's home, Yang Fan called out to Si Jinyan, who was about to leave. Is there something? Si Jinyan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yang Fan asked, what about the matter Zhao Yunhai promised me? When will it be handled? You'll have to ask young Master Yun about that. Oh, I wouldn't know. Si Jinyan had no idea about such matters and shrugged. Yang Fan watched him leave his sight. The man hadn't attacked him, had he been overthinking things. Yang Fan went directly to find Zhao Yunhai. Since he had completed all his tasks, Zhao Yunhai must immediately fulfill his promise. At the Mayu Grand Hotel, after being frisked by old Lu, Yang Fan was brought before young Master Yun. Hey, it's not easy to see you. Yang Fan knew that if Zhao Yunhai hadn't given the order, he wouldn't have been able to get past the layers of defense outside. Is that all you came to say? Zhao Yunhai naturally caught Yang Fan's veiled sarcasm, but remained unconcerned. The matter you promised. Yang Fan looked at him urgently. What matter? Zhao Yunhai raised an eyebrow. My master's internal injury. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Yang Fan's heart tightened, and his body tensed, ready to fight his way out at any moment. Didn't I already give it to you? Zhao Yunhai said, feigning confusion. What do you mean? Yang Fan was utterly perplexed. Zhao Yunhai always kept his promises, and he began to explain. The medicine for your master's internal injury was in the package you took earlier. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Yang Fan hadn't expected that the medicine for his master's injury had once been in his own hands. You didn't throw it away, did you? Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but tease. Farewell. Yang Fan thought of the package he had casually tossed under his bed and hurriedly left. Zhao Yunhai watched Yang Fan's figure disappearing into the night and gave a calm order. After Yang Fan's master takes the healing medicine, he will enter a week recovery period. Strike then and wipe them all out. Immediately notify Si Jinyan to prepare the private jet. Destination Sanji Mountain, Jingzhou. As you command. Xiao Lao quickly contacted Si Jinyan. Yang Fan didn't have a private jet and could only book a last-minute flight. He really hadn't expected Zhao Yunhai to pull such a trick on him. If he had only opened the package and looked inside, he wouldn't have blood on his hands. The next day, Zhang Yunyi's death was exposed. The official statement said he had succumbed to pressure and poisoned himself. Apart from a brief period of grief for Qian Liner, Zhang Yunyi's death became nothing more than idle dinner conversation. Oh, you mean Zhang Yunyi from Yummy Company? He poisoned himself. That's normal. Plenty of bankrupt businessmen jump off buildings too. Huh. Right, eat up. Jingzhou Sanji Mountain. Zhao Yunhai ventured deep into the remote mountains, followed by a team. Si Jinyan and his squad, Du Lv, Lu Buyan, Xiao Lao, and Lu Lao all accompanied him. Although Du Lv and Lu Buyan's gunshot wounds had not fully healed, they were no longer a hindrance, so they naturally followed. Primarily, they were unwilling to miss the chance to serve by young Master Yun's side, unsure if such an opportunity would ever arise again. Young Master Yun, be careful. The vegetation here is abnormally sharp and can easily cut your skin. Si Jinyan led the way, constantly looking back at young Master Yun. How much further? Zhao Yunhai had to deal with Yang Fan personally. He had no other protagonists to use. Ever since using Yang Fan, Zhao Yunhai felt he truly couldn't go back. Protagonists were just too useful. It was truly satisfying. He never had to worry about a protagonist failing and handing him experience points. They completed every task perfectly. How could he not love it? How could he not like it? Now Zhao Yunhai was eager to find a few more protagonists to keep his backups. At least when he needed them, he would have protagonists to use. About an hour's journey left. Young Master Yun spray more of this, but repels insects. Si Jinyan had his men hand several bottles of a special insect repellent to Qiao Lao, and the other three then personally sprayed young Master Yun all over. Before long, Zhao Yunhai glanced at the venomous snake cast aside by Si Jinyan and remarked, this old fellow has hidden himself so deep. Could he be fearing that his enemies would come knocking? Young Master Yun, according to our investigations, that old codger has quite a few foes. We've already secretly contacted many of his old adversaries, and they are now waiting at the agreed-upon location. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of a fair fight. Such matters were never about equal strength, but about overwhelming force. Of course, these enemies were not the main force. If they could have killed him, they would have done so long ago rather than waiting until now. These so-called foes were merely losers. He had long prepared for this. As for being turned over, Zhao Yunhai would never allow such a thing to happen. Bring back a few of the better venomous creatures here for my father to steep in his wine. After walking some distance, Zhao Yunhai observed the poisonous things crawling around, pondered for a moment, and instructed Si Jinyan. Young Master Yun's filial piety is sincere. It will surely move the patriarch. Si Jinyan quickly flattered. Old Lu, unable to bear Si Jinyan's incessant bootlicking, reminded him. Hurry up and make way. If you delay young Master Yun's affairs, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Si Jinyan ignored him, curling his lips, and since Zhao Yunhai said nothing, he sullenly cleared the path. The area was thick with poisonous miasma, and venomous creatures constantly attacked from all sides. One had to be extremely vigilant, as tiny poisonous beings could easily blur one's vision and catch them off guard. The trees were tall, the grass deep, and the foliage lush. The dense morning fog lingered without dispersing, creating a deep and secluded environment that would make ordinary people hesitate to proceed. Zhao Yunhai strolled leisurely here, enjoying the temporary tranquility and seclusion. This was a privilege not afforded to ordinary people, as all dangers around him were cleared away by his men. An hour later, Zhao Yunhai stood on a high ground. The view is quite open here. Where is Yang Fan's master located? Upon hearing this, Si Jinyan quickly took out a map and pointed to a spot, saying, "That old fellow's secluded cultivation site is 3,000 meters from here." Where is Yang Fan now? Zhao Yunhai looked at the markings on the map and continued asking. Si Jinyan quickly recalled the information and replied, "Yang Fan has already taken a flight from Yanjing and is heading here. He should arrive in about half an hour. From the entrance it will take at least another hour and a half, so 2 hours in total." Zhao Yunhai hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting to the tents pitched haphazardly around. "Have our men rest here for 2 hours and tell these people to follow my orders. Anyone who acts without permission will be killed. As you command." Si Jinyan cupped his hands in salute. When Si Jinyan relayed young Master Yun's orders, these people obediently nodded. None of them were foolish. Everyone knew of the Zhao clan. Offending the Zhao clan would be akin to seeking death. That old ghost and his disciple had provoked the most untouchable young master of the Zhao clan, which was why they had come to wade into this muddy water. Old ghost Nia was extremely powerful, a martial artist at the great perfection of the innate realm. Had it not been for the internal injuries he suffered from martial art backlash back, then they might have died at his hands. Although the Zhao clan acted domineeringly, they were strong. Following the Zhao clan to kill old ghost Nia would also serve as revenge for themselves. Junior Zhao Yunhai pays respects to Elder Feng. Zhao Yunhai arrived at a tent, and upon seeing the old man sitting cross-legged inside, greeted him with the etiquette of a junior. "Little Hai." The aged old man opened his eyes, and upon seeing the visitors squeezed out a smile. "I trouble Elder Feng with this matter." Zhao Yunhai sat directly opposite Elder Feng, also known as Zhao Feng, a bloodline member of the Zhao clan and a martial artist at the innate peak. That old ghost Nia was merely at the great perfection of the innate realm, while the innate peak was a stage beyond. There was a significant gap between perfection and peak. Once old ghost Nia took the Zhao clan's exclusive healing holy pill, it would repair his internal injuries, while plunging him into a weakened state. By then, maintaining the innate realm would be the best-case scenario for old ghost Nia. As for wasting the healing holy pill, apologies for Zhao Yunhai, such things from the Zhao clan were not valuable. Old ghost Nia was once exceptionally talented, but in the end what is too rigid is easily broken. He rejected the Zhao clan's recruitment and could only hole up here. This old man is granting him release this time. Elder Feng's eyes sank into recollection, and he sighed deeply. One might think he was about to do a good deed. Zhao Yunhai smiled and said, "Old ghost Ni's disciple Yang Fan is a promising seedling, but he too rejected my recruitment." Elder Feng shook his head helplessly. Master and disciple share the same temperament. Since the master is about to die, the disciple cannot be spared either. Little Hai is the future patriarch of the Zhao clan. Even if you detest it, you must understand it somewhat. Take time to visit the library. Even if you start late, our Zhao clan can push you to the innate realm without issue. Elder Feng's words were filled with pride in the Zhao clan. Zhao Yunhai concurred and nodded, saying, "I was ignorant before. Thank you for the guidance, Elder Feng. It's not too late to understand." Seeing that his advice was accepted, Elder Feng stroked his beard with satisfaction and smiled warmly. The old and the young conversed pleasantly. 2 hours later, Zhao Yunhai gathered his people. An innate peak martial artist. The Zhao clan sure goes all out. Indeed, only a family like the Zhao clan could casually produce an innate peak martial artist. Any other family would keep him at home, cherishing him and fearing any mishap. Exactly because the mere existence of an innate peak serves as a deterrent to enemies. Haha, old ghost Nia has no escape now. He's walking right into his doom. And those martial artists, though not strong, armed with various weapons, even I wouldn't dare approach them. It's the Zhao clan indeed, able to procure such weapons easily in Jiuzhou. The 5 Hotian peak martial artists standing aside marveled at the appearance of the innate peak martial artist and gloated over old ghost Ni's misfortune. "Move out. You follow at the back of the team." Zhao Yunhai glanced at them and ordered the march. Meanwhile, Yang Fan opened a gold-rimmed box and presented it to his master. "Master, please inspect this pill and see if there's any problem." A pill from the Zhao clan. Old ghost Nia, well-traveled and knowledgeable, was astonished that his disciple could obtain a Zhao clan pill. "How did you get this?" Sensing something amiss, old ghost Nia immediately asked. The Zhao clan's exclusive healing holy pill was usually for internal use only and rarely circulated. Seeing his disciple remain silent, old ghost Nia said angrily, "Have you been working for the Zhao clan? Master, your injuries are serious. Please take it quickly." Yang Fan didn't want to explain, only no matter how much he said, his master had to take the pill to heal. "Alas, my foolish disciple." Old ghost Nia held the pill silent for a long time, then sighed deeply and swallowed it directly. Seeing his master take the pill, a look of relief spread across Yang Fan's face. Little did he know that this life-saving elixir had become a death warrant for his master. Old Nia only understood one aspect of this pill, ignorant of its full nature. He was unaware that after consumption the pill induced a temporary period of weakness. Though old Nia held no fondness for the Zhao clan, he had unwavering faith in their pills. Zhao Yunhai had precisely calculated the timing of old Ni's pill consumption. Given Yang Fan's impatient nature and old Ni's desperate desire to heal his internal injuries, once a life-saving pill appeared before them, it would be consumed within half an hour at most. After all, for years they had found no remedy to cure his wounds. Now hope was within reach, and a lure no one could resist. After watching his master take the pill, Yang Fan stepped out of the seclusion chamber with a relieved expression. His master's recovery was imminent, and soon he would break through from the great perfection of the innate realm to the pinnacle of the innate realm. At that moment, even against the Zhao clan, the master and disciple would have a fighting chance. Poor Yang Fan believed the pinnacle of the innate realm was the zenith, but in the eyes of the Zhao clan, it was merely mediocre. Zhao Yunhai and his party were drawing closer to Yang Fan's location. The scythe of death was nearly at his throat, yet Yang Fan lay on an outdoor rocking chair, eagerly anticipating his master's emergence. Halt! Zhao Yunhai suddenly raised his hand, and his followers immediately stopped. Xiaohai, what's the matter? Old Feng asked, puzzled by the sudden stop. Yang Fan is vigilant. If we approach with a large entourage, might we give him time to flee? This is his lair. Guide, be surprised if he didn't have escape routes. Zhao Yunhai believed that since Yang Fan was the protagonist, alerting him would make it difficult to capture him again. Si Jinyan. Zhao Yunhai called out. Young Master Yun, I understand. Si Jinyan quickly deployed a drone. Times had changed. Technology not only facilitated daily life, but also aided in targeting martial artists. As Zhao Yunhai expected, Yang Fan failed to notice the drone in the sky. The small drone, crafted with advanced technology and special materials, was disguised as a bird. After all, birds in the sky were a common sight, especially in these deep mountains and forests. Si Jinyan had anticipated such details. Old Feng sighed at the sight. Drones, modern technology is truly advanced. In my day, we didn't have such conveniences. Sometimes obtaining simple intelligence cost many lives. Zhao Yunhai, not being from that era, couldn't empathize. Hence, this is the era of us youngsters. Don't dwell on it, Old Feng. At your age, you should be in the rear, enjoying your twilight years. By the way, Old Feng, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Zhao Yunhai hesitated, but decided to voice his question. What is it? Go ahead. Old Feng, sensing the query, sighed inwardly. Zhao Yunhai looked at Old Feng directly. I heard you never married. Was there a woman you couldn't forget, a regret from the past? After all, with the Zhao clan's power, any woman Old Feng desired should have been attainable. Even in his youth, Old Feng was a pillar of the Zhao clan. Old Feng smiled, his eyes drifting into memory as he spoke of the past. Blood-soaked years worthy of that time. Some things, no matter how strong you are once missed, can never be reclaimed. There is no cure for regret in a lifetime. That feeling was the budding of youth, the sprouting of young love. If I had been stronger back then, just a little stronger perhaps, she wouldn't have died. She lay in my arms drenched in blood, and I could do nothing. Even though I annihilated her enemies and tortured her murderer to death, I still lacked the courage to visit her grave. I've never spoken of this to anyone, not even within the clan. I loved her, but I kept it buried in my heart. I once thought I'd have the chance to confess, but I never did. So Xiaohai, if you like someone, act on it. Don't wait until it's too late. If you can't do it, tell me, and I'll help you. If I can, I'll find someone who can. Zhao Yunhai felt a pang of emotion. He had thought it was a regret that could be remedied by force, not realizing it was the sorrow of losing a loved one long past. Young Master Yun, Old Nia has emerged from seclusion. Si Jinyan suddenly announced. Everyone move out. Zhao Yunhai apologized to Old Feng and signaled his team to advance. It's fine. I've held those words in for decades. Speaking them now feels much better. Old Feng laughed nonchalantly. He'll need your help later, Old Feng. After this mission, I'll accompany you to visit that old acquaintance. Zhao Yunhai knew Old Feng longed to speak at her grave, but had been unable to overcome his own guilt for decades. Zhao Yunhai believed Old Feng deeply wished to go. Hearing this, Old Feng opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, upon seeing his master emerge from seclusion, Yang Fan eagerly asked if his internal injuries had healed. Old Nia laughed heartily. Haha, after all these years my internal injuries are finally healed. Soon my strength will reach the pinnacle of the innate realm. Yang Fan beamed. Congratulations, Master. Taking you as my disciple was the best decision of my life. Just as the master and disciple were envisioning a bright future, uninvited guests arrived. Oh, how touching. In the distance appeared Zhao Yunhai and his entourage. Zhao Yunhai. Yang Fan's brow furrowed as he spoke coldly. Disciple, this Zhao Yunhai is. Old Nia already had an answer. The Zhao clan had arrived. Some faces behind the young man seemed familiar. But familiar or not, they were certainly not friends. He had few friends in the outside world, so they must be enemies. I remember our deal has been completed, so why are you here? A sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Yang Fan's heart. What do you mean? Zhao Yunhai absent-mindedly scratched his ear. Seeing this, Si Jinyan directly waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to prepare their guns. Do you think that knowing so much about me you haven't considered your own fate? Zhao Yunhai said with a smile. The malicious grin made Nia Laogui's eyes flicker with coldness. Little brat, even if you are a member of the Zhao family today, I will ensure you leave with no return. Heaven has a path that you refuse to walk, and hell has no door that you willingly walk into. At such a young age you are unaware of the vastness of the world. Many have wished to kill me in the past, and they all ended up in hell. Zhao Yunhai sneered disdainfully and let out a cold snort. Old man, today, I will do a good deed. Once I kill your disciple, I will send you down to accompany him. Feng Lao, standing beside Zhao Yunhai, couldn't help but step forward, channeling his internal energy. As a peak innate expert, it coursed through his meridians in a full cycle. A powerful aura erupted from him. Nia Laogui's expression changed dramatically. He never expected that this young man would have a peak innate expert by his side. Caught off guard, he even began to entertain thoughts of retreat. He realized that while his injuries had healed, his strength had significantly weakened. Now he could barely maintain his innate level, and with his opponent being a peak innate expert, he surely wouldn't be able to fight back. The disparity in strength was immense. Moreover, there were so many others watching from the sidelines. Master, what should we do? It's no surprise that teacher and disciple think alike. Yang Fan also began to entertain thoughts of retreat. He had witnessed Zhao Yunhai's ruthless nature firsthand. Since Zhao Yunhai had appeared before him and made his intention to kill clear, it was evident that the latter was well prepared. Thus it would be wise to flee. Let's go. Without a second word, Nia Laogui directly led his disciple to escape backward. Nia Laogui, if you want to escape, have you asked us? The surname Mi's time is up today. Don't even think about leaving. Neither you nor your disciple will survive today. Ha ha, Nia Laogui, you no longer have any chance of winning. Today I will definitely take revenge for the grievances of the past. The 5 peak acquired martial artists, emboldened by their numbers, saw that Nia Laogui still wished to escape and directly chased after him. Xiaohai, wait for me at the back. Oh, I will take care of those two. Feng Lao first spoke softly to Xiaohai, then turned to those protecting Xiaohai with a stern tone. You all better protect Xiaohai well. If anything happens to him, your lives will no longer belong to you. With that, Feng Lao dashed after them. But how could Zhao Yunhai possibly wait behind? After all, Yang Fan is the protagonist. Whenever the protagonist encounters danger, the protagonist's halo activates, and unexpected events will occur immediately. We chase after them. Zhao Yunhai waved his hand and pursued. Si Jinyan and the others exchanged glances, but said nothing, quickly following suit. Their identities were merely to protect Zhao Yunhai, and they had no right to question his decisions. They were only there to follow orders with no right to question. A fierce battle had already commenced ahead. After all, Yang Fan's strength was far inferior to that of the peak-acquired martial artists, and it didn't take long before he was caught up. Nia Laogui naturally could not abandon his disciple, and had no choice but to turn back and fight. After all, Yang Fan had not yet encountered any danger, and the protagonist's halo had not activated. Yang Fan's unique advantage was that he possessed a rare cultivation method, a legacy from an unparalleled figure of ancient times. That extraordinary figure had long since vanished, leaving behind a method that sparked a century of bloodshed. The Zhao family had records of it back then, but sadly it was ultimately lost, and they never had the chance to collect it. Perhaps this is the protagonist's method. After all, the protagonist's advantage is always unique. He discovered this method in a relic at the Three-Finger Mountain. Unfortunately, his strength is still weak, otherwise with his method's agility these people would not be able to catch him at all. The technique he possesses is extremely overbearing, allowing him to fight against 2 or even 5 opponents without issue. Even killing beyond his level is not out of the question. If he were just a bit stronger, even as a mere early-stage acquired martial artist, he wouldn't struggle so much against these peak acquired martial artists. Unfortunately, Zhao Yunhai would not give him this time to develop. If it were an ordinary villain, they would have sent some minor characters first to continuously provide experience for the protagonist, helping him grow stronger. Eventually, it would be too late when they realized the protagonist had become strong enough to surpass even the strongest in the villain's ranks. Now Nia Laogui had been successfully locked on by Feng Lao, once he was entangled, escape would be impossible. Nia Laogui is not his disciple. After all, he is not the protagonist, and has no means to fight back against a peak innate expert. After taking multiple hits, Nia Laogui bore several new wounds. Damn it! Nia Laogui thought if only he were still at the peak of innate perfection, this situation wouldn't be happening. Humph! Feng Lao snorted coldly and slammed his palm directly into Nia Laogui's heart. PFF. Nia Laogui spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering backward. The 5 peak acquired martial artists had 3 blocking Nia Laogui's retreat, while 2 were dealing with his disciple Yang Fan. These 5 were also clever, they knew they couldn't just go up and sacrifice themselves. Feng Lao dealt with Nie Laogui alone. Feng Lao looked down on these people, though fighting together would only hinder matters. Yang Fan, your opponent is me. Zhao Yunhai arrived and charged directly, striking Yang Fan's back shoulder with a palm. Get out of the way, Yang Fan is mine. Zhao Yunhai felt that these two were hindering him and unceremoniously drove them away. The two peak-acquired martial artists were furious at being ordered so rudely by a junior. However, the Zhao family was not someone they could provoke. They could only leave without a word. They thought to themselves, since this kid wants to die, then don't blame us. Even if this kid dies, the Zhao family wouldn't blame them afterward. After their investigation, they found that Yang Fan's strength was weak, but dealing with him was unexpectedly tricky. If he were not Nie Laogui's disciple, both of them would have wanted to take him as their own apprentice. Yang Fan could not help but laugh when he saw Zhao Yunhai was actually planning to take action himself. Ha ha, Zhao Yunhai. Since you seek death, don't blame me. I will settle both new and old scores together. Yang Fan, don't be too confident in yourself. Zhao Yunhai snorted coldly, and both he and Yang Fan struck simultaneously. The internal energy within Zhao Yunhai and Yang Fan came from the same source, for Zhao Yunhai also possessed Yang Fan's technique. As soon as he struck, Yang Fan was stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Fan never expected that he was not the only one in this world who could master this martial art. Seeing the astonished expression on Yang Fan's face, Zhao Yunhai let out a cold laugh. However, Zhao Yunhai stood up at this moment, harshly slapping his own face. He realized that the opponent's strength and proficiency in the martial art were far greater than his own. While his understanding of martial arts was akin to a university level, the opponent's comprehension undoubtedly surpassed that of a doctoral professor. The two fought using the same martial art and the same moves as if they were feeding each other techniques. However, it was not entirely so. Although their moves were identical, Zhao Yunhai's speed and power were vastly superior to Yang Fan's. I must admit, this martial art is truly effective. Zhao Yunhai fought with great fervor, while Yang Fan appeared increasingly desperate as he retreated. Yang Fan felt that the other party was the true creator of this martial arts manual, while he was merely a learner. Moreover, from Zhao Yunhai's earlier words, it was clear that he had not possessed this martial arts manual for long. It was also possible that he had obtained it recently, and as soon as he acquired it, he had destroyed all traces of it after memorizing it. Where did you obtain this martial art? Yang Fan couldn't help but question. Do I need to write an application to learn this martial art? Zhao Yunhai laughed and struck Yang Fan back with a palm. In the next moment, Zhao Yunhai grasped Yang Fan's hand, and with a crack dislocated his wrist. Yang Fan merely grunted, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Zhao Yunhai delivered a counterattack, thrusting his hand directly against Yang Fan's vital point. The impact forcefully sent Yang Fan flying. You're still quite stubborn. Let's see how long you can endure. Zhao Yunhai was unwilling to let go, determined to eliminate Yang Fan without any mercy. If young Master Yun makes even the slightest mistake, our lives are forfeit. Du Lu's face was filled with urgency, but young Master Yun had ordered them to wait in place, leaving them uncertain about what to do. However, seeing young Master Yun gaining the upper hand, they felt a slight relief, though their worry did not diminish. Since luck played a significant role in martial artists' battles, it was impossible for a martial artist to remain unscathed. Young Master Yun never undertakes anything without confidence. We just need to wait here. The others stood anxiously, their hearts racing, while only Si Jinyin managed to maintain his composure. What are you all doing? Why aren't you helping? When Elder Feng noticed that Zhao Yunhai was fighting Yang Fan alone, his heart skipped a beat as he loudly reprimanded those who stood idly by. It's not that we don't want to help, but young Master Yun won't let us. Lu Buiyun explained helplessly. Old Nye, go to hell. Elder Feng intended to quickly deal with Old Nye before helping young Master Yun with Yang Fan. Little Hai was the treasure of the Zhao family, and nothing could happen to him. Elder Feng drew a sword from behind, and a rain of blades instantly severed Old Nye's arm. Old Nye, now missing an arm, was at a loss, never expecting to encounter danger at his own doorstep. He was also skilled in swordsmanship, but he simply did not have the time to go back and retrieve his sword. Unarmed, he was even less a match for his opponent. Upon seeing the sword in Elder Feng's hand, Si Jinyin had a sudden realization. He almost forgot that he had a sword strapped to his back. This sword had been personally chosen by Zhao Hongwen, Zhao Yunhai's father, specifically for Zhao Yunhai's use. However, Zhao Yunhai preferred fighting with his fists and feet, and although he could use a sword, he did not enjoy it. Young Master Yun, catch. Si Jinyin moved closer and threw the sword while shouting. Zhao Yunhai turned to catch the sword that flew towards him with one hand, and with a swift motion a beam of sword light slashed forward. Yang Fan instantly bore a deep gash running from his abdomen to his shoulder. Yang Fan, like his master, was unfortunate, but he was slightly luckier in that he had a dagger on his pant leg. He had brought it along for their expedition into the deep mountains, where even familiar paths were rife with venomous creatures that needed to be dealt with using a dagger. The sword wound was severe, significantly impairing Yang Fan's movements. A dagger was inherently at a disadvantage against a long sword. Moreover, Zhao Yunhai's strength far exceeded Yang Fan's, and after just a few moves Yang Fan acquired several more sword wounds. The most serious of which was that one of his ears had been severed by Zhao Yunhai. Yang Fan launched a frenzied attack hoping to find an opportunity. However, Zhao Yunhai would not give him the slightest chance to turn the tide. Meanwhile, old Nia, due to his extensive combat experience, could only hold on for a few minutes. Now a sword was lodged in old Nia, piercing through his heart and exiting through his back. Old Nia died on the spot. Yet even in death he stood upright, embodying his rebellious spirit. Master. At the moment Yang Fan saw his master's death, his eyes turned bloodshot. Here comes the moment of rage. Zhao Yunhai knew that Yang Fan was most likely to unleash his protagonist powers during such a moment. However, Zhao Yunhai would not give him the slightest opportunity and charged forward to deliver a fatal blow. Elder Feng, who was about to intervene, stopped upon witnessing Little Hai's swordplay. When did Little Hai start training in martial arts? He didn't know. It wasn't his concern. However, he could guarantee that Little Hai had only recently taken up martial arts. It was a well-known fact that Little Hai despised martial arts and didn't practice. What astonished him even more was the sword technique Little Hai employed, which he had never heard of nor seen before. Judging by the power of this sword technique, its impact was undoubtedly different. The long sword soared like a rainbow, swift as a thunderbolt. The sword technique was called Nine Heavens. The protagonist's moment of rage was also the moment of their weakest defense. At such times the villain often relaxed their guard and mocked from the sidelines. Then once the protagonist's rage was over, they would be left in shock. The protagonist's halo was ineffective against Zhao Yunhai, but he would not allow such events to hinder him during the protagonist's outburst. You won't get away with this. Yang Fan's final counterattack also involved using the sword technique. However, despite using the same sword technique, the power demonstrated by both was worlds apart. One sword, one drop of blood, and the demise of a protagonist. Yang Fan died on the spot, no longer having any chance for an outburst. The way he died with wide-open eyes seemed to express disbelief that he could possibly perish. After witnessing Yang Fan's death, Zhao Yunhai calmly withdrew his long sword. The blood dripping from the sword tip was none other than Yang Fan's lifeblood. A sword that kills never leaves traces of blood. Scatter the ashes of both master and disciple. After tossing the long sword to Si Jinyan, Zhao Yunhai commanded. After all, they were protagonists, so even in death, Zhao Yunhai would grind their bones to dust. The first protagonist was killed by Zhao Yunhai with a pistol, then thoroughly incinerated by an explosion and fire, leaving nothing behind. The second protagonist, Zhang Yuni, was cremated in a crematorium after his cause of death was confirmed. Yang Fan, as the third protagonist, naturally deserved the same treatment. He was cremated on the spot, placed into an urn, and scattered from a private plane. After the matter was resolved, Zhao Yunhai naturally had to accompany Elder Feng to the grave of his old friend. In Jingzhou Anqing. Upon entering Anqing, Zhao Yunhai noticed that Elder Feng's face had become anxious. At this moment, Elder Feng showed none of the intimidation of a Pekinate expert. Instead, he was somewhat fidgety and uneasy. Though the friend had passed, the memories lingered, and beautiful scenes seemed to unfold before his eyes, as if they were right there. Anqing had changed greatly, but the grave of Elder Feng's friend remained exactly as it was before he left, including the surrounding scenery. Although Elder Feng never visited, he had the wealth to purchase the land outright, even buying every tree and blade of grass around it. He also hired someone to guard it day after day for decades. I buried her here because this was where we first met. Back then she seemed innocent, and I had just left the Zhao clan to gain experience. But you know, although the Zhao clan doesn't tolerate internal strife, it never accepts a naive person either. I could tell that much. Zhao Yunhai nodded. The Zhao clan's intolerance for naivety stemmed from a year when the clan leader was exactly that, naive. By naive, it wasn't kindness, it was a mind filled solely with benevolence. Such benevolence had nearly caused internal problems within the clan. Fortunately, the clan leader abdicated in time, and since then the clan inscribed this rule into the family records, forbidding anyone from violating it. Every rule in the Zhao clan's records was a bloody lesson learned from personal experience. Then Elder Feng continued, his tone growing wistful. At that time she was here helping a martial artist, but I could tell at a glance that the man was no good. I advised her not to meddle, saying one must be cautious when away from home. She ignored me, insisting that as wandering heroes we should help each other. Hearing this, Zhao Yunhai's expression turned sour. So this was Elder Feng's taste. The woman was a saint. Even if she were offered to him for free, Zhao Yunhai wouldn't want such a woman. Noticing Xiao Hai's discomfort, Elder Feng couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Hai, do you think she seems like a saint? Excessive pity only harms those around you. Zhao Yunhai nodded. That was exactly his thought. Suddenly Elder Feng stopped under a tree, lost in remembrance, and slowly began to speak. Right here she crouched to help that man, and right here she personally killed him. Zhao Yunhai looked at Elder Feng in confusion. What was going on? What did he mean by saving someone and then killing them? If that were the case, why did Elder Feng call her naive? Ha ha, Elder Feng laughed with a hint of mischief. Xiao Hai, when I said naive, I meant my first impression of her. I thought she was naive. But in the end it was I who was naive. Elder Feng said with a bitter smile, because I didn't leave, I stayed to watch in secret. Then she caught me and robbed me. Admitting such an embarrassing thing in front of a junior Elder Feng showed no shame, only a faint trace of happiness on his face. At that time I couldn't beat her, so I had to leave my money behind, and we became friends through that fight. It wasn't until later when we became friends that I learned she saved that man because he was about to die after revealing half of a treasure location. So she kept him alive just long enough for him to finish his sentence before dying. As for her talk about wandering heroes, that was just a trick to rob me and stall for time. So, surprised, shocked. After speaking, Elder Feng turned to look at him. Well, Zhao Yunhai had to admit he misjudged, so that was the story. Elder Feng, you really like to tease your juniors. Zhao Yunhai said with a helpless smile. No wonder Elder Feng liked such a woman, she was indeed intriguing. The old and the young walked, pausing now and then. The old one reminisced about his personal experiences while the young one listened to the tales. Finally they arrived at a simple grave. Elder Feng's trembling hand touched the tombstone, his heart full of tension. All these years I never came to see you once. You won't blame me, will you? Hey, you probably wouldn't blame me. You'd just mock me for being a man who couldn't untie a knot in his heart for decades. That year I stormed their home and slaughtered every last one, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive. I collected a drop of blood from each person and each animal, mixed them in a bowl, and drank it. Do you know how exhilarated I felt then? Do you know how painful it was after I avenged you? Because you still couldn't come back. No matter how strong I became, you couldn't return. Zhao Yunhai remained silent, not disturbing Elder Feng's monologue to the tombstone. Perhaps after saying all this, the knot in Elder Feng's heart would slowly dissolve. The tombstone bore a simple inscription, grave of old friend Zhang Minxin. What a remarkable woman to have Elder Feng pining for her for decades. Perhaps the two had shared too many experiences beyond what others could comprehend. Just then Zhao Yunhai's gaze drifted to a person not far away. That person, dressed in work clothes and a cap, was diligently sweeping with their back to him. This must be the caretaker Elder Feng had hired to maintain the place. Zhao Yunhai didn't dwell on it for long, he soon looked elsewhere. 2 hours later Elder Feng finally finished speaking. Zhao Yunhai stood behind him, quietly waiting for over 2 hours. Dual Sai and Jin Yan and the others didn't enter, as this was a resting place for the departed, not to be disturbed by too many people. As a peak innate expert, Elder Feng had ample power to protect young Master Yun. Jin Yan and the others obediently waited outside. Xiao Hai, thank you. After returning to the clan, I will go into seclusion. After being stuck at the peak of the innate realm for so long, this is the first sign of a breakthrough. I've often heard that those with a knot in their heart, once they unravel it after years, gain progress and insight. It seems to be true. Though Elder Feng showed signs of a breakthrough, his face held little joy. Congratulations, Elder Feng. Zhao Yunhai knew Elder Feng was in low spirits, so he offered only a simple congratulations. After the two left, the caretaker slowly turned around, revealing a face full of hatred. After Zhao Yunhai and the others left, the male employee who had been facing away from them finally took off his hat. He casually leaned the broom against a tree, revealing his true face. If Old Feng were still alive, he would undoubtedly recognize that this man bore a striking resemblance to the enemy he had once killed. Of course, the person hired by Old Feng at a high salary was not him at all. Old Feng personally reviewed the candidates and made his decision accordingly. Long Batian originally had no opportunity to work here. It was actually the former employee who was fond of petty gains. Long Batian tempted the former employee with the lowest wage for temporary workers, and in the end the employee agreed. With a salary of 50,000 and no work to do, just paying 2,000 a month, only a fool would refuse the offer. After all, the one who hired him never came to check, so there was nothing to fear. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Long Batian had waited for this opportunity for 5 whole years. Even though he knew that the person had not come for many years, he believed that as long as he waited, the opportunity would definitely come. Because this was the only way he knew to reach his enemy. If he threatened that administrator, even the slightest mistake would alert his enemy, so he had endured until now. Now his opportunity had arrived, he finally knew the face of his enemy. The hatred for his parents could not be forgiven. Over 20 years ago, the head of the Long family made a breakthrough and held a grand banquet. Long Batian's mother had just given birth to him as the wife of the young master of the Long family at that time. Long Batian's survival was a mere coincidence. That day, due to the joyous occasion of the Long family, his mother had to be present and could not go to the temple to repay her vows. However, Long Batian's mother was a devout Buddhist, and the agreed time could not be changed. So she asked her younger sister to take the still infant Long Batian to the temple to repay her vows. Thus, when the tragedy struck, only her sister and the infant Long Batian managed to escape. Old Feng had investigated and knew about Long Batian's mother and the still infant Long Batian. Perhaps it was Long Batian's good fortune that a guest arrived at the Long family at that time, holding a baby who was almost identical to Long Batian. At that moment Long Beixian's mother happened to take the infant in her arms when old Feng armed with a sword stormed in. Over the years Long Beixian's mother's sister Long Beixian's aunt endured hardships to raise Long Batian. Before she passed away from illness she revealed Long Beixian's true identity to him. At that time Long Batian did not have the qualifications to seek revenge as he was merely an ordinary person without any martial arts training. However, by a stroke of fate the long patterned jade pendant he had worn all along was stained with his blood. The Long family's heirloom was activated and Long Batian learned the true ancient legacy of the Long family. Martial Arts Manual Dragon Roams the World. Introduction to the first chapter. Those who achieve mastery in this manual can roam the world at will. One can only imagine how exceptional and arrogant the ancestor of the Long family, who created this manual was. Long Batian happened to be a martial arts genius with exceptional talent. Although he had only been exposed to martial arts for a short time, his strength progressed rapidly in just a few years. Of course, if he solely relied on the 2,000 a month for living, it would be impossible to support a warrior like him. His aunt left him a substantial inheritance after her death. Without any frame of reference for his strength, Long Batian did not even know how strong he truly was. The root of this lay in the fact that the ancestors of the Long family had never anticipated that their descendants in the future would not even know the levels of a warrior. Soon Long Batian disappeared from here. Since Zhao Yunhai had returned to Jingzhou, he naturally needed to go back to Yanjing. It was time for him to check on the core martial arts of the Zhao clan. Upon hearing that her precious son was coming back, Qin Sivan was overjoyed and hurriedly prepared a large feast waiting for her beloved son to return for dinner. After Zhao Yunhai's private jet landed at the private airstrip, he directly got into the car that his mother had sent to pick him up. As soon as Zhao Yunhai walked in, he saw Yang Hui come up to him and neatly place his house shoes in front of him, saying, "You're back." Zhao Yunhai was momentarily taken aback by her words, then nodded. "Yeah, I'm back." In fact, Zhao Yunhai felt quite good about this. As soon as he entered, he saw his father sitting on the sofa watching television. Upon seeing him return, the first thing he said was a compliment. "You did a great job in Haiqing." Zhao Hongwen felt very gratified to see his son's ruthless methods and his mature handling of affairs. "I already know about the trip to Three-Fingered Mountain. Since you want Zhao Feng to return to the rear to contribute to the family, I naturally have no reason to refuse." Regarding this small request from my son, Zhao Hongwen directly agreed, without hesitation, not needing to think about it at all. To him, this was merely a casual note within the family's instructions. "Why are we talking about work as soon as you get home? Come, my precious son, I have freshly washed fruits here." Qin Sivan came out from the kitchen with a freshly cut fruit platter, first complaining to her husband, then immediately changing her expression to a smile as she looked at her beloved son. "Mom, how could I finish so much fruit? I still have to eat dinner later." Zhao Yunhai first picked up a piece of watermelon and handed it to his father, then he took a bite of an apple, which was crisp and sweet. Yes, let's go eat. Today I made a large feast just for you." Qin Sivan, in her concern, almost forgot about the meal she had just prepared. To outsiders, Qin Sivan was a powerful figure, the mastermind behind the infamous Heishui company that struck fear in many. But at home she was just a mother and a good wife. "Come, Xiao Hui, help me bring the food over." Qin Sivan pulled Yang Hui and quickly walked to the kitchen. Zhao Hongwen, who had been silent and quietly eating watermelons, suddenly spoke. "From now on, no matter where you go, you must check any suspicious individuals, even if they seem insignificant." Hearing this, Zhao Yunhai knew he must have missed something and sat up to listen to his father's next words. Zhao Hongwen glanced toward the kitchen and quickly said, "Earlier the place you and Zhao Feng visited had an administrator." Zhao Yunhai recalled the figure sweeping the floor with a broom and nodded. "Dad, could this person be suspicious?" Zhao Hongwen took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to him. Did Zhao Feng not notice that the administrator he hired is a man in his 40s? And now the administrator is a young man in his 20s. If it were just this, it wouldn't be a big deal, but my people discovered that this young man is a martial artist, and his identity seems unusual. Long Batian. Zhao Yunhai suddenly recalled the surname of the enemy Old Feng had annihilated years ago upon seeing the name in the dossier. Yet Zhao Hongwen pressed his hand down, glancing toward the two emerging from the kitchen, and whispered, "There's no rush for this. Let's eat first, we'll discuss it after the meal. Your mother spent 2 or 3 hours preparing this meal. Am I understand?" Zhao Yunhai folded the dossier and tucked it into his pocket before rising to join the meal. No matter how high one's status or wealth, a family dinner at home is something no external luxury can rival. After the meal, Zhao Yunhai lay alone on the bed in his room, studying the dossier. He had to admit that the protagonist's forbearance was remarkable, enduring for so many years. If it were him, he couldn't have done the same. Long Beixian, the remnant of the Long family from that year, had been taken in by his aunt for reasons unknown. That reasons unknown might be due to the passage of time burying the true truth in the river of history. If it couldn't be found, so be it. Such details weren't necessary to know, it sufficed to recognize Long Batian as a remnant. Unexpectedly, even Old Feng had slipped up back then. But after all, he was a protagonist. If Zhao Yunhai turned a blind eye, Old Feng's fate might be precarious. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak of the Houtian realm, and this strength could break through to Xiantian at any moment. Once the protagonist breaks through to Xiantian, even a Xiantian peak cultivator might fall to his hands. Old Feng is in danger. Immediate rescue needed. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of watching his clan elder be slain by the protagonist. He casually tossed the dossier aside, turned over, and went to sleep. As for tomorrow, he would deal with it then. It was already too late tonight. Old Feng had returned to the clan grounds, the safest place, and Long Batian was under strict surveillance by his father's men. Of course, if Zhao Yunhai knew the method his father used to keep such tight watch on Long Batian, he would surely lose sleep. Meanwhile, Long Batian was bandaging a female warrior's wounds. After finishing, he asked, "Are you all right?" The female warrior shook her head, stood up resolutely, and wanted to leave, unwilling to implicate him. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, but I won't drag you into this. They'll leave now. It's fine, you can stay here for the night. After I drove them off, they won't be back anytime soon." Long Batian looked at the frail appearance of the female warrior and felt a flicker of pity. "Then thank you." The female warrior didn't decline and agreed. In truth, Long Batian had no idea that everything was orchestrated, including his heroic rescue. Thus, after his strength was revealed, he didn't suspect it was deliberately arranged. Long Batian let her sleep in his room while he slept in the living room. The female warrior slowly opened her eyes, peering through the crack in the door at the light in the living room, a cryptic glint flashing in her gaze. The next morning, Zhao Yunhai stretched as he walked out of his room. Seeing his mother and Yang Hui having breakfast, he sat down and took a big bite of a meat bun. Then he glanced at his father and casually asked, "By the way, who was assigned to watch Long Batian last night?" "A female warrior trained by the family for years." Zhao Hongwen shot his son a peculiar look and replied, "Dad, are you serious?" Zhao Yunhai felt the bun in his mouth, turned tasteless, staring incredulously at his father. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" Seeming unaware of the gravity, Zhao Hongwen said, puzzled, "You didn't ask, and it's not a big deal. Why would I mention it? If you doubt her ability, rest assured. She has undergone the most rigorous training and completed 10 missions with a 100 success rate. Such an exceptional female warrior used to monitor a Long Batian. Truly overqualified. What a waste. Indeed a waste." Zhao Yunhai let out a bitter laugh. Wasn't this just offering meat to the protagonist? Sending a female warrior. Was the protagonist's charm not enough? But his father didn't know Long Batian was the protagonist, and he couldn't explain too much. Though the family could afford to lose this one female warrior, having her seduced by the protagonist for nothing would be too disgraceful. If word got out, what a blow it would be to the Zhao family's reputation. Zhao Yunhai was a member of the Zhao family, and couldn't let things develop in that direction. "I'm heading out." Just as he reached the door, Zhao Yunhai suddenly turned back and shouted, "Dad, send me the female warrior's contact info." After finishing his bun, Zhao Hongwen picked up his phone and sent the contact info. "What's gotten into this kid?" Qin Sivan asked, puzzled. "No idea. Probably uneasy about something." Zhao Hongwen had no clue that his son's concern wasn't about ability, but the protagonist's charm. Yang Hui, sitting nearby, was also confused. Was a female warrior really worth Zhao Yunhai's concern? Drive to Changel Apartments. After getting in the car, Zhao Yunhai immediately ordered Du LV, who was in the driver's seat, to drive. "Yes, Master Yun." Du LV quickly started the car. Sitting in the back, Zhao Yunhai directly called Si Jinyan. "Prepare some men and bring Old Feng along." "Understood." Si Jinyan knew that Master Yun was about to take action again. Every protagonist has a corresponding antagonist. For instance, Zhang Yunyi's antagonist was Yumanlu. For the first and third protagonist, the antagonist was himself. Now with the fourth protagonist appearing, the antagonists were Old Feng, his father, and himself. Since the opponent had already come knocking, there was nothing more to say. Just kill them and be done. If he had discovered the opponent earlier, he might have resolved the matter on the spot. After all, he possessed the super doubling template, which could activate as long as he faced the protagonist directly. The stronger Long Batian became, the more Zhao Yunhai liked it. He was also about to go to the family's library to study the core martial arts of the Zhao lineage. As long as super doubling activated, his strength would instantly rise to the peak of Hodian. Zhao Yunhai even greedily thought that if he pushed Long Batian further, and Long Batian broke through to Xiantian, then meeting him again, his own strength would become that of a Xiantian warrior. But such a venture came with rich rewards and dangerous odds. After all, the allure of Xiantian was immense. The difference between Xiantian and Hodian was like heaven and earth. Moreover, he didn't know what type the next protagonist would be, nor could he guarantee their strength would match this one's. He needed to plan carefully. Zhao Yunhai slightly lifted his eyes, his gaze filled with calculation. Once this thought took root in Zhao Yunhai's mind, he never let it go. He simply couldn't. The temptation was far too great. The risk of advancing to the Xiantian realm in one fell swoop was one he deemed worth taking. Before such an opportunity, only the most timid souls would hesitate, and anyone else would surely give it a try. Yet Zhao Yunhai had no intention of letting himself be cornered into a reversal, nor would he allow Long Batian to slip from his grasp. He would ensure Long Batian advanced to Xiantian entirely under his control. On the 24th floor of Chang'e Apartments, Zhao Yunhai had rented a room. Buying a place outright would draw too much attention. Only by renting like an ordinary person could he avoid prying eyes and evade the notice of a protagonist like Long Batian. Long Batian's room was on the 23rd floor, directly beneath Zhao Yunhai's feet. So the remnants of the Long family still live, and they've been dwelling by her grave all this time. Feng Lao was seething with murderous intent, even feeling utterly ashamed. Seeing the son of his enemy loitering around the grave every day, she must be cursing me in her grave. Where is that former caretaker now? Feng Lao now only wanted to kill the previous caretaker. I paid him 5,000 yuan a month just to manage and clean this place. Slacking off was bad enough, but he went and hired a temp worker. Hiring a temp worker was one thing, but hiring the son of my enemy, that was unforgivable. Feng Lao, rest assured I've brought him here for you. Zhao Yunhai smiled and clapped his hands. Si Jinyan appeared before Feng Lao dragging a middle-aged man whose mouth was gagged, his eyes filled with terror. You deserve to die. Feng Lao strode forward and snapped the man's neck in an instant. He crouched down, filled with remorse, muttering to himself in self-reproach. It's my fault. I underestimated human nature. I thought giving him 5,000 would ensure his loyalty, but I ended up raising a parasite with my money. Seeing Feng Lao so consumed by guilt, Zhao Yunhai crouched beside him to offer comfort. Giving only benefits is never enough. Only by balancing kindness with authority can you truly control a person. Of course, some things are just accidents. After all, the human heart is the hardest thing to fathom. Then Zhao Yunhai turned to Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan, dispose of the body. Seal it here temporarily, and make sure it doesn't emit any odor. Understood? Well, deal with the remains once everything is over. Understood, young Master Yun. Si Jinyan replied in a low voice. Feng Lao slowly raised his head to look at Xiaohai. I'm old. Thank you for this, Xiaohai. Otherwise I might have remained in the dark forever. Feng Lao, don't dwell on it. This is what a junior should do. You've helped me so much before, and I've yet to properly thank you. With that, Zhao Yunhai walked to the window and began contacting the female martial artist. Though less than a day had passed, who could say? Maybe the protagonist had already turned traitor. When he saw that his messages sent half an hour ago remained unanswered, he knew his suspicions were correct. Indeed, she had defected. To think that a person trained by the Zhao family for years would betray them in a single day. What a ridiculously cruel reality. The protagonist's halo was truly terrifying. What's wrong? She didn't reply. Feng Lao asked, seeing Xiaohai sighing in place. Zhao Yunhai shrugged. It's basically confirmed. She's turned traitor. The Zhao family raised a viper. Feng Lao asked in disbelief. I'll inform my father about this and have the viper eliminated. Zhao Yunhai immediately sent the information about the traitor and her defection to his father. When will you strike? A mere latestage Hodian rat. I can kill him with one blow. Feng Lao, anxious to avoid further delays, pressed urgently. That Long Batian must die, otherwise what was the point of my revenge all those years ago? Perhaps Long Batian was innocent now, but as long as he bore the identity of my enemy's son, he was not innocent. With the blood of the Long family flowing in his veins, he was not innocent. Even if he were, so what? A son must pay for his father's debts. It's only natural. Only by sending every last descendant of the Long family to hell could her vengeance be satisfied. Zhao Yunhai stared at his phone, his expression shifting into something dangerously cold. Even Feng Lao could sense the terrifying aura of a smiling tiger that reminded him of the family head Zhao Hongwan. Truly a father and son in spirit. Feng Lao sighed inwardly. Still, seeing Xiaohai grow more like his father was the best thing for the Zhao family's future. Feng Lao, don't rush. I need Long Batian alive for 3 more days. I have a use for him. As for the traitor, I'll make the most of her. Zhao Yunhai's lips curled into a chilling smile. The Zhao family raised you, and they can just as easily destroy you. For spies like these, especially martial artist spies, chips had been implanted in them since childhood. Before technology advanced, they used poison. Now with chips containing a drop of poison, controlling the chip could kill them instantly. Killing a traitor was simple, but they had to die meaningfully. Zhao Yunhai despised betrayal above all else. He would never let a betrayer die easily. That would be far too merciful for such scum. Very well, since Xiaohai has his own plans, I'll follow your lead. Feng Lao could tell this was about more than just eliminating a traitor. So delaying his own matter a few days was fine. She had probably been cursing him from the afterlife for a long time anyway. A few more days wouldn't matter. Feng Lao, rest assured. They'll kill Long Batian. He'll die before the grave, fulfilling your wish for revenge. Zhao Yunhai sent the command on his phone and told Feng Lao to just wait and see. On the 23rd floor, Long Batian looked at the anxious Lan Xinyue and asked in confusion. You've been restless ever since you woke up. Is there something you're still hiding from me? Lan Xingyue opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, not knowing how to begin. She was supposed to be watching him, yet somehow she had fallen for him. Everyone the Zhao family set their spies on ended up dead, their bones never found. How could Long Batian possibly escape? Though the heroic rescue was staged, he truly believed she was being hunted. The way he risked his life to save her had moved her in that moment. And that night, he had even chosen to sleep on the sofa for a stranger like her. She couldn't quite describe the feeling, but she no longer wanted to continue this mission. To abandon the mission meant betraying the Zhao family. And the Zhao family's terror was such that no one who fell into their trap ever escaped. Once the Zhao family discovered her betrayal, the fake pursuit would become real. Truly, Long Batian's protagonist halo was formidable. In just one night, it had turned a professionally trained spy into a defector. This was precisely what Zhao Yunhai feared about the protagonist's halo, its utterly irrational power to overturn fate. This can be explained in another way. Under the peculiar influence of the protagonist's halo, Lan Xinyu's thoughts began to spiral into chaos, and her intelligence diminished as she became emotionally captivated by her own strategies. Although it sounds ridiculous, there is something even more absurd. In short, the protagonist's halo is truly formidable. If you don't say anything, I won't force you. Long Batian felt a sense of disappointment in his heart. It seemed he had not gained the trust of the other party after all. That's not it. I'm just afraid that once I speak, we won't be able to continue this calm conversation. Seeing the disappointment on Long Batian's face, Lan Xinyu felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. In the end, she risked being hunted by the Zhao family and revealed her identity and intentions one by one. Just kill me. I have only one path left for betraying the Zhao family, and that is death. Lan Xinyu directly drew a dagger towards her throat. Don't. Long Batian did not expect this woman to be so resolute, and hurriedly seized the dagger from her. Even if you deceived me before, you have now been honest with me, haven't you? Long Batian looked at Lan Xinyu, a hint of pity rising in his heart. The Zhao family is truly inhumane. They actually trained such a beautiful and kind woman to be a spy. It's fortunate that she met me, otherwise if it were someone else, she wouldn't have had the ability to escape her suffering. According to the typical novel trope, the Zhao family is unaware of Lan Xinyu's betrayal, and in the end, she would pass on false information, leading them to lose troops continuously. At the same time, Long Batian would discover that there was a chip on Lan Xinyu, ultimately resolving the issue of the chip and taking her in. In the end, Long Batian gradually absorbed experience being chased by the Zhao family and forced to level up, ultimately bringing about the Zhao family's downfall. During this process, Long Batian would encounter many beautiful confidants, and his career would absorb the nutrients from the Zhao family, becoming a prominent figure. Unfortunately, Long Batian has already been placed on the chessboard by Zhao Yunhai. Has everything been taken care of? Zhao Yunhai asked in a calm tone, while looking at Si Jinyan. Yes, Yunshao, our people are ready, and just waiting for your order. Si Jinyan quickly replied. Zhao Yunhai nodded, and issued the order. Then let's begin. Remember, during the process of pushing the two to their limits, make sure Long Batian develops feelings for that traitor. Once feelings arise, immediately have the family's department deal with the spy, ensuring her instant demise. Understood. Si Jinyan regarded himself as Yunshao's top subordinate, doing whatever Yunshao commanded without question. Zhao Yunhai's objective was to force Long Batian to advance to the innate stage, then he would activate the super doubling, ultimately dealing with Long Batian. The plan was simple, yet highly effective. After Zhao Yunhai's order, Long Batian and Lan Xinyu were chased within half an hour. The members of the pursuit team were elite guards exclusively used by the Zhao family. This force was extremely powerful, with nearly everyone possessing peak innate strength. The total number of elite guards was 500. 500 peak innate strength warriors could secure an area outside, yet within the Zhao family, they were merely guards. However, these peak innate guards had already exhausted their potential with no possibility of further advancement. It was evident that these peak innate members had relatively low potential and were forcibly enhanced using forbidden drugs concocted by the Zhao family. This time, Zhao Yunhai directly called upon 15 of them, using his identity. 15 peak innate experts were more than enough for Zhao Yunhai to manipulate Long Batian as a pawn. How did the Zhao family discover so quickly? Did you not respond? Long Batian was drenched in sweat from the pursuit. If it weren't for Lan Xinyu telling him about the disparity in martial artist levels, he might have turned back. 15 peak innate experts, the Zhao family was truly terrifying. Lan Xinyu also didn't know, only shaking her head anxiously. I did respond, but I was a bit late. That shouldn't have led to the discovery of my betrayal. After all, spies don't have a set schedule for reporting, and the most important thing for a spy is not to be discovered. Lan Xinyu couldn't understand how the Zhao family had found out. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt instantly pierced through Lan Xinyu's arm, embedding itself into the ground ahead. Whoosh! At the same time, another crossbow bolt directly pierced through Lan Xinyu's thigh, instantly soaking her pants in blood. Oh! Lan Xinyu let out a cry of pain, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Such crossbows were military weapons in ancient times, and with Lan Sinyu's strength, she could not withstand the bolts. Don't think that spies are strong, they are merely meant to infiltrate and not to kill. Spies learn various life skills to be prepared, strength is secondary. However, Lan Xinyu stood out among her peers in terms of strength. Damn it! Long Batian was enraged, his eyes resembling beastly pupils as he roared like a dragon, exuding a violent and domineering aura. Long Batian didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward, pursuing those who were chasing him and Lan Xinyu. The members of the elite guard played their roles convincingly, continuously forcing Long Batian to exert his full strength. Damn it, this kid is truly difficult to deal with. It seems your martial arts are quite extraordinary. If you hand over your martial arts, perhaps we can spare your miserable life. Long Batian knew the uniqueness of his martial arts secrets and had managed to gain advantages over these innate experts multiple times. He did not know that although it was difficult for these peak innate experts to kill him due to the protagonist's halo surrounding him, was quite easy. Long Batian carried the incapacitated Lan Xinyu and ran wildly forward. Upon noticing suspicious persons appearing, Long Batian left the apartment to avoid being caught. Unexpectedly, these people followed so closely. Originally, he had intended to leave by car, but a nail on the road punctured the tires. Now Long Batian could only run, and as long as he reached a crowded area, those people wouldn't dare to do anything to him. This crossbow bolt is poisoned. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Lan Sinyu's increasingly weak voice reached him. Long Batian looked down at Lan Xinyu and noticed her pale complexion and dark lips, clearly indicating she had been poisoned. Don't worry, I will use my internal energy to help you expel the poison. Perhaps sensing the life of the woman in his arms slipping away, Long Batian vaguely felt as if he had touched another level. However, he still needed an opportunity. Long Batian truly hoped that this opportunity would arrive soon. Soon Long Batian brought Lan Xinyu to a populated area. Let's go, Yun Xiao said, to cultivate some feelings between him and that traitor. He betraying the Zhao family, how foolish. I believe she must have been charmed by that man. For the next 3 days, Long Batian and Lan Xinyu found themselves in an endless chase. The two narrowly escaped death multiple times, and they began to develop mutual feelings for each other. These 3 days of life and death experiences were the most intimate moments for this infatuated couple. Zhao Yunhai believed that if Long Batian suddenly lost Lan Xinyu during this time, his chances of breaking through to the innate stage would reach 99%. For Long Batian's breakthrough, Zhao Yunhai had put in considerable effort. Shouldn't Long Batian give him a bow? Send word down to have them eliminate that traitor in front of Long Batian. Though few understood why young Master Yun insisted on this farce, they obeyed without question. Letting Long Batian advance to the Xiantian realm, was that truly a boon for him? Yet since young Master Yun commanded it, they followed. As for Long Batian, even if he broke through to Xiantian, the Zhao clan could still dispose of him with ease. We're in a bustling market now, crowded and watched. They shouldn't dare to act against us. Under the broad daylight in this clear world, once I reach Xiantian, I'll send them all down one by one, avenging these 3 days of torment. Long Batian had only rented a modest house, and they had to take turns standing watch at night. Though Lan Xinyu had once been part of the Zhao clan, she never grasped the true extent of their power. Believing that her own wits and Long Batian's strength had barely allowed them to escape the Zhao clan's relentless pursuit, she felt a deep sense of relief. Batian, what should we do now? Lan Xinyu asked. Long Batian took a deep breath and comforted her. Don't be afraid. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Neither of them knew that all the idle people in the building had already been secretly cleared out. Thank you for the trouble, Si Jinyin said to a man holding relevant documents. No need for thanks. It's an honor to serve young Master Yun. The man then hung the credentials around his neck. He glanced around and ordered his men to seal off the area. There wasn't a single onlooker, for they had been pushed back 1,000 meters. To avoid arousing Long Batian's suspicion, Si Jinyin had his own people disguise themselves as passersby. This building was the death trap Zhao Yunhai had chosen for Long Batian. Long Batian occasionally peered out the window to check for unusual activity below, yet he seemed to notice nothing. The calmer it is, the more it heralds a storm. We must be cautious. For some reason, an unease stirred in Long Batian's heart. Lan Xinyu replied, now utterly obedient to him. Suddenly her eyes widened and black blood spewed from her mouth. Her breath ceased instantly. She didn't even have time to utter a farewell, dying right before Long Batian's eyes. Poison struck without warning, leaving no chance for rescue. Xinyu. Long Batian's heart seemed to stop at the sight. His red-rimmed eyes trembled violently, tears welling up. In an instant, memories of their 3-day life and death escape flooded his mind. Zhao clan, I will annihilate you. Long Batian growled low, his mind consumed by murderous intent. Suddenly a deafening crash echoed as the door was kicked open from outside. Long Batian, your time is up, just like that traitor. What a fine woman dead like this. Such a pity. What's there to pity about a traitor? Let me send this tragic couple down to reunite. The masked Xiantian pinnacle warriors taunted in turn, fueling Long Beixian's raging fury. Long Batian gently laid Lan Xinhua flat on the ground, kissing her forehead. Wait for me. They'll deal with them first. The inner force within him coursed like a dragon through his meridians, his breath unstable, hinting at an impending breakthrough. Everything unfolded according to Zhao Yunhai's original plan. The protagonist facing a life-or-death crisis or the loss of a loved one would trigger a breakthrough. These 3 days had not been wasted on Zhao Yunhai. He had constantly reflected on his plans, seeking and fixing flaws. Now he worried more than Long Batian himself whether the breakthrough would occur. Long Batian was now locked in battle with the Zhao clan's minions. As these Xiantian pinnacle warriors deliberately held back, he executed his techniques with unrivaled ease. His fists struck like claws, his legs lashed like tails. A mere Hodian pinnacle, he managed to gravely wound a Xiantian pinnacle warrior. Though it happened because the warrior was off guard, the fact remained Long Beixian's moves were indeed overbearing. After one was severely injured, the other Xiantian pinnacle warriors lost their playful Catan mouse attitude. What a joke these so-called Xiantian pinnacle strong are. Beneath my fist they crumble. Long Beixian, emboldened, burst into laughter. In that moment, the subsequent formula of his ancestral martial art flashed through his mind. What had once been obscure now seemed instantly clear. Long Batian roared, deeply shattering the final shackle to the Xiantian realm. The conception and governing vessels were now infused with inner force, the hallmark of a Xiantian warrior. So this is the power of Xiantian. I could easily defeat 10 of my former selves. Filled with confidence after breaking through, Long Batian didn't stop at the initial stage, but surged straight to the mid-Xiantian realm. The Xiantian pinnacle warriors, upon witnessing his breakthrough, breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could finally fulfill young Master Yun's orders. If not for that mission, they would have killed Long Batian long ago, instead of wasting time. Still leaping from Hotian pinnacle straight to mid-Xiantian, such talent was indeed rare. Just as Long Batian prepared to strike, he saw his attackers part, respectfully bowing their heads. Following their gaze, he spotted a man his age approaching with a group. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Zhao Yunhai clapped with genuine delight, beaming at Long Batian. The stronger Long Batian grew, the happier he became. Are you the one behind all this? Long Beixian's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he spotted the elder behind the man. This was the enemy he had awaited for years, a blood feud beyond reconciliation. Now that he had reached Xiantian, vengeance seemed within reach. Yet why did the man at the front appear utterly sincere without a hint of deceit? It seemed as though he truly celebrated Long Beixian's breakthrough, sowing deep doubt in his heart. You guessed right. What reward should I give you? Zhao Yunhai pretended to ponder. Super multiplier activated instantly, multiplier 10. The next second, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. How about this, a reward of reuniting with that traitor? What do you say? As the words fell, Zhao Yunhai moved with blinding speed, his Xiantian inner force surging like an endless river. His power now dwarfed Long Beixian's by tenfold. She is no traitor. Long Batian retorted with hatred, but it was too late. Zhao Yunhai raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting Long Beixian's rising arm, and seized him by the throat. Suffocation and helplessness instantly overwhelmed his mind. Long Batian struggled desperately to pry away the choking grip. Shockwaves roared in his heart, his mind reeling. Even against Xiantian pinnacle warriors, he had never been so powerless. In the moment he raised his hand, his opponent had found and exploited his flaw. It was as if the man knew his technique intimately. Yet that was impossible. Long Beixian is it? A domineering name, but your temperament falls short of your father's. Feng Lao stepped forward, staring at Long Beixian's familiar face, which reminded him of the enemy, who had died by his own hand years ago. Watching Xiao Hai, who could easily subdue a mid-stage Xiantian cultivator, he marveled, inwardly realizing that Xiao Hai was the one who had been hiding the deepest. Yet such a Xiao Hai was precisely the future patriarch the clan needed most. The more exceptional Xiao Hai became, the more prosperous and powerful the clan would grow. A gaze like yours is unwelcome anywhere. And those who have looked at me with such eyes are no longer among the living. Zhao Yunhai chuckled at Long Beixian's deathly stare. The plan had succeeded remarkably well this time. He had unexpectedly achieved mid-stage Xiantian strength. Long Beixian's usefulness ended here. Now it was time for Long Batian to return to where he belonged. A protagonist should not exist in this world. The presence of a protagonist only disrupts the balance of the world. The most crucial reason was that Zhao Yunhai could not tolerate anyone more formidable than himself. Huayang Needle. Zhao Yunhai directly employed the Huayang Needle, a technique acquired from the first protagonist. The Huayang Needle was a fearsome art capable of dissolving a martial artist's inner strength. Cough, cough, cough. Long Batian was flung to the ground by Zhao Yunhai, coughing violently and gasping for air. Where has my inner strength gone? What did you do to me with that needle, eh? Long Beixian, attempting to flee, found himself utterly devoid of inner strength and demanded loudly. Zhao Yunhai gestured with the needle in his hand, speaking with amusement. Isn't it obvious? Your inner strength is completely gone. How could an ordinary man escape? Your only purpose now is to let Feng Lao fulfill the promise he made years ago. Zhao Yunhai directly stomped and broke both of his legs, causing Long Batian to writhe on the ground in agony. Without inner strength, Long Batian was a cripple. Revenge was impossible. Even any other ambition was utterly void. The sight of Long Batian's screams elicited no pity from anyone present. Instead, they laughed at his cries. The laughter was so piercing he wanted to kill everyone there. But Long Batian could no longer do so. Zhao Yunhai drew a dagger crouched before Long Batian. Meanwhile, beyond the cordon that had been set up, a martial artist forcibly broke through. Report someone is forcing their way in. Strength peak, Xiantian. Understood. Si Jinyan pressed his earpiece and said, find a way to hold him off. Let him come. Zhao Yunhai commanded with his back to Si Jinyan. For someone to come and rescue Long Batian at this hour, this person must be of no simple origin. However, to Zhao Yunhai, this rescuer was merely delivering himself to his death. Why stop him? If he fled and vanished, where would Zhao Yunhai find him? The protagonist's halo had no effect on him. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of waiting until the newcomer arrived before killing Long Batian. Long Batian, initially hopeful upon hearing of his rescue, was plunged into despair upon seeing Zhao Yunhai's unwavering resolve to finish him. Damn it! Long Batian deeply regretted following him to Yinjing. Yinjing was his territory. Now there was no one to turn to for help. Why hadn't he been more patient? Now not only had he failed to take revenge, but his own life was also forfeit. Zhao Yunhai, naturally aware of Long Batian's intentions, snorted coldly. He raised the dagger and swung it downward. The sharp blade glinted coldly. The dagger plunged directly into Long Batian's heart, and blood gushed out unceasingly. It quickly soaked through Long Batian's clothes, then flowed down his body to the ground, spreading outward. Long Batian clutched the dagger's hilt tightly. His posture suggested he wanted to pull it out. What? Need me to pull it out for you? Zhao Yunhai's gaze was filled with mockery, and the next moment, he directly yanked the dagger out for him. Long Batian, utterly powerless to resist, could only watch helplessly as the dagger was extracted. The removal only made the blood spurt more violently. Long Batian, unwilling to die, instinctively tried to stem the gushing blood, though it was utterly futile. Sorry. Zhao Yunhai, as if just realizing something, plunged the dagger back in with feigned apology. Uffed. Enraged by Zhao Yunhai's cruel mockery, Long Batian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Stop. The man who had rushed in from outside finally arrived, encountering no further obstruction. Once the man appeared, Zhao Yunhai immediately ended Long Batian's life. Arriving late is better than not at all. Since you care so much for him, now that he's dead, you can die with him. Kill him. At Zhao Yunhai's command, all the peak Xiantian martial artists in the room surged forward. With the protagonist Zhao Yunhai dealt with, he had no interest in lifting a finger for this man. Seeing Long Batian dead, Feng Lao felt a great weight lifted from his heart. At last the promise from years ago was fulfilled, revenge was complete. Zhao Yunhai paid no heed to the man's identity. Facing so many peak Xiantian experts, the man was beaten to death in mere minutes. Si Jinyan, cremate Long Batian as planned. Scatter his ashes from the top floor. Understood. Si Jinyan nodded impassively. He hadn't forgotten the unprocessed corpse still on the rooftop. After dealing with Long Batian, Zhao Yunhai didn't linger and left. Zhao Yunhai's policy toward protagonists was to use them if possible and kill them if not. As for heroines, Zhao Yunhai generally chose to exile them, reducing them from wealth to poverty. Unless a heroine offended him, he wouldn't directly kill them. Reason 1: a heroine is defined by her male lead. Without him, she is nothing. Reason 2: if an exiled heroine managed to attract another male lead, wouldn't that be a huge gain? The only heroine he had devoured was Yan Rubing. Now every move Yan Rubing made was under his control. Women, after all, always hold a special feeling for their first man. The seals on the apartment had been removed. The white powder drifting above the apartment was mistaken for ordinary dust, unknown to be human ashes. All the apartment surveillance had been destroyed long ago. Zhao Yunhai left no evidence. Having advanced to mid-stage Xiantian in just a few days, it was time to cultivate the core martial arts of the clan's direct lineage. Death might be a bolt from the blue for the insignificant, but for someone like Zhao Yunhai, erasing evidence to extricate himself was far too simple. Such matters didn't even require his concern. He had already returned home. Did things go smoothly? Yang Hui crouched down and took a pair of new black slippers from the shoe rack. Zhao Yunhai raised an eyebrow, noticing that the slippers on Yang Hui's feet were identical to his, except hers were pink. Couple's home slippers. She had her little schemes. Women were always full of thoughts. It went very smoothly. Come, let me give you a hug to celebrate. Zhao Yunhai withdrew his gaze without a trace and embraced her directly as she stood up. He felt the woman in his arms stiffen, then heard her whisper softly, "Your aunt and uncle are in the living room." "Mom, Dad." Zhao Yunhai chuckled, inwardly released her, and walked straight inside. "This time I was negligent. Fortunately, you remedied it in time and preserved the Zhao family's honor." Zhao Hongwen was not someone who refused to admit his mistakes in front of his family. Qin Sivan also shot her husband a reproachful glance. Look at the people you arranged. If our precious son hadn't discovered it early, we would have become a laughingstock. No one is infallible. Remedying such a trivial matter is hardly praiseworthy. To stop his mother from rambling, Zhao Yunhai simply sat in the empty seat between them. Qin Sivan was overjoyed to see her son take the initiative to hug Yang Hui and secretly waved her over. One might have thought that Yang Hui had become pregnant with a grandson just from Zhao Yunhai's hug. Yang Hui's face flushed, and she sat down shyly beside Aunt Qin. To deal with a mere late-stage Ho Tian, you mobilized 15 early-stage Xiantian guards. Zhao Hongwen had previously given his son unconditional support. Now that the matter was settled, he naturally wanted to understand the reason, and he was especially curious. This person was somewhat special. I needed to force him to break through to Xintian, so to avoid casualties I deployed the early-stage Xiantian guards. Zhao Yunhai briefly explained. Breaking through to Xiantian. Although I don't know why, I know you have your reasons. But mobilizing so many early-stage Xiantian guards just to deal with a martial artist about to break through to the Xiantian realm is still overkill, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Zhao Yunhai couldn't explain the existence of the protagonist, and could only fob him off with the excuse of caution being better than recklessness. Zhao Hongwen didn't press further, and then mentioned a serious matter. In a while, the matriarch of the Lin family in Luoyang Central Plains is celebrating her 60th birthday. You will be responsible for attending. What connection does this matriarch Lin have with our Zhao family? Zhao Yunhai asked in confusion. However, the 60th birthday reminded him of the classic scene where the Dragon King was beaten while offering congratulations. Matriarch Lin herself was a collateral branch married out from our Zhao family. Following the tradition of marry a chicken follow the chicken after her husband died, she was called Matriarch Lin. Now the direct line of the Lin family is in decline with few members. Only Matriarch Lin and a granddaughter are holding the entire Lin family together. The rest of the collateral branches are all insignificant. Oh, I almost forgot. The Lin family also has a Livian son-in-law. Matriarch Lin is also a pitiable woman. Now she has sent the invitation to our Zhao family, clearly hoping for our help. By the way, the scenery in the Central Plains is quite nice. Take Xiaohui with you and treat it as a trip. Remember, any child of the Zhao family who wants to request help from the clan only has one chance. This is the greatest survival guarantee our Zhao family grants to every clansman. Oh, and if we're going by seniority, Lin Suyun is actually your cousin. Zhao Yunhai listened attentively and nodded solemnly in assurance. Dad, rest assured. The Zhao family isn't just one person, it's called the Zhao family only because it's the place where all clansmen's hearts belong. However, he was surprised that the granddaughter of Matriarch Lin was his cousin. Even more astonishing to Zhao Yunhai was that the Lin family had a Livian son-in-law, and this was a birthday banquet. All the signs pointed to one fact: this Livian son-in-law was a Dragon King-type protagonist template, and his cousin was actually the Dragon King's original wife, the vicious female villain. Then he himself should be the brainless villain who goes to offer congratulations and gets slapped in the face by the protagonist. Zhao Yunhai felt a little excited inside. After all, a plot like the Dragon King's Livian son-in-law was the most captivating. Moreover, such protagonists were often very strong. Most of their conversation was trivial, with Qin Sivan and Yang Hui occasionally chiming in. 10 days later, in Yanjing, Yin Rubing woke up on the hotel bed, and Zhao Yunhai was sitting beside her getting dressed. You're awake. Seeing Yin Rubing awake, Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but speak. This woman's nature was still this cold, but her passionate response last night had caught him off guard. Yin Rubing ignored Zhao Yunhai, her face expressionless, and left the hotel with an air of keeping everyone at a distance. Zhao Yunhai walked to the window, drew back the curtain, and watched Yin Rubing limp away from the Moyo Hotel, a playful smile on his face. Women, once is never enough, they'll get used to it slowly. Don't indulge them, don't get involved emotionally, just go with the physical. Yin Rubing had just returned from a trip when he had someone send her to his bed. For the next 3 days, Zhao Yunhai repeated the same method, and Yin Rubing went from resisting to now resignedly accepting. She had a look of hurry up him in a rush. Seeing that expression, Zhao Yunhai couldn't hold back and nearly made Yin Rubing fall apart. When the time came to leave for Luoyang in the Central Plains, Zhao Yunhai finally let Yin Rubing go. In Luoyang Central Plains, Zhao Yunhai didn't know a single person. But he didn't need to know others, because there were plenty of people who wanted to know him. Upon learning that Zhao Yunhai would personally attend, Matriarch Lin was so excited she couldn't sleep that night. After all, Zhao Yunhai was the direct son of the family head, the only direct son, and the heir to the family head position. It could be said that as long as they befriended Zhao Yunhai, the Lin family would be free from worries for decades. Now the vast Lin corporation was only held together by Lin Suyun alone. Because the collateral branches were pressing hard and Lin Suyun didn't want to marry and hand the Lin family over to those incompetent collateral branches she had taken in a Livian son-in-law. As long as Lin Suyun gave birth to a boy surnamed Lin, then the Lin family wouldn't be torn apart by the incompetent. Lin Siyun was also arranged by matriarch Lin to pick him up from the airport, and she had forcibly brought the Livian son-in-law along. I'm warning you when you see my cousin, keep your sloppy attitude in check, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Siyun was furious at the sight of Xiao Longyang sitting sloppily in the passenger seat. Got it, wife. By the way, who is your cousin? Why haven't I known about him for almost 3 years? Xiao Longyang winked at his wife and gave a very lecherous grin. And don't call me wife. Ours is merely a contractual relationship. Lin Siyun frowned, fixing him with a displeased glare. She couldn't fathom what her father saw in such a worthless man to the point of having him marry into the Lin family and become her husband. All right. Can you tell me about your cousin? Speaking of her cousin, Lin Siyun had always known of his existence as her grandmother had personally told her about him. I don't know much either, only that my cousin is omnipotent. His family is the foremost clan in the 9 provinces. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Just don't act like a slacker later, and my cousin won't pay you any mind. Lin Siyun felt that explaining this to Xiao Longyang was a waste of time. Her cousin would be landing soon, and she needed to hurry over. If it weren't for the traffic jam, she would have arrived long ago. Seeing his wife ignore him, Xiao Longyang couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes that Lin Siyun failed to notice. The Zhao clan foremost in the 9 provinces. He was well aware of them. Moreover, the target of his current investigation was precisely the Zhao clan. He just hadn't expected the Lin family to be related to them by marriage. Back then, before Uncle Lin passed away, he had agreed to marry into the family and protect the Lins for 3 years. In truth, he was also using this identity to investigate the buried truths of the past. A great catastrophe had once devastated the entire Azura Hall, yet the culprit remained elusive, leaving him deeply frustrated. It was from that moment that he made the firm decision to use the unremarkable identity of a Livian son-in-law to conceal his true self. Now the 3-year term was nearing its end. He wondered how the Azura Hall was faring. He had turned a blind eye to the hall for 3 years, and reflecting on it now, he realized he had been derelict in his duty. But only by doing so could he evade the watchful eyes of certain people and investigate in peace. The clues gathered over 3 years all pointed to the Zhao clan. Perhaps they were the masterminds behind this affair. Yet the group he had encountered back then didn't seem like Zhao's people. Their killing methods and style had a foreign tinge to them. Could it be that the Zhao clan had cultivated an additional force abroad? The Azura Hall never wronged the innocent, nor did it spare any enemy. He had come into contact with the Zhao clan back when he founded the Azura Hall, and he had flatly rejected their recruitment offer. He had expected the Zhao clan to fly into a rage, but instead they directly placed orders with the Azura Hall, becoming its employers. As long as the tasks aligned with the Hall's principles, there was no reason to refuse. Since their transactions had always been peaceful, and he had never provoked the Zhao clan, they shouldn't have any reason to target him. This was precisely why Xiao Longyang hadn't acted immediately despite the clues pointing to the Zhao clan. He had no desire to be anyone's pawn. Once he confirmed it was indeed the Zhao clan, Xiao Longyang wouldn't flinch. After all, the Azura Hall was no pushover. Even if the Zhao clan held the title of the foremost family in the 9 provinces, the Azura's vengeance was not something anyone could bear. Such was Xiao Longyang's confidence in his own strength. Central Province, Luoyang Airport. Is anyone from your family coming to pick you up? Zhao Yunhai walked through the exit passage, arm around Yang Hui, who was a head shorter, asking softly. After all, the Yang family was based in Luoyang Central Province and was the most powerful local force there. I've already told them I'm coming back. Yang Hui was also a bit homesick. It had been years since she last ventured far, and she had been staying at her boyfriend's home. Missing home was only natural. Zhao Yunhai said nothing, guiding Yang Hui forward by her delicate boneless waist. Behind them, Old Shou, Old Lu Du Lu, and Lu Buiyun positioned themselves to protect young Master Zhao at a moment's notice. Young Master Zhao, Sister Hui over here. A young dandy, spotting Zhao Yunhai and Yang Hui approaching, excitedly tore off his black sunglasses, waving them to catch their attention. Xiao Yan. Yang Hui, holding Zhao Yunhai's arm, quickly walked up to Yang Yan. Though Yang Yan was her second uncle's son, they were as close as biological siblings. Young Master Zhao and Yang Yan's sister Hu's brother. Usually arrogant and domineering in public and a little tyrant at home, Yang Yan became restrained in front of Zhao Yunhai. Yang Hui noticed this, but said nothing. Sometimes having someone keep Xiao Yan in check was beneficial for his future. A fine young man. He'll leave Xiao Hui to you to take her home safely. I have someone else picking me up. Zhao Yunhai sized up Yang Yan. His spirited demeanor left a good first impression, so he nodded and patted the young man's shoulder. Rest assured, young Master Zhao. I will escort Sister Hui home safely. Seeing Zhao Yunhai pat his shoulder, Yang Yan couldn't help but promise excitedly. Little did Zhao Yunhai know how much weight he carried in the hearts of young men like Yang Yan. Seeing his excitement, he couldn't help but chuckle. I'm off. Call me when you get home. Zhao Yunhai made a phone gesture near his ear, signaling to Yang Hui, then turned and walked ahead with his 4 companions. Sister Hui, he's gone. Yang Yan called out a few times, only to find his sister staring blankly at Zhao Yunhai's retreating figure. After Zhao Yunhai had completely disappeared, he cleared his throat twice to remind her. Let's go. Time to head home. Yang Hui playfully slapped his head. Yang Yin rubbed his head, grinning sheepishly as he trotted after her. Sister Hui, you're a hero this time back. Say another word, and he'll tell second uncle. Yang Hui turned back with a sweet smile. I'm wrong. Yang Yin instantly became docile. So when is your cousin coming out? Or has he already left? Xiao Longyang stood beside Lin Suyun, whistling at the young ladies in black stockings passing by. This wasn't an act, it was Xiao Longyang's true nature, his personality shining through. Lin Suyun, who had arrived a few minutes late, could only wait in the back, craning her neck to search inside. Her cousin, with his striking and unique looks, she was confident she would spot him the moment he appeared in her line of sight. Lin Suyun glared at Xiao Longyang with utter disgust. Can you not engage in such vulgar behavior right in front of me? I'm not doing anything. Don't slander me. Xiao Longyang rubbed his nose, but then his gaze drifted as he spotted a passing young lady. His eyes couldn't help but follow her. Absolutely repulsive. Lin Suyun turned her head away, refusing to look at him. The moment she turned, her eyes lit up. She spotted her cousin in the crowd and called out, "Cousin, him over here." Zhao Yunhai looked toward the sound and found that his cousin was quite a beauty. Can being this handsome fill your stomach? Xiao Longyang, seeing his wife so excited to meet her cousin, couldn't help but mutter with a hint of jealousy. Though we have never met, seeing my cousin suddenly gives me an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This must be the resonance of blood ties. Zhao Yunhai strode up to his cousin Lin Suyun, greeting her with a smile. Cousins are often the best candidates for marriage alliances in ancient times. Cousin, why didn't cousin-in-law come with you? Lin Suyun naturally had no such intentions towards her cousin, but in front of such a handsome man it was inevitable that she would feel a bit shy, especially since he was her cousin whom she had just met. The matter of cousin-in-law Yang Hui going to the Zhao family and being left to live in their clan territory had been heard by many families and factions in Luoyang. As the number one family in Luoyang, the Yang family, being the top subordinate of the Zhao family, was under constant scrutiny. Originally, it was thought that the Zhao family would not take notice of the Yang family's legitimate daughter, and everyone was waiting to see the Yang family's jokes, yet what came instead was the news of the Zhao family keeping the Yang family's daughter. Now the Yang family spoke even louder than before, standing straighter, because they were about to produce the future mistress of the Zhao family. With the current power and influence of the Zhao family, this position could be compared to that of a crown princess, a future queen. Such a comparison may not be appropriate in modern times, but those who understand would understand. Just now her family came to pick her up and let her go with the Yang family first. Zhao Yunhai said this while his gaze involuntarily drifted to the laid-back man beside his cousin. Hello cousin, I am Lin Suyun's husband, my name is Xiao Longyang. Although Xiao Longyang was not fond of this cousin, he still extended a hand in greeting out of politeness. Hello, my name is Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai grinned as he shook Xiao Longyang's hand. A burst of golden light flashed in his mind, and the super doubling template was instantly activated. This time Zhao Yunhai was luckier than ever as he directly rolled a 10. Tenfold. Xiao Longyang's tenfold strength instantly infused into Zhao Yunhai's entire body. Zhao Yunhai released Xiao Longyang's hand without any unusual reaction. This time his gains were substantial. These protagonists truly are more monstrous than the last. However, it's a good thing that the more monstrous the protagonist's strength, the better. He simply adored such protagonists. Xiao Longyang couldn't help but frown at Zhao Yunhai, feeling inexplicably unfavorable towards this cousin. He had noticed the probing look in Zhao Yunhai's eyes, indicating that the latter certainly looked down on his status as a son-in-law, unaware that he was actually a shura behind the scenes. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Xiao Longyang's mouth as he looked down. Lin Siyun, seeing that Xiao Longyang was not despised by her cousin, let out a sigh of relief. Of course, this was not out of concern for Xiao Longyang, but rather to avoid angering her cousin. Xiao Longyang felt a surge of gratitude as he noticed Lin Suyun's concern for him. Indeed, even a stone can be warmed, and one day Lin Suyun would realize that only he was her best choice. The common flaw of protagonists is their possessiveness. Upon seeing any beautiful woman, they cannot bear to see others pursuing her, believing that only they are the best choice for the other party. Xiao Longyang initially only utilized Lin Suyun, but having lived together under the guise of marriage for so long, he naturally began to regard Lin Suyun as his own woman. Even if Lin Suyun did not admit it, that was fine, as she would eventually acknowledge it. Lin Suyun also did not want Xiao Longyang to have too much contact with her cousin. A person like her cousin was not someone Xiao Longyang was worthy of. Lin Suyun led her cousin away from the pickup area and into a red Ferrari. Before getting in the car, Lin Suyun instructed Xiao Longyang to drive in front while she sat in the back with her cousin. This infuriated Xiao Longyang, having to drive for Zhao Yunhai, someone he disliked, but upon seeing Lin Suyun's threatening gaze, he took a deep breath. It's fine, he would endure it. However, he was a shura. While it was acceptable to be a driver for his wife, now with his wife's cousin around, he had to continue as a driver. It was truly giving this cousin too much face. But considering that Zhao Yunhai did not know his identity as a shura, he would surely be astonished if he found out. One couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Yunhai would still maintain that handsome and indifferent expression at that time. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Xiao Longyang's lips as he began to whistle and turned on the music. Mysterious hidden, playing dumb while eating the tiger. Since his rise, Xiao Longyang had always behaved this way. Lin Siyun originally intended to take the opportunity of sitting with her cousin to discuss the difficulties the Lin family was currently facing. However, upon seeing her cousin resting with his eyes closed, she had no choice but to swallow her words to avoid disturbing his rest. Turn off the music. Can't you see cousin is resting? Seeing that Xiao Longyang had no awareness of the situation and kept the music on, Lin Siyun couldn't help but scold him softly. He dared not disobey his wife's words, so he could only turn off the music. In truth, Zhao Yunhai was not sleeping. He couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Lin Siyun scolding Xiao Longyang. Such forbearance should be applied elsewhere, right? Wasting such talent on women, Zhao Yunhai would never do that. Subsequently, Zhao Yunhai focused his thoughts on the strength he had just acquired. Xiao Longyang's golden finger was a martial arts manual called Xiao Yao Yu. It could encompass all and be great in capacity, merging various martial arts without altering the characteristics of the fused techniques, gathering the essence of myriad schools into one. The so-called Xiao Yao Yu aims for freedom with the intent of freedom and exists in freedom. The protagonist manual was not even collected by the Zhao family. However, thinking about it, it made sense. If the Zhao family had it, how could the protagonist still be the protagonist? How could his golden finger still be a golden finger? The so-called golden finger refers to a unique and powerful existence. This Xiao Longyang's strength had surprisingly reached the master level above innate, truly terrifying. Upon arriving at the Lin family, Zhao Yunhai also saw the elderly lady personally standing at the door to welcome him, while the other Lin family members were directly ignored by Zhao Yunhai. Is Elder Zhao doing well? Zhao Yunhai sent his regards on behalf of the Zhao family, not addressing the elderly lady too directly in front of everyone. Though I am old, my bones are still quite strong. I didn't expect that after so many years the family still remembers this old bone of mine. It truly is. Truly is. Upon hearing Zhao Yunhai call her elder, Zhao, the elderly lady, was so moved that she didn't know what to say. The elderly lady with red-rimmed eyes clearly recalled her carefree days in the family. The family remembers every member who braves the storms outside. The elderly lady need not be too sentimental, and it would do you good to return to the family when you have time. Zhao Yunhai stepped forward, intending to assist the elderly lady, at which point Xiao Longyang, not knowing what to think closest to her, also intended to help her return. The elderly lady directly swatted away Xiao Longyang's outstretched hand, leaving him awkwardly standing aside. In the next moment, the elderly lady grasped Zhao Yunhai's extended hand, smiling with satisfaction. This is merely my Lin family's son-in-law. Forgive me for making the young clan leader laugh. Just call me Xiaohai Elder Lin. Titles like young clan leader are too formal. Zhao Yunhai replied with a grin. He had also heard those members of the side branch of the Lin family whispering about Xiao Longyang behind him. It must be said that Xiao Longyang truly is a protagonist, for only a protagonist could enjoy the privilege of being mocked by others at any time and place. Zhao Yunhai, on the other hand, never received such treatment. In this world, anyone who dared mock him would likely be courting death. Then he'll take the liberty of calling you Xiaohai, said old Madame Lin, overjoyed, her eyes narrowing into slits. For the young clan leader to grant her such face was an immense honor, and she hoped the clan would now grant her request. Over the years, she had never once asked the clan for anything. If not for her utter desperation, she would never burden them. Xiaohai, I've prepared some home-cooked dishes today. I hope you won't mind. Old Madame Lin pulled Zhao Yunhai by the hand into her home, her warmth overflowing. The collateral Lin clan members, seeing Xiao Longyang standing there like a fool, couldn't help but sneer. Look at young Master Zhao. So distinguished, so wealthy, his every word and action flawless. Indeed, indeed. And look at our Lin family's Livian son-in-law. Who knows what sorcery Xiao Longyang used on the late patriarch to earn his place here. Perhaps he just wants to cling to our Lin family forever, a blood-sucking leech draining us dry. Their words grew more outrageous, but as they followed old Madame Lin inside, the voices faded. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself again. Lin Siyun shot him a deep glance, then brushed past him and hurried away. Damn it. Xiao Longyang lowered his head, fists clenched like an enraged tiger. Though he had heard such gossip countless times, each word still pierced his heart like needles. Just now he had kindly helped the old lady, only to be publicly slapped down. What had he done wrong? Why did they always look down on him? But when he looked up, his expression had already reverted to that of the worthless son-in-law. Wife, wait for me. Xiao Longyang chased after her with a playful grin. Are you okay? Lin Siyun eyed him suspiciously. What could be wrong? Young Master Zhao is an important figure I shouldn't have approached. He feigned distress, rubbing his head in apparent anguish. Good that you understand. Seeing his apparent remorse, Lin Siyun let it go. Fortunately, her cousin didn't mind, though otherwise her grandmother would never have let Xiao Longyang off easily. Though he was nominally her husband, their marriage was in name only, a shield her dying father had arranged for her. Without that shield, the collateral branches would surely have found a way to marry her off. Lin Siyun couldn't help but feel moved that her father had thought of her even on his deathbed. Alas, his true intention was for Zhao Longyang to protect the Lin family, given that the Azura Hall's power could ensure their safety. Unfortunately, both mother and daughter had misunderstood his meaning. Young Master Zhao, I toast to you. A bold collateral member stood up, smiling ingratiatingly. Zhao Yunhai ignored him entirely, eating his meal without a glance. Old Madame Lin shot the man a cold glare. How dare he be so bold? If he caught Zhao eye, things would go awry. But she failed to realize that such riffraff could never catch Zhao Yunhai's interest. Her worry was simply excessive. Zhao Yunhai's deliberate disregard of the collateral Lin members at the family banquet left them seething, but silent, forcing awkward smiles. They dared not treat him as they did the son-in-law Zhao Longyang. If any one of them uttered a single complaint, even in a whisper, another would report it to Zhao Yunhai as a stepping stone. Grandma, these people used to strut before us, but now facing my cousin, they don't even dare to breathe, Lin Siyun said with a hint of girlish pride. Was her cousin standing up for her? She stole a glance at him, a wave of inexplicable gratitude washing over her. Of course, it was the pure affection of siblings who had found a protector. Naturally. Remember, the top family in Luoyang is the Yang family, and they're merely Zhao's chief lackeys. Old Madame Lin whispered, her pride in being part of the Zhao clan evident. Zhao Yunhai narrowed his eyes at Zhao Longyang, who sat beside his cousin. Though the man seemed inconspicuous, he shone brilliantly in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. This fellow was a martial grandmaster. Above grandmaster lay the great grandmaster, and above that the pinnacle, the transcendent peak martial artist. Zhao Longyang, so young, had already touched the realm of grandmaster, and his future ascent to great grandmaster was inevitable. Even the peak was not beyond reach. A protagonist like this left unchecked was like a nuclear bomb, ready to explode at any moment. With his supercharged grandmaster strength, he could at least match a peak grandmaster and even slay one. The supercharge ability mainly poured the protagonist's power into him at multiplied intensity. If the protagonist's strength was that of a grandmaster, it didn't mean he became a great grandmaster with tenfold power. Rather, an ordinary grandmaster's strength was 1, while his was 10. The difference between a small stream and a vast lake. It was the gap between genius and mediocrity. With supercharge, even geniuses were but mediocre before him. Zhao Longyang felt bewildered. Why did this man keep staring at him? After the feast, Zhao Yunhai never once spoke to Zhao Longyang. Lying in the room old Madame Lin had arranged, he instructed Si Jinyan, who hadn't come with him to Zhongzhou, to investigate. He still didn't know Zhao Longyang's true identity. But men like Zhao Longyang were the easiest to uncover. Even if he had forged documents, they wouldn't withstand scrutiny, especially with a professional like Si Jinyan on the case. Though Si Jinyan wasn't strong, Zhao Yunhai believed the Zhao clan had plenty of strong men. What he lacked was talent. Talent like Si Jinyan, who was reliable and efficient, was rare. Zhao Longyang had no idea he was being investigated. Now, staring at the bank card his wife handed him, he was baffled. Did he look like someone who needed money? Zhao Longyang had zero self-awareness and an inflated ego. The password is my birthday. There's 200 in it. Buy a decent gift to give my grandmother tomorrow. They had to maintain appearances. No one should suspect anything. If Zhao Longyang showed up with a shabby gift, it would only embarrass the Lin family in public. 200,000. Quite generous. Zhao Longyang took the card with a lecherous grin. But 200,000. As the mighty Azura, I can't possibly offer something so cheap. Very well. Tomorrow I'll give my wife a huge surprise. The 3-year term ends tomorrow. It's time to reveal my identity as the Azura. Lin Siyun was unaware of Zhao Longyang's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have personally bought him a gift to give to her grandmother the next day. Now, with Zhao Longyang readily agreeing, Lin Siyun left directly. After all, he was merely a Livian son-in-law lacking the audacity to deceive her. She was certain he wouldn't dare to present something worthless. Whistling a tune, Zhao Longyang strode away from the Lin family, his destination unknown. No one cared about the whereabouts of a worthless Livian son-in-law, which was precisely why he could swagger off without a worry. Sometimes being secretive was less effective than being blatantly open, which aroused less suspicion. As for Si Jinyan, he naturally had his ways of tracking Zhao Longyang. Money truly was omnipotent at times. Zhao Longyang could never have imagined that an ordinary passerby would report his movements to someone else. Si Jinyan had arranged for many people along the routes. Zhao Longyang might take, bribing them with 500 yuan in advance. While most people might not do something for a mere 100 or 200 yuan, earning 500 yuan for just a few minutes of keeping an eye out was an incredible deal. Si Jinyan's subordinates were shrewd, specifically targeting those who appeared ordinary and had a penchant for petty gains. Thus, although Zhao Longyang noticed people watching him, he harbored no suspicion, as these individuals were genuinely passersby. If someone were truly observing him, they wouldn't be so unprofessional. Being glanced at on the street was far too normal. Xiao Longyang's current destination was an old antique shop he hadn't visited in a long time. He had been there once before, and it truly held treasures. Now he was here to hunt for bargains. With 200,000 yuan, he intended to acquire items worth millions, thus preserving the dignity of the Azura. Reporting to young Master Yun, Xiao Longyang is currently in an antique shop, seemingly trying to find a fine gift for old Lady Lin's birthday. Young Master Yun, shall we sabotage his plans? Si Jingyan, seated in the shop opposite Xiao Longyang, asked over the phone. Moreover, after connecting with the Zhao family's database, we discovered that Xiao Longyang appeared at the Lin family 3 years ago, and all his previous records were fake. His true identity is Xiao Longyang, the master of the Azura Hall, whom the Zhao family once tried to recruit. Back then, the Zhao family attempted to recruit Xiao Longyang, but he flatly refused to their face. Zhao Yunhai fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, never expecting it to be the Azura rather than the Dragon King. Find a way to swap the treasure Xiao Longyang has acquired. After saying this, Zhao Yunhai hung up the phone directly. The birthday banquet for old Lady Lin tomorrow was bound to be a lively affair. Zhao Yunhai smiled knowingly. The next day, thanks to Zhao Yunhai's presence, backing her up, the Yang family also sent representatives to the banquet. Had Zhao Yunhai not come, the Yang family would never have stooped to attend the Lin family celebration. The Lin family status had plummeted since the former patriarch's death, falling from the second to the fourth family in Luoyang. Ranking was determined not only by economic strength, but also by local influence. Nevertheless, for a woman to maintain such a large estate without collapse was already an achievement. Old Lady Lin and Lin Siyun were secretly admired by many. At this moment, Old Lady Lin was beaming, as if she were experiencing a final burst of vitality. Having the family's support was the pinnacle of Old Lady Lin's life. Please come in. She greeted everyone with a smile, unable to contain her joy. Lin Siyun supported her grandmother, afraid she might stumble from excitement, wishing Old Lady Lin health and longevity. Due to Zhao Yunhai's presence, the Yang family sent Yang Hui to offer birthday congratulations. The Yang family members following Yang Hui placed the gifts aside. These valuable items were listed on the gift registry, which was the most extravagant among all the guests. Old Lady Lin dared not act haughty before Yang Hui, knowing her place. She personally led Yang Hui to Zhao Yunhai. I didn't expect the Yang family to let you come. Upon seeing Yang Hui, Zhao Yunhai gestured for her to sit beside him. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold, and this was the perfect spot to watch. Zhao Yunhai glanced at the Yang family member behind Yang Hui, who quickly averted his gaze under his stare. He saw through the Yang family's little scheme at once. They wanted Yang Hui to spend more time with him, hoping that in a moment of youthful passion, he might take her. If she became pregnant, they could marry out of necessity, securing the arrangement earlier. Without a firm commitment, accidents could always happen. However, the Yang family's scheme wasn't overly excessive, and Zhao Yunhai was too lazy to dwell on it. If he couldn't control his own desires, he would never amount to anything. How does it feel to be home? Zhao Yunhai pinched Yang Hui's cheek. Yang Hui leaned gently on his shoulder, her cheeks flushing. My parents said I should spend more time with you, and not come home too often. Haha, the elders truly have a sense of humor. Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but laugh, causing Yang Hui to bury her face in his shoulder. Xiao Longyang, who had just arrived from outside, looked over at the sound of laughter. Then his eyes lit up at the woman beside Zhao Yunhai. He leaned close to his wife and asked curiously, "Who is that woman?" "Don't ask about things you shouldn't. She's my cousin's wife." Lin Siyun shot him a fierce glare. "No wonder she's so beautiful. So she's the Yang family's legitimate daughter." Xiao Longyang realized his incorrigible flippancy showing. Such a beautiful woman. Doesn't she know how womanizing your cousin is, eh? Watch your mouth. What my cousin does is none of your business. Focus on your own affairs first. Lin Siyun stared at him with a dangerous look. Seeing his empty hands, her expression darkened. "Where's the gift I gave you money to buy, eh? I spent all 200,000. Xiao Longyang had an inexplicable smugness, looking as if he had accomplished something remarkable. "Spent it all? Did you gamble it away?" Lin Siyun found his demeanor utterly disgusting, but the setting was inappropriate, so she held back from hitting him. "Don't worry, my dear. It'll bring you glory at this banquet." Xiao Longyang chuckled, pulling a jade pendant from his pocket. However, the cord looked extremely cheap, a dark green string, and the pendant was carved with a Buddha statue, giving it a counterfeit appearance. Lin Siyun was well-traveled, but upon seeing the pendant she couldn't help herself and slapped him across the face. "Xiao Longyang, is this how you repay the Lin family?" The sharp slap and angry shout instantly drew everyone's attention, and the scene fell silent. "Look, the show begins." Zhao Yunhai nudged his arm, signaling Yang Hui to look up and watch. Xiao Longyang covered his face, staring at his wife in disbelief, unable to comprehend why she had slapped him in public. Though his cheek did not ache, his pride and dignity were trampled and crushed before the crowd. Some bystanders, ignorant of the situation, whispered among themselves, inquiring about the identity of the man who had been struck. "Who is this?" "You don't know? This is the famed Livian son-in-law of the Lin family, though I've forgotten his name." A Livian son-in-law of the Lin family. No wonder. Look at his shabby attire. Even if it's cheap, he could at least tidy himself up. This is after all the 60th birthday banquet of the Lin matriarch. After all, he's just a Livian son-in-law, old habits die hard. It's a pity for Lin Siyun, alas. Why the sigh? I just heard that Lin Siyun's cousin is Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai? You mean the only son of Zhao Hongwen, the richest man in the 9 provinces? And the heir to the Zhao family. Such a status. Thinking about it, I envy Lin Siyun. With the identity of being Zhao Yunhai's cousin, she could stride unhindered across the entire 9 provinces. Look at him, and then at her. Alas, the gap between people can be so vast. This man has reaped undeserved benefits. Becoming the Lin family's Livian son-in-law ensures a life of comfort. His ancestors must be smiling in their graves. The Lin matriarch glared at Xiao Longyang with a grim expression. The guests' murmurs brought shame upon her. Had it not been for the presence of Xiaohai, she would have already unleashed her fury upon Xiao Longyang. This Livian son-in-law was an eyesore in every way, and she could not fathom why her deceased son had insisted on his adoption into the Lin family. What benefit could such a man bring to the Lin household? If not for this being her son's final wish, the Lin matriarch would never have allowed Xiao Longyang to join the family. What did you buy? I gave you 200,000, and you bring back this worthless trinket to fool me. Lin Siyun gazed at him, her eyes filled with disappointment. You lack ability, and even when I arrange everything, you remain such a failure. Well, this way I won't feel any guilt. Today, with my cousin present, I can seize this chance to break free. This was the only opportunity, and she could not afford to miss it. What happened? The Lin matriarch asked her granddaughter, seeking an explanation. With so many distinguished guests present, the matriarch decided to endure the matter for now, planning to deal with this insignificant Livian son-in-law later. I gave him 200,000 to buy a gift for you, but he brought back this piece of junk. Lin Siyun snatched the jade pendant from Xiao Longyang's hand and presented it to her grandmother, her voice laced with grievance. Wife, this is no junk, it's a priceless treasure. Xiao Longyang, seeing his wife's ignorance, explained with unwavering confidence. 200,000 for a priceless treasure. What a joke. You're clearly a fraud. I never imagined the Lin family's Livian son-in-law to be so despicable. Today has been an eye-opener. At that moment, a young man behind the middle-aged man accompanying Yang Hui stepped forward, sneering. This was Yang Yin, the son of Yang Hui's second uncle and her younger cousin. Xiaoyang, when did you get here? I didn't see you earlier. Yang Hui exclaimed in surprise. Just here to join the fun. I was afraid you wouldn't let me come, so I sneaked along. As he spoke, Yang Yin cast a glance at Zhao Yunhai. After all, my brother-in-law is here. It's rare for him to visit Luoyang. You as the host, I must entertain him properly. Brother-in-law, call on me if you need anything. Yang Yan's final words carried a pleading tone. Please trouble me, I welcome it, just don't ignore me. We're not married yet. Yang Hui scolded playfully. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yin stood obediently beside his sister, grinning without a reply. Zhao Yunhai glanced at Yang Yin. This young cousin was interesting. Opportunities went to the proactive, and he was willing to give him a chance. As long as Yang Yin could demonstrate his abilities, provided they weren't too poor, he didn't mind taking him along. After all, Yang Hui was his future wife, making the Yang family not just the Zhao family's chief ally, but also Zhao Yunhai's in-laws, strengthening their bond. Using one's own people was always more convenient than outsiders. A truth behind the saying that when one rises, all those connected ascend with him. Xiao Longyang's eyes turned cold. He wondered where this fellow had come from. Seeing him stand beside Zhao Yunhai, a thought stirred in his mind. It's no surprise you don't know. Such a precious item is beyond the appreciation of ordinary folk. Xiao Longyang took the jade pendant and held it aloft, addressing the crowd with a slight raise of his chin. This is a jade pendant from the era of the Yaoqing dynasty. Its luster is exquisite, and its flowing sheen is truly a masterpiece of nature, as if carved by divine hands. Aged and perfectly preserved. According to historical records, this was the very pendant once cherished by the Empress Dowager. Xiao Longyang's smug demeanor, as if everyone else was blind to its value, only angered the onlookers. Stop making a fool of yourself. How could a Livian son-in-law like you possess such an item? Lin Siyun refused to believe in any Empress Dowager's treasure. It was clearly Xiao Longyang lying in public. If proven fake, the Lin family's honor would be utterly shattered at this banquet. Yang Yin first asked his brother-in-law, is that jade real or fake? Fake. How could someone of his status afford a real one? Use your head. Zhao Yunhai's eyes glinted with mockery. With his brother-in-law's confirmation, Yang Yin puffed out his chest and retorted. How you claim it's from the Empress Dowager? How can I believe that? If you're so sure, let someone appraise it. Zhao Yunhai watched the spectacle in silence, smiling. Yang Hui sensed he was orchestrating everything and relaxed, ready to enjoy the show. The jade pendant in Xiao Longyang's hand had been swapped the moment the transaction succeeded. Xiao Longyang had extracted a genuine jade from a fake one, a treasure buried in obscurity. The real pendant was now in Zhao Yunhai's possession, and he was eager to see Xiao Longyang's expression when he discovered the pendant in his hand was a counterfeit. Fine, I have nothing to fear. Xiao Longyang agreed without hesitation, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He looked at those around him eager to witness his humiliation and resolved to slap their faces soon. I am an appraiser from the Mayu Treasure Pavilion. If you trust me, I swear on my years of integrity to reveal the truth for all. At that moment, an elderly man in a tang suit stepped out from the crowd, cupping his hands and greeting to everyone. So it's the Jade Appraisal Pavilion. Wait, isn't that Master Hong the chief appraiser of Moyu Jewelry? Are you daft? The Jade Appraisal Pavilion and Moyu Jewelry share the same owner. The sole proprietor, Zhao Hongwen, the richest man. He's probably here out of respect for young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao is Master Hong's little boss. Xiao Longyang naturally recognized this old man. Master Hong was not someone just anyone could invite, he was a man who wouldn't bow to money. So it's Master Hong. My apologies, my apologies. Xiao Longyang had once invited Master Hong to appraise treasures, but the old man was unmoved by wealth. Such integrity naturally earned his respect. So you know me too. You're too kind. Master Hong replied politely, then glanced in a certain direction. The crowd followed his gaze. That spot was exactly where everyone had been glancing. The seat of young Master Zhao. Little boss. Master Hong, who was usually aloof with others, greeted Zhao Yunhai with a smile. He wasn't one to bow to money, but that was because the Zhao Corporation gave him enough wealth, so he never had to worry about it or do things he disliked. With the Zhao Corporation backing him, Master Hong naturally appeared even more noble and detached in public. Zhao Yunhai didn't rise, he merely gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He didn't know the man. After all, he didn't know every single employee. But it was rare for a high-level employee not to recognize their boss unless that employee didn't plan to stay long. Receiving a nod from young Master Zhao filled Master Hong with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Siyun, seeing Xiao Longyang using the Lin family's reputation as a public wager, felt a stifled rage, her face dark and ugly. Old Madame Lin pointed at Xiao Longyang, her hand trembling. The Livian son-in-law was betraying his master. Did he think that with outsiders present he could overturn the heavens? Rest assured, madam. It's absolutely genuine. Xiao Longyang promised with utmost confidence. At that moment, Xiao Longyang hadn't bothered to closely examine the jade pendant in his hand. If he had, he might have noticed something amiss. But he was far too confident in his own abilities. Then again, the pendant had been on him the entire time, with no chance of any mishap. Could his jade pendant really be real? Yang Hui asked softly, seeing Xiao Longyang's confidence. The real can't be faked, and the fake can't be real. The genuine article is right here with me. Zhao Yunhai flipped his palm, revealing a jade pendant identical to the one in Xiao Longyang's hand. Xiao Yan, come closer. Zhao Yunhai beckoned to Yang Yan. There was a kind of showing off that required no words. Just sitting could draw everyone's gaze. What is it, brother-in-law? Yang Yan had grown accustomed to calling him brother-in-law, and obediently leaned in. Later you do this, and this. As Zhao Yunhai gave instructions, Yang Yan's eyes grew brighter, and he nodded repeatedly. I understand, brother-in-law. Just watch. Yang Yan took the jade pendant from his brother-in-law, then stood beside Sister Hui, quietly waiting for his cue to act. Young Master Zhao, do you think this item is genuine or fake? Master Hong sought Zhao's opinion in front of everyone. If Zhao said it was real, then even a fake could be declared real. If Zhao said it was fake, then even if it were real, Master Hong could call it false. He had stepped forward not to authenticate Xiao Longyang's item, but because Zhao Yunhai was Lin Siyun's cousin. That identity mattered most to him. Working for the Zhao Corporation, currying favor with young Master Zhao didn't count as bowing to money. It was merely his duty. Xiao Longyang, Lin Siyun's husband, was being publicly accused. Even as a Livian son-in-law, being even slightly connected to young Master Zhao warranted his intervention to appraise the item. Master Hong's actions left no room for criticism. After all, he was just being courteous to his little boss. Xiao Longyang, however, was deeply disappointed, realizing that even the renowned Master Hong was nothing special. He failed to consider that Master Hong worked for the boss, oh, no one could afford to starve while playing noble at home. Though I'm not an expert, I've seen enough of these trinkets to tell a thing or two. I haven't held it, but I know it's a fake. Zhao Yunhai looked meaningfully at Master Hong, and said slowly, true or false, false or true, it takes someone as experienced as you, Master Hong, to discern. Master Hong, no fool, caught the implication, and inwardly regretted stepping forward. Young Master Zhao was at odds with this Livian son-in-law Xiao Longyang. Damn it, he should have realized sooner. Master Hong was filled with regret, but all eyes were now on him. Zhao Yunhai's words had essentially sealed the matter. Even if Xiao Longyang's jade pendant were 99% genuine, these people could twist the truth and insist it was fake. What was authority? Whatever young Master Zhao said in that room was authority. Luoyang, once an ancient capital, was a place where the local elite knew exactly what the Zhao Corporation represented. It represented power, wealth, and influence. Luoyang was a gift from the Zhao family to the Yang family, so no Zhao clan members lived there. But with a single word from the Zhao family, everything the Yang family possessed could be reclaimed. I knew it. A big shot like young Master Zhao says it's fake. And this pathetic Livian son-in-law dares to fool old Madame Lin with a counterfeit. What a family disgrace. Young Master Zhao's word is absolute. With his family background, he could smash these things for fun every day. He has no reason to deceive us. The onlookers began to taunt and mock Xiao Longyang relentlessly, hoping to curry favor with young Master Zhao. How can you know it's real or fake without an appraisal? Xiao Longyang snorted, dismissing them as blind fools, and strode directly to Master Hong. I hope you, Master Hong, will speak the truth. That Zhao Yunhai was just another ignorant playboy. He had thought the man was impressive, but he was nothing. I will do as I must. No need for your reminder. Master Hong professionally had his assistant bring out appraisal tools and began examining the jade pendant in front of everyone. The moment he held it, his gaze sharpened, and he looked at Xiao Longyang in surprise. What is it? Just say it. No need to hold back. Xiao Longyang, thinking Master Hong was stunned by the pendant's value, spread his hands smugly. Heh. Master Hong let out a cold laugh and casually tossed the pendant onto a nearby table. Then I'll speak plainly. This jade pendant is as fake as can be. On the market it's worth no more than 20 or 30 yuan. Xiao Longyang's face stiffened, and he retorted without thinking. Impossible. You old fool are clearly siding with Zhao Yunhai. He says it's fake, so you say it's fake. You're just twisting the truth. Slap. Shut up, Xiao Longyang. I'm so disappointed in you. Lin Suyun, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him across the face again. Still unsatisfied, she struck him once more with the back of her hand. Xiao Longyang covered his cheek, lifting his eyes to gaze at her with a defiant look. He could tolerate it the first time, but now she was about to strike him again, causing his mouth to twist upward in anger as he breathed deeply, restraining himself. Why don't you believe me? That jade pendant is priceless. Just because he says it's fake, it must be so. Xiao Longyang looked at Lin Suyun with great distress. He never expected that after 3 years, she held no marital affection for him, not a shred of trust. He didn't reflect on how many things he had concealed from her. Trust you? What reason do I have to trust you? Could a fake possibly fool me? Lin Suyun's face was cold with fury, her expression as frosty as she stared at him. Zhao Yunhai rose and walked over slowly, everyone's eyes following him closely. Cousin, don't be too angry. A son-in-law like this, why not just divorce him? What use is he? Zhao Yunhai could see that his cousin was considering divorce, so as her cousin, he took the initiative to propose it, offering it as a gift to her. Yang Hui stepped forward from beside Zhao Yunhai, taking Lin Suyun's arm to soothe her, speaking gently. All right, leave it to your cousin. Come back and sit with me. Lin Suyun nodded, heavily grateful. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're welcome. Yang Hui led Lin Suyun back to her seat. Yang Hui disliked getting involved in such matters and didn't care to understand, as she only knew that Zhao Yunhai was her man. Whatever her man asked her to do, she would do. The rest was none of her concern. Zhao Yunhai glanced, and then looked back at Xiao Longyang. A fake is a fake. No matter how real it seems, it will be found out one day. Humph. Zhao Yunhai, is it? What do you think you are? Just a scion of a wealthy family, throwing your weight around with your background. Xiao Longyang suddenly lifted his head, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The fierce look startled old Madame Lin. Then, realizing she had been frightened by a worthless son-in-law, she felt humiliated and immediately began berating him. Rebellion, rebellion. A mere son-in-law, do you think you can overthrow the heavens? What if I do? Xiao Longyang's demeanor, previously that of a useless son-in-law, abruptly shifted to that of a bloodthirsty Azura. Old Madame Lin couldn't understand how this worthless son-in-law had suddenly changed. But the image of the 3-year-long worthless son-in-law was deeply ingrained, and she believed he was just pretending now. Fine, you worthless son-in-law, you want to rebel. From this day forth you are expelled from the Lin family. Without us you are nothing. In Luoyang you will have no place to stand. Worthless. Xiao Longyang hadn't expected his 3 years of devotion to be one-sided. He said in disbelief, no regard for our bond at all. Old Madame Lin snorted coldly. Bond. After the scene you've caused today, the bond of 3 years is severed completely. No matter what, you must restore my honor today. That jade pendant is real. It's you people who are blind. Xiao Longyang sneered, his gaze contemptuous, as if he alone saw the truth. Yang Yin finally had his moment. Jade pendant. Ridiculous. This jade pendant is unique in the world. Yours has been sitting in the middle untouched. Mine is the real one, priceless. Yang Yin walked to the center, displaying the jade pendant in his hand, its cord exquisitely crafted. Compared to Xiao Longyang's, it was like the difference between heaven and mud. With Yang Yan's permission, everyone touched both pendants, instantly feeling the disparity between them. How could a mere son-in-law possibly obtain this jade pendant? Good thing young Master Zhao has the real one, or else this son-in-law would have passed off a fake as real. Exactly. What a fine jade. The feel is incredible. I must study jade and get one for myself. Huh. Next time I'll take you to a jade market where stones are cut open daily. Really? Thanks, friend. Don't mention it. After everyone had touched them, Xiao Longyang thought they were putting on an act, so he felt them himself, and indeed found something amiss. Impossible. You must have switched them. How else could you coincidentally have the same pendant? Xiao Longyang seemed to have found a flaw, declaring loudly, look, if it wasn't switched, could it be a coincidence? Then Xiao Longyang looked at Zhao Yunhai with a cold smirk. You didn't expect your plan to have so many holes, did you? Zhao Yunhai glanced at him dismissively. A mere son-in-law, soon there will be no place for you in all of Jiuzhou. Luoyang was just a tiny place. He would be blacklisted across all 9 provinces. An explanation? Did he deserve one? Everyone knew Zhao Yunhai wasn't bluffing. The Zhao family had that power, and everyone present was well aware. Young Master Zhao is right. I agree. Let's completely blacklist Xiao Longyang. Count me in. Though my influence isn't as great, I can ruin his reputation online. Yang Yin chuckled, knowing his brother-in-law had already told him about this. We already knew you bought a fake, so we brought this real pendant to prevent everyone from being deceived. Regardless of the truth, everyone sided with young Master Zhao, believing he was right. My brother-in-law is kind-hearted. If it were me, I'd have caught you red-handed and tormented you to death. I underestimated you, Zhao Yunhai. Xiao Longyang realized the other party had anticipated his response, clearly having thought it through. The 3-year term is over. Azura, how much longer will you hide here? A voice came from outside the door, followed by a group of people in black trench coats. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young woman with cold, fiery red lips. Azura. Could it be the Azura Hall? Old Madame Lin remained calm. If not for Zhao Yunhai, she would have clung to the Azura Hall as a lifeline. But before the Zhao family, the Azura Hall was nothing. The Azura Hall vanished 3 years ago. Who knew they'd appear here? One person couldn't help but gasp. From what they're saying, it seems Azura is among us. Who could it be? I don't know. Azura has a legendary record overseas. I thought he was dead, but he's still alive. That's Azura, an entity of unknown power. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all ignoring the son-in-law Xiao Longyang. Who would think the mighty Azura would be a Livian son-in-law in the Lin family? Everyone here I know well. There's no Azura here. Old Madame Lin stepped forward, facing the ominous visitors, thinking that Xiao Hai was present, and she couldn't let him come to harm. The woman in the black trench coat ignored old Madame Lin, pushed her aside, walked up to Xiao Longyang, and knelt on one knee. The 3-year term is over. Your subordinate Vermilion Bird requests the Azura's return to reclaim the Azura Hall. Your subordinate Black Tortoise requests the Azura's return to reclaim the Azura Hall. We the Azura followers request the Azura's return to reclaim the Azura Hall. Then the middle-aged man and the rest of the Azura Hall knelt and shouted loudly. Place a timed firework in their car. I want to see a spectacular fireworks show, send them to the heavens. Zhao Yunhai watched the scene unfold, a cold glint in his eyes, as he hung up the phone he had just used. Since we're already here, how could we not celebrate? After all, he is my cousin's husband. Giving him a parting gift before the divorce isn't too much, is it? Zhao Yunhai planned to invite the Azura to watch this fireworks display, hoping he would enjoy it. Old Madame Lin stared at them in shock, thinking she had misheard. She stiffly turned her head to look at the worthless Livian son-in-law standing before them. The Livian son-in-law our Lin family just expelled is actually the Azura. This is impossible. How dare you show disrespect to the Azura? The middle-aged man, calling himself Xuanwu, immediately barked when he saw old Madame Lin's irreverence. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. The useless contract husband in her eyes was actually the Azura, the master of the Azura Hall. The onlookers couldn't help but step back. The Lin family's Livian son-in-law was the mighty Azura. How could they accept such a drastic shift in status? The thought that they had just been incessantly mocking him sent a chill down their spines, fearing they might be targeted by the Azura. Many secretly drew in a sharp breath. Xiao Longyang looked at the crowd's stunned expressions with immense satisfaction, pursing his lips as a smirk slowly crept across his face. The 3-year term was over, and the smirking Azura had returned. Clap, clap, clap. Since the classic smirk had appeared, Zhao Yunhai had no intention of letting Xiao Longyang show off. He suddenly clapped his hands. The Azura truly has impressive methods. Enduring 3 years of humiliation as a Livian son-in-law in the Lin family. What was it all for? Was it for the Lin family fortune? Zhao Yunhai paused deliberately at this point, then exclaimed in mock surprise, could it be that you're mentally ill and just enjoy being scolded and beaten? Ha ha ha. Well said, Master Yun. Qiu Lao Lu, Lao Du Lu, and Lu Buyun all chimed in with laughter. Although the Azura's strength surpassed theirs, the 4 of them were not afraid. Master Yun's backup plan was far from simple. You're asking for death. Zhu Qiue, enraged by the insult to the Azura, rose and attacked Zhao Yunhai directly. However, Zook's speed was too slow in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. He slightly raised 2 fingers and shot out a stream of inner energy. The fate of a woman seeking death was no different from a man's. Before Zhao Yunhai, there was only one outcome. The Azura's expression shifted, realizing Zhao Yunhai was a grandmaster. Zhao Yunhai's grandmaster power was 10 times stronger than the Azura's, an overwhelming advantage that the Azura could never overcome. Watch out. In the critical moment, the Azura still managed to shove Zhu Ke aside, shifting her position, so the strike hit her chest instead of her heart. The Azura recognized this inner energy better than anyone. It was identical to his own. The aim was off. What a pity. Zhao Yunhai waved his hand, saying it was a shame, but the mocking gleam in his eyes made it clear he intended to toy with the Azura and his group. Xiaohai, are you alright? Old Madame Lin's heart nearly stopped when she saw Zhu Ke attack Xiaohai. Even Xiao Lao and the others were startled, rushing forward to shield Master Yun. Zook's strength was at the Xiantian level. Unsurprising for a member of the Azura Hall, a terror feared abroad. Master Yin, you go first. We'll hold them off. Xiao Lao and Lu Lao had already resigned themselves to death, willing to sacrifice themselves to buy a few seconds from Master Yun's escape. Du Lu and Lu Buyan hesitated for only a moment before silently stepping in front of Master Yun. Though their strength was meager, they had been generously treated by Master Yun, recently receiving ample martial resources. If they fled, they would surely be hunted by the Zhao clan. If they stayed, there was a chance for advancement. Between life and death lay great terror, but also great fortune. Zhao Yunhai cast a deliberate glance at Du Lu and Lu Buyan. He dismissed their strength, but he took note of their actions. Weakness was not frightening. What was frightening was weakness without self-awareness. Even if Zhao Yunhai had to force-feed them resources, he could elevate them to the Xiantian stage. It was simple for him, just a word away. The accumulated resources of the Zhao clan could forge countless powerful martial artists, a fact unknown to most of its members. The millennia-old foundation was beyond imagination. Only the core members of the Zhao clan knew that the energy it harbored, once unleashed, could overturn the entire world. So Zhao Yunhai had always known he was the ultimate boss, the final antagonist all protagonists had to defeat. The Yang clan, who had been watching, also moved quickly to protect Master Zhao. The only member present was a latest-stage Hotian peak martial artist, yet none of them retreated. They all knew that if anything happened to Master Zhao and Luoyang, the Zhao clan would descend with thunderous wrath, and the Yang clan would cease to exist. Cousin, take the old lady away. Xiao Lao, step aside. It's just the Azura. Why all this tension? Zhao Yunhai pushed through their protection. With his strength, the Azura was no match. He could kill the Azura now if he wished. But he had promised to show the Azura fireworks. How could he break his word? The Yang clan hesitated, unsure whether to retreat or stay, and finally, at Xiao Lao's signal, they temporarily fell back behind Master Yun. I've notified the clan. They'll send people immediately. Yang Hui walked up to Zhao Yunhai, took his arm, and whispered, "Don't worry, shall we? Would I do something without being sure?" Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Meanwhile, Zook's chest had been pierced through by Zhao Yunhai's inner energy, leaving a bloody hole. Xiao Longyang quickly used his inner energy to seal Zook's meridians, preventing severe bleeding. Azura, I'm sorry. I'm too useless. If I had made the intelligence more thorough back, then they wouldn't have died. Zhu Ke coughed up blood, forcing out the words between fits of coughing. For 3 years, she had felt guilty for failing the Azura's trust, and for the many brothers who had died. Every day and night, she was consumed by self-blame. I never blamed you. Xiao Longyang sighed, deeply, speaking with remorse. Zhao Yunhai clicked his tongue and reminded them, Hey, this isn't the place for nostalgic confessions. The onlookers had all moved behind Master Zhao. The Zhao clan was far more powerful than the Azura Hall. Even if Xiao Longyang had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare touch Master Zhao. They could ride on the Zhao clan's coattails. They couldn't leave now. If they did and the Zhao clan took offense, they'd have a hard time explaining. So they swallowed their fear and stayed. Besides, Master Zhao was clearly no weakling, worthy of being the Zhao clan's heir. Xiao Longyang handed Zhu Ke to Xuanwu, then rose to face Zhao Yunhai, unleashing his Grandmaster aura as he spoke calmly. Zhao Yunhai, my Azura Hall was devastated back then. Baihu and Qinglong died in battle. For 3 years I infiltrated the Lin family to uncover the truth. Can you guess where my investigation led? Zhao Yunhai suppressed a laugh, his face full of mockery. Don't tell me you found out that it was our Zhao clan who did it. Lord of the Azura Hall, do you intend to make an enemy of our Zhao clan? At that moment, several people among the crowd behind Zhao Yunhai tore off their human skin masks. These individuals revealed their true faces, their figures shifting and appearing beside Zhao Yunhai. They appeared to be in their 50s with auras as deep as the ocean. Their suffocating and terrifying internal energy directly suppressed Xiao Longyang's momentum, leaving the members of the Azura Hall pale-faced. Grandmasters! Xiao Longyang exclaimed in shock at the 4 who had suddenly appeared. The Zhao clan could casually produce Grandmaster-level experts. It seemed the Zhao clan was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. His earlier words were merely a bluff, but unfortunately the other party had not taken the bait. How could Zhao Yunhai be so well prepared? Could it be that he had already known his identity all along? That couldn't be. Xiao Longyang had always been confident in his ability to play the fool and conceal his identity. Little did he know that he had never vanished from the Zhao clan's intelligence network. It was just that no one had inquired about Azura's intelligence for the past 3 years, and Xiao Longyang's dossier had been left to gather dust in a corner. But when Zhao Yunhai wanted to know, that dusty file on Xiao Longyang would be refreshed and appear before him. How could Zhao Yunhai be unprepared? This mobilization of grandmasters had alarmed his father and the core clan members. His father and the family elders did not stop him from deploying the grandmasters, but wanted to know who warranted such a massive operation. Did he need reinforcements? Did he need more personnel? Was this operation safe? Only after Zhao Yunhai assured them that 4 grandmasters were sufficient and his personal safety was not a concern did they reluctantly relax. Zhao Yunhai was their precious jewel. Like the royal family, the earlier the Zhao clan designated their heir, the more stable the clan's internal affairs would be. If something happened to Zhao Yunhai at this time, the future position of clan leader would become a mystery. For the current clan leader had only one child, Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai's uncle had only one daughter whom he doted on immensely, and he himself had no ambition for the clan leader's position. Zhao Yunhai's third uncle was a wanderer by nature, often out gallivanting with no fixed abode, let alone having children. He wasn't even married. There were no lack of ambitious individuals within the Zhao clan, but the heir was almost always decided at birth, directly cutting off the hopes of these power seekers. In the past, the current clan leader would have at least 3 offspring, so, if something happened to the heir, they could simply replace him. Now if something happened to Zhao Yunhai, there was no one to replace him. If Zhao Hongwen wanted to have another child, it would take another 10 to 20 years of nurturing, and even then the child might not be a son. What if it was a daughter? Therefore it was no exaggeration to say that Zhao Yunhai was tied to the safety of the entire Zhao clan. Xiao Longyang's utterance of grandmasters caused everyone present to freeze. A martial grandmaster was a rare sight in a century. Especially in modern times, the ultimate martial realm for most was the transformation gene stage, let alone the legendary grandmasters. How had the world suddenly become so unfamiliar with 4 grandmasters appearing at once? The Zhao clan was terrifyingly formidable. This mere glimpse of their strength was already so overwhelming. They had thought the Zhao clan was powerful, but they hadn't imagined it enough. However, this time young Master Zhao was making a grand move against Azura. With 4 grandmasters, Azura was doomed. Yang Yin whispered to Hui Jia, "Sis brother-in-law can casually bring out grandmaster-level experts. The Zhao clan is so strong." For in the Yang clan, as far as Yang Yin knew, they only had 4 grandmasters in total. His brother-in-law could casually produce 4. This was not something the Yang clan could compare to. Zhao Yunhai rolled his neck looking at the furious Xiao Longyang and suddenly burst into laughter. "I told you there is no place for you Azura in the 9 provinces anymore. Xiao Longyang, do you think our Zhao clan doesn't know what you've been doing for the past 3 years? We have been watching your every move." Zhao Yunhai gestured with his finger at Xiao Longyang. "You are like a little bug scurrying around aimlessly." "Shut up." Xiao Longyang could no longer contain himself and roared in fury. For 3 years he had been investigating the events of that time without rest, and now to be dismissed as worthless. How could he not be angry? "Was it you? Did your Zhao clan bear a grudge because I rejected you back then? Was it a?" Xiao Longyang growled. "Please Lord Azura, lead us to kill them again to avenge Azure Dragon and White Tiger." A black-robed Azura Hall member behind Xiao Longyang suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Yes, back then who dared to provoke us abroad? A mere Zhao clan. Let us annihilate them. Annihilate them. Annihilate them." These Azura Hall members had no idea what the Zhao clan represented. They only knew that Azura was all-powerful. Only Xian Wu remained relatively calm, having some understanding of the Zhao clan. "Lord Azura, should we withdraw from here first and plan our next move?" Xian Wu, supporting Zhu Ke, stepped behind Lord Azura and whispered his suggestion. The situation was beyond their control. Now that the Lord had returned, once they were back in the Azura Hall, it would be like a dragon returning to the sea, and no one could restrain them. "No, the truth of these 3 years is right before me. I must know it no matter what." Xiao Longyang shook his head stubbornly. Though it was somewhat risky, as long as he got the truth, the risk was worth it. Xian Wu said no more, silently standing behind Azura. Whatever decision the Lord made, he would support it to the end. Upon hearing the Azura Hall members' shouts, the others were stifling their laughter, their faces red. They didn't know whether to laugh or not. Annihilate the Zhao clan. Where did these country bumpkins come from spouting such big talk? Yang Yin laughed outright. "Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Annihilate the Zhao clan. Do you, the Azura Hall, even deserve to say that? My Yang clan alone could destroy you. How pitiful. The Azura Hall is nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well." Xiao Longyang shot him a deep look, then took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Zhao Yunhai. "Zhao Yunhai, why have you fallen silent? Was it truly your Zhao clan's doing?" Xiao Longyang's voice was thick with years of hatred, making anyone who heard it frown. Zhao Yunhai sneered disdainfully, watching the sky gradually darken, and said, "If our Zhao clan wanted to deal with you, would we need to resort to schemes? Ridiculous. Dealing with you doesn't require much thought. If you want to know the truth, then follow me." With that, Zhao Yunhai put his arm around Yang Hui and walked away. The 4 grandmasters silently followed behind him. Qiu Lao and the others quickly fell and stepped, their faces glowing with excitement. These were grandmasters. If they could receive even a little guidance from a grandmaster, they would have no regrets in this life. Lord Azura, this is a trap. You must not go. Xian Wu hurriedly advised, seeing the look of intent on Lord Azura's face. No, I must go. Leave this place first. Find a safe, secluded spot, and wait for me. Treat Zhu Ke, but do not take her to a hospital. The hospitals here cannot be trusted. Xiao Longyang took a deep breath. He had to go, he had his reasons. He turned to the Azura Hall members behind him and issued his orders. As you command, Azura. Xian Wu had no choice but to lead the group away from the Lin residence. From this day forth, I have no further ties with the Lin family. Xiao Longyang looked at Lin Suyun and the old Madame Lin, his gaze complex. It's best if there are no ties. Old Madame Lin snorted coldly. Having provoked the Zhao clan, Xiao Longyang's time was running short. There is nothing left between us. Our agreement ends here. Lin Suyun and Xiao Longyang had never been legally married. Theirs was merely a contractual relationship. As Lin Suyun tore up the contract in public, the Lin family's collateral branches finally realized they had been deceived for 3 years. Yet given the current situation, they dared not speak a word. They could only swallow their grievances in silence. The Zhao clan was not someone they could afford to provoke. That old woman was truly something else. If only she had revealed earlier that Lin Suyun was Zhao Yunhai's cousin, they would never have made such a fuss. Very well. Xiao Longyang's gaze turned icy. His disappointment in Lin Suyun was absolute. From now on they would be strangers. After Azura departed, the guests also took their leave from old Madame Lin. The events that had just transpired would give them plenty to ponder. Should we go to brother-in-law's place now? After leaving the Yang family, Yang Yin asked the leader of their group aside from Yang Hui. First, return to the family. This matter is beyond our capabilities. Reinforcements from the family should arrive soon. The family cannot allow young Master Zhao to come to harm, otherwise the Yang clan will cease to exist. Yang Yin understood the gravity of the situation and fell silent, driving back home. Grandma, can I really go to cousin's place? Lin Siyun wanted to seek out her cousin, as this incident had also been triggered by the Lin family, but old Madame Lin stopped her. Your cousin has deep schemes. Your presence would only be a hindrance. The Lin family has been preserved thanks to your cousin. Those collateral branches will no longer dare to cause trouble, and those outside coveting the Lin family will sheath their claws. Old Madame Lin was shrewd. Having lived long, she saw things very clearly. Very well. Lin Siyun could only wait at home for good news from her cousin. Luoyang was vast, but there was one place where the entire city could be seen at a glance. That was Taiping Mountain, the northern barrier of Luoyang. With its lush verdant forests, it was also a popular summer retreat. On a cliff facing east on Taiping Mountain, Zhao Yunhai stood with his hands behind his back. The sun had long set, the autumn wind was refreshing, and night was falling. Zhao Yunhai gazed at the distant bustling city and spoke calmly. Countless people yearn for the splendor of the city, chasing wealth and honor, unaware that those who have experienced such luxury often long for a life of leisure and freedom. I only want to know the truth of that year. Spare me the idle talk. Xiao Longyang stood beside him, staring at him with a hostile expression. Heh, impatience is not a good habit. Zhao Yunhai smiled at him, slowly raising his 5 fingers and making a subtle twist in the air. A beam of projection light shot from afar, creating a display that would soon show brilliant fireworks as stable as a cinema screen. Make sure everything is perfect. If anyone messes up at the critical moment, they'll send them abroad. Not far below the cliff, Si Jinyan, who had just sprayed mosquito repellent repeatedly, instructed his subordinates to avoid any mistakes. Upon hearing the threat of being sent abroad, the subordinates became even more diligent. Abroad was no place for humans. Wasn't the 9 provinces better? Going abroad was just suffering. Xiao Hui, would you like to see a splendid fireworks show? Zhao Yunhai pulled Yang Hui closer, looking down at her with eyes full of tenderness. Yes. Yang Hui nodded, firmly leaning against Zhao Yunhai as she began taking photos with her phone. She felt this moment was incredibly romantic, and it would have been perfect if not for the presence of Xiao Longyang. Zhao Yunhai treated Yang Hui differently from other women. A little tenderness was something he would not begrudge her. A woman as understanding as Yang Hui was indeed to his liking. Don't waste. Xiao Longyang had little patience left, and was about to say not to waste time, when Zhao Yunhai silenced him with a shushing gesture. Don't rush. If you want to know the truth, you must be patient. My woman wants to see the fireworks, so please shut your mouth and don't disturb us. Xiao Longyang's chest heaved, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. His patience had limits. Zhao Yunhai was flaunting his romance right in front of him. Seeing the 4 grandmasters staring at him, Xiao Longyang held back a sneer, twisting his lips. How surprising that a man so fickle still has a woman who loves him. Yang Hui could not pretend she hadn't heard that, and retorted on the spot. I know my man well enough. I don't need reminders from others. Let me offer you a saying: the living suffer the most, the dead find instant release. Xiao Longyang frowned, puzzled by her meaning, but assumed she was merely mocking him. He sneered in return. A woman who craves vanity and power. Is that all you've got? And you dare to offer me a saying? In his heart, this eldest daughter of the Yang family was nothing more than a mundane person. He admired women who pursued free, beautiful love. The young heiress had only a pretty face lacking a free and beautiful spirit. He'll give you a saying too. Do you think he will treat you sincerely forever? Once the novelty fades, you'll just be another one of his exes. That is none of Lord Azura's concern. Yang Hui buried her head deep in Zhao Yunhai's embrace. His arms were so warm. In this moment, I am already the happiest woman. The future is built with one's own heart, not by listening to rumors and losing self-awareness. Zhao Yunhai glanced at Xiao Longyang and chuckled. Meddling in others' love lives, Lord Azura, must be quite idle. Then accompany me and watch the fireworks. Zhao Yunhai snapped his fingers, and the blank projection began to show images. The scene was of the outskirts of Taiping Mountain shot from high to low. On the road below, a line of black cars was parked, and standing outside were members of the Azura Hall. Xian Wu and Zhu Ke, who had just regained consciousness, were talking by the car. Zhu Ke, your injuries need immediate treatment. Otherwise, even if you recover, there will be lingering issues. Xian Wu Azura is here. I must wait for him too. 3 years, Xian Wu. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? Seeing this, Zhao Yunhai could not help but tease. Lord Azura's love life seems equally chaotic. A woman has waited for you for 3 years. Do you even care? Humph. Xiao Longyang snorted coldly, but his gaze was fixed on Zhu Ke and the projection. How could he not care? But with his brother's vengeance unavenged, how could he indulge in romance? Yet Zhao Yunhai was broadcasting this live. Was he planning to harm Zhu Ke and the others? At this thought, Xiao Longyang quickly turned to Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai, stop. I can grant you 3 wishes. Spare. Before he could finish, the screen was engulfed by the explosion's fiery display. The devastation made it clear how gruesome the fate of those at the epicenter would be. Even Zhao Yunhai, standing here, could hear the distant rumbling explosion. Zhao Yunhai, I will kill you. Xiao Longyang was stunned, his heart aching relentlessly. The next second, his face twisted in agony as images of his comrades and Zhu Ke laughing filled his mind. A Grandmaster's furious full-powered strike caused the air to burst with sonic booms as his inner force erupted. Engage. The 4 Grandmasters were not mere decorations. They had been anticipating Xiao Longyang's move and struck simultaneously the instant he acted. Is it beautiful? Fireworks are fleeting. This is a moment of ephemeral beauty. I want you to remember that you are the only woman who has witnessed this fleeting firework display. Zhao Yunhai held Yang Hui's chin resting on her head, whispering softly. It's truly beautiful. Yang Hui closed her eyes, leaning into his embrace, her eyes reflecting the fireworks' glow. The beauty she appreciated was the romantic splendor of watching this explosion with Zhao Yunhai. As for those who died in the blast, that was none of her concern. She only cared about every word he said. He said that at this moment she was the only one. How wonderful. The sweetness of one person contrasts sharply with the sorrow of another. Xiao Longyang's emotions have shifted from joy at reuniting with his brother to a mindset on the verge of breaking after the explosion. Is this all the strength you possess, Xiao Longyang? With such youthful mastery of martial prowess, how could you waste your potential by not aligning with the Zhao family? If Xiao Hai wants him dead, what are you trying to recruit him for? Moreover, he previously rejected our Zhao family. Exactly, rejecting the Zhao family once means there will be no second chance. The 4 Grandmasters shared a harsh laughter, causing Zhao Yunhai's lips to twitch. Could it be because I am seen as the villain? Watching the 4 clan elders smiling kindly, why do they laugh like this? Meanwhile, Xiao Longyang, besieged by 4, appeared to be struggling immensely. If it were only one Grandmaster, he might have a fighting chance. But now the 4 Grandmasters had exceeded Xiao Longyang's limits. He indeed had a trump card, a means to escape at a certain cost. With the profound understanding of the carefree roaming technique, Xiao Longyang had grasped its deeper meaning. Zhao Yunhai naturally understood Xiao Longyang's trump card, as he was more familiar with the carefree roaming than his opponent. However, the death of his brothers in the recent explosion made him cast aside such thoughts of mercy. I bear no grudge against you, why go to such lengths to deal with me? And you promise to tell me the truth. Does the Zhao family intend to go back on their word? Elders, please hold your attacks. With a single command from Zhao Yunhai, the 4 Grandmasters instantly ceased their assault, surrounding Xiao Longyang and sealing off his escape routes. Wait for me here. Zhao Yunhai instructed Yang Hui to stand still as he approached alone. Xiao Hai, it's dangerous. One of the Grandmaster elders hastily extended his hand to block him. Elder, I know the stakes. Zhao Yunhai gently pushed aside the elder's obstruction and walked straight ahead. Aren't you afraid I might take you hostage? Or are you just overconfident in your own abilities? Xiao Longyang was aware of Zhao Yunhai's mastery, but he was confident that even as a Grandmaster, Zhao would not be his match. Zhao Yunhai gazed at Xiao Longyang and spoke slowly. I am a man of my word. The truth from years ago is simply that you blocked the financial pathways of certain people. The real culprit behind your troubles is the dark hand from the beautiful country. Your Azura Hall has robbed them of too much business. Did your Zhao family know about this in advance? Xiao Longyang fixed his cold gaze on Zhao Yunhai. He directed his anger towards Zhao Yunhai, thinking that if the Zhao family had given them a warning, the Azura Hall would not have suffered such a calamity. Previously, the orders placed by the Zhao family were perfectly fulfilled by the Azura Hall, yet when trouble arose, the Zhao family turned a blind eye. Dark Hand Company. Xiao Longyang silently memorized the name. Why didn't you inform us when you were aware? Wasn't our previous cooperation smooth? Xiao Longyang's eyes were filled with hatred as he questioned loudly. Why? Zhao Yunhai wondered if Xiao Longyang had lost his mind, pointing at his own head and saying, "Where's your brain? Though we have no grudge, it does not mean our intelligence comes free, and didn't your Azura Hall reject the Zhao family's recruitment? So why should our Zhao family help you? Based on our previous transaction, you should know that money and goods should be settled clearly. Oh, my Zhao family does not owe your Azura Hall a single cent." Zhao Yunhai laughed mockingly. Aren't you capable? The Dark Hand Company has over 50,000 henchmen. I am curious how you plan to take your revenge. In an instant, the image of that foolish woman Zhu Xiong flashed in Xiao Longyang's mind, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. 3 years she waited for me, for 3 years, and just as we met for the first time, we were separated by life and death. How I hate this. To eradicate the roots is a principle I believe the Azura Hall should understand. And that old saying of not harming the innocent, that will only lead to doom sooner or later. Zhao Yunhai's lengthy dialogue stemmed from his desire to make Xiao Longyang his pawn, believing that if the Dark Hand Company were eliminated, then business for his mother would flourish even more. His mother's business would eventually need to be passed on to him, and he could extend his own company Tiangong abroad once the Dark Hand Company was gone. The profits vacated by the Dark Hand would be enough for Tiangong to feast for a while. This was an opportunity. From the moment he saw the information on Xiao Longyang's enemies, he had been plotting for this very moment. Hatred is a powerful force. It can drive a person to madness, can make one lose their reason, and can lead to actions that defy common sense. The protagonist. There's no need to be in these places, gets all about where to apply it. The protagonist is the one who stirs the pot. Those who understand know what it means. For grandmasters, do you think you can escape with just your grandmaster strength? Zhao Yunhai aimed to use the protagonist to become the great contributor to his expansion. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. Whether you can escape or not is not for you to decide. Xiao Longyang understood that with 4 grandmasters present, he had no chance of killing Zhao Yunhai. The Zhao family may be numerous, but I am in the shadows while you are in the light. Let's see if your Zhao family can prevent thieves for 100 days. Xiao Longyang's internal energy surged forth like a torrent, his figure becoming a blur as he employed the carefree roaming technique to escape. However, Zhao Yunhai had long anticipated what lightness skill Xiao Longyang would use to flee. This was the carefree roaming technique's dragon gliding step, a pinnacle of lightness skills. Where do you think you're going? The 4 grandmasters were no mere decorations. At the moment Xiao Longyang unleashed all his internal energy in a desperate attempt to flee, they immediately took action. Get out of my way. Xiao Longyang roared, his fists transforming into palms as he directly broke through one grandmaster's obstruction. In that instant, Xiao Longyang's speed increased a notch, transforming into a shadow that darted forward. Damn it, he let him escape. The elder, who had been temporarily repelled by Xiao Longyang, exclaimed in shock, completely caught off guard by the fact that Xiao Longyang's strike had pushed him back. Chase after him. The 4 did not even notice that Xiao Hai had already vanished. The protagonist's strength lies in their explosive power in crucial moments. Xiao Longyang undoubtedly had the potential to break through to the Grandmaster stage in a life-and-death crisis. But Xiao Longyang was unaware that he was the protagonist, and naturally Zhao Yunhai wouldn't give him that opportunity. Xiao Longyang, where do you think you're running to? Just as a cold smile crept across Xiao Longyang's lips, a voice came from beside him, startling him as he quickly turned to look. Zhao Yunhai, you can actually keep up with my speed. Xiao Longyang's astonished voice sharpened. Carefree roaming dragon gliding step, truly one of the top lightness skills. Zhao Yunhai was also using it for the first time. Xiao Longyang needed to unleash his full strength to achieve such speed, while he did not. Trying to trick me. Xiao Longyang did not believe it, changing his hand gestures as he launched a strange claw attack towards him. The reason why Zhao Yunhai personally intervened was because the protagonist was incredibly strong, and the 4 grandmasters might not be able to handle such a powerful figure. Moreover, the current Xiao Longyang still had some potential. It would be a waste to let such a powerful protagonist go unused. Now, having lost everything, Xiao Longyang might appear to others as the most uncontrollable factor. However, in Zhao Yunhai's eyes, the current Xiao Longyang was easier to control. This was because Zhao Yunhai understood that Xiao Longyang was solely focused on revenge, making him the most straightforward person. The more straightforward a person is, the easier they are to control. Is that Xiao Hai? How did he end up in front of us? Let's hurry over. Is this really Xiao Hai? How can he match Xiao Longyang blow for blow? Xiao Hai recently had access to the family's secret library, but it's impossible to gain such strength in such a short time. Could he have been hiding his strength all along? Hurry over to avoid Xiao Hai getting hurt. Zhao Longyang is experienced in battle, and if he employs any underhanded tactics, Zhao Hai could be in serious trouble. The four grandmasters trailing behind suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai was actually fighting evenly with Zhao Longyang, and they were astonished. Haven't you noticed? Zhao Hai is not using the Zhao family's martial arts. Indeed, Zhao Hai's techniques are identical to those of Zhao Longyang, and Zhao Hai even seems to perform them better. If we disregard speed and power, the two are like reflections of each other engaging in a mirrored battle. This is the first time I've witnessed such a matchup in my many years. The four understood that Zhao Hai wouldn't act recklessly, so, instead of trying to persuade him, they encircled the two. When did you secretly learn my martial arts? Seeing his carefree style being replicated by the opponent even understood more thoroughly than himself, Zhao Longyang's expression darkened significantly. Calling it secret learning is too harsh. Do you think your martial arts are the only unique ones in this world? Zhao Yunhai snorted coldly, executing a Qinglong claw with pure internal force, and in the midst of the shadow the fury of the dragon claw could be seen. This was a manifestation that could only arise from the deepest understanding of employing internal power. Zhao Longyang's expression changed as he used the same Qinglong claw. Unfortunately, there were still discrepancies between their techniques. Furrowing his brow and retreating repeatedly, he caught a glimpse of his shoulder, which bore a fresh claw mark. This martial arts technique doesn't originate from my carefree style, but comes from a warrior who perished at my hands. At this point, Zhao Longyang looked at Zhao Yunhai in horror. How did this guy manage to do this? Such coincidences were impossible in the world. The opponent's grasp of the carefree style was more profound than his own, and even during their recent clash of the Qinglong claws, he found himself significantly outmatched. He misjudged the opponent's strength, leading to the blood mark on his body. This was a formidable adversary. He feared he could not win. For some unknown reason, Zhao Longyang reached the conclusion that he was utterly outmatched. Zhao Yunhai took out a tissue and slowly wiped the blood off his fingers, saying to himself, "A grand demon cannot even defeat someone as inconspicuous as me." It seems the praise from the outside world is greatly exaggerated. The four observing elders were utterly shocked, as Zhao Hai had brought them an abundance of surprises that night. Zhao Hai had always been known for his disdain for martial arts, a fact acknowledged within the Zhao family. The mere thought of Zhao Hai showing interest in martial arts had delighted the elders. If news of Zhao Hai reaching the level of a grandmaster were to spread within the family, the elders would practically rush out of seclusion to personally mentor him. Originally, they thought that entering a new era would allow the Zhao family to pass through several decades in peace. However, it now seemed that Zhao Hai's innate talent was unmatched in 1,000 years. A grandmaster at just 21 was unprecedented for the Zhao family. Throughout the history of the Zhao family, the youngest recorded grandmaster was already 23. The four exchanged glances, struggling to calm their emotions. Don't underestimate others. Oh, when I was out in the world, you didn't even know where to sleep with women. How could a young scion who only knows how to enjoy life understand the effort we put into cultivation? What I've experienced is beyond your comparison. Zhao Longyang's face darkened, and he charged forward, shouting loudly. If he had Zhao Yunhai's family background with his aptitude, he would certainly not merely be at the grandmaster level. What Zhao Yunhai had acquired with ease, he had to strive for with his own hands. Thus he looked down on people like Zhao Yunhai. Only what one earned through hard work was truly one's own. Zhao Yunhai was also amused. Oh, was this the protagonist's understanding? The efforts of my Zhao family over thousands of years, how many family members have sacrificed, how many drops of sweat and blood have fallen on the land of Jiuzhou. This has forged the Zhao family of today. The glory of my Zhao family and our achievements in Jiuzhou cannot be surpassed by the efforts of an ordinary person in just a few decades. With just your meager strength as a demon. Ha, what a joke. Zhao Yunhai laughed heartily and attacked with full force. The power of 10 grandmasters erupted, and his internal energy surged forth like a relentless river. Moving like a dragon, he shifted positions seamlessly. In the moment Zhao Longyang's eyes widened in shock, Zhao Yunhai's figure appeared like a rainbow on his right side. Zhao Longyang tried to evade, but his reaction was too slow in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. With a hand like a hammer, he struck with precision. Zhao Longyang felt as if his kidneys were shaking violently. I could easily kill you. In the next moment, Zhao Yunhai smirked as he held the opponent's neck facing forward. Beneath a strange smile, his knees suddenly thrust upward. Zhao Longyang had no time to think about the state of his kidneys. He felt a surge of acid rising in his stomach, forcing its way up, and he uncontrollably spat out saliva. Wow! Zhao Longyang's eyes bulged in pain, rolling back as he expelled everything he had eaten that day. Taishan fist. Zhao Yunhai gathered internal energy in his fist, the veins in his palm pulsating with power. Under the influence of this Taishan fist's force, the might became ferocious and unsettling. This punch struck directly on Zhao Longyang's back. In the final moment, Zhao Longyang attempted to evade the strike, but it was of no use. Zhao Yunhai's attack was at 10 times the speed, 10 times the strength, and 10 times the intensity. How could Zhao Longyang resist? However, Zhao Yunhai had no intention of killing him. He understood Xiao Longyang's capabilities far better than Xiao Longyang understood himself. After taking the hit, Xiao Longyang collapsed to the ground motionless. Seeing this, Zhao Yunhai stepped on Xiao Longyang's head and repeatedly stomped on the spot. He wanted Xiao Longyang to eat some dirt to balance things out. After all, there was too much water in his head, which could easily lead to him becoming overly arrogant. Top-tier external skill. Golden steel bone. It shouldn't have been cultivated in vain, right? Feigning death is not a good habit. Zhao Yunhai rested his arm on his knee looking down at Xiao Longyang, who was motionless beneath his foot, and teased. Xiao Longyang, feigning death on the ground, saw that his opponent was not deceived and had instead exposed his defensive external technique, and his heart instantly sank into the abyss. He had gravely underestimated Zhao Yunhai. How could he be so formidable? In all his years of wandering, he had never encountered such a difficult adversary. His opponent seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the martial arts he had cultivated. Even the previous battle mirrored his own techniques. Moreover, Xiao Longyang's own comprehension of martial arts was far inferior to his opponent's profound insight. Time and again his opponent seized the initiative, leaving him utterly passive. This was the most crushing reality for Xiao Longyang. Could it be that he was truly inferior to this scion of a noble house? No, he roared in his heart. He would not admit defeat. Zhao Yunhai, a pampered heir of a prestigious clan, must have relied on resources to build his strength. How could that compare to the power he himself had honed through countless battles? The burning desire for vengeance had always sustained him. Slap. Zhao Yunhai saw the other man's hand grip his foot directly, yet his face betrayed no surprise. Young Master Yun, there's another one who survived. I've brought her here. At that moment, Si Jinyan arrived, panting heavily, leading his subordinates from a distance. Oh, who has such a tenacious hold on life? Zhao Yunhai raised his calm eyes, a hint of surprise flickering within them as he looked at Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan, intimidated by the young master's direct gaze, involuntarily swallowed. Young Master Yun, it's that woman of the vermilion bird. But she was gravely injured in the explosion and has fallen unconscious. The black tortoise who shielded her to the death has already perished on the spot. Upon hearing that the vermilion bird still lived, Xiao Longyang struggled to lift his head, his entire body trembling with intense agitation. However, the death of the black tortoise added another fracture to his already shattered heart. Zhao Yunhai pressed his foot firmly on Xiao Longyang's head, refusing to let him raise it. Did you save her? Zhao Yunhai asked, his gaze fixed on Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan's heart skipped a beat. A foreboding sense crept over him. Could it be that the young master had no need to use the vermilion bird, the woman of the Azura, as a hostage? Wouldn't that be a more reliable way to ensure the Azura's compliance? Had he misjudged the situation? Young Master Yunshi. She might be dead by now. Si Jinyan cautiously stole glances at the young master's expression. No, she is not dead. Zhao Yunhai, spare her. She is just a woman, no threat to you. At these words, Xiao Longyang's heart seized as if his pulse had stopped, and he hastily cried out in protest. The vermilion bird was alive, a ray of light kindled in his heart. But Zhao Yunhai wished for her death, a prospect Xiao Longyang could not bear. He could not watch her die before his eyes. Well, if she's dead, bury her on the spot. Consider it a gesture to our Azura. As if deaf to Xiao Longyang's pleas, Zhao Yunhai smiled approvingly at Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan was clever enough. If he had been any dimmer, the young master would have found a replacement. As you wish, young Master Yun. Relieved, Si Jinyan quickly gestured for his men to start digging a grave on the spot. As for the vermilion bird, she was unceremoniously dumped on the ground by two obliging subordinates. The searing pain caused her to murmur unconsciously. Vermilion bird, wake up. At the sound of her voice, Xiao Longyang struggled and shouted. He tried to crawl toward her, his hands clawing desperately at the earth, scooping up handfuls of dirt, leaving behind 5 deep gouges in the ground as he dragged himself forward. Eager to watch your woman being buried alive, Zhao Yunhai mused, stroking his chin as a Huayong needle materialized in his hand. His extraordinary ability to amplify his power had never faded. He simply enjoyed using the same techniques against the same kinds of protagonists. The Huayong needle was one of Zhao Yunhai's preferred techniques. It could drain an opponent's inner energy or restore it at will. Reducing Xiao Longyang to an ordinary man was merely a whim of Zhao Yunhai's. Using a protagonist's own tools against them, could they still muster any resistance? Zhao Yunhai, you dare? If I survive this day, I will annihilate the Zhao clan. Xiao Longyang, still prostrate in the dirt, did not forget to threaten his foe. But Xiao Longyang was oblivious that his threats only deepened the murderous intent in Zhao Yunhai's heart. Initially, Zhao Yunhai had not intended to kill him, preferring to keep him as a pawn under his control. However, Xiao Longyang's words had now crossed a line, igniting his lethal resolve. Annihilate the Zhao clan. Do you think I will give you that chance? In an instant, Zhao Yunhai used the Huayong needle to strip Xiao Longyang of his inner energy. Simultaneously, 2 needles struck his legs, rendering them immobile. Crawl. Your woman is right before you. Deprived of his inner energy, and with his legs temporarily crippled, Xiao Longyang heard Zhao Yunhai's demonic whisper in his ear. Tears blurred his vision, but his eyes remained fixed on the motionless figure lying ahead. He crawled forward inch by inch, dragging his useless legs. Zhao Yunhai knew exactly how to provoke a protagonist into a breakthrough. He also understood that for someone like Xiao Longyang who could endure humiliation, the current torment was still insufficient. A touch more seasoning, and he would trigger the protagonist's explosive power-up. But Zhao Yunhai kept his grip on that precise threshold, leaving Xiao Longyang suspended in agony, unable to break through and completely at his mercy. Si Jinyan watched the crawling Azura and signaled his men to dig faster. By the time Xiao Longyang reached the vermilion bird's side, the pit was ready, and both of them lay within it. It was Xiao Longyang who crawled in of his own accord. Oh, Zhao Yunhai had not forced him. Vermilion bird, I have failed you for 3 years. I am sorry. Holding her close, feeling her faint, barely perceptible breath, his heart bled. The protagonist's fortune never ceases. In any other scenario, a twist of fate would have saved Xiao Longyang. But the protagonist's halo held no sway over Zhao Yunhai, for he was not of this world, a truly unique and irredeemable antagonist. Give it to me. Zhao Yunhai seized the weapon from Si Jinyan's hands without ceremony. Xiao Longyang, his eyes blazing with hatred, stared up at Zhao Yunhai standing at the edge of the pit and let out a roar of defiance. Evil deeds will be punished by heaven. Justice may be slow, but it will come. One day your Zhao clan will be overthrown and annihilated. Zhao Yunhai sneered, released the safety catch, aimed at the two figures in the pit, and calmly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The magazine was quickly emptied. Zhao Yunhai discarded the empty magazine and reached out to Si Jinyan, who promptly handed him a fresh one. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. 3 times in succession, the bullets from 3 magazines riddled their bodies. Zhao Yunhai tossed the weapon back to Si Jinyan and extended his hand, saying, "Fire." One of Si Jinyan's subordinates quickly handed him a lighter, while 2 others poured the prepared oil barrels into the pit. Si Jinyan was always prepared. After all, when the young master did business, oil barrels were a requisite. The lighter clicked crisply. Zhao Yunhai tossed it forward lightly, left a final remark, and turned to walk toward the direction where Yang Hui awaited him. As usual, scatter the ashes here. The lighter with its tiny flame fell upon the 2 bodies, instantly erupting into a roaring blaze that surged from the pit, burning fiercely. Zhao Yunhai, returning to Yang Hui's side, with a swimming dragon sliding step, gently wrapped his arm around her waist. "Sorry to keep you waiting. He'll take you for a late-night snack on the way back." Yang Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and nestled into his embrace. "What would you like to eat? I can cook for you." "It's too late. Cooking would be inconvenient." Zhao Yunhai lifted her in a princess carry, knowing that Yang Hui, being an ordinary person, had limited stamina. It was better to carry her. Yang Hui curled up in his arms, breathing in the scent she found so intoxicating and reassuring. "I don't mind the trouble." All right. Next time you get the chance, you can cook. It's too late now, and I'm too lazy to wait." Zhao Yunhai, however, found it troublesome and wasn't willing to wait. "Then he'll cook for you next time." Yang Hui yielded to his wishes, believing that whatever her man said was final. "That's more like it." Using his lightness skill, Zhao Yunhai returned to the road at the outskirts of Taiping Mountain, where all traces of the explosion had been thoroughly cleaned. Not even a single shard of glass or car fragment remained. This was the mark of true professionals. Even if someone investigated, they would find nothing, only concluding that the car had vanished into thin air. The 4 grandmasters appeared behind Zhao Yunhai, their voices brimming with excitement. "Xiao Hai, you have given us far too many surprises. To achieve such strength at your age is unprecedented in the history of our Zhao clan, a feat unmatched across the ages. We will report your specific situation to the reclusive ancestors of the family, and we hope you won't mind. With the ancestors personally guiding you, your martial talent will not go to waste." Zhao Yunhai turned and cupped his hands respectfully to the 4 elders. "I thank you all for your assistance this time. I, your junior, am deeply grateful. As for my matters, you may inform the ancestors, but there is no need for them to personally instruct me. I know my own situation best. So, please convey my intentions to them. Let them focus on their seclusion. With my father and me in charge, the family can rest assured." The 4 elders exchanged glances, finding no words to counter him. They understood that Xiao Hai was young and impetuous, but they could discuss it later if he encountered setbacks. After all, they had all been through that stage themselves. In their hearts, they felt gratified. Though Xiao Hai was young and spirited, he did not act arrogantly toward them, but instead showed them the utmost respect as his elders. For the Zhao clan to have such an heir to the patriarch was a blessing for them, and for the entire clan. "Once we escort you away from here to your temporary residence, the 4 of us will take our leave," said one elder, his tone tinged with unease. "Rest assured, elders. With my strength, the only ones who could threaten me are those reclusive old monsters yet to emerge." Zhao Yunhai was fully aware of his current power. In less than 3 months, he had risen from an ordinary person to a grandmaster. Even a grandmaster was no match for him. Moreover, armed with the techniques and abilities of many protagonists, even a peak grandmaster could fall at his hands. He also realized that the Zhao clan's direct lineage cultivation technique, though not as overwhelmingly dominant as the protagonist's methods, was the most orthodox top-tier art refined countless times. It progressed steadily, extended life, and had no side effects. Though it took longer to cultivate, it could ultimately lead to shattering the void, the ultimate goal pursued by every top-tier martial artist. Know for safety, Sake, the four of us won't return. We'll stay by your side to protect you. This elder, speaking with caution, prioritized Zhao Yunhai's safety above all. That's right. According to the Family Intelligence Network's data, martial artists are appearing more frequently and with greater strength. Another elder chimed in. The world's order is about to become unstable again. Based on our Zhao clan's recorded data, a martial artist explosion occurs every 200 years. If we calculate the time, it's almost upon us. An era of great contention is also an era of chaos. However, with modern technology and terrifying weapons, martial artists won't be as reckless as in past dynasties. Still, caution is paramount. The elder who had initially planned to return to the clan abandoned that idea upon hearing this. Zhao Yunhai was also aware of this great contention, as his father had told him about it. He knew that this so-called great contention was precisely when protagonists frequently emerged. Since the four elders decided not to return, Zhao Yunhai naturally didn't refuse, for grandmasters were a formidable force. Thus Zhao Yunhai said with a grin, "Then I entrust my safety to the four elders. Rest assured, Zhao Hai, we will explain everything to the family." The four believed the family would understand Zhao Hai's importance and the dangers of the great contention. The grandmaster from the Luoyang clan should have arrived long ago, but was dissuaded by Si Jingyan. Young Master Yun had ordered that no one be allowed to enter. At the Yang clan's ancestral grounds, what's going on? Why are you back? Where is young Master Zhao? Yang Wentian, the patriarch of the Yang clan, saw the grandmaster elder he had dispatched returning empty-handed and immediately asked with a changed expression. Patriarch, it's not that we were incompetent, but young Master Zhao seemed to have anticipated this and refused us entry. That's right. When we arrived, young Master Zhao's people stopped us. We didn't dare force our way in and risk offending him, as the loss would outweigh the gain. Yang Wentian rubbed his temples in frustration and said helplessly, "Couldn't you have just waited on the spot? Had these elders cultivated their brains to rust?" Oh well. The Yang clan elders stood awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. "You've worked hard, elders. Please return for now." Yang Wentian planned to call his daughter to check on the situation. He hadn't called earlier for fear of disturbing young Master Zhao by her side. But now he had to call. He needed to ensure young Master Zhao's safety. However, his daughter Yang Hu's call came first, and he quickly answered. A few minutes later, Yang Wentian hung up, his heart settling. Young Master Zhao had returned safely and would visit the Yang clan tomorrow. Summon the elders for a council. After a late-night snack, Zhao Yunhai didn't return to the Lin residence to rest, but stayed at the Moyu Grand Hotel in Luoyang. Sleeping on his own turf brought peace of mind. Naturally, Zhao Yunhai and Yang Hui shared the same room. Initially, Yang Hui was very shy and hesitant, but eventually she eagerly reciprocated the passion Zhao Yunhai brought her. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, the Tiangong Corporation, never short of funds, was lavishly spending money to acquire various industries. With Zhao Yunhai's background and identity, everything was facilitated by his status. In the business circle, people cried out that the wolf had come. In a coastal village near Haicheng, where generations had lived off the sea, a dark-skinned young man abruptly opened his eyes on the deck of a dilapidated boat. "I've been reborn." Li Mingyi jolted upright from his prone position, the salty sea breeze hitting his face and clearing his mind. "This is the first night after I was fired and came home to go fishing." As he lay there, he had already confirmed from his memories that he had been reborn on the vast sea not far from home. Rebirth, a rare fortune that most could only dream of, yet it had befallen him. Li Mingyi's heart raced with excitement, his face flushing. Then he stepped directly on a banana peel he had carelessly discarded before his rebirth slipped and plunged into the water from the small boat with a loud splash. "What the?" Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Li Mingyi floundered in the water for a moment, then crawled onto the bow, drenched and gasping for air. He spat out a mouthful of seawater, hauled himself onto the boat with effort, and collapsed weakly. "Damn, almost drowned right after rebirth." Li Mingyi laughed and cursed, amused by his own stupidity. His habit of littering banana peels had nearly cost him his life, so remember, don't toss trash everywhere when eating. Ding. Fishing radar bound to host. Please explore on your own. Ding. Fishing radar bound to host. Please explore on your own. Ding. Fishing radar bound to host. Please explore on your own. Li Mingyi whipped his head around, scanning his surroundings. The voice in his mind repeated 3 times, eerie amidst the vast empty sea. Could this be a rebirth perk, a golden finger? He had read plenty of novels, sent plenty of gifts, and pestered authors for updates, so maybe this year the rebirth golden finger was finally his turn. Li Mingyi sat up excitedly. The moment the system appeared in his mind, he found a radar materializing there. A message surfaced in his thoughts telling him that only by gaining experience through fishing and leveling up could he expand the radar's range. Centered on himself, the fishing radar revealed the real-time positions of all fish within a 10-kilometer radius, updating continuously. Swim. Unless you swim beyond a 10-kilometer radius, you're just cash waiting to be scooped into my net. Wow, I'm rich. Who knew the best fish were right beneath my feet? Truly the most dangerous place is the safest. They sure know how to hide. Li Mingjia's eyes gleamed as he rubbed his hands together, occasionally licking his lips, muttering about getting rich. In his past life he had achieved nothing, ultimately reduced to drying fish for others with his mother to scrape by, a life of destitution. But now with this golden finger his goal remained simple, to give his mother a prosperous life. As for the future, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Earning money and living well came first. Full of anticipation, Li Mingyi piloted his rickety boat a few kilometers away, stopped, and cast his net. Patience is key when fishing at sea. Usually 2 or more people go together, or else one might go mad or face danger with no one to call for help. But Li Mingyi was different. His only family was his mother in her 40s, and he couldn't bear to take her out to sea. He had friends, but now burdened with a massive secret he loathed working with others, terrified of accidentally revealing it. By dawn, Li Mingyi returned triumphantly with a boatload of expensive fish, his haul worth at least 300,000 yuan. Every fish was a wild, costly specimen. Once labeled wild, the price at least doubled. If his boat had been larger, Li Mingyi could have easily broken $1 million. As soon as he docked, Li Mingyi encountered fellow villagers preparing to set out to sea. Seeing the pile of fish on his boat, especially those that made their eyes pop, envy and jealousy were etched in their gazes. When news spread that Li Mingyi had sold his catch for 400,000 yuan, it rippled through the fishing village. Li Mingyi's affairs never reached Zhao Yunhai's ears. The former was far beneath the latter's notice. Unlike Zhao Yunhai, who habitually slept in Yang, Hui rose early. Breakfast, steamed buns, or congee. She had just brought in buns and congee, setting them aside, and spoke with utmost tenderness upon seeing him awake. How about something else? Zhao Yunhai, heedless of his state of undress, pulled Yang Hui into his arms with a sly grin. Yang Hui said nothing, silently wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in his chest. Zhao Yunhai could feel her warm breath and the flutter of her long lashes against his skin. The woman in his arms was gentle and considerate, especially last night, which left Zhao Yunhai thoroughly satisfied. He didn't need a formidable woman, for he was formidable enough himself. He didn't need a shrewd woman, for he disliked 2 personalities, 2 similar, fearing friction. Nor did he fancy love-struck, freedom-chasing women. He preferred a woman like this, gentle, virtuous, composed in crises, and calm in handling matters, much like a daughter of an ancient official family. I want to cook for you. The woman in his arms suddenly spoke, puzzling Zhao Yunhai. Why was she so fixated on cooking for him? Still he readily agreed, indulging her every whim. All right, tell Si Jinyan whatever ingredients you need, and he'll buy them. Yang Hui nuzzled against him, a sweet smile on her face. Her mother had said a woman need not always cook, but she must know how and be skilled. Getting her man accustomed to her cooking meant that even if he strayed, he'd occasionally think of the woman at home. Though their time together was short, she could still fathom Yunhai's heart, and knew his ambitions were vast. A meal she prepared herself could ease his mental fatigue. Wasn't that her purpose as his woman? Easy orders from above, exhausting work below. Zhao Yunhai loved fish, and Yang Hui's repertoire included a fish feast. Si Jinyan rubbed his temples. Fresh fish was scarce in Luoyang, mostly shipped from elsewhere. Among the fish dishes Yang Hui prepared, several recipes had been lost to the ages. Rare deep-sea fish, using only the finest cuts in large quantities, came together to form a single dish. For ancient nobles, a dish had to be not only visually and aromatically perfect, but also rare and costly to grace the table for honored guests. To Yang Hui, notions of expense were irrelevant. The Yang family had never lacked money and had always raised her in affluence. Yet she knew the saying, the rich wine and meat rot behind vermilion gates while the poor freeze and die on the streets. But since neither family was short of funds, why feign poverty? Enjoy the best when you can, naturally not flaunting it. Si Jinyan, tasked with this matter, prepared to head to Haicheng to personally oversee the purchase and ensure freshness through air transport. Si Jinyan had only half a day to purchase fresh ingredients, as young Master Yun required dinner ready by evening. Time was of the essence. Thus, Si Jinyan headed directly to the seashore, where the fishing boats returning from the sea docked. Excuse me, do you have any of these fish for sale? He casually pulled aside a villager from the fishing hamlet, showing the list on his phone. A wealthy man. These expensive fish are rarely caught. You might try your luck at the shore with the boats that just came back. The kind-hearted villager pointed him in a direction. By the way, a college student who just returned to our village today hauled in nothing but pricey fish overnight. He sold them for this much. The villager held up 4 fingers, his expression beaming with delight, as if he himself had made the catch. 40,000. Si Jinyan asked doubtfully. 400,000. In a rickety old boat, all expensive fish. That kid must have had incredible luck. 400,000, he's made it big. The villager shook his beard as he spoke, then walked away. 400,000, a shabby boat, all expensive fish. Is it really just luck? Si Jinyan stroked his chin, pondering as he walked. The haul under such conditions seemed a bit too good to be true. He decided to meet this so-called lucky fellow. If the man truly had the capability to procure such fish, money would not be an issue. Li Mingyi was now riding high on success. He had returned home telling his mother not to worry about their future and had arranged to rebuild their old house. Brother, someone's looking for you. A child from next door suddenly shouted over the wall, holding a 100 yuan bill. Who is it? Li Mingyi set aside his work and opened the gate. Are you Li Mingyi? Si Jinyan studied him. Yes, that's me. What can I do for you? Li Mingyi frowned at the unfamiliar face, wondering what this stranger wanted. I heard you sold 400,000 worth of fish today, Si Jinyan said bluntly. Why are you asking? Li Mingyi's guard immediately went up. Heh, no need to be so wary. I have no interest in your petty sum. I only care whether you can get the fish on my list. Money is no object. The question is whether you can deliver within 6 hours. Si Jinyan chuckled lightly at the man's caution, showing him the list on his phone. He was just trying his luck here, otherwise he would have to settle for buying at a premium in Haicheng. But that wouldn't compare to the freshness of fish just caught. Li Mingyi, seeing that the visitor was placing an order, perked up immediately. He frowned at the list. Wow, rich folks are different. All expensive, delicious fish. But these were trivial matters for him. With his fish-finding radar, there was no fish he couldn't catch. If necessary, he would venture into deeper waters where the fish were bigger and fatter. No problem, but the price. At least 5 times the market rate. Li Mingyi didn't overcharge too much given the time-limited catch. The 5-fold markup was only quoted because the man looked wealthy. Fleecing the rich didn't weigh on his conscience at all. Under these conditions, he was likely the only one in the world who could deliver, so the price was reasonable for such an exclusive service. Deal, but you must guarantee the fish are alive, wild, with tender and succulent flesh. Don't try to fob me off with secretly purchased stock. Si Jinyan agreed so readily that Li Mingyi immediately felt he had underquoted. Money. Was that ever a problem for Si Jinyan? His salary was now on the books of Tiangong Corporation. Besides his official pay, he also received wages and benefits from young Master Yun. Moreover, this was a business expense. He could simply report it and be done with it without spending a cent of his own. Li Mingyi was a man of his word. Despite his inner regret, since he had quoted and accepted the order, he had to deliver. I am an honest man. I guarantee every fish is wild. If even one isn't, come straight to me. He'll set sail now. Please give me your contact info, and he'll call you when I return. Si Jinyan didn't press further after such a guarantee, but he wondered why the man hadn't asked for a deposit. Since the other party didn't mention it, Si Jinyan wasn't about to remind him. After Si Jinyan left his phone number, Li Mingyi suddenly slapped his forehead in regret. Damn it, I forgot to ask for a deposit. It was his first time doing business, and such details hadn't occurred to him. Oh well, even if he bails, I can still sell the fish. Li Mingyi felt foolish, shook his head, and set off for the sea. After waiting over 5 hours, Si Jinyan received Li Mingyi's call. Cash on delivery. Seeing the man pay so generously, Li Mingyi was in high spirits, having earned another 500,000. The fish were airlifted by private plane to Luoyang and delivered to Yang Hui's hands. The 100,000 yuan worth of fish wasn't much in quantity, as Yang Hui only used the finest parts of each fish. The rest naturally was not wasted and would be cooked for the 4 clan elders. Martial artists, after all, had enormous appetites. A lavish spread of seafood feasts, marinated seafood, phoenixtail, sashimi, spicy grilled fish, adorned the table. At the center lay an elaborate dish, slices of fish arranged into a dragon, playing with a pearl, the scales so vivid they seemed alive. These were made from the prime cuts of precious fish, each piece sourced from a single fish. This is for you alone. You'll make the rest for the 4 elders and the others. With so many people, none of these fine ingredients will go to waste. Wiping the sweat from her face, Yang Hui sat beside Zhao Yunhai, her face brimming with happiness. You've worked hard. Zhao Yunhai looked at the table and picked up his chopsticks, taking a small bite. Is it good, eh? Yang Hui asked, her eyes full of anticipation. Zhao Yunhai loved fish, and it was so delicious he couldn't stop eating. Yang Hui smiled, serving him food, without eating herself, just resting her chin on her hand as she watched him. Try what you made. He placed a piece of the freshest sashimi on her plate, dipped in a touch of wasabi. It was flavorful, without any fishiness. I want that one too. She pointed at the cleaned lobster, looking at him expectantly. Help yourself. Zhao Yunhai gently tapped her head and said indulgently. Si Jinyan told me earlier that all these were netted from the sea by an extraordinary person in just 5 hours. Yang Hui rubbed her head, took a piece of lobster meat, and explained the origin of the fish between bites. 5 hours. How remarkable. A glint of sharpness flickered in Zhao Yunhai's smiling eyes. He tasted every dish, not wanting to let her efforts go to waste. In the room next to Zhao Yunhai's, the 4 clan elders and old Xiao were dining together. Miss Yang's culinary skills are unparalleled. We are truly fortunate today. Pity we can't have wine. Alcohol clouds judgment. Ah yes. Meanwhile, Si Jinyan snuck a glance at his phone and saw that young Master Yun was inquiring about the fishing product. A fish feast was savored with great relish. Zhao Yunhai also learned some information about this master fisherman from the message sent by Si Jinyan. Zhao Yunhai was 100% certain that this was a protagonist. There were also many types of protagonists related to the seaside. One type was a protagonist who fished for corpses, sonar submarines, and nuclear warheads, but never fish. Another type was a protagonist who started by fishing, upgraded his fishing boat, and eventually turned it into a starship to conquer the universe. There were so many formidable protagonists that Zhao Yunhai found impressive. He couldn't be sure which category this person named Li Mingyi belonged to. However, it was far too simple for Zhao Yunhai to get Li Mingyi to come to him voluntarily. According to Si Jinyan, the other party seemed to be in a stage of needing money, still striving for wealth. That was perfect. Short on cash. Wasn't that a joke? After sending the message, Zhao Yunhai noticed a message from his cousin. Cousin, how did things go yesterday? I heard that the Azura Hall has seemingly vanished into thin air, and Xiao Longyang of the Azura Hall is missing too. Cousin, I have already taken care of things. From now on, no so-called Azura Hall will trouble your Lin family. Be at ease, no need to worry. After replying to his cousin, Zhao Yunhai saw Yang Hui sleeping soundly by his side. She had tired herself out preparing this grand feast today, and had lain down right after her bath. Zhao Yunhai did not wake her. He tossed his phone onto the bedside table and went to the bathroom to shower before sleeping. The matter with his cousin was resolved. As for the favor she mentioned earlier, he believed it had been silently handled for her. By claiming a cousinly relationship with Lin Siyun, anyone who dared to target the Lin family would have to think twice about the consequences of offending him. As for how much face Zhao Yunhai commanded at this point, it was simply beyond measure. The Azura Hall was not just comprised of these people. Zhao Yunhai had already called the number on the business card his mother had given him, instructing them to deal with the minor thugs of the Azura Hall. The high-ranking members of the Azura Hall had been thoroughly dealt with by Zhao Yunhai. The remaining minor thugs were not worth worrying about. A protagonist's force became formidable in a short time only because it relied on the protagonist's own strength. A force that loses its protagonist crumbles as easily as tofu. Such a force was a malformed one. Only a force that could maintain its former deterrent power even after losing its helmsman was a true force. Haiching small fishing village, just past 6 in the morning. Hey, who is it? It's me, the guy who spent hundreds of thousands buying fish from you yesterday. What time is it? So early going fishing again. Li Mingyi looked at the time. It was only 6 in the morning and couldn't help rubbing his sleep-crusted eyes. Kid, there's a huge opportunity waiting for you. Come out, I'm already at your doorstep. Si Jinyan's voice came through the phone. A huge opportunity. Are you guys going to order a massive quantity this time? Hearing there was money to be made, Li Mingyi immediately perked up. The most important thing now was to earn money to buy a big boat, and then make even more money. This is far more important than money. You could say it's like money falling from the sky. In Si Jinyan's understanding, being valued by young Master Zhao was something that couldn't be exchanged even for 100 million. Money could be earned, but opportunities were a rarity once in a lifetime. Miss this, and it would truly be gone forever. More important than money. Li Mingyi scratched his messy hair, quickly got up, put on his clothes, and walked out. For an ordinary person like him, who had just stumbled upon an opportunity, only money could cure his poverty. Only money could allow him and his mother to live a comfortable life. Only money could make others look up to him. Only money could help him establish a foothold in this society. So what could be more important than money? Li Mingyi truly couldn't think of anything. Rich people, huh? This luxury car worth millions coming to a dump like this, it's a waste of the car. After opening the door, Li Mingyi saw a BMW parked in front of his house. The man who had bought fish from him yesterday was leaning against the car door smoking. Get in the car. Si Jinyan stubbed out his cigarette, crushed it underfoot, and directly got into the car, turning the key. Can't we talk about it here? Li Mingyi hesitated for a moment outside the passenger door, then spoke. He was a bit intimidated about leaving with someone he didn't know. After all, he was still just an ordinary person. Even with his golden finger, he was at most an ordinary person with a little money. Si Jinyan tilted his head, signaling him to get in. My boss wants to see you. He probably took a liking to your fishing skills. And your boss is a... Li Mingyi still didn't get in, wanting to clarify things before deciding. Seeing the young man's many questions and remembering that his boss had specifically requested to meet him, Si Jinyan mustered a bit more patience. The richest man in the 9 provinces is my boss father. I wonder if this identity is enough to persuade you. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyi couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens, such a prominent figure wanted to see him. In an instant, Li Mingyi felt a bit apprehensive. The son of the richest man in the 9 provinces specifically requested to see him. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Actually, you don't need to think about it for so long. If I wanted to deal with you, would I need to come and invite you? Si Jinyan chuckled. Hearing this, Li Mingyi felt reassured and sat down in the passenger seat. Although the other's words were a bit insulting, the reasoning was sound. Dealing with him wouldn't require such a roundabout approach. Boarding the private jet, Li Mingyi finally understood what it meant to experience the service of private jet flight attendants. Before, Li Mingyi had simply defined a private jet as an aircraft one owned. But now Li Mingyi finally knew what private customization meant. These flight attendants in terms of appearance would be goddesses pursued by thousands if they were outside. They came by frequently to ask if he needed this or that. Seeing he didn't want to continue a topic, they would skillfully steer the conversation to another. Li Mingyi sat up straight, not daring to glance sideways. This was someone else's private jet, he couldn't embarrass himself. This private jet was a gift from Zhao Yunhai's mother on his 18th birthday. The flight attendants and pilots inside were all trained by the Zhao family themselves. Their loyalty was beyond question. This person looks very ordinary. His gaze is restrained, not daring to wander. His small rigid movements also reveal his nervousness. He was just fired by a company. However, judging by his speech, it doesn't seem to fit someone his age in this situation. He feels like someone in his 40s. A flight attendant returned to the rest area and relayed the information she had gathered to Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan was recording information about Li Mingyi in his notebook. Although he could use the Zhao family's intelligence network, nothing was more reliable than information obtained through direct contact. Li Mingyi had no idea that the goddess flight attendant who had been chatting so amiably with him had just sold him out. In Luoyang at the Moyu Grand Hotel, Li Mingyi awaited an audience with Zhao Yunhai in Si Jinyan's room. Does your boss always sleep this late? After spending a few hours with Si Jinyan, Li Mingyi had shed his earlier restraint and lounged on the sofa, making small talk. I'm just an employee under my boss. Si Jinyan would not discuss such matters, as saying even a word more meant leaking information about his boss to an outsider. All right. Seeing the other's evasive demeanor, Li Mingyi tactfully refrained from asking further. After all, he was a big boss and a major client. Perhaps he would have to rely on him to patronize his own business in the future. The wealthiest man in Jiuzhou was known to all, with Moyu Group's products spanning the entire continent and even reaching overseas. The household items in Li Mingyi's home were all from Moyu Group's product lines. Moya's offerings had nearly permeated the lives of everyone in Jiuzhou. A tycoon of such caliber was not comparable to those who cycled in and out of the title every few years. If the heir to such a fortune could shine a light on his business, Li Mingyi's heart swelled with delight. Around 10:30 in the morning, Si Jinyan finally led Li Mingyi to see young Master Yun. Zhao Yunhai had an arm wrapped around Yang Hui, nibbling on a ham bread she had made herself. Having confirmed the other's protagonist identity, the super multiplier panel activated. 10,000 this time. The multiplier soared 10,000 times, and Zhao Yunhai barely restrained himself from leaping to his feet. Yet he knew that such a bizarre 10,000-fold boost was bound to have issues. But 10,000 times was still 10,000 times. Even Zhao Yunhai could not remain calm. However, when the fishing radar, this golden finger, merged into his body at a 10,000-fold rate, his expression turned peculiar. Such an odd golden finger explained the 10,000-fold multiplier, making him realize he had gotten excited for nothing. What use was this fishing radar, even if it were 100,000 times? Was he supposed to dive into the sea himself? The heir to Jiuzhou's wealthiest, the future head of the Zhao family, go into the ocean? That was preposterous. Still, every golden finger had its purpose, though for him, this one felt rather useless. But the protagonist wielding such a golden finger seemed to be in a cash-strapped phase with limited ambition. That made things easy. You're Li Mingyi, right? I have a business proposition for you. Zhao Yunhai looked straight at Li Mingyi and said bluntly, this deal benefits you only with no downsides. He spoke the truth. If the other refused, then fate had sealed his doom. If he accepted, he was meant to survive. What kind of business? Sensing the main topic had arrived, Li Mingyi perked up. Though the other's gaze felt strange, he suppressed his discomfort for the sake of the deal. He even suspected the man might be gay, wondering if the rich second generation had grown tired of women and turned to men. Zhao Yunhai, unaware of Li Mingyi's thoughts, said calmly, first tell me, can you really catch wild, plump, and precious seafood every day? Li Mingyi rubbed his nose, his modest tone brimming with pride. Of course. I can't guarantee 100%, but 90% is certain. I like confident young men. Zhao Yunhai asked deliberately, also to dispel the other's suspicions. Hearing this, Li Mingyi couldn't help but grumble inwardly, looking at you, you don't seem much older than me. Zhao Yunhai's eyes seemed to pierce through Li Mingyi's attempt to conceal his thoughts, forcing the latter to avert his gaze. Everyone has their secrets. I'm not interested in how you catch fish. I want to invest in you and set up a fishing company without interfering in its planning or decisions. They'll take 60%, you 40%, and they'll send someone to audit the accounts. Hearing this, Li Mingyi wanted to refuse, as he could start a company on his own without working for someone else. Don't rush to refuse. See the immense benefits my investment brings you and the obstacles you'll face if you reject me and start your own company. Zhao Yunhai showed no surprise at the refusal, simply smiling and signaling Si Jinyan to act. Si Jinyan pulled a stack of documents from a briefcase and placed them before Li Mingyi. Do you think he'll accept your offer just by reading this? Li Mingyi felt like laughing, his resolve as firm as iron. Changing his mind was absolutely impossible. Zhao Yunhai smiled without a word, gently patting Xiao Hu's shoulder. Darling, get me a glass of water. Okay. Yang Hui rose and left. Li Mingyi glanced at her, neither knowing nor caring about their relationship. Read it, or you'll regret it. Si Jinyan advised Li Mingyi kindly. Fine. Li Mingyi picked up the thick stack and slowly perused it. At first he paid little heed. No matter how great the benefits, he would still be working for someone. But when he saw the simulated future of starting his own company, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The obstacles described were frighteningly real, especially how this man had simulated ways to destroy his company. If things proceeded as outlined, he would lose everything. He would be unable to recover and might even end up behind bars for some issues. Once incarcerated, his record would be tainted beyond cleansing. He never imagined starting a company would be so hard. Though he could overcome some challenges, the others' targeted opposition was truly lethal. Since when did Jia's wealthiest man wield such immense power? Li Mingyi snorted, suppressing his shock and forcing composure. Zhao Yunhai was certain Li Mingyi wouldn't dare leave, so he took a sip of hot tea. You can try. 60-40 is my final offer. If the other weren't a protagonist, Zhao Yunhai wouldn't have given him even a tenth. But since he was a protagonist, Zhao Yunhai could spend a little money to rope him in for work. Why not? Invest a bit, and the other would run the operation, yielding endless profit with no loss. After all, protagonists only made money, never lost it. If the man remained ungrateful, he would turn to ashes and become fertilizer for the sea. Li Mingyi's face twisted in conflict, his heart in turmoil. His mind raced with ways to counter the other's schemes, but he found himself powerless. Was this the power of a capitalist? How unwilling he felt. He had a golden finger of his own. I almost forgot. Si Jinyan, give it to him. Seeing the others while teetering on the edge of surrender, Zhao Yunhai spoke softly. Si Jinyan handed Li Mingyi a business card. This is the best orthopedic and neurology specialist in Jiuzhou. Your mother's incurable condition at the hospital, my boss will take care of it. Rest assured it can be cured. Fame and excellence. I trust you know which is most authoritative. Remember, this isn't something money alone can book, you need influence. I agree. His mother, who had raised him with toil and hardship, was Li Mingyi's greatest weakness. He snatched the card without hesitation and agreed. After all, money could never be fully earned and power was beyond his reach. Running a company meant he was his own boss. Pleasure doing business. Zhao Yunhai extended his hand with a beaming smile. Pleasure doing business. Li Mingyi cast aside all his inner turmoil, took a deep breath and shook it. Zhao Yunhai's recruitment of Li Mingyi was not a whim, but a long-considered plan. The protagonist could not eliminate all obstacles alone, who from the very beginning Zhao Yunhai had entertained the thought of bringing the protagonist under his command. Unfortunately, the protagonists he had encountered before were stubborn, formidable, self-centered, and driven by overwhelming ambition. Such protagonists could never be made to serve him. In the end, they had to be slain and eradicated. Li Mingyi, however, was different. His golden finger was not one of martial prowess, but rather a tool leaning toward assistance, leisure, and profit-making. Precisely such a protagonist in the early stages lacked funds and harbored ambitions no greater than earning a bit more money. Zhao Yunhai, on the other hand, had no shortage of wealth. Offering 40% of the shares to Li Mingyi was by no means a loss. By spending a modest sum, he gained a protagonist. This was an outright bargain. Li Mingyi too stood to gain. With Zhao Yunhai's assistance, his mother's illness could be cured. Backed by ample funds, the company could develop unimpeded with no one daring to obstruct it. The early stages of growth would pass safely and steadily, with Zhao Yunhai's influence behind him, who would dare to show him disrespect. Thus Li Mingyi also reaped immense benefits. Zhao Yunhai was a man of his word. Even before Li Mingyi formally signed the contract, he had already arranged for Li Mingyi's mother to be transported to Yanjing to receive the best medical treatment. Upon hearing this news, Li Mingyi, though fully aware that the gesture was intended to win his favor, could not help but feel a surge of goodwill toward Zhao Yunhai. When Li Mingyi returned to Haiqing, Yu Manlu immediately contacted him to establish the Dragon Palace Ocean Company under the Celestial Palace conglomerate and signed the contract. After carefully reviewing the document and finding no issues, Li Mingyi signed it with relief. From that moment on, under the Celestial Palace banner, the Dragon Palace Ocean Company was helmed by Li Mingyi, who could recruit his own personnel. The finance department, however, would have personnel dispatched from the Celestial Palace's financial division to oversee the flow of funds. Li Mingyi raised no objections, as his dealings were above board, and he had nothing to hide. He had no intention of tampering with the finances. Yu Manlu was curious as to why the chairman had appointed a young man of such ordinary experience to lead a company freshly injected with 100 million in capital. Yet he refrained from asking further, knowing the chairman was astute and never acted without purpose. Nevertheless, Yu Manlu kept a close watch on the Dragon Palace Ocean Company to ensure Li Mingyi did not act recklessly. However, over the following week, Li Mingyi's performance earned Yu Manlu's admiration. The company's fishing hauls improved, with each outing growing in both quality and quantity. Revenues soared from millions to tens of millions, and it seemed the initial investment would be recouped within half a month. The chairman's foresight was indeed beyond his own. Li Mingyi also came to appreciate the advantages of financial strength. The moment people learned his company was affiliated with the Celestial Palace, their attitudes shifted dramatically. This was the power of influence. This was the power of backing. Li Mingyi now understood the chasm between himself and individuals like Zhao Yunhai. Yet he also realized that Yumanlu, the president of the Celestial Palace, seemed skeptical of his abilities. Thus Li Mingyi spent a week proving his worth. He also made it clear to some that Zhao Yunhai had not misjudged him. The name Dragon Palace Ocean Company resonated deeply with him, and he was determined to expand it into a thriving enterprise. Within a week, experts in Yinjing had reportedly devised a treatment plan for his mother's illness. Zhao Yunhai assured him that both money and medicine were taken care of, and he could visit her at any time. Standing on the deck of the fishing vessel, Li Mingyi, brimming with ambition, silently vowed that as long as Zhao Yunhai remained true to him, he would never betray that trust. Men, stop here and cast the net. Li Mingyi's fish-finding radar had been upgraded multiple times, its range now so vast that multiple ships had to be deployed simultaneously for harvesting. Notify the other fishing vessels to mark these routes precisely for harvesting. Li Mingyi jotted down the routes in his notebook, tore out the page with a crisp sound, and handed it to his secretary. Yes, boss. The secretary quickly took the paper and contacted the other boats. Li Mingyi thought of those in his fishing village who had once looked down on him, imagining the expressions on their faces now that he had achieved such success, and a thrill of satisfaction coursed through him. Those villagers who had helped him and his mother along with his childhood friends had all been taken care of and given positions. Give me a piece of bread, and I shall return a piece of gold. Repay kindness with kindness and settle scores with vengeance. A month had passed since he had brought the protagonist under his command. During this time, Zhao Yunhai had devoted himself to cultivating his family's martial arts. The Zhao clan's core technique, the Imperial Court Supreme Classic. In ancient times, such a name would have led to the extermination of one's entire clan, yet the Zhao family had never considered changing it. Clearly their secrecy was impeccable, or perhaps the Zhao family possessed the strength to defy such threats. Zhao Yunhai trained in the Zhao clan's core seclusion grounds in Yinjing, where both security and cultivation resources were abundant. Zhao Yunhai abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them, as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. After a month in seclusion, he had finally integrated and fused all the abilities and techniques of the protagonists into the Zhao clan's Imperial Court Supreme Classic. Having already reached the Grandmaster realm, he had now cultivated to the peak of Grandmaster, merely a step away from the Grandmaster summit. Meanwhile, Yang Hui carried a large bowl of seafood congee across a wooden bridge spanning a small flowing stream passing through a bamboo grove and a sea of flowers before arriving at Zhao Yunhai's training retreat. Have some seafood congee. Oh, I just finished cooking it, she said. Unable to assist Zhao Yunhai in any other way, she could only support him in daily life as best she could. You've worked hard this month. Zhao Yunhai sat on a stone stool, sipping the steaming congee. I'm not tired at all. Yang Hui quietly lay across from him, watching him. Just gazing at him brought her immense peace of mind. She had initially wanted to help at the Celestial Palace, but Zhao Yunhai had outright refused. The company did not lack personnel, and given her status, her presence would inevitably influence Yumanlu's decisions. It would be both inconvenient and inappropriate. After a month, I've made some progress. Tomorrow we'll return together. I plan to find a place to settle down. It's also time to finalize the Celestial Palace headquarters. Zhao Yunhai also wanted to see how Li Mingyi had developed the company over the past month. Would the protagonist now under his command still possess the protagonist's halo? All right. Yang Hui smiled gently. A home for the two of them. She eagerly anticipated it. Meanwhile, the long-absent Ada, heir, and San had undergone a breakthrough. With abundant resources, million-dollar medicinal baths every day, and personal guidance from masters, the three had shattered the constraints of their meridians and ascended to the Xiantian realm. Their strength surged without any side effects, as they were prodigies by nature, having only lacked time for breakthroughs while protecting Yunshao. Their current power rivaled that of the Xiantian peak. Such was the foundation, a mere glimpse of the Zhao clan's formidable might. Yunshao. When Ada and the other two reappeared before Zhao Yunhai, he nodded in satisfaction at their strength. Stay with me. I've grown unaccustomed to your absence. During this period, the three of them had been driven to train relentlessly in martial arts, breaking through barriers, all with the aspiration of continuing to serve by young Master Yun's side. Now that Ada and the other two had returned, the tasks originally belonging to them naturally fell back into their hands. Qiu Lao Lu Buyan Du Lu and the four clan elders merely continued to follow Zhao Yunhai in a protective capacity. After secluding himself for a day, Zhao Yunhai returned home the next day with Yang Hui. Seeing his mother playing mahjong, he casually placed the 4 cups of coffee he had just bought on the side. Zhao Yunhai merely cast a glance at the three. Yet that single look was enough to startle the 3 card players. After all, in the past, every time Zhao Yunhai had seen them, he would directly overturn the table on the spot. Don't panic, my precious son is quite filial now. Here, 1 cup for each of you. Qin Sivan casually handed the coffee to the three, her eyes brimming with laughter. Is that your future daughter-in-law, Sister Qin? No wonder, she's the legitimate daughter of the Yang family. The temperament she's cultivated is truly exceptional. Exactly, it's clear that your precious son is very fond of her, Sister Qin. Congratulations. Sister Qin's wish to hold a grandchild is about to come true. Listening to their words, Qin Sivan couldn't stop, smiling, her mouth wide with joy. It's still early. Though she feigned indifference, a glimmer of eagerness flickered in Qin Sivan's eyes. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if she held a grandchild. If Zhao Yunhai knew he might not return home for a while, as he had no desire for children at the moment. I need to handle some matters. Go watch my mom play mahjong. After casually saying this to Yang Hui, Zhao Yunhai went upstairs to his room. Manlu, how's Li Mingyi doing lately? Lying on the bed, Zhao Yunhai called Yu Manlu directly. Yu Manlu spoke with excitement. Boss, your insight is truly remarkable. In just 1 month, the Dragon Palace Ocean Company's revenue has exceeded 1 billion. This investment has made us a fortune. Yu Manlu had never imagined that such an ordinary person, once backed by the boss, would turn his life around so dramatically. He had investigated the man. His fishing skills were indeed extraordinary, a true talent. But mere ability alone couldn't manage a company well. Yet time and again the man exceeded his expectations. That's normal. If he needs help, do your best to assist him. If it's truly beyond you, come to me directly. Zhao Yunhai also recalled the protagonist's taunting aura, which easily attracted people to target him. These troubles were simple for him to handle effortlessly. As long as Li Mingyi didn't betray him, Zhao Yunhai would treat him as one of his own. Villains are not heartless. On the contrary, many villains are fiercely protective of their own, which is why they often end up dealing with the young and the old alike. Zhao Yunhai treated his people well and was never stingy. 1 billion was merely a string of numbers to him, stirring no ripples in his heart. Understood, Chairman, Yu Manlu replied. By the way, the Heavenly Palace Company can no longer be considered just a company. It should be upgraded to a group. Handle the paperwork for this, then bring it to me for signature. They'll come to select the location for the Heavenly Palace Group's headquarters. That's all for now. He'll hang up. Zhao Yunhai quickly finished stating the purpose of his call and ended it. It seems that taking the protagonist as a subordinate doesn't diminish or suppress his protagonist's aura. This approach is feasible. Countless ideas raced through Zhao Yunhai's mind. To be honest, he wasn't skilled in scheming. He often had ideas, but the details required others to fill in. In the future, he couldn't rely solely on himself to deal with protagonists. He could only provide a general direction. Many influential figures had think tanks by their side. In ancient times, they were called house guests. The success of bringing Li Mingyi, a protagonist, into his fold showed Zhao Yunhai the possibility of his Heavenly Palace Group taking root and spreading rapidly across the world. As long as he brought the protagonists from every industry under his wing, the Heavenly Palace Group would thrive without his constant oversight. A single night's sleep could bring about a dramatic transformation. This time, leaving Yinjing, Zhao Yunhai brought Yang Hui along. After all, how could his future residence lack a mistress? He briefly said goodbye to his friends in the group chat. A few casual exchanges let him know their recent achievements. Women of various identities brought them different degrees of pleasure. Zhao Yunhai, a seasoned veteran, drove the conversation wildly with risque jokes. After all, these people could indulge so freely because his former self, an old hand, had taught them. He could refuse to take the blame for his predecessor's faults, but this particular legacy, Zhao Yunhai gladly embraced. In terms of indulgence, his past life had far surpassed theirs. Haizhou Haiqing. After getting off the plane, Zhao Yunhai made a point to visit the Dragon Palace Ocean Company, a subsidiary of the Heavenly Palace Group. I haven't had the chance to personally thank you for my mother's surgery. The operation was a complete success. Though she's still recovering in the hospital, she can return once she's fully healed. Li Mingyi stood outside, personally welcoming Zhao Yunhai and speaking with heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Yunhai appreciated this kind of grateful protagonist. Patting Li Mingyi on the shoulder, he said earnestly, "The success of the surgery was expected. From now on, you can focus on managing this company well. If you insist on thanking me, then do your best to expand this company in the future. Rest assured you haven't misjudged me." Li Mingyi puffed out his chest full of confidence. After a few exchanges, Zhao Yunhai left the Dragon Palace Ocean Company satisfied. Regarding the site selection for the Heavenly Palace Group, Zhao Yunhai and Yu Manlu deliberated repeatedly, finally settling on Qianzhou. Qianzhou was not an economically developed region. Compared to Jingzhou, Zhongzhou, Haizhou, and Yunzhou, it was still a semi-developed area. In the short term, investing in Qianzhou seemed unwise. But in the long run, as an inland region bordering Yun, Haiqi, and Guang, for major provinces, Qianzhou held great promise. Then Qianzhou it is. It's the only area where the Zhao family's control is relatively weak. They'll go fill that gap. This was precisely why Zhao Yunhai had chosen Qianzhou. During the reorganization of the 9 provinces, some who had defected to the Zhao family used coincidental opportunities to try to break away. At the time, the Zhao family focused its efforts on Zhongzhou, Jingzhou, Haizhou, and Yunzhou, viewing backward Qianzhou as a burden and willingly letting it go. However, those who betrayed the Zhao family were killed on the spot. Such was the price of betrayal. All who participated in the betrayal under that man were eradicated. The number of those who vanished was immense, instilling fear in those who had foolishly harbored rebellious thoughts, forcing them to worry about their own safety. That man's betrayal also allowed the Zhao family to purge many who had harbored disloyal intentions but had remained hidden. The human heart is difficult to fathom. Though the Zhao family was powerful, they could not fully discern it. After all, loyalty and betrayal are but a single thought apart. Zhao Yunhai even suspected that the family had orchestrated it deliberately, using the incident to strike at certain individuals while leaving no trace of their involvement. That night, on a secluded corner of Haiqing's coast, a corpse was washed ashore by the waves onto the sandy beach. The floating corpse that had been washed ashore suddenly heaved violently. The next moment, water that had been stuck in its throat gushed out from its mouth. Ha ha, cough, ha. The corpse snapped its eyes open, still trembling with fear, gasping for air and coughing out the remaining seawater. Am not dead. Huh. Am not dead. Lin Tian's face was filled with relief. Surviving a great disaster must bring good fortune, he thought, and couldn't help but laugh. In this world, there were always struggling little people, and Lin Tian was one of those scraping by at the bottom, seeing no hope. Orphaned and alone, he lived a life where one person was fed and the whole family was full. His only simple pleasure was night swimming, one of the few pastimes that cost nothing. But fate was unkind. A sudden leg cramp made him sink into the sea in despair. Perhaps only after experiencing life and death does one realize that nothing is better than being alive. He used to complain that he might as well be dead, but now thinking back, he found himself ridiculous. Dead, and everything would be gone. Suddenly, a faint golden light drifted to Lin Tian's side with the tide. What is this? Lin Tian picked up the bead, emitting a faint golden glow, and examined it curiously. A little gift from the sea after surviving a disaster. He gave a bitter smile. It was just a faintly glowing bead. He squeezed it in his hand and hurled it forcefully into the sea. But an unexpected wave surged directly at him, sweeping the bead back and striking his body. Sigh, damn it. The bead hit Lin Tian's head, leaving him dizzy. Clutching his forehead, he saw blood on his hand and realized with a start that he had been cut. What kind of luck is this? Is today my dark day? Feeling so unlucky that he could choke on water, Lin Tian picked up the bead and unconvinced threw it into the sea again. Even a bead bullies me. Go to hell. I don't believe this. But when he saw the waves rising without wind, swirling the bead and hurtling toward him, Lin Tian panicked and ran backward. Hey, what are you doing? The bead struck the back of his head, leaving him dizzy, and the wave pushed him, making him slip and fall to the ground. The bead absorbed his blood and turned into a streak of light, entering his mind. When Lin Tian woke up, he found the bead he had thrown twice now inside his brain. Damn, what's going on? Lin Tian couldn't understand how such a bizarre thing could happen to him. Then the bead sent him a message. Only then did he realize that this bead was no ordinary one. It was the Ocean Divine Pearl. The Ocean Divine Pearl would continuously refine his body, gradually adapting him to the sea. In the end, he would be able to merge with the ocean itself. Where the ocean existed, he would exist immortal and indestructible. For now, though, he could only simply control the sea and live freely within it. Most importantly, he could communicate with sea creatures. Lin Tian felt he was destined for greatness. With such immense power, this invincible force, he would become unmatched in the entire world. Since 7/10 of the world was ocean, he would one day rule all the seas and become the master of the world. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Those who had bullied and humiliated him in the past, he would never let them off. Suddenly empowered, Lin Tian, now petty and arrogant, looked down on everyone. Haha, surviving a great disaster brings good fortune indeed. With a loud laugh, Lin Tian plunged into the sea with a splash accompanied by the waves. Underwater, he opened his eyes freely, feeling even more at ease than on land. He didn't know where he was swimming, but he felt a strange familiarity with the ocean. This closeness comforted him, making him reluctant to leave. But why was there a sense of sorrow ahead? Curious, Lin Tian changed direction and swam toward the source of the sadness. When he arrived, he saw a huge net greedily scooping up fish. The sadness came from the trapped fish. Sensing goodwill from Lin Tian, they constantly sent him cries for help. Save me, save me. Ah, why can't I hate this human? Never mind, save me quickly. This net hurts so much. Wait for me, I'll save you now. Lin Tian's emotions were stirred, and inexplicable sorrow lingered in his heart, so he decided to rescue them. Raging waves arise. Lin Tian had no knife to cut the net, but he could control the sea. Though his power was still weak, it was enough to capsize the ship. At sea, he was the emperor of the ocean. The medium-sized fishing boat on the surface bore the logo Dragon Palace Ocean Company, and a sudden giant wave overturned it. Fortunately, the boat's emergency measures were thorough, and the crew scattered to escape. The fishing boat tipped to the extreme and lay on the sea slowly sinking. Around it, a huge whirlpool formed, spinning incessantly, as if trying to swallow those fleeing in all directions. Hurry, damn it. How could a giant wave suddenly appear? I've been working for decades and never seen anything so strange. Who knows? Have you sent a distress signal to the company? Sent. Get out of the whirlpool area, don't get sucked in. These men, all in the uniform of Dragon Palace Ocean Company, had to shout to communicate. The disaster caught them completely off guard. Even a veteran of decades capsized. Lin Tian didn't care what happened above. He opened the net and released the fish, their gratitude giving him satisfaction. Go now, don't foolishly swim into nets again. Stay away from here, this is a fishing zone. Go live somewhere farther. Lin Tian waved at the fish, still wagging their tails in thanks, urging them to leave this place of trouble. Human hearts were hard to fathom, but the thoughts of sea creatures were the simplest. Lin Tian sighed deeply and continued swimming through the ocean. Suddenly, he spotted a gold ring on the seabed. Examining it in his hand, he realized the ocean held countless treasures. These treasures could make him rich, elevate him above others. Everything in the sea was his. Rich. Using his ability to communicate with fish, Lin Tian headed west, where he learned from a shark about the location of a sunken ship. The capsizing incidents didn't overly concern Li Mingyi. He distributed compensation and gave the crew a holiday. But in the following 3 days, Li Mingyi looked at the documents handed to him by his secretary, his face dark with anger. Someone must be targeting me. It can't be a coincidence of waves. In just 3 days, the number of capsizings exceeded 20, causing panic in the company. Employees were afraid to go to sea. This time I'll go myself. Li Mingyi refused to believe it. He was determined to find a real culprit. Li Mingyi discovered that most of the troubled vessels were clustered within a specific area. After delineating this zone, he left the company. Fortunately, there were no casualties as the fishing vessels were equipped with comprehensive emergency rescue and protection measures. Otherwise, the Dragon Palace Marine Company would likely have been forced to suspend operations. He had managed to suppress this news, paying his employees generously to ensure their silence, and having them sign confidentiality agreements. If this matter remained unresolved, it would keep not only the company, but also Li Mingyi himself awake at night. Shortly after leaving the company, Li Mingyi received a call from Yumanlu. President Yu, is there something you need? Li Mingyi answered the call, knowing full well it was about the capsizing incidents. Can you handle it? Why didn't you take action after the second occurrence? Yumanlu felt that if the other party lacked the capability to resolve this, he might have to assign someone to assist. If that happened, Li Mingyi would undoubtedly perceive it as an attempt to divide his authority and monitor him. Such a situation would be detrimental to both individuals as well as to the company and the group. Facing the interrogation, Li Mingyi took a deep breath and explained, "This is my oversight. I dispatched an investigation after the second incident, but no anomalies were found. However, I have now narrowed down the accident zone. I will personally look into it. Please reassure the chairman that his trust in me is not misplaced. See that it is so." Yumanlu ended the call. Li Mingyi curled his lips. If not for his own fault, he would have hung up on such an attitude long ago. 3 days later, Lin Tian's entire appearance had been completely transformed. He had located the sunken ship, but being unable to retrieve it alone, he only took a small portion of its contents. After converting the treasure into cash, Lin Tian began spending lavishly. On the day he resigned, he even slapped his stingy manager. He left the company under the shocked and admiring gazes of his colleagues. Lin Tian didn't stop all fishing vessels, but whenever he encountered one in distress, he couldn't stand idly by. Yet it was an inexplicable phenomenon that he always came across ships from the Dragon Palace Marine Company. Perhaps the company's name clashed with his own. Thus, whenever Lin Tian spotted their vessels, he would capsize them with massive waves. Empowered, Lin Tian gave no thought to consequences. Aside from not killing anyone, he had become utterly reckless, fearless and lawless. Today was another day for Lin Tian to retrieve some stock from the sunken ship. He was overjoyed, feeling this life was nothing short of divine. Meanwhile, at the Haicheng port, Li Mingyi, about to board a ship for the sea, was being dissuaded by a 40-something employee. "Boss, it's too dangerous to go out to sea lately. Maybe we've overfished," and angered the sea god. Li Mingyi snorted coldly. The thought of someone targeting him secretly made him feel as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. "Stop with this superstitious nonsense. I tell you, this is likely someone's doing." "What sea god? My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. There are no gods here. Set sail." Seeing they couldn't dissuade their boss, the employees had no choice but to obey and set sail. After setting off, Li Mingyi began scanning with his fishing radar. He hadn't been to sea recently, and he wasn't about to change locations until the fish in his designated area were fully caught. The ocean's fish were inexhaustible, though he had a strict policy of releasing small fish to allow them to grow for future harvest. He had visited the accident zone once before. The fish there were large and fat. However, the fishing radar now showed an unusual cluster of sharks and dolphins gathered together, a rare sight. The radar could only detect marine life, nothing else. Bring the crossbows and fish spears. We're diving. Li Mingyi had a premonition that secrets lay below, perhaps the key to recent events. Yes, boss. The men-seasoned seafarers considered diving a routine task. Lin Tian planned to use dolphins and sharks to help him transport boxes from the sunken ship. Everyone put in some effort. He'll buy you fish feed when we get back. Tell me what you want to eat, and he'll get it for you. Lin Tian strained to lift a box onto the backs of 2 sharks with 2 more sharks supporting them from below. The old Lin Tian would have struggled to even budget, but now he felt immensely strong. Just then a deep-sea crossbow bolt pierced a shark on the periphery. The blood instantly agitated the other sharks, causing chaos. Sharks were aggressive, so Li Mingyi had to eliminate the clustered ones to get inside. As for the dolphins, he simply drove them away. With the death of one shark, crossbow bolts shot forth from the hands of Li Mingyi's men. One by one sharks were pierced through the brain, dying instantly. The deep-sea crossbow bolts were lethally powerful. Once embedded, the arrowheads would instantly bloom. Blood spread rapidly, staining the seabed red. The dolphins fled at the sound, trying to take Lin Tian with them, but he refused. How dare they kill his own right before his eyes? Indeed, Lin Tian had come to regard these fish as his own. As the emperor of the deep sea, these were his subjects. He who kills shall be killed. He would keep these men here. Accidents at sea were common enough. Cleverly using the dolphins as cover, Lin Tian hid in the shadows. Boss, it's a sunken ship. We're rich. Boss, you've got to give us bonuses for this. The men's faces, previously grim behind their oxygen masks, now broke into delighted smiles at the sight of the treasures on the wreck. A sunken ship? Li Mingyi exclaimed in surprise. He noticed a box atop the heads of 2 slain sharks. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. The implication was now crystal clear to him. Someone had discovered the wreck here, and to keep it secret had created the waves. Li Mingyi knew that generating such waves required the inner strength of a powerful martial artist. Clearly that person had been here moments ago. But why had they fled? His own group had no martial artists. Li Mingyi had learned of the existence of martial artists from Yumanlu. Initially shocked, he eventually resigned himself to the fact that he was past the age for training. However, Yumanlu had hinted that with diligent work, becoming a martial artist wasn't impossible. It all depended on the chairman's will. This had kept Li Mingyi obsessed with martial artists. Now unexpectedly he had encountered one. Without hesitation he immediately contacted Yumanlu, informing him of the martial artist and the sunken ship. Yumanlu advised caution, assuring him that reinforcements would arrive shortly. Let's go. The bonuses won't disappoint you, but salvaging requires professionals and proper equipment. Li Mingyi stopped his men from grabbing the treasures. With the promise of bonuses, the employees reluctantly followed him, preparing to leave. To be safe, Li Mingyi decided it was best to retreat, leaving without taking the treasure. Have you sensed something wrong? A cold smirk curled Lin Tian's lips as he manipulated the surrounding seawater into a series of whirlpools encircling the group. Once their oxygen ran out, these people would all suffocate to death. Boss, save me. What's happening? Get out of here. Help. We're doomed. What do? We're trapped. What a coincidence. We just left, and an underwater vortex appeared. The sea god is angry. I should have stopped the boss. Good thing I bought insurance early, otherwise what would my family do if I died? The clamorous cries for help from his employees echoed through Li Mingyi's earpiece, nearly overwhelming his mind. All of you shut up. What's the panic? Our oxygen tanks can sustain us for 3 hours here. If you breathe less, we can hold out even longer. I've already notified the surface. Fortunately, headquarters hasn't moved, yet support should arrive soon. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly slowed their breathing, terrified that drawing one extra breath might shorten their lives by a minute. The underwater vortex seemed to spin faster, quickening their rotation. It seems they've notified the outside. Lin Tian's face darkened. He had hoped to keep his secret completely hidden, but they had contacted the surface through means he didn't understand. An oxygen mask and a tank. How had they called for backup? Given his current understanding, Lin Tian couldn't fathom it. After all, he had been an ordinary man struggling for basic survival. In his mind, high-tech communication at a depth of 50 meters seemed like something only the military possessed. Li Mingyi's diving gear was top-tier globally. He always used the best equipment. As for the special purchasing channels, Li Mingyi was grateful for his backing. Money alone couldn't buy such things. Power surged within Lin Tian, and murderous intent arose from his heart. He couldn't wait for their support to arrive. He had to eliminate these people immediately. Dead men tell no tales. If they were rescued and spread the word, even if few believed them, it would risk exposing him. He couldn't gamble on that unknown risk. Blame yourselves for seeing what you shouldn't have. Lin Tian beckoned a shark to his side. Go call all the carnivorous fish around here. There's good food here. Lin Tian couldn't show his face. He feared they might transmit his image the moment they saw him, and he had no mask to conceal himself. This reminded him to get a mask to protect his identity next time. Their weapons had fallen to the seabed, and with the vortex controlling them, the shark swarm would devour them, leaving no trace. But Lin Tian didn't consider that if word spread of sharks eating humans, every shark in this area would be hunted to extinction. Because humanity could tolerate sharks, but never those that had tasted human flesh. Li Mingyi's distress call alarmed Yumanlu. Shark swarms, underwater vortexes, martial artist manipulation. This was no simple feat. Especially the sharks, which suggested an aberrant martial artist skilled in hypnotic mental techniques. Such aberrant martial artists might lack physical strength, but possessed extraordinary mental power, cultivating techniques that enhanced the mind like hypnosis through sound. If caught off guard, even Xiantian or Grandmaster experts could easily stumble. However, such martial artists were rare, but the world was vast enough that they weren't extinct. To deploy a powerful martial artist, Yumanlu lacked the authority, but Chairman Zhao Yunhai was still at Sky Palace Group. Hearing the news, a glint of amusement flickered in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. Whoever had trapped Li Mingyi was either his arch-nemesis or a new protagonist in conflict with him. Either way, Zhao Yunhai had to go. If it was a protagonist, even better, he could double his gains again. Meanwhile, Li Mingyi's situation had grown perilous. The shark Lin Tian had sent for reinforcements had summoned a swarm of sharks and dense schools of small fish. Li Mingyi gazed thoughtfully in a certain direction, knowing his foe lurked there, but dared not make a move. That shark had lingered there before calling the others. The fish-finding radar showed it clearly. Now Li Mingyi could only hope support arrived quickly. He might still struggle. But the employees, unprepared, had no mental fortitude. Seeing the shark swarm, their faces turned pale. Damn it, those sharks are back. What do we do, boss? Our support isn't here yet. We're doomed. It's been less than half an hour, and we'll be torn to pieces. Moments ago armed, they were hunters. Now they were bait in the deep sea. Fresh, unsalted sashimi. Everyone don't panic. Watch me. Li Mingyi forced calm with his charisma and protagonist's aura, and the crew, though pale, quieted down. Then Zhao Yunhai's voice came through Li Mingyi's earpiece. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Li Mingyi did something shocking. He lay flat, surrendering. Everyone lie down with me. Take a nap, and when we wake, we'll be fine. In the shadows, Lin Tian smirked coldly as the sharks attacked, envisioning them torn apart. Suddenly bullets tore through the shark swarm, shredding the ferocious predators. Zhao Yunhai, wearing a self-propelled diving suit, fired until his gun was empty, then discarded it. Using the propulsion device, he swiftly reached Li Mingyi as the vortex grew visibly larger. Xiaohai, be careful. For clan elders rushed to Zhao Yunhai's side, their overwhelming internal energy shattering the vortex, calming the surrounding water. These people. Lin Tian dared not emerge upon seeing this. Hidden behind seaweed and coral, Lin Tian's heart raced. This world wasn't ordinary. He wasn't the only one with power. This discovery chilled his once inflated ego. Boss, that direction. He's hiding there. Li Mingyi didn't point directly, but described the exact location. Leave it to you. Zhao Yunhai didn't intervene personally, but looked to see Jinyan Du Lu and Lu Buyan. In the underwater world, martial artists' power was greatly diminished, making the elders unsuitable. But Si Jinyan was different. He and his men carried elite weapons. Du Lu and Lu Buyan were mainly there to protect him. As for having to deploy martial artists, who said so? Zhao Yunhai would gladly shoot them in the face and let them taste a bullet. Lin Tian was still unaware that his location had been exposed. Afraid of being discovered, he dared not move. The distance was neither too close nor too far, and as a living human, he was too conspicuous. He still did not know what abilities the other party possessed. After this incident, Lin Tian planned to go into hiding. He would wait until he could transform his body into the sea and merge with the ocean. Once in the sea, he would be invincible, and when he emerged, he would fear no one. Hurry, hurry, humans are coming, humans are coming. We're leaving now, you should flee quickly. They are so fierce, even sharks are no match for them. Suddenly a school of small fish spotted Lin Tian while fleeing and immediately urged him to escape. Hearing this, Lin Tian did not hesitate, using the fish as cover in the middle as he fled backward. Humans might deceive, but marine creatures would not. Zhao Yunhai caught a glint of sharp light in his eyes as he spotted the man shielded among the fish. Since they had not yet met face-to-face, the super multiplier had not been activated, which was normal. However, Zhao Yunhai had a premonition that this man was the protagonist, for a villain would not be without subordinates. He did not remind Si Jinyan and the others not to kill him. If it were the protagonist, he could never be killed. Clear out the fish and force him out. Si Jinyan gave the order with cold composure. In unknown combat against martial artists, he might be inadequate, but in other respects, martial artists were no match for him. This time he had brought over 20 subordinates, which was sufficient. Bullets tore through the fish formation, exposing Lin Tian's back. Hearing the mournful cries of the fish, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and charged to the front, using the fish to shield his rear. Don't blame me if I die. The ocean will truly have no protector. I must survive to avenge everyone. This guy is interesting. Si Jinyan attached a barrel to his gun, aimed, and fired a tracking torpedo. Once locked onto its target, the torpedo, trailing countless bubbles, sped toward Lin Tian. Sensing something, Lin Tian turned abruptly and manipulated the water currents to reverse. The torpedo spun in the resulting vortex, its red light flashing faster and faster. Xi Jinyan calmly led his men around the vortex. The torpedo was timed, but the timer could be remotely deactivated to avoid harming their own. Full speed ahead with the propulsion devices. Young Master Yun didn't specify taking him alive, so let's just kill him. After Xi Jinyan gave the order, everyone accelerated in pursuit. Bullets poured out like they were free, forming a net of concentrated fire that scattered the fish in seconds, blood spreading through the water. Lin Tian was now fully exposed to Xi Jinyan's view. Open fire. Xi Jinyan aimed without hesitation and shot behind Lin Tian. The underwater guns, refined through countless experiments, rivaled the power of conventional firearms on land. Lin Tian had not expected these people to be so lawless, wielding guns with such reckless abandon. But he was no pushover either. As long as they were not experts of the caliber he had just faced, dealing with them was simple. The sea was his domain. A massive vortex formed behind Lin Tian to shield him, robbing the bullets of their speed under the force of turbulent currents. Young Master Yunhai's ability is to control water currents, but his strength is unknown. However, he seems wary of us. It must be the four elders' intervention that made him flee out of fear. Xi Jinyan called for backup without hesitation. If he couldn't win, he would summon reinforcements. Did Xi Jinyan care about saving face? By now Zhao Yunhai had returned to the ship. After learning about the opponent's abilities from Xi Jinyan, he decided to take the field himself. The protagonist's powers were strange and terrifying, and the cautious Zhao Yunhai would not confront him without understanding them first. What if the protagonist had a finishing move? Wouldn't Zhao Yunhai die unjustly? The four elders, seeing that Zhao Hai was going down again quickly, had diving gear prepared for them. Though their combat effectiveness diminished underwater, they could still unleash their inner energy without hindrance. The four elders were all grandmasters, their vast and powerful inner energy capable of killing Xianshan-level opponents. The trio of Ada, along with Elder Lu and Elder Qiu, naturally had to protect young Master Yun and would follow him down. Zhao Yunhai led his men, heading full speed toward the coordinates Xi Jinyan had sent. Note they were not diving directly, but first taking a boat to outflank the protagonist, and then encircle him from behind. Boom, boom, boom. The underwater currents and vortexes, along with countless fish, created obstacles for Xi Jinyan and his team. They used explosions to calm the turbulent currents and disperse the fish. Lin Tian focused solely on his own safety. The sea never lacked fish, and their deaths to protect him were worthwhile. As long as he grew stronger, he would repay their sacrifice today. These people were relentless, but his current abilities were still too weak for lethal attacks. If only he could control water pressure, but he was not yet strong enough for that. Lin Tian suddenly noticed a group descending from above. It was the same crew outflanking him from above. Damn it! Were they truly determined to fight to the death? Lin Tian cursed inwardly. On Zhao Yunhai's orders, the four elders charged forward with thrusters. They easily handled the underwater currents and vortexes. Lin Tian's power was far from enough to contend with grandmasters. Xi Jinyan and his men had closed in behind Lin Tian, their weapons trained on him. Underwater, Zhao Yunhai could not speak to him, but once face-to-face, the super multiplier would activate. 100. A pearl appeared in Zhao Yunhai's mind, the ocean god pearl. Then the protagonist's power merged into Zhao Yunhai's body 100-fold. He felt as if he had become one with the sea, commanding currents and water pressure, and communicating with marine life. Lin Tian could not withstand the four elders' assault. After dodging a few times, he was forcibly captured. His face was full of defiance and stubbornness. If only he were not in the early stages of development, how could these people be a match for him? He refused to accept it. Take him away. Zhao Yunhai gave him a deep look and chuckled. The ocean god pearl still resided in his mind. If he died, it could not be extracted. If Zhao Yunhai could fuse the ocean god pearl with Li Mingyi's abilities, he would gain a formidable protagonist general. The prerequisite was that Li Mingyi was worthy of trust, so he still had to prove himself. This guy's abilities were effective in the sea, but a different story on land. Thus Zhao Yunhai would confine him in a small waterless cell for the time being, until the ocean god pearl could be extracted from his mind. This is the pill you've always wanted. Take it, and you can learn martial arts. But it will hurt a bit, bear with it. This time Li Mingyi had earned great merit by finding the protagonist, so Zhao Yunhai gave him the pill he had long desired. Thank you, boss. I'm not afraid of pain. Li Mingyi grinned, and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Pain. Unimaginable agony. A torment so excruciating it stripped away all will to live. Li Mingyi writhed on the ground in sheer misery, while Zhao Yunhai found a seat, raising his phone to capture the sight of his subordinate rolling in distress. This is a priceless moment. Once you become famous, you'll auction it off for a fortune. Zhao Yunhai teased with a click of his tongue. Hearing his boss' mockery, Li Mingyi suddenly felt the pain subside. He sat up at once, pretending to circulate his inner energy with an air of solemnity. Alright, I've got the shot. Zhao Yunhai deliberately put away his phone, and Li Mingyi immediately collapsed back into agony, thrashing on the ground. But when Li Mingyi saw his boss raise the phone again, a curse welled up in his throat. Boss, you fight dirty. The potency of this pill was fearsome, yet its success rate was abysmal, a mere 30% at best. With a 70% chance of death, even the Zhao family rarely resorted to using it. Unless one was utterly desperate to become a martial artist, no one would willingly take such a pill, gambling on a 1 in 3 chance. Yet Zhao Yunhai had chosen not to inform Li Mingyi of the risk, for Li Mingyi was after all the protagonist. Even with a success rate of 0.01%, the protagonist would inevitably prevail. Minutes later, Li Mingyi lay sprawled on the ground, reeking of filth, utterly drained, as though he had expended every last ounce of his vitality. One might have mistaken him for a man drained of life itself. From this moment on, you are a martial artist at the initial Mingjin stage, having leaped straight past the unranked tiers. Such is the reward of successfully consuming the pill. Zhao Yunhai nudged Li Mingyi with his foot, signaling him to go wash. And if I hadn't succeeded, what would have been the consequence? Li Mingyi, seeming to grasp the gravity of the matter, pressed urgently for an answer. Well, you're still alive, aren't you? As for cultivation techniques, I can provide them, or you can seek them out on your own. If you fail to find any, come to me. Zhao Yunhai left behind these words laden with implication before departing with Ada and the others. A protagonist unable to obtain a cultivation technique. The thought was laughable, enough to make him choke on his own amusement. Forget it. I succeeded after all. Li Mingyi decided not to dwell on the consequences of failure. As for the technique, he planned to search for it himself, trusting to luck. If you've got the guts, let me go. Ganging up on me. What kind of skill is that? Fight me unknown if you dare. Lin Tian shouted from within the pitch-black cell, a confined space devoid of even a single ray of light. The room held nothing. Utter emptiness, as if he had been sealed inside a coffin of darkness. At first he paid it no mind. What was mere darkness to fear? But with no passage of time, no sound from the outside world, the sensation of utter isolation overwhelmed him within a single day. The crushing loneliness was something Lin Tian could not endure. How long has it been? Zhao Yunhai stood outside, gazing at the iron door, before him, his tone curious. A full day now. He's had no food or water. We've heard him shouting from the monitors. He's likely nearing his breaking point. Si Jinyan checked his watch, cross-referenced the time, and answered promptly. This dark cell was an abandoned detention site once used by the Zhao family, located in an underground tunnel on the outskirts of the city. Now Zhao Yunhai had repurposed it. The facilities, though still functional, were woefully outdated compared to modern standards, having lain dormant for over a decade. But they were more than sufficient to break a protagonist. He had only been starved for a day, as Zhao Yunhai had no fear that the man inside would die. With the sea god Pearl gradually altering his boda's constitution, it would take at least a week for the man to starve to death, without food or water. Lock him up for a week. Don't give him a single drop of water. Let him suffer slowly. But this? Won't he starve to death? Si Jinyan worried that if the man perished, young Master Yun might hold him accountable. If he dies, then he dies. Zhao Yunhai clapped Si Jinyan on the shoulder and sauntered away with a chuckle. After the young master had left, Si Jinyan turned to his subordinates and instructed them sternly. Keep a close watch on him. If he manages to escape, activate the self-destruct mechanism immediately. Rest assured, Captain. The squad leader along with 2 others took up their posts to guard the area. Breaking a hawk meant denying it sleep. In that dark cell there were many ways to keep Lin Tian awake. Electroshock therapy, specially crafted noise, and so on. Lin Tian was still fantasizing about his revenge after escaping, unaware of the ordeal that awaited him. Zhao Yunhai was determined to break this man named Lin Tian until he begged for death. Only if the man acted willingly could the sea god Pearl be extracted, otherwise the loss would be too great to bear. Until the very end, Zhao Yunhai would not abandon his desire to claim the sea god Pearl. After all, it was a treasure of immense value. Why would he pass it up? Zhao Yunhai had already informed his father about the relocation to Qianzhou, and the family had voiced their full support. If he required any assistance, he need only ask. The family would spare no effort. Having stabilized Jingzhou and Haizhou, the Zhao family naturally harbored ambitions for Qianzhou. Qianzhou's potential lay in the future, and long-term investment was precisely what the Zhao family relished. However, Qianzhou was currently in a state of turmoil. Any overt interference from the Zhao family would likely provoke fierce resistance from certain quarters. The Zhao family had tried entering Qianzhou through legitimate corporate channels, but their ventures had gone bankrupt not long after. It could be said that the people of Qianzhou were adamant in rejecting the Zhao family's incursion into their territory. Under normal circumstances, the Zhao family would not resort to extreme measures to resolve such matters. Thus, they had been diligently infiltrating Qianzhou by planting their people in every possible gap. So much so that unbeknownst to the locals, a number of operatives had already successfully embedded themselves. Were it not for the modern era's emphasis on peace and the call for a harmonious civilized society, the Zhao family would have long since taken drastic action. The purpose behind Zhao Yunhai's entry into Qianzhou was no secret to those hostile to the Zhao family. The strategy of establishing a company to gain a foothold in Qianzhou had already failed the Zhao family several times. This time, there would be no exception, not even with Zhao Yunhai, the family head son, leading the charge. Meanwhile, Yu Manlu had already set off ahead with a contingent of attendants heading for Nanxing, the most prosperous city in Qianzhou, and the only place capable of supporting a corporate headquarters. A company headquarters could not be relocated casually, as such a move involved numerous issues, chief among them being the daily necessities of its employees. In this regard, every employee who followed the headquarters to Qianzhou would be provided with housing. However, the size of the accommodation would be determined by one's abilities and position. A week later, Zhao Yunhai once again stood before the dark cell where Lin Tian was imprisoned. Open the door. Zhao Yunhai gazed at Lin Tian on the monitor. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes were dull and lifeless as he leaned against the wall. His lips were parched and cracked, his body utterly weak, dark circles under his eyes rivaling those of a giant panda, his eyes bloodshot. After a week without food or water, Lin Tian had reached his absolute limit. Wait outside. Turn off the surveillance. I need to have a word with him. Before entering, Zhao Yunhai instructed Ada and the others to halt and wait outside. Be careful, Master Yun. Ada and the others obediently stopped outside, their faces etched with concern. After Zhao Yunhai entered, he casually closed the door behind him and the lights flicked on instantly. Lin Tian shielded his eyes, unable to bear the glare. The intense light was agonizing for someone who hadn't seen daylight in a week. He couldn't even open his eyes. You know, I have a soft spot for ambitious people. Zhao Yunhai crouched before him, studying him with keen curiosity. Lin Tian struggled to lift his eyelids and gaze at him. This man was the ringleader, the one who held his life in his hands. I can agree to work for you. Lin Tian's voice was frail and barely audible. At this moment, he cast aside any notion of dignity. All he wanted was to survive, and then he would think about revenge. But I dislike those whose reach exceeds their grasp. Zhao Yunhai shook his head in refusal. Even if Lin Tian pretended to comply, he would never willingly hand over the sea god pearl. There was no need for such a pointless charade. He simply wanted to see if he could talk Lin Tian into surrendering his secret. I've looked into you. You were an ordinary man until you suddenly came into wealth overnight. I sense you're hiding something. Zhao Yunhai's gaze was like a piercing blade cutting straight through Lin Tian's eyes into his very soul. Lin Tian felt utterly exposed, so he chose silence, longing to sleep. If he closed his eyes, he would drift off. The next moment, Lin Tian's snores filled the room. After an entire week, his spirit was on the brink of collapse. Seeing Lin Tian asleep, Zhao Yunhai strode out and ordered Si Jinyan to administer electrotherapy. This electrotherapy stimulated the nerves forcibly, keeping one awake even when exhaustion reached its peak. Let me sleep. Lin Tian roared in fury when he saw them re-enter, his voice as feeble as a kitten's mew. But he had no strength left to resist. Hand over your secret, and it'll let you sleep soundly, deep and undisturbed, with no one to wake you. Zhao Yunhai's voice echoed in Lin Tian's ears like a demonic whisper. Impossible. Lin Tian's agitation grew. But surrendering the sea god pearl was absolutely out of the question. It was the only thing that had changed his fate. Once he gave it up, he would never have a chance to rise again. At that thought, Lin Tian's mind suddenly cleared. But you can't get out. Locked up here, what use is keeping that secret? Or do you think you're the only one in the world who knows it? Zhao Yunhai was determined to seize the sea god pearl from Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian watched as Zhao Yunhai dissolved into a pool of seawater, before his eyes a face emerging from it to smile at him. See this? This is the secret you'd die to protect. I've had it all along. Zhao Yunhai taunted him. Impossible. It's an illusion. Lin Tian couldn't accept this reality, his face twisted in agony. He had always believed his secret was unique, only now realizing he was nothing but a fool. Zhao Yunhai could freely liquefy into seawater, rendering physical defenses useless. But there was a weakness: he feared fire and heat that could evaporate him. However, as long as Zhao Yunhai was in the ocean, he had nothing to fear. This was the power of the sea god pearl, amplified 100-fold, allowing him to summon towering waves upon the sea. Zhao Yunhai even harbored new ambitions toward Fusang. After all, tsunamis were now within his control. He hadn't forgotten the ambush he suffered in Haiqing. Zhao Yunhai let out a cold chuckle. Believe it or not, that's your choice. Hand over the sea god pearl. It's not something someone like you deserves to own. You know everything. Lin Tian's heart turned ice cold when he heard the name sea god pearl. The man knew it all, and his power derived from the sea god pearl was clearly more seasoned than Lin Tian's. Lin Tian could never catch up to his pace of growth. He would be suppressed forever. No matter what, he couldn't give it up. Once he surrendered it, he would lose every chance to turn his life around. Lin Tian's resolve hardened, and the sea god pearl infused his mind with a cooling clarity. Seeing Lin Tian suddenly alert and determined, Zhao Yunhai narrowed his eyes and left the darkroom. Let the professionals handle it. Make Lin Tian cough up the secret himself. Zhao Yunhai commanded Si Jinyan. As you wish. Si Jinyan signaled the man behind him to enter. Get done what young Master Yun ordered. This man, a unique martial artist secretly trained by the Zhao clan, had just been transferred to Si Jinyan's squad. Zhao Yunhai had abandoned his own persuasive tactics. Indeed, villains lack the gift of gab. Professional matters required professional hands. The man's name was Wang Jin, a martial artist at the pinnacle of the innate realm, 32 years old. His natural talent was mediocre, but his spiritual power was formidable. His innate realm strength was achieved through the Zhao family's lavish use of herbs and resources. He had no hope of further martial advancement, but his spiritual power could still be honed with advanced technology. Young Master Yun, leave him to me, he'll have it done in a minute. Wang Jin stepped forward from behind Si Jinyan and bowed respectfully to Zhao Yunhai. Follow me. Zhao Yunhai glanced at him and led him inside, closing the door behind them. Some matters were best kept among few. Here we go again. No matter who you bring him telling you, you're delusional. Stop dreaming. With the sea god Pearl's aid, Lin Tian was now more lucid than ever. He's all yours. Zhao Yunhai ignored him and turned to Wang Jin. Use your full power. Yes. Wang Jin replied, his voice brimming with excitement. His excitement was understandable. Zhao Yunhai's meaning was clear. In truth, Zhao Yunhai had two intentions. First, Lin Tian was the protagonist, so using full force was the safest bet. Second, if Wang Jin's ability proved exceptional, Zhao Yunhai planned to recruit him. Ha ha ha. Him. Lin Tian laughed scornfully. He thought the man was utterly naive. Even if they tortured him beyond recognition, as long as he lived, he would one day see the light again. Because the sea god Pearl was still transforming his body, given time, he too could achieve water liquefaction. Though not as instantaneous as Zhao Yunhai's full body transformation. Lin Tian roared inwardly. He needed time. Why was heaven so unfair, denying him the chance to grow? Wang Jin pulled out a green leaf, placed it to his lips, and blew softly. The opening notes of Only Mama is Good in the World began to play gently. Only mothers are good in the world. Sorry if you think I'm an orphan and trying to move me with that, you're being naive. Lin Tian was initially on guard, but upon hearing the lullaby being played before him, he was momentarily stunned, then sneered. I have no parents born of heaven and earth. Is that all? Zhao Yunhai did not speak, nor did he interrupt Wang Jin's use of his ability, instead sealing his own auditory acupoints with inner energy. He did so to avoid being disturbed by the other's illusion technique, which would be embarrassing if he made a fool of himself. Wang Jin remained expressionless. He had obtained a psychology certificate enough to be a professor in the field. An orphan. What they yearn for is always familial affection. Even if over time they grow to loathe, reject, and detest family bonds deep within their hearts, there is always a place longing for kinship. This is not about human nature being inherently good at birth. Rather, it is human nature that what one cannot obtain is forever the best and most desired. Having read Lin Tian's profile, Wang Jin was already confident. All he had to do was perform before young Master Yun, and once he stayed to serve by his side, his status would rise dramatically. Then even those he once had to look up to would treat him with deference because of his position by young Master Yun's side. As a master of using music to cast illusions, Wang Jin was also a virtuoso in the art of music itself. One can never have too many skills. Wang Jin had dabbled in every skill that could involve illusion techniques. At first, Lin Tian's face was full of disdain, occasionally sneering. But before long, Lin Tian fell into an illusion, a world where Wang Jin the caster could manipulate at will. Exploiting Lin Tian's experience of growing up without parents, the illusion made him feel as if he had returned to his childhood. Lin Tian once again endured the feeling of being mocked at school for having no parents. That loneliness, that desperate urge to know why he had no parents. That pain could only be truly understood by a genuine orphan. Just then in the real world, Lin Tian's expression suddenly turned sour. What's happening? Zhao Yunhai, puzzled, unsealed his auditory acupoints. It's a bit complicated. Some force seems to be constantly adjusting his optic nerves, making my illusion unstable. Wang Jin, slightly embarrassed, quickly explained, Young Master Yun, rest assured there will be no problems. Young Master Zhao, would you like to know the process of his beautiful dream? I've written down the illusion I crafted here. Wang Jin handed a notebook to young Master Yun. Zhao Yunhai flipped through the notebook, while keeping an eye on Lin Tian, who was about to wake up. Zhao Yunhai knew that the sea god Pearl within him must have sensed Lin Tian's danger and was trying to awaken him. Zhao Yunhai used his inner energy to guide the power of the sea god Pearl in his own mind to obstruct the interference from Lin Tian's Pearl. With the interference gone, the illusion, Lin Tian was trapped and had changed. His mother had found him, and a few years of happiness made Lin Tian completely forget who he was, indulging in it beyond redemption. As a child, Lin Tian yearned for parents. As an adult, he despised his former self for being so laughable and childish. The illusion lasted only a few seconds in reality. In the illusion, Lin Tian gave the pearl he had just found by the seaside to his mother and received her praise. In reality, Lin Tian took the sea god pearl from his mind and handed it directly into Zhao Yunhai's hands. That's enough. After Zhao Yunhai placed the sea god pearl into a prepared box, he said to Wang Jin, "As you command." Wang Jin quickly stopped the illusion. When Lin Tian woke up, he had no idea what had happened, his face full of confusion, as if he had just been dreaming. "Goodbye? I could let you stay in this dream forever, but no, I need you to die awake." Zhao Yunhai placed his hand on Lin Tian's shoulder and leaned close to his ear. "This pearl is really beautiful. What a good son." "You..." Lin Tian jerked his head up to stare at him. The words were exactly the same as his mother's in the dream. Crack. With full confusion, Lin Tian had his neck mercilessly snapped by Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai turned to Wang Jin. "I don't want a third person to know what happened here." "As you command." Wang Jin was also stunned by the scene, but he chose to obey young Master Yun's orders and bury the secret deep in his heart. "You did well this time. From now on, stay by my side." Zhao Yunhai valued his ability. He was a talent. Moreover, since he had been raised by his own family, he was trustworthy. Otherwise, he would have silenced him long ago. But keeping such a talent close would prove very useful in the future. "Thank you for your patronage, young Master Yun." Wang Jin got his wish, his face beaming with excited joy. After this matter was settled, the small dark room was permanently sealed off by Zhao Yunhai, and the equipment was replaced. The sea god pearl was a treasure, and as for where to keep it, it would naturally accompany him to Qianzhou. Upon learning that the boss had dealt with Lin Tian, Li Mingyi personally proposed to scatter Lin Tian's ashes. "Here, this is for you." Si Jinyan decided to grant this wish. He loved the sea, so this time he'll personally scatter him over the desert, letting him endure the sun and wind every day. Li Mingyi hugged the urn with schadenfreude, his mind racing with various poses for scattering the ashes. Seeing Li Mingyi's feigned smugness, Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After Zhao Yunhai laughed, everyone else joined in. Li Mingyi didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he laughed along with everyone, blending in even more harmoniously. Although the boss was ruthless in handling matters, he was very good to his own people. "Then he'll leave his ashes to you. Take the day off today. I've already ordered your private jet from Zhou Group. They have one in stock, and it will be registered under your name. Take my private jet today and scatter these." Zhao Yunhai never kept things belonging to the protagonist overnight, as delays could lead to complications. As for the private jet, Yu Manlu also had one on order. His father's Zhou Group had a private aircraft manufacturing division, a legitimate and licensed industry. Zhou was involved in various sectors. For now, Tiangong was still inferior to Zhou, but Zhao Yunhai was confident he would surpass his father in the future. "Thank you, boss." Li Mingyi hadn't expected the boss to order a private jet for him. Thinking about the comfort of a private jet, he was overjoyed. Working for the boss was far better than being a boss himself. Half a month later in Qianzhou, Yu Manlu and his team finally finalized the location for Tiangong's headquarters, and construction had already begun. It was estimated to take 3 months to complete the Tiangong headquarters. As for the time issue, that could be solved with money. For 3 months, Zhao Yunhai had no intention of staying idle in Haiqing. He was certain there were still plenty of protagonists waiting to be discovered in the world. Waiting 3 months meant giving these protagonists time to develop in their early stages. So Zhao Yunhai decided to set a small goal for these 3 months. First, recruit a couple of protagonists as his subordinates. As for how many ashes he could scatter, that would depend on the protagonist's fortunes. On the high-speed train bound for Dongdu and Qianzhou, Zhao Yunhai chose not to take a private jet, as trains were hardly lacking in protagonists. Many protagonists came from humble beginnings and were financially strained, which explained why they often proclaimed, "My fate is determined by me, not the heavens," or "Do not mock a youth for being poor." Dongdu was unlike Nanqing. The reason they came here was that Yang Hui had seen a video online mentioning a spectacular waterfall in Dongdu. Since she wanted to see it, they came. Protagonists were everywhere, it didn't matter where they went. Perhaps Dongdu had its own protagonist too. Ada and the others were seated nearby, ready to ensure Yun Xiao's safety. Although Yun Xiao's martial prowess had reached the Grandmaster level, his status meant he could not easily act himself. Yang Hui was taking photos of herself and Yunhai. Their looks needed no editing to be the epitome of perfection. Zhao Yunhai's attention, however, was fixed on a seat by the aisle. There sat a bald little monk around 12 years old with delicate features from the side. Wasn't the woman beside him already unable to resist the urge for a photo, holding up her phone and posing? The little monk clutched a small urn tightly, refusing to let go even in his drowsiness, holding it ever closer. Clearly whatever was inside the urn was of great importance to him. A hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes. He perhaps had held the ashes of a loved one. After more than 10 minutes, the little monk seemed unable to fight off sleep and dozed off, the Buddhist prayer beads slipping from his palm into his lap. But one must always be wary of others when traveling. Those beads were clearly no ordinary item and must have been valuable. A moment of greed could lead to ill intent. A figure suddenly walked past from behind, passing the little monk without pause. But Zhao Yunhai could no longer see the prayer beads in the little monk's lap. "Interesting," Zhao Yunhai murmured, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "If you thought he would step in to help, you would be sorely mistaken." Life was filled with countless injustices, each should one meddle in matters that did not concern them. It was one thing if you had the wealth and ability to intervene, but being a good Samaritan without means often led to unfortunate outcomes. Such was the harsh reality of life. For hours later the little monk awoke. Upon waking he frantically searched his person, and the floor clearly panicked. That item means a lot to you, doesn't it? Zhao Yunhai remarked upon seeing this. Good sir, please tell me. This string of beads was my master's legacy, the little monk said, turning to face him, his whole countenance revealed. Zhao Yunhai was taken aback by the sight. Super multiplier activated, rolling the dice. 999. This time the multiplier soared to 999 times. Zhao Yunhai was not in a hurry. He knew that such a high multiplier usually meant something useless. Still, he hadn't expected such luck, encountering a protagonist in the same carriage. This protagonist was merely a 12-year-old little monk. His potential for shaping was immense. When the power of 999 times was integrated into Zhao Yunhai's body, he realized just how formidable the little monk's talent was. A martial monk who cultivated Buddhism or a martial Taoist who practiced the Tao. Monks grew stronger through meditation and enlightenment of Buddhist principles. Taoists grew stronger by comprehending the ultimate truths of the Tao. The power varied, but its essence remained the same. Both required cultivation techniques, and their path of cultivation was one of enlightenment. Cultivation was fair. If your comprehension was lacking, you might never become a martial artist. But if you persisted for decades and suddenly achieved enlightenment, you could leap from the Hotian realm directly to the Xiantian realm, becoming a grandmaster, or even a great grandmaster in a single day. Don't say the power system is broken. The depth is manageable, and the author has it under control. For those with poor comprehension but decent talent in cultivation, it was advisable to stick to martial arts. For those with exceptional comprehension but poor talent, becoming a monk or Taoist was recommended. In 10 or 20 years you might become a formidable master. In ancient times the Zhao clan had a hand in the persecution of Buddhism and Taoism. Within the Zhao clan's territory, countless lost and ancient scriptures of Buddhism and Taoism were preserved. Yet the Zhao clan showed no interest in these texts, leaving them to gather dust in a dedicated chamber, cleaned only by someone on a daily basis. Of course the Zhao clan had also supported Taoism and Buddhism. Simply put, they would support you if you obeyed and destroy you if you didn't. The little monk before him had a talent most suited for Buddhism. He could be called a born Buddhist disciple. With the 999 times multiplier applied to Zhao Yunhai, he was now imbued with countless Buddhist insights unmatched in the world in understanding Buddhist scriptures. Yet Zhao Yunhai constantly suppressed the urge to practice Buddhist techniques. It was best to avoid cultivating Buddhist techniques if possible. The Buddhist path of enlightenment sought desirelessness and freedom from afflictions, thus achieving the state of Tathagata. Made up, but it sounds impressive, so it works. Thus Buddhist insights were wasted on Zhao Yunhai's mind, but wasn't there a perfect vessel right before him? Why has this good sir fallen silent? The little monk asked anxiously. Clearly this gentleman knew where the beads had gone. Little monk, where in Xianzhou are you headed? Zhao Yunhai gestured for the little monk to calm down, and after his expression eased slightly he smiled. There's still time before the next stop. Those beads are on the train and won't get away. I'm going to Dongdu. That was my master's hometown. I want to give him a proper burial, the little monk replied, patiently knowing that haste was useless. Do you have any family left in this world? Zhao Yunhai nodded inwardly and continued. My only family was my master. Now that he has returned to dust, I have no one left in this world. The little monk looked down at the urn in his arms, his face etched with lingering sorrow. My condolences. If your master was an enlightened one, perhaps he has gone to the Buddha's palm paradise, as your Buddhist teachings say. Zhao Yunhai comforted the little monk, then gestured for Ada to come over. Yun Xiaoada quickly approached. Zhao Yunhai instructed, go retrieve the little monk's prayer beads. Make sure there's no bloodshed. This little monk's master has just passed away. Understood. Ada had already noted the thief's face and immediately headed toward the front carriage. Ba, this humble monk, thanks you good sir, the little monk said, clasping his hands together in gratitude, realizing that this gentleman was no ordinary person. A trivial matter. What is your name, little monk? Zhao Yunhai could not keep addressing him as little monk forever. Yang Hui gazed at the delicate-featured young monk, feeling a pang of pity for him, though she did not show it. She could tell this young monk was independent, possessed his own convictions, and needed no sympathy. You may call me Wuchen, benefactor. The young monk uttered his Dharma name. Just hearing it, Zhao Yunhai's mind spontaneously conjured his own Buddhist interpretation of the two characters. Wuchen, a heart devoid of worldly cares, free from mundane vexations, signifying purity of the six senses. It seems your master held great expectations for you. Hearing this, Wuchen stared at him in astonishment. My master said the very same thing. Benefactor, your understanding of Buddhist principles seems profound. To encounter a kind soul who grasped Buddhist concepts on his first venture delighted Wuchen greatly. Merely a superficial understanding, for I am no monastic. Zhao Yunhai shook his head slightly. At that moment Ada returned holding the very prayer beads the young monk Wuchen had lost. With Ada's intervention, failure was impossible unless the thief was also a protagonist. Little monk, be more careful next time. Do not lose them again. As Ada touched the beads, he could sense their extraordinary nature, likely a cherished object of an enlightened monk. Yet in the mundane world, monks and Taoists were rarely seen, for they secluded themselves in temples and monasteries, immersed in their scriptures, striving to break through to the next realm. This little monk will remember. My gratitude again for your assistance, benefactor. Wuchen thanked him once more, uncertain how he would have managed otherwise. Here is my card. If you encounter an insurmountable problem, you may seek me out. Zhao Yunhai gestured for heir to hand his business card to the young monk Wuchen. Knowing the other was a protagonist, he understood that even without his intervention someone would inevitably aid the protagonist. Thus he might as well act himself to win over this young monk. Since he was a protagonist, troubles would come one after another. Even after alighting from the car, Zhao Yunhai did not extend an invitation to recruit the young monk. Things pursued too eagerly are often undervalued, though exceptions exist. Zhao Yunhai took Yang Hui directly to the finest hotel in Dongdu to check in. Yet no hotel, however grand, could rival the comfort of one's own establishment. Dongdu doesn't even have a single maffish hotel. My father really dropped the ball. Sooner or later he'll open Tiangong grand hotels across the entire Qianzhou. Zhao Yunhai, surveying the luxury suite's design, could not resist a jab at his father. Uncle Zhao likely deems this profit too trivial, given this is Qianzhou. As the legitimate daughter of the Yang clan, Yang Hui possessed deep insight into the circumstances of both the Zhao and Yang clans. But since I am here, Qianzhou will soon be within the Zhao clan's grasp. Zhao Yunhai was determined to seize Qianzhou, seeing no possibility of failure. I believe in you. Yang Hui gripped his hand firmly. This sentimentality feels so cheesy, haha. Zhao Yunhai burst into laughter, pulling her onto the bed. Yang Hui clung tightly to her man, deeply convinced he would become the most powerful person in the world. That afternoon he strolled with Yang Hui through the streets, buying nothing. For Yang Hui lacked for nothing, and what she truly needed was the experience of walking alongside him. As night fell, the hotel hosting Zhao Yunhai was destined for turmoil. Two martial artists at the pinnacle of the Hotian realm infiltrated the hotel silently. The hotel surveillance seemed to have been disabled. Qianzhou beyond Zhao clan control was rife with enemy eyes. Behind these two Hotian pinnacle warriors were those hostile to the Zhao clan. In ancient terms, Zhao Yunhai was the Zhao clan's heir. Should he fall, the clan would plunge into chaos. Even the slimmest chance drove them to attempt his assassination. But mere Hotian pinnacle strength, an elder of the clan dealt with both, leaving no survivors. Hotian pinnacle power was nothing before a grandmaster. These people could never imagine that Zhao Yunhai was guarded by 4 grandmasters in close protection. Just as commoners remain unaware of the bodyguards surrounding the wealthy, these people knew nothing of the Zhao clan's true might. They only knew the Zhao clan stood above them, blocking their path to advancement. The elder called heir over, pointing at the 2 corpses. Dispose of them. Yes, elder. Heir obediently sprinkled corpse-dissolving powder over the bodies. The so-called corpse-dissolving powder was merely a chemical agent. The Zhao clan had continuously upgraded it. Now upon contact, the powder made bodies vanish before the naked eye. One of the 3 gathered elders spoke in a chilling tone. It seems they are tired of living. To strike at the Zhao clan's heir, after so many years of peace, they have forgotten the terror we once wrought. Another elder's voice dripped with venom. Their entire clan should be exterminated. The last milder elder waved a hand. Too much, too much. 3 generations will suffice. In today's society, we must uphold civility and harmony. Tomorrow inform Xiaohai when he wakes. Let him decide whether to report this. We should not interfere. A dreamless night. Zhao Yunhai woke, naturally eating breakfast as he listened to Ada's report. These people are truly impatient. They strike the moment I arrive, so eager to ask the traitor from years past what fate befell him. Zhao Yunhai showed no surprise, smiling faintly. Yang Hui, worried for his safety, whispered, should we change accommodations? This place is too dangerous. Everywhere in Qianzhou is unsafe, but 2 Hotian pinnacle warriors trying to kill me. Ridiculous. Do not report this to the clan. I can handle it myself. Zhao Yunhai let out a cold sneer, dismissing their efforts. But since they have made a move, I must return the courtesy. Let me give them a token first. Eliminate those close to them, so from today onward they cannot find a moment's peace. As you command. Ada hurried out to carry out the orders. That night, after receiving intelligence from the Zhao family's information department, Xi Jinyan, with Yun Xiao's authorization, mobilized the Zhao family's forces in Qianzhou. Upon Zhao Yunhai's arrival in Qianzhou, all hidden forces of the Zhao family were under his control. These individuals would never know the terrifying methods the Zhao family employed in planting spies. A top tycoon of Qianzhou lay comfortably asleep at home, cradling his wife, while the villa also held his promising son, who had just come of age. This tycoon adored his wife and son above all. At this moment, a shadow silently infiltrated the villa using lightness skills. The villa's security system and personnel remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies, for nearby a person was manipulating advanced technology, hacking directly into the security system with a laptop. The security personnel were like blind men staring at the monitor. "It's time to act," the person said into the earpiece. "Understood." The masked figure swiftly entered the tycoon's son's room and quietly ended the life of the 18-year-old. "Such a person dares to oppose my Zhao family." The masked figure coldly smiled, his icy gaze filled with murderous intent. After years of lurking, the family finally had someone come, and it was the young master. This time the family was definitely serious. Everyone had their own way of addressing Zhao Yunhai. As the masked figure stood beside the top tycoon of Qianzhou, the tycoon was still sound asleep, unaware that the person in his arms was gradually growing cold. Meanwhile, those secretly opposing the Zhao family that night, regardless of where they were, whether playing or sleeping, all met with an inevitable death. "Since you are willing to oppose the Zhao family, let me assist you so you have no worries in dealing with me. I, Zhao family, will take on this role of the Good Samaritan. No thanks needed." When the sun dispelled the night, and the sunlight bathed Qianzhou, those in power wore expressions of despair. "I want to overthrow the Zhao family, destroy them, and relieve my heart's hatred. I can no longer endure it. My wife and child are dead. There is nothing left to care about. All my money will become a sharp knife, piercing the Zhao family. Always enduring, haha, now we are all solitary souls." Top tycoon Gu Xiaolai of Qianzhou slammed the table with a face full of rage, his excessive sadness turning into a bitter laugh. The people present were all prominent figures in Qianzhou, sharing the sentiment, their eyes already swollen from crying. Some were genuinely sorrowful, while others felt that sacrifices for a great cause were worthwhile. Lost a wife? Just remarry. Lost a son? Just have another. Under the persuasion of these people, those in grief gradually regained a temporary calm. No matter how sad, it is futile. The dead cannot be resurrected. If revenge is desired, the Zhao family must be brought down. Originally, these individuals were scheming against each other, but now they would cooperate more thoroughly. However, this was also the result Zhao Yunhai wanted to see. Only in this way could he completely ensnare these people. That young man Zhao Yunhai, who knows nothing of the world, really thinks his identity makes him invincible. His success is merely reliant on being the heir of the Zhao family. Let him be arrogant, or let him bury himself in Qianzhou and throw the Zhao family into chaos. Exactly, since he has come to Qianzhou, he must ask for our permission to leave. I suggest we start from the roots of the opposing company. There are at least Grandmaster-level experts around Zhao Yunhai. That can work, but the assassinations must not stop. Regardless of how strong the Grandmaster is, can they match firearms? Are you implying? That's right, since the facade has been torn, let's make it more thorough, but it's best not to leave any evidence for the Zhao family. Sure, be cautious. Using firearms is no small matter. You are right. If this traces back to us, we are done for. Finally, the top tycoon of Qianzhou, Gu Xiaolai, proposed, however, regarding martial artists, we can let those hidden masters take action. I will go find them. I have plenty of money, 1,000-day defense against thieves. I don't believe that Grandmaster experts don't need to sleep. All right. Everyone agreed. With a dual approach, they already felt Zhao Yunhai was doomed. Targeting him was the best choice against the colossal Zhao family. This group was plotting a grand scheme, unaware that Zhao Yunhai didn't take them seriously at all. Of course, the funerals of these individuals' relatives were held with much grandeur. When someone dies, people naturally come to pay their respects. The sycophants in Qianzhou discovered that the prominent figures they wished to associate with were all holding funerals. How coincidental. They were instantly dumbfounded. Which family should they visit? That was not the issue. They sent family members to represent them, visiting each one by one to pay respects. However, they were all clever individuals, recognizing that this situation hinted at something strange. Such coincidences hardly existed. So what if it's a coincidence? There are still smart people in Qianzhou, some things they dare not reveal. Zhao Yunhai watched Yang Hui taking pictures by the waterfall, and Si Jinyan said. The waterfall scene was extremely spectacular, causing Yang Hui to exclaim in astonishment. The waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way, falling 3,000 feet, a truly stunning sight. Under the sunlight's refraction, one could vaguely see a golden crow attempting to spread its wings and soar. Zhao Yunhai couldn't be bothered to investigate the origins of this phenomenon, though some things were already understood. Yunhai, come here. Let's take a group photo together. Zhao Yunhai saw Yang Hui waving and calling to him, and couldn't help but shout, coming right away. Then Zhao Yunhai quickly whispered to Si Jinyan. I estimate those people want nothing more than to kill me. Therefore my company will likely face significant obstacles. This is to inform you, Man Lu, to be mentally prepared. At the same time, contact those local snakes in Qianzhou whom we can ally with. Qianzhou cannot be a monolith. Si Jinyan committed Yun Xiao's words to memory, nodding eagerly. Understood, Yun Xiao, I will take care of it immediately. Be cautious of the other side using firearms. A cornered dog will jump over the wall and do anything. Zhao Yunhai had great trust in Si Jinyan's abilities, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Watch your safety. Don't worry, Yun Xiao. Oh, I will definitely protect your safety and that of Miss Yang. Yun Xiao's concern stirred a warm current in Si Jinyun's heart, his eyes reddening with emotion. Such a significant figure as Yun Xiao actually cared about the safety of someone as insignificant as himself. Even if it was just a single sentence, it was enough for Si Jinyun to remember for a lifetime. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Zhao Yunhai's eyes as he turned to walk towards Yang Hui. Simple as it was to win people's hearts, it was effortless for Zhao Yunhai. At the Eastern Capital Cemetery, the young monk Wuchen used the last of his master's savings to purchase a decent burial plot for him. Master, you repeatedly urged me not to step into the mortal world. But why on your deathbed did you command me to venture into it? Though your disciple cannot fathom the reason, I choose to honor your final wish. Let me see for myself if this mundane realm is truly as fearsome as you claimed. Gazing at his master's portrait on the tombstone, Wuchen suppressed his grief, clasped his hands together, and continuously chanted the sutra of the earth treasury. Master, your disciple takes his leave. Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resolute as he turned and departed. At Tanshan in the eastern capital, Gu Xiaolai had come here for one reason alone, to seek the aid of a former comrade with whom he shared a life-and-death bond. Old friend, I would not disturb you if I had any other choice. I am at my wit's end. Gu Xiaolai hesitated for a few seconds before striding in with unwavering determination, his hatred toward Zhao Yunhai and the Zhao clan deepening with each step. Yet when Gu Xiaolai emerged, he brought only a young man with him. This young man was the disciple of his old friend who had passed away not long ago. Gu Xiaolai was filled with doubt about whether this youth could truly deliver. Still, as the direct heir of a grandmaster-level powerhouse, he could not be too mediocre, could he? My master owed you a debt, and I shall repay it. There is no need for you to doubt me. Whether I succeed or fail, you lose nothing. But let me be clear, I will not engage in evil deeds. Ling Yun declared with unwavering confidence. Though Gu Xiaolai found it hard to trust him, he had no other option. If this failed, he could simply find someone else. That Zhao Yunhai acts arrogantly and strikes with ruthless cruelty. The 9 provinces have long suffered under the Zhao clan, and we have paid dearly to resist them. Just last night, my wife and child were murdered in our home. Not only I, but all my colleagues lost their loved ones, spouses, kin. Every single one perished. His vile methods are beyond appalling, and his cruelty is unmatched in this world. If this man is not eliminated, countless more will fall to his hands. Gu Xiaolai's face was etched with profound grief at the thought of his family. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Ling Yun felt a pang of sympathy. Such a venomous person was indeed a blight upon the world. You haven't eliminated him. Is it because he is a formidable warrior himself, or does he have powerful protectors by his side? Ling Yun had to voice these doubts. Moreover, he needed to investigate thoroughly whether the man's story held true. We have confirmed at great cost that he is at least at the peak of the Hotian stage. As Gu Xiaolai said this, he watched the other's expression closely. Seeing no change on Ling Yun's face, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Either this youth was freakishly strong, surpassing the Hotian realm, or he was simply ignorant and fearless. His old friend's character would never produce an ignorant and fearless disciple. Gu Xiaolai chose to believe the former, and his demeanor grew markedly warmer. Zhao Yunhai spent about a week in the eastern capital with Yang Hui. During this time, he did not seek out the young monk Wuchen. Instead, it was Wuchen who took the initiative to call on him. Benefactor Zhao, this humble monk has a few questions to ask. The young monk Wuchen stood before Zhao Yunhai, palms pressed together, his fingers and wrists encircled by a string of Buddhist prayer beads. Zhao Yunhai looked at Wuchen with a puzzled expression, then suddenly smiled. Ask whatever you wish. Wuchen performed a Buddhist salute. Ba, may I ask if Benefactor Zhao has killed anyone since arriving in the eastern capital? I have. Zhao Yunhai peeled an apple with a fruit knife, his gaze fixed directly on the young monk. He saw no point in hiding such matters. If Wuchen could not accept it, then that would be a different story. Wuchen was taken aback by the benefactor's bluntness, freezing for a full second. Then may I ask, were those killed by Benefactor Zhao good people or bad people? Wuchen had many questions and pressed on. Zhao Yunhai, sensing that the monk had heard some rumors, continued. To me, I only kill those who deserve death regardless of good or evil. I recall that in your Buddhist school you speak not of good and evil, but of karma. A person's karmic retribution is your standard for distinguishing right from wrong. Wuchen fell into deep thought at these words. 100 voices, 100 interpretations. Hearing this from Benefactor Zhao, this humble monk gains new insights. After a full minute, Wuchen bowed deeply. Though only 12 years old, he possessed a maturity that surpassed even most adults. His only shortcoming was a lack of worldly experience. Benefactor Zhao, this humble monk has one final question. I implore you to enlighten me. On the young monk's small, innocent face, his eyes burned with intense curiosity. Ask away. Zhao Yunhai stuffed the peeled apple into the boy's hands. Wuchen carefully cradled the apple and asked, Benefactor Zhao, why did you kill those people? Zhao Yunhai stabbed the fruit knife into the basket before him, stood up, and patted Wuchen's bald head as he spoke slowly. Those who wish to kill me I kill. Those who oppose me I kill. Those who harbor hatred I kill. Little monk killing is often the simplest method in this world, the crudest, most primal act. As for why I killed them, it is because they opposed the Zhao clan, failed to slay me, and were slain by me in return. It is that simple. Zhao Yunhai spoke in a casual tone, yet his eyes carried an undeniable authority. Thank you, Benefactor Zhao, for answering these 3 questions. Wuchen, his doubts resolved, recounted the rumors he had heard over the past few days. Ling Yun, is he a friend of yours? Zhao Yunhai focused on a key name. An acquaintance I made a few days ago. He told me some things about you, Benefactor Zhao. Perhaps he saw some skill in me and wished to recruit me to oppose you. Wuchen spoke truthfully. Following his own conscience, he decided to be honest with Benefactor Zhao. In his heart, he felt that Zhao Yunhai's actions were not wrong. It was merely a matter of differing stances. Compared to his new acquaintance Ling Yun, Wuchen trusted more in Benefactor Zhao, who had helped him on the high-speed rail. Some of Ling Yun's words he could not agree with. All wealth and status in the world are predetermined. No matter how overbearing the Zhao clan might be, it did not justify their attempt to assassinate Benefactor Zhao first. It seems you have made your choice already. Zhao Yunhai knew that Wuchen was not far from becoming his subordinate. However, this Ling Yun had caught his attention. Go investigate this Ling Yun. Zhao Yunhai instructed Ada before continuing his conversation with Wuchen. Is the little monk's master buried well? Rest assured, Zhao Benefactor, he has been laid to rest. Wuchen, the little monk, answered honestly. May I follow you, Zhao Benefactor? Wuchen suddenly made a request. Why? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Yunhai's mouth. The little monk Wuchen replied firmly, because I wish to experience the mortal world. There are many causes and effects surrounding Zhao Benefactor. Staying by your side will never lack causation. Secondly, I hope Zhao Benefactor will commit fewer sins. If someone is truly killed, I will recite the Earth Store Sutra to guide them. This way it can also reduce some of Zhao Benefactor's karma. Thirdly, Zhao Benefactor has shown kindness to the little monk. I wish to enter the mortal world and establish connections. I call this the Buddhist affinity. What a wonderful Buddhist affinity. Zhao Yunhai clapped and laughed heartily, stroking Wuchen's small bald head. Then from now on my entourage will include a minor monk. Wuchen's youthful face faintly revealed a trace of Buddhist essence. To take care of the little monk Wuchen, Zhao Yunhai directly found a restaurant specializing in vegetarian meals. Thank you for your care, Zhao Benefactor. Wuchen, the little monk, felt grateful, as it was the first time he tasted such delicious vegetarian food. He knew that if it weren't for him, Zhao Benefactor would not demean himself to eat vegetarian here. Eating it occasionally is fine. Has the little monk heard a saying? Zhao Yunhai casually ate his vegetarian meal, while the others also quietly enjoyed theirs. Although the vegetarian meal here was pure, it was exceptionally fragrant and unique in flavor. This was Yang Hu's first time eating vegetarian food, and she found it quite novel. However, everyone knew that the little monk had eaten vegetarian food his entire life. What saying? The little monk's appetite was actually quite small, yet he still cleaned up all the dishes Yang Hui offered him. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Zhao Yunhai teased. How can the little monk enter the mortal world without eating meat? What does it mean to enter the mortal world? Once you enter, you are no longer in control of your body. The Buddha resides in the heart. Vegetarian food is the Buddha, and meat dishes are also the Buddha. If the little monk wishes to enter the mortal world, he must cast aside the rules of the world outside. Zhao Yunhai's words directly plunged the little monk Wuchen into deep contemplation, as if he had suddenly gained enlightenment. The 4 clan elders at the same table exchanged surprised glances upon seeing the little monk enter a state of enlightenment. This little monk must possess extraordinary talent, a good foundation for Buddhist cultivation. The ability to enter a state of enlightenment like this is rare, difficult to see in 100 years. Zhao Yunhai finished his last bite of glutinous rice and quietly set down his chopsticks. The words he spoke were mixed with profound Buddhist truths that an ordinary person could not comprehend. Only those with a true understanding of Buddhism, like the little monk, would grasp the essence of these teachings. Although Yang Hui did not practice martial arts, she understood some of the basics. The little monk must have already entered the process of enlightenment. For a monk, gaining enlightenment is extremely precious. If disturbed, it could lead to lifelong regret. This was a private room, and as long as everyone remained silent, it felt very tranquil. The length of the enlightenment process is linked to the gains achieved. To prevent anyone from disturbing the little monk's enlightenment, Zhao Yunhai directly booked the restaurant for the entire day. After receiving the guest instructions, the owner of the vegetarian restaurant promptly closed the outer doors. This was the first time the owner had encountered such a generous guest, and he felt extremely pleased. Zhao Yunhai and the others waited for the little monk Wuchen. Now it was already 12 o'clock at night. Wuchen, the little monk, woke up feeling invigorated. Now his strength had advanced to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. His power even surpassed that of Zhao Yunhai. This was the terrifying advancement of the protagonist, the little monk Wuchen. However, for Zhao Yunhai, the stronger Wuchen became the more beneficial it was for him. Of course, if Zhao Yunhai wished to cultivate Buddhism, he could break through to the great grandmaster level at any time, and then to the peak of martial artist beyond that. However, Zhao Yunhai was not interested in Buddhism and did not enjoy cultivating, as it did not suit him. He did not lack ways to gain power, so there was no need to specifically cultivate Buddhism. Thank you, Zhao Benefactor. This time I gained a lot from my enlightenment, and I will remember this kindness in my heart. In the world there is the Buddha, in avoidance of the world there is the Buddha. The Buddha is everywhere. Zhao Benefactor, I have gained enlightenment. Wuchen knew that his enlightenment was prompted by the other party's deliberate guidance, but he did not expect Zhao Benefactor's understanding of Buddhist principles to be even deeper than his own. This discovery astonished Wuchen greatly. Your talent for enlightenment is rare, and any gains you have are your own merit unrelated to me. Let's go from now on, follow me, and enjoy life. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Ha ha! Zhao Yunhai pinched the delicate skin on the little monk Wuchen's face, laughing heartily as he led everyone away. Wuchen is actually here too. Ling Yun was hidden in a private room on the second floor of a restaurant using binoculars to observe Zhao Yunhai, only to discover an unexpected person. He had been here for several days, and had met the little monk Wuchen, feeling that he was similar to himself, capable of punishing evil and promoting good. However, he found it incomprehensible and even hard to believe that the little monk would associate with someone as wicked as Zhao Yunhai. After several conversations, he realized that the little monk had profound Buddhist insights. Although he appeared innocent to the world, he was exceptionally wise. Could it be that the little monk intentionally approached Zhao Yunhai for this reason? Yes, how did I not think of that? Ling Yun slapped his head, suddenly enlightened. During these days of monitoring Zhao Yunhai, he noticed 4 powerful individuals around him whose strength he could not ascertain. The others did not catch his attention. Zhao Yunhai's own strength should be at the innate level. The Zhao family's foundation was indeed formidable. Thinking about how to deal with the Zhao family, Zhao Yunhai was the best entry point. This guy has been lurking around me for a few days. Take a look if this is him. Zhao Yunhai took a photo from a da and handed it directly to the little monk Wuchen. Upon seeing the photo, Wuchen nodded. Yes, that's him. He is Ling Yun. The photo seemed as if it were taken right in front of Ling Yun, as he was looking directly at the camera through binoculars. Ling Yun had no idea how terrifying the Zhao family's power was. He had long been targeted by them without realizing it. Ling Yun, smug and self-satisfied, hummed a tune as he put away his telescope, unaware that his every move was being recorded. The satellites in the sky were no mere ornaments. The resources the Zhao family had invested in them were beyond the imagination of outsiders. The very first satellite had been secretly launched by the Zhao family. This had always been one of their closely guarded secrets. Ling Yun believed his own strength was enough to conquer the world. He was not from this world. In his past life, he had been nothing but a shootin'. By a twist of fate, he had transmigrated into this world directly into the body of a worthless man in his 20s. At the moment of his arrival, he had stumbled upon his predecessor jumping off a cliff after a breakup with his girlfriend. It was at the very instant of that plunge that he had crossed over. Fear, rage, utter doom. He had thought he could use his advantage as a transmigrator to amass wealth, become a tycoon, enjoy the company of beautiful women, and dominate the city. But now, right after crossing over, he was about to die from a cliff fall. Heaven was truly against him. He was absolutely the most unfortunate transmigrator. However, just as he was in despair, a figure rose from the bottom of the cliff, leaping upward in a series of dark shadows, and caught him directly. He had thought it was an ordinary world, but it turned out to be a world of martial artists. Having dreamed of martial arts since childhood, Ling Yun immediately knelt down and shamelessly begged to become a disciple. Unfortunately, the old man who had saved him said he was past the age for learning martial arts and his bone structure was extremely poor. He was simply not cut out for it. But Ling Yun refused to give up. His martial arts dream was right before him. How could he abandon such a golden opportunity just because he was deemed worthless? After much pleading, the old savior finally relented. He didn't take him as a disciple, but reluctantly agreed to teach him some basic martial arts, leaving the rest to his own fate. Ling Yun readily agreed. Just being able to cultivate was already more than he had hoped for. After learning the martial arts, Ling Yun discovered that he could master them instantly. He quickly reported this to the old man, asking to be taught more profound techniques. Upon learning of Ling Yun's ability, the old man immediately agreed to take him as a disciple and began teaching him his own unique martial arts inheritance. Within 3 months, Ling Yun rose from an ordinary martial artist to a grandmaster level warrior. If only his master's techniques had gone beyond the grandmaster level. If the cultivation methods could reach the pinnacle, Ling Yun could have mastered them instantly and broken through to the supreme realm. Unfortunately, techniques at the great grandmaster level, including those for the pinnacle realm, were extremely rare and nearly impossible to find. After his savior passed away, Ling Yun was preparing to descend the mountain when an old friend of the deceased arrived. Ling Yun agreed to help, but also inquired about cultivation methods. This man was the top tycoon of Qianzhou. If not for the need to obtain information about Zhao Yunhai and those around him, Ling Yun would have already gone off to enjoy himself. He was a grandmaster. He hadn't fully grasped the significance of this rank until the young monk Wuchen explained just how rare he truly was. He punished evil and upheld justice. Couldn't he also indulge in some pleasures? Regardless, he had to contact the young monk Wuchen. Ling Yun took out his phone and sent a message to Wuchen asking him to find a chance to slip away and meet up. Layman Ling Yun at 3 in the deep night, meet at the place we first knew. The young monk replied quickly. Seeing Wuchen's response, Ling Yun put his phone away with relief. Wuchen was indeed on his side. Ling Yun thought smugly. Zhao Yunhai probably never imagined that the young monk Wuchen had approached him deliberately. But Ling Yun had no idea that on the other side the young monk Wuchen had already sold him out completely and utterly. The young monk Wuchen's phone was in Zhao Yunhai's hands. The message just now had been replied to by Zhao Yunhai. This guy and I have no grievances. His targeting me is the cause, my sending him to meet the Buddha is the effect. Cause and effect. It seems the young monk had better prepare the Earth Store's Sutra. Zhao Yunhai returned the phone to the young monk Wuchen. Umatba. The young monk pressed his palms together and offered a Buddhist salute to layman Zhao. The next day, young Master Yun, a local boss, requests an audience. Asen walked over while Zhao Yunhai was having breakfast, reporting that someone was outside seeking an audience. Let him in. Zhao Yunhai leisurely ate a piece of meat floss bread, alternating between bites of bread and sips of milk. To immerse himself in the mortal world, the young monk Wuchen had to break his precepts. He was now trying his hand at eating fried chicken. A jet-set meal. Zhao Yunhai had asked Si Jinyin to order it, and Si Jinyin had simply ordered a family bucket. After the first bite, the young monk Wuchen's eyes lit up. His mouth and hands were greasy. He hadn't expected fried chicken to be so delicious. A mouthful of fried chicken, a gulp of cola. The young monk Wuchen felt utterly satisfied. Was this the mortal world? Had his master experienced it the wrong way? Meanwhile, the man seeking an audience with Zhao Yunhai was brought in by Asen. He had shifty eyes and a sunken face. His appearance was not merely ordinary, but gave off an immediate impression of a cunning petty villain. Upon seeing him, the man kept rubbing his hands together, maintaining a humble smile on his face. Speak, Asen reminded him softly. Lu Tan had mustered great courage to come here. He was merely a gang leader who had heard by chance from a hotel service staff that a big shot from Jingzhou was staying there. To get a head face meant nothing. He just wanted to rise above. Recently, the atmosphere in Dongdu seemed to have grown tense, making him feel that if he kept drifting along, he might end up losing his life. I want to work for you, Lu Tan said nervously. Has Dongdu become so hard to survive in? Zhao Yunhai didn't just accept anyone. The man before him was merely a martial artist who had just barely passed the unranked stage. Lu Tan seemed to sense that the young man didn't want to use him, and quickly stated his value. In Dongdu, I have some channels that can serve you. Although you lack no martial artists, I have plenty of ordinary people. As long as you find me useful, just say the word, and I guarantee everything will be handled perfectly. In Dongdu, Lu Tan was seen as a local tyrant by ordinary people, and even underworld figures dared not provoke him. But Lu Tan dared not show any hint of thuggishness before the big shot from Jingzhou, fearing even a trace of disgust. Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you recognize him, I'll take you in. Since this was the first person willing to pledge allegiance to him, Zhao Yunhai decided to give him an opportunity and pulled out a photo of Ling Yun. If the man recognized Ling Yun, he was likely one of the antagonists. But if he didn't even know the protagonist, then he was a dispensable nobody, an extra. Lu Tan stared intently at the person in the photograph, knowing this was his one and only opportunity. If he could pass the trial set by the formidable figure before him, he would be able to rely on this patron and live comfortably in the eastern capital. Lu Tan also harbored a secret known to few. He had accidentally obtained a piece of information. This information was precisely why Lu Tan was so desperate to become the man's lackey. It revealed that the simultaneous funerals of the big shots in the southern city were ultimately caused by the person standing before him. Those magnates could easily crush him with a single spittle. Now the opportunity he sought was right before his eyes. This person, I think I know him. Lu Tan racked his brain, searching his memory for that face. It felt vaguely familiar. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. He recalled that one of his underlings had been crippled by a man over a woman. The underling had come to him, but Lu Tan had hesitated, weighing whether to seize this chance to meet the great figure. Suddenly Lu Tan clenched his fist and slapped his palm, exclaiming with excitement, I remember now, I know him. This guy's name is Ling Yun. At the time my underling offended him over a woman, but since I was coming to see you, I put the matter aside. Zhao Yunhai was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this fellow to actually know Ling Yun. If the young monk had just entered the mortal world, his luck with women might not have been too shabby. However, judging by his future development, he was likely to remain single until the finale. But someone like Ling Yun who loved to meddle was different. He had only been in the eastern capital for a few days, and was already stirring up trouble. Zhao Yunhai continued. So in your opinion, what would you do to him? Lu Tan's heart raced with elation. This was undoubtedly the great man's test. He considered the matter seriously, then quickly replied, I would retaliate. He bullied my underling, so I must reclaim our honor. Then I would strike at the people closest to him, especially that woman. She must learn the consequences of offending my underling. Finally, I would cut off one of Ling Yun's hands as punishment, and that would be the end of it. Lu Tan's words left everyone present exchanging bewildered glances. Just cutting off one hand. Didn't he realize that such leniency only sowed the seeds of future trouble? Zhao Yunhai let out a soft laugh. This was typical of a villain, always leaving a loophole when dealing with the protagonist. All right, you've passed. A villain who willingly submitted was different from a mere passerby who did the same. Though this subordinate seemed expendable, at least he served as a pawn against Ling Yun. From now on, do everything in your power to kill him. I can guarantee you won't die, but that's all. Although Zhao Yunhai already knew the outcome of events, life always needed a bit of unexpected surprise and amusement. How should I address you? Lu Tan's face lit up with joy as he quickly bowed and asked cautiously. From now on, call me young Master Zhao, reminded Ada. Understood, young Master Zhao. He'll make sure to kill this Ling Yun fellow and amuse you. Lu Tan hastily assured him. You may leave. If anything comes up, you can contact Ada. Zhao Yunhai hummed softly and returned to looking at his phone. Then I'll take my leave, young Master Zhao. He'll come pay my respects another day. Lu Tan bowed deeply and slowly retreated. Before Lu Tan left, Ada gave him his phone number. Since young Master Zhao has taken you, and don't bring shame to him. If you need any weapons, just say the word. And if you can survive facing Ling Yun without dying, you'll truly become one of young Master Zhao's men. Then you'll know who he really is. I understand, sir. Lu Tan had already taken this matter as a certainty. In his view, no matter how strong Ling Yun was, he was at most a postnatal martial artist. After all, Ling Yun was so young. How powerful could he be? So this task was not difficult. After Lu Tan left the hotel, Ada returned to young Master Zhao's side and whispered, Young Master Zhao, I've conveyed everything to him. Whether he takes it to heart is up to his own fate. Ba. The young monk Wuchen pressed his palms together and said, I see that this man is steeped in sin and burdened with much karma. Such a person will inevitably court disaster. Benefactor Zhao sending him to deal with Ling Yun feels like sending him to his death. Since Benefactor Zhao has taken him in, this humble monk feels it's necessary to ensure his safety. Ling Yun is formidable, but I am willing to go and protect him to prevent him from being killed by Ling Yun. I also hope that my Buddhist teachings can reform him, steering him away from evil and toward good deeds. Hearing this, Zhao Yunhai nodded. I approve of your going, but you must take someone with you. Knowing this was the first step of Wuchen's worldly training, he instructed Lu Buiyun to accompany the young monk. Lu Buiyun, having spent years navigating the underworld, was well versed in human nature. Though his martial skills were mediocre, his worldly wisdom would ensure the young monk didn't suffer. Thank you, Benefactor Zhao. I am in your debt, Benefactor Lu. Despite his youth, the monk Wuchen was exceedingly polite. You flatter me. Lu Buiyun knew the young monk was highly valued by young Master Zhao and dared not act presumptuously, waving his hands repeatedly. I will not fail young Master Zhao's trust. I will ensure no harm comes to the young monk Wuchen. Zhao Yunhai smiled warmly and waved them off to join Lu Tan. Little did Lu Buiyun know the young monk Wuchen's strength far surpassed his own. Protect Lu Tan. Zhao Yunhai couldn't care less whether Lu Tan lived or died, though he wouldn't deliberately send him to his death. Dealing with Ling Yun was his own intention. Since the man had joined him, sending him against Ling Yun was perfectly reasonable. Whether Lu Tan could win or not was beyond Zhao Yunhai's concern. As long as he could harass the protagonist Ling Yun, Lu Tan would have already fulfilled his value as a subordinate. Exactly. After last night's conversation, I've clearly understood the young monk Wuchen's plan. Though the young monk is young, it is precisely his age that makes Zhao Yunhai let down his guard. So if we want to eliminate Zhao Yunhai and restore peace to Qianzhou, we must be patient. Ling Yun returned to the southern city and spoke with confidence before Gu Shaolai. Gu Shaolai didn't doubt the truth of this statement. After all, such a young age did indeed make one easy to overlook. Then once they arrive, you can lay out your plan. If you can convince them to agree, the plan can be executed flawlessly with everyone's cooperation. Though Gu Shaolai longed to avenge his wife and child, he knew he needed patience. Just a little more patience. No problem, this plan is absolutely perfect. Ling Yun curled his lips and smiled with supreme confidence. As the protagonist, Ling Yun's silver tongue was his primary causal weapon. Yet being the main character often meant facing ridicule from the masses. Barely had the meeting commenced when Ling Yun was met with widespread skepticism. A beardless youth is unreliable. How can we trust a plan conceived by a mere child like you? Indeed, does a brat think he can command us? Every attendee was well over 40, so calling Ling Yun a child was only natural. Are you certain you don't trust me? Ling Yun countered. Gu Shaolai stood nearby, anxious and hesitant, wanting to speak, but sensing the moment was inopportune. The crowd regarded him with disdain, tolerating his presence only out of respect for Gu Shaolai. Boom. Ling Yun abruptly unleashed his grandmaster-level power, sending everyone sprawling. The sheer terror of his inner force drained their faces pale, leaving them gasping for air, their cheeks flushed crimson. Had Ling Yun not restrained himself, he would have annihilated them all, inadvertently solving Zhao Yunhai's problem with these troublesome figures. Zhao Yunhai could have slain them long ago, but chose to let their hidden forces surface. His true desire was to see Qianzhou become a blank slate under the Zhao clan's control. The Zhao clan couldn't openly play the villain who appearances must be maintained. True villains never flaunt their wickedness in broad daylight. That would be foolishness, not arrogance. Thus, through Ling Yun's efforts, the influential figures of Qianzhou were gradually persuaded. Excellent. Since you all place such faith in me, I shall not disappoint your trust. The plan has already been laid out. Just wait a little longer, and Zhao Yunhai's doom is sealed. No matter how formidable his protection, the deadliest blade often strikes from within. Amid the flattery, Ling Yun remained outwardly humble, though inwardly he reveled in it. Meanwhile, upon learning that a young monk and a powerful martial artist sent by Zhao Yunhai had arrived, Lu Tin hurried out to welcome them personally. Lu Tin wondered if this was Zhao Yunhai's way of monitoring him, but quickly dismissed the thought. Zhao Yunhai had no need to spy on him. Crushing him would be as effortless as stepping on an ant. As for the young monk supposedly sent to protect him, Lu Tin could only smile politely. This was the monk who sat alongside Zhao Yunhai, not to be offended. Likely Zhao Yunhai used the monk as an excuse to let him roam, with the martial artist as his guardian. Having reasoned this out, Lu Tin spared no effort in arranging accommodations for the duo, taking the young monk everywhere, regaling him with amusing tales to curry favor. Lu Tin treated it like amusing a child, though with any ordinary brat had have sent them packing with a slap. Now eager to expedite Zhao Yunhai's orders, he had his underlings keep tabs on Ling Yun's movements. According to his men, Ling Yun had left the eastern capital for the southern city. That was not his turf. It was dominated by big shots, a place he dared not tread, for it promised no return. Having latched onto Zhao Yunhai, Lu Tin aspired to go further beyond the eastern capital into the southern city and even across all of Qianzhou. He harbored ambition, but lacked backing. He needed a protector. His sights had always been set high, deeming Qianzhou too small, which was why he had never pledged allegiance to its local powers. Now he had finally found the patron worth serving. Only someone of this caliber could lead him out of Qianzhou. Of course, the price of not having a patron was surrendering greater profits. At Lu Tin's base, numerous gambling-addled underlings loitered about, smoking and playing cards. These idle youths had nothing to do all day. After 2 days of waiting, Lu Tin grew impatient, his ears nearly calloused from the racket. The Buddha's great love and compassion bestow hope upon the world. Life after life, reincarnation cycles, accumulate virtue, and do good, never complain. The young monk Wuchen constantly murmured Buddhist verses in his ear. Benefactor Lu, commit fewer sins and more good deeds. Your future and your next life will repay you through karma. The young monk Wuchen tirelessly urged Lu Tin to turn from his ways. After speaking, he took out a wooden fish and began to strike it rhythmically, chanting abstruse sutras. Lu Buyin stood by, suppressing a smile, deeply sympathizing with Lu Tin. If it were him, he would have long been driven mad by the monk's nagging. Even just overhearing it for 2 days, not even being the target, had already exhausted him. Little monk, someone like me. Has anyone truly managed to turn back? Lu Tin rubbed his temples, speaking helplessly. The young monk Wuchen closed his eyes, counting prayer beads one by one, tapping the wooden fish, and chanting sutras without pause. Boss, that bastard Ling Yun is back. A subordinate, his face still swollen from the humiliation inflicted by Ling Yun, burst in shouting. Such a fuss. Lu Tin, seeing the underling as if glimpsing hope, hurried over to embrace him and steered him outside. The young monk Wuchen's lips curled into a faint smile as he followed, tapping his wooden fish. Boss, this little monk's constant drumming is driving me crazy. The subordinate felt an inexplicable irritation from the chanting. Shut up. Lu Tin snapped, covering his mouth. That's my little ancestor. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I understand, boss. The subordinate, enduring the noise behind him, quickly reported. Ling Yun is really back. Our men spotted him just stepping off the high-speed rail. Good. Immediately kidnap that woman, then lure Ling Yun to a remote spot for a rescue. Well, bury them both there. Lu Tin promptly ordered his men to prepare. Benefactor Lu minimized bloodshed. Amitba. The young monk Wuchen had overheard everything. After all, he was a peak grandmaster. Some things aren't a matter of choice, little monk. This is reality. Lu Tin turned to face the monk, explaining with earnest gravity. Though I cannot change the blood on your hands, I can at least alter your sins. You may have someone killed, but you must not do it personally. The young monk Wuchen wasn't sure if this was right, but Benefactor Zhao had said that as long as one didn't kill directly, it didn't count as killing. So long as Lu Tin refrained from taking a life with his own hands, the karma of indirect killing would be lesser than that of direct murder. This way he could at least justify himself to the Buddha. From the moment the young monk Wuchen began following Zhao Yunhai, his thoughts had strayed from the original path of the protagonist, embarking on an entirely different journey. Alright. Lu Tan felt a strange sensation upon seeing the sincerity in the young monk's eyes and readily agreed. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had spoken to anyone on equal terms. Either he was in a position of superiority or the person he was speaking to was. Liu Buiyun was astonished. He sensed something amiss with the young monk's words, but couldn't pinpoint it. The young monk Wuchen couldn't help but smiled joyfully, having successfully guided someone toward goodness for the first time. Though it was only a beginning, it was a start, and he resolved to redouble his efforts. Suddenly the young monk Wuchen was brimming with renewed vigor. Lu Tin led the young monk to a remote abandoned factory. The factory owner had long since gone bankrupt and fled. Lu Tin often used this place for shady dealings. MMPH. The innocent woman Tang Yuqin was filled with terror. Among these people she only recognized the thug who had harassed her before. Fair lady, please calm down. If you cooperate obediently, this humble monk Wuchen will ask this benefactor Lu to release you. The young monk Wuchen stood before the woman, trying to soothe her. Lu Tan's men felt that this young monk seemed utterly out of place among them. But Tang Yuqin didn't believe a word. A monk among a gang of villains was surely a wicked monk. A monk so young mingling with such thugs was bound to become a wicked monk. Little monk, don't bother. This woman will never trust you. One of Lu Tan's men, unable to bear it, interjected. Slap. Shut your mouth. Let him do what he wants. Why are you butting in? If there's a next time, I won't be so lenient. Lu Tan slapped the back of his subordinate's head and threatened in a low voice. I'm sorry, boss. The subordinate quickly apologized. Guiding people to goodness is a monk's duty. The young monk Wuchen didn't insist on the woman believing him. He had said what needed to be said. To be honest, he wasn't optimistic about this operation either. After all, if he didn't intervene once Ling Yun arrived, given his strength, he would surely be able to save the woman. Unless something unexpected happened. If benefactor Zhao came at this time, then Ling Yun might find it easy to come, but leaving would be far from simple. I'm here. Where are you? Ling Yun, furious, used his lightness skill to arrive directly, his voice booming throughout the factory. Over here. Ling Yun, you injured my men. I kidnapped this woman to call you here, just to show you the consequences of crossing me. Lu Tan spoke through a megaphone, intending to lull the other into a false sense of security. So you're the thug's leader. Offend me, and it'll make you taste the consequences as well. Ling Yun snorted coldly, leaped from his spot, and used several footholds to reach the third floor of the factory. Lu Tan hadn't expected the other party to bypass the explosives he had set and appear directly before him. Such strength suggested this man was far more than just a haute on-stage cultivator. Lu Tan swallowed hard, a flicker of fear in his eyes as his hand stealthily reached for the pistol tucked at his waist. Perhaps only this cold pistol could give him a sense of security. At such close range, he was admittedly nervous, but seeing the martial artist protecting the young monk gave him some comfort. Ling Yun was surprised to see the young monk here. But realizing that this thug leader had likely colluded with Zhao Yunhai, he immediately understood why the young monk was present. Ling Yun nodded to himself, then looked at Tang Yuqin, who was tied to a chair. Xiaoqin, don't worry. This time I've dragged you into this. Relax, I'll take you home soon. Then a cold gleam flashed in Ling Yun's eyes as he attacked with ruthless ferocity. A grandmaster's attack wasn't something that ended in an instant. The men guarding Tang Yuqin were knocked unconscious, crippled, if not dead. Killing was troublesome, so Ling Yun held back. Buddha says death is but a single blow. Benefactor Ling, you have gone too far. The young monk Wuchen hadn't expected Ling Yun to be so brutal, crippling two living men in one move. If he had killed them, perhaps Wuchen wouldn't have been so angry. But tormenting someone for life like this was far more painful than death. It was too cruel. I've gone too far. Ling Yun looked at the young monk blocking his path and let out a mocking laugh. He thought to himself that the young monk was probably putting on an act to gain Zhao Yunhai's trust. Indeed, he wasn't the only one working hard. The young monk Wuchen was no less diligent. You really have gone too far. The young monk Wuchen had no intention of playing along with Ling Yun's act. The other's restraint was excessive. He hadn't wanted to intervene, but now he had no choice. If he stood by and did nothing, these men would all end up crippled, and his inaction would incur karmic debt. Buddhism places great emphasis on karma. These men were, after all, technically his own people. If they weren't, he might not have acted. Little monk, get behind me. Lu Tan, oblivious to the monk's intentions, saw his recklessness and quickly pulled him behind him. Liu Buiyun was in a tough spot. He realized he was no match for Ling Yun and wondered why young Master Yun had sent him to protect the young monk. They deserve it. Little monk, get out of my way. Ling Yun put on a convincing act, feigning an expression of not wanting to argue with a child. Ba. The young monk Wuchen clasped his hands together and stood in front of the bound woman. Despite Liu Bowen and Lu Tan trying to pull him away, he remained as still as a mountain, astonishing them both. Then don't blame me. Ling Yun could sense the young monk's strength, so he didn't hold back. His movements were like a shadow, swift as the wind, incredibly fast. His figure arrived in an instant, and the attack came heated. Umatba. The young monk Wuchen caught Ling Yun's attack with both hands, his prayer beads clattering loudly as he struck out with a palm imbued with Buddhist principles. Ling Yun's hands formed an impenetrable defense. At such close range, he had underestimated the young monk, who was far younger but astonishingly fast. Boom. Liu Bowen quickly pulled Lu Tan away. With such strength, the young monk needed no protection. Lu Tan himself was the one being protected. The thugs scrambled away in all directions, leaving the woman completely unattended. Liu Buiyun was clever. After retreating to safety, he immediately video-called young Master Yun. He believed young Master Yun would be very interested in Ling Yun's fight. Young Master Yun, the little monk, is fighting with Ling Yun, and their strength is evenly matched. Liu Buiyun's tone carried a hint of envy and admiration. Such a talented young monk. Compared to himself, who had only just broken through from the peak of the transformation force stage to the early stage of vigorous force at this age, he himself was utterly useless. Zhao Yunhai watched the battle between the two on the video call, then turned to the four elders beside him. With strength like this, the little monk Wuchen is worthy of being heavily cultivated by the family. The four elders marveled at the fight displayed on the screen. The little monk Wuchen is now one of us. If he is willing, our Zhao family will spare no effort to nurture him and provide him with an endless supply of cultivation resources. Remember, our family once suppressed Buddhism and has preserved the most comprehensive collection of Buddhist scriptures and martial arts. Indeed, it was Xiao Hai's unique insight. The little monk's current strength owes much to the enlightenment you sparked in him back then. Leave the training of the little monk to me. He'll inform the family of whatever resources are needed. Zhao Yunhai watched the little monk Wuchen's combat with eyes full of admiration. As for Ling Yun, he wasn't even worth his notice. That Ling Yun could only trade blows evenly with the little monk, clearly indicating he was merely at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Little monk, that's enough for now. Ling Yun seized a moment during their clash to whisper to the young monk. The little monk Wuchen naturally understood. Ling Yun still thought he was on his side. But a monk does not deceive. So the little monk Wuchen chose silence. Since he couldn't subdue his opponent, he would let him go, to avoid further casualties. Allowing Ling Yun to leave with the woman reduced bloodshed. This little monk had earned boundless merit. Thanks. Seizing an opportunity, Ling Yun directly repelled. The little monk Wuchen snapped the ropes and carried her away from the scene. With the little monk present, he couldn't cripple everyone. He had to show some respect to the young monk, or else the latter would have trouble reporting back. Lu Tan was overjoyed when he saw his opponent step directly onto the buried bomb site. Boom, boom, boom. The hidden explosives detonated instantly. But Ling Yun emerged calmly from the blackened smoke with not even a scratch on the woman in his arms. Ling Yun's inner force had shielded them both. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Tan emptied his entire magazine, but his target had vanished. Damn it. What kind of bombs did you buy, you cheapskate? Were they props from a play? Huh. Why is he completely unharmed? Lu Tan, utterly ignorant of the power of a Grandmaster-level expert, vented his rage on his underling. Boss, I swear I bought real bombs. I have the receipt. Boss, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I was wrong. I just went for the cheapest ones to save a buck. This underling was no innocent either. Even the best bombs wouldn't have killed Ling Yun. But now he bore full responsibility. You cheated me out of my money. Lu Tan's face darkened as he drew a gun, aimed it at the underling's head, and pulled the trigger. Click, click, click. Damn it, report for punishment when we get back. Lu Tan had nearly forgotten his gun was out of ammo, and cursed loudly. Thank you for sparing my life, boss. I'll reform myself. The underling, relieved to have survived, fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Lu Tan snorted coldly, holstered his gun, and trotted over to the little monk with a fawning smile. Forgive my poor eyesight for not recognizing a true Buddha. I never expected the young Master Wuchen to have such a promising future ahead of him. Umatba. If these two received timely treatment, they might avoid permanent paralysis. The little monk Wuchen crouched down, sealed the acupoints of the two men lying on the ground to prevent fatal blood loss. He had done all he could, the rest was up to the Buddha's mercy. Thank you, Master Wuchen. Lu Tan clumsily mimicked a Buddhist salute. Hurry up and take them to the hospital. He turned and barked at his underlings with full authority. What are your plans after this? The little monk Wuchen was curious about Lu Tan's next move. I still have to deal with Ling Yun. This is my only chance. Lu Tan fell into deep thought. Ling Yun was too powerful. Given his own strength, he could only resort to underhanded tactics. Lu Tan felt immense relief that young Master Zhao hadn't set a time limit, or he would have been utterly hopeless. Late at night, a clueless assassin having taken a job from overseas arrived in Xinzhou, one of the 9 provinces, to target Zhao Yunhai. But the moment he set foot in Yunzhou, he was dealt with by the Zhao family's men. To enter Xinzhou, one must first gain the Zhao family's approval. Far away in Xinzhou, Zhao Yunhai was oblivious to all this. After a friendly match with Yang Hui, he lay in bed basking in a state of post-coital clarity. Zhao Yunhai had always taken precautions before, but with Yang Hui he made no such effort. After all, she was his future legally wedded wife. Pregnancy was a matter of nature, there was no need to deliberately prevent it. He wondered what Ling Yun's golden finger was, but given Ling Yun's current strength, he couldn't be bothered to meet him in person. Zhao Yunhai's grand plan was already in motion. Ling Yun was the most crucial piece. This protagonist had now mingled with those from Qianzhou. With the protagonist taking the lead, their confidence would surely skyrocket in no time. Soon it would be time to reap the harvest. He hoped Ling Yun would exert himself and draw out all the hidden cards of those in Qianzhou. What are you thinking about? Yang Hui lay in his arms, her hazy eyes fixed on him. I'm thinking about you, my little kitten. Zhao Yunhai gently tapped her delicate nose, causing her to burrow deeper into his embrace. Stop it. A soft, sweet, coquettish voice emerged from under the covers. Come now, let this young master properly attend to his little kitten. No. Zhao Yunhai chuckled wickedly, his vigor renewed as the blanket covered them, both drawing out Yang Hui's playful protests. Afterward, what if I get pregnant? Yang Hui lay limp, her hand resting on her flat stomach as she murmured to herself. If you're pregnant, well, get married and have the child. Zhao Yunhai said it, as a matter of course. Such matters were simple. There was no shame in a shotgun wedding. Yunhai, if I really am pregnant, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Yang Hui slowly snuggled into his arms, whispering close to his ear. Twins, so you won't have to choose between a boy and a girl. Zhao Yunhai grinned mischievously. It seems I need to work harder to make that twin dream come true. Zhao Yunhai could indulge himself without any scruples, but the bigwigs of Qianzhou were sleepless tonight. Their second scheme, hiring assassins with money, had failed utterly. Every single contract was accepted, yet all the hired killers vanished without a trace, their names turning black in failure and death. They can't even enter the 9 provinces. The Zhao clan's power has swelled to such an extent. How laughable that some fools still choose to compromise. If those cowards had stood with us against the Zhao clan instead of bending the knee, the Zhao clan would have crumbled long ago. One man slammed the table in frustration, venting his helpless rage. Relying on them is like relying on ourselves. Their courage has been shattered by the Zhao clan. Now they're nothing but dogs leashed under the Zhao banner. Forget it. The assassins outside the 9 provinces are blocked tight by the Zhao clan. We have to look within. I know one insider. Code name Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf. Is he formidable? Top-tier killer. His fee starts at 10 million for any job. He never takes trivial contracts and has never failed. But because of his low acceptance rate and high price, he slipped my mind. Money is no object. Post a bounty of 2 billion. I want Zhao Yunhai dead. The identity of the Zhao clan's heir should pique Lone Wolf's interest. Gu Shaolai was never short of wealth. As the richest man in Qianzhou, his net worth exceeded 10 billion. Yet even he couldn't conjure 2 billion in cash on a whim. He would need to liquidate part of his assets. Many wealthy individuals actually have very limited liquid capital. Most of their fortune is reinvested or tied up in physical assets. Let's call it a night. You shouldn't bear the 2 billion alone. Well, I'll chip in. He'll contribute 5 million. The man seated at the head of the table spoke with feigned generosity. The others also generously opened their purses, some offering hundreds of thousands, others millions. Gu Shaolai watched with a cold sneer in his heart. Each of these people, though less wealthy than him, was worth no less than 8 figures. Thus ended a pleasant evening gathering. The next day Ada received news from the clan and immediately reported to the young master. Young Master Yun, this lone wolf comes and goes without a trace. Even our Zhao clan sometimes struggles to track him. We must be on guard. According to the clan's intelligence division, Lone Wolf is suspected to have reached the supreme realm. Ada feared the elusive assassin might harm the young master, a failure for which he could only atone with death. Zhao Yunhai found Lone Wolf intriguing. Even if the man were a supreme, what of it? The Zhao clan had slain many supremes before. Lone Wolf likely has a hidden identity, or else would have found him by now. Tell Lu Tan's people to watch for unfamiliar faces in Dongdu, Qianzhou, especially within 10 kilometers of this hotel. Seeing the elders tense, Zhao Yunhai chuckled. Why so nervous? Xiaohai, you mustn't gamble with your life. This is no joke. A clan elder, knowing the young man's reckless spirit, spoke with earnest concern. One hesitant elder suddenly spoke up. Indeed, a supreme is no small matter. Should we ask a supreme ancestor of the clan to emerge from seclusion and deal with Lone Wolf? Zhao Yunhai smiled, but didn't reply. This Lone Wolf sounded like a protagonist, but he couldn't be certain, nor could he pin his hopes on such a notion. The other 2 elders concurred. Having a supreme ancestor protect Xiaohai was the safest decision. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Hongwen, the clan head, upon hearing that Lone Wolf might be a supreme, had personally gone to request a fierce ancestor to emerge and safeguard his child. In his youth, this supreme ancestor had slaughtered countless family enemies, his hands drenched in blood like a reincarnated god of slaughter. Only after his grandson's birth did he rein in his nature, staying home to raise the child. It was then that his bottleneck as a grandmaster loosened, allowing him to ascend to the supreme realm. After breaking through, he emerged from seclusion and slew 5 grandmasters and 3 supremes in a row. That was decades ago. He had been in close cultivation for 10 years, absent from the clan's sight. Now blessed with great-grandchildren and a house full of descendants, he enjoyed the warmth of family. How much longer until we reach Qianzhou? This lone wolf can't be that old. Why didn't the clan eliminate him when he was weak? That's not our Zhao clan's way. The supreme ancestor, now aboard a plane heading to Qianzhou, voiced his displeasure to the attendant beside him. The supreme ancestor's hair was fully white, but his face radiated vitality. Zhao Xiong chuckled helplessly and explained softly, "Great-grandfather, if you're upset, don't take it out on me. When you get to Qianzhou, vent your anger on Brother Yun instead." Zhao Hanjin pursed his lips and lectured his great-grandson earnestly. "He's the young clan leader, the future head of the family. Why would I vent at him? Even if I'm angry, I can't just lash out, understand? I'm going to protect Shanghai for the sake of you younger generations, so you might gain his favor in the future. Otherwise, why would I suddenly emerge from decades of seclusion? The clan head came to me personally. Protecting the future leader is my duty, but the head will still owe me a favor. So that's how it is," Zhao Xiong said, genuinely ignorant of such intricate politics. This time, on his father's orders, he was escorting his great-grandfather to Qianzhou to protect Brother Yun. Brother Yun had been basking in glory lately, and Xiong hoped to share in the reflected light. "You're still young. You'll understand in time. The sooner you grasp this truth, the fewer detours you'll take." Zhao Hanjin sighed. In his own youth, he had been just as clueless. He had learned only after countless setbacks. But having suffered those losses, he couldn't bear to see his descendants repeat them. As for his earlier complaint about the clan's inaction, it was genuine. If the clan had only paid more attention to Lone Wolf's early signs of talent, they wouldn't be scrambling now that had reached the supreme realm. Yet the Zhao clan couldn't be entirely blamed. Lone Wolf had never shown himself before. He only appeared in people's sight when he had already become a supreme. So this is Dongdu of Qianzhou. The contracts no one dares to take. They'll take them. A plain-looking man in his mid-20s stepped out of the high-speed rail station. Glancing at Zhao Yunhai's photo on his phone, he curled his lips into a cold smirk. Those he dared not kill, I shall. Lone Wolf, once an elite special forces soldier, had made a name for himself overseas through a twist of fate after his retirement. Yet it was that very twist of fate that granted him the final legacy of a pinnacle powerhouse. This pinnacle powerhouse, knowing his end was near and unwilling to let his heritage be lost, had no chance to seek an heir. He imparted all his inner energy to Lone Wolf and bestowed upon him the entirety of his martial arts knowledge. On his deathbed, he asked Lone Wolf to take his remains back to the 9 provinces for a proper burial. As a pinnacle powerhouse of the 9 provinces, he held the deep-seated conviction of every native son fallen leaves return to their roots, and the dead find peace in the earth. His final longing was for his home, a humble mountain village to rest eternally in a secluded mountain. Lone Wolf, honoring the dying wish of this pinnacle powerhouse, remained in the 9 provinces, never leaving. Should the security of the 9 provinces require his guardianship, he would step forward without hesitation, willing to stand before them and repel all invaders. Yet Lone Wolf killed without regard for identity, guided only by his interest and whether the target deserved their fate. He would never harm the innocent, but once their crimes exceeded the line in his heart, he would take on missions and strike to cleanse the wicked. Lone Wolf glanced at the time and saw it was noon, the perfect moment for a meal. He opened the Baidu Maps app and began to navigate. "Great-grandfather, let's find Brother Yun after we eat. I'm starving." "All right, they probably don't know we've arrived yet. We came so hastily, we didn't have time to inform them." Zhao Xiong and his great-grandfather walked beside Lone Wolf. He glanced at the pair briefly before looking away. The auras of 2 pinnacle powerhouses had reached a state of returning to simplicity. Unless they deliberately revealed their presence, no one would detect them. Thus, if a pinnacle powerhouse ambushed you, resistance was futile. This was why Lone Wolf always completed his missions with ease, leaving no trace, not even his true face. To him, the pair seemed like ordinary grandfather and grandson, mere passers-by. Zhao Xiong. Zhao Yunhai stared at the younger brother before him, then cast a puzzled glance at the elder by his side. And this is A. He couldn't possibly know every family member. The old man, with Zhao Xiong, was clearly no ordinary person. "Brother Yun, this is my great-grandfather. He's the temporary bodyguard the family had assigned to you. Given the matter with Lone Wolf, the family has been worried about your safety." Zhao Xiong quickly introduced his great-grandfather. "My thanks to the clan elder." Zhao Yunhai chuckled, warmly surprised that his father had directly arranged for a pinnacle powerhouse. "Rest assured that Lone Wolf fellow, he'll ensure he never returns," Zhao Hanjin said, stroking his beard with spirited confidence. The 4 clan elders behind Zhao Yunhai quickly paid their respects to him. This pinnacle powerhouse of the family was rarely seen in person. The family had detailed records of various methods to reach the pinnacle realm. Methods were plentiful. What was lacking was merely an opportunity for breakthrough. Zhao Hanjin nodded at the 4, acknowledging their greeting. After Zhao Leshing's detailed introduction, Zhao Yunhai clasped his hands to Zhao Hanjin. Elder Jean, please make yourself at home. Yang Hui also rose with Yunhai and greeted Elder Jean. A perfect match. The future of our Zhao lineage for 3 generations is assured, Zhao Hanjin said, sinking into the sofa and taking a sip of the tea. Yang Hui offered, his face filled with contentment. Elder Jean flatters me. Zhao Yunhai humbly demurred, inviting Zhao Leshing to sit beside him. As for this lone wolf, I suspect he's already infiltrated Qinzhou, but we can't locate him. He then instructed heir. Heir, have the family send a scapegoat. I want a fish. Since the enemy refused to show himself, he would force his appearance. Didn't Lone Wolf want to kill him? Fine. He would let him try. Understood, Master Yun. Heir grasped the intent and quickly messaged the family to prepare a scapegoat. The family has replied. A swift response came, and heir reported promptly. Master Yin, the family said sending a scapegoat is a hassle, so they're sending a person who creates scapegoats instead. Oh. Zhao Yunhai raised an eyebrow in surprise before his expression calmed. When will they arrive? Heir typed a few keystrokes, waited for a reply, and quickly said soon. This talent is already in Qinzhou. He recently pledged allegiance to our Zhao clan. He's currently working at the main hospital in South City, Qinzhou. He's a neurologist with a side business, one that he excels at. Excellent. Have him come now. The high-speed rail from South City to Eastern Capital takes only an hour. Zhao Yunhai remained indifferent to whether Lone Wolf was the protagonist. If so, he could immediately reach the pinnacle. If not, Elder Jean had at least an 80% chance of dealing with Lone Wolf. Understood, Master Yun. Heir directly added the contact and sent a message. South City, Qinzhou, the main hospital. Fang Jiming glanced at his phone, troubled by the afternoon surgery scheduled. But the urgent tone in the message made it clear if he didn't go, he risked being expelled from the clan head just joined and offending them. Please take my leave for today. Something's come up. Fang Jiming stood and asked a colleague to cover for him. Without waiting for a response, he changed out of his uniform. He quickly booked a ticket, hailed a cab at the hospital entrance, and headed to the high-speed rail station. An hour and a half later, no sooner had Fang Jiming arrived in Eastern Capital than 2 men escorted him away. He didn't resist recognizing them as the family's emissaries. Zhao Yunhai and the others hadn't left. They lingered in the hotel suite's living room chatting. During the conversation, Zhao Yunhai mentioned the young monk Wuchen. Elder Jean took a keen interest in him, having once killed an eminent monk who, despite being only a grandmaster, had held him at bay for half an hour before falling. Master Yin, the man is here. Just as Zhao Yunhai and Elder Jean were deeply engrossed in their talk, Ada approached and whispered. Zhao Yunhai gestured for Ada to let him in. Fang Jiming entered cautiously, feeling the pressure of the many people inside. No need to be nervous. Zhao Yunhai soothed his tension. I need you to handle a simple task. Your reward for this mission will be 2 million.